Chapter 161 Goal. The success rate of the skyship's promotion is 90%. After making all preparations, Song-Chi first summoned 10 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors with 3rd level strength, letting them act as pathfinders and rush into the asteroid belt ahead. In such a dense asteroid belt, if there is any danger hidden, it will be a great threat to the skyship, because it is easy to get close to it, and once it gets close to the ship, the dark matter energy shield outside the ship will become a decoration. However, Song-Chi soon found out that he was worrying too much. The magic energy detection feature of the Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar was even more powerful than he had imagined. Within the radar detection range, it could detect most of the energy fluctuations. Not only the energy fluctuations emitted by organisms, but also the energy fluctuations contained in the mineral resources on all asteroids. And not just the surface. It could go deep into the interior of the asteroid, into the core, and send back all the detected results in detail. Moreover, it would also mark in detail the possible speculations of the energy-emitting object. For example, at this moment, the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar detected a special energy fluctuation emanating from the left side of the asteroid, which is about 16 meters in diameter, and is located 1,000 meters in front of the Suncheon, and also gave a corresponding guess. Mild energy fluctuation. 92.1% is copper, 7.8% is brass, and 0.1% is other minerals. If it were just this, Song-Chi would not be surprised. After all, the vehicle-mounted exploration instrument installed on the Angry Tiger mining vehicle can also do this. Although it is much worse than the Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar in terms of accuracy, it is still quite useful overall. The key is that the vehicle-mounted exploration instrument, a mechanical device that can be mass-produced, has a very limited range of exploration. Only a few kilometers, and beyond 5 miles. The accuracy of the detection results is almost unbearable to look at. However, this Silver 3 Generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar is different. It can achieve accurate exploration within the radar's detection range. Although the farther away from the sky itself, the accuracy of the detection results will also decrease. Although for objects that are too large, such as asteroids with a diameter of thousands or tens of thousands of meters, floating land fragments, etc., the detection of the interior of such objects is also weakened to a certain extent. But it is not comparable to the vehicle-mounted exploration instrument. The difference between the two is as big as the sky. Song-Chi was doing two things at once. He carefully controlled the sky to move forward, while quickly checking the various detection prompts listed on the star map. Soon, more than 20 minutes passed. But the sky did not stop and continued to shuttle into the interior of the asteroid belt. It was not that the magic energy detection radar did not detect various resources. On the contrary, there were too many resource prompts on the radar map. So many that Song-Chi could only do 3 things at once, and put 2 of his minds on checking these detection prompts. The current level 27 Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar can detect a distance of 790 light hours, which is an extremely terrifying distance. The number of asteroids covered is almost innumerable. How could it be possible that various resources have not been discovered? The reason why the sky has not taken any action is that among the resources currently checked, Song-Chi has not found anything that satisfies him. The monthly market transaction can earn more than 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. In this way, the ordinary resources that are only worth tens or hundreds of strands of zero-level floating land origin are really hard to catch his eye. Of course, there is another important factor, which is that his stay time is only 24 hours. If there is no time limit, he will not let go of these scattered resources. There is a saying, even a mosquito leg is meat. The diameter of the asteroid belt under his feet exceeds several light years, and the total amount of scattered resources contained in it is definitely a number that is enough to make people stunned. But unfortunately, his stay time is only 24 hours. So, in this limited time, Song-Chi cannot waste his energy on those ordinary resources. Another hour passed, and the sky, which had been shuttling along, suddenly stopped, and then turned and flew to the left. In the main control room, Song-Chi had a faint smile on his face. After checking for so long, he finally found a resource with decent value. High energy fluctuation. Coordinates XXXX. Estimated 94% is iron mother. 5.9% is black iron ore. 0.1% is other. And the reserve will not be less than 50 tons. Iron Mother. This resource itself does not have many uses. But because it can be used as the preliminary raw material of the 10,000-year volcanic lava Iron Mother, it greatly shortens the time for the 10,000-year volcanic lava Iron Mother to form. In addition, if there is a secret realm with a volcano, under the acceleration of the secret realm, it can use this ordinary Iron Mother to stably mass-produce the 10,000-year volcanic lava Iron Mother, so its value has slowly increased. Now, 1 ton of ordinary Iron Mother can be sold for 10 strands of first-level floating land origin. And the 50 tons in front of us, at least 500 strands of first-level floating land origin, is definitely a good harvest. Fortunately, this thing is not far from the current Sanqiong. Otherwise, at the current speed of Sanqiong, it is unknown how long it will take to get there. 2 hours later, Song-Chi successfully mined the 52 tons of Iron Mother, and then hurried to the second coordinate he marked. During the time of traveling and mining, Song-Chi was naturally not idle, and marked several resource coordinates with suitable distances and good value. In this way, nearly 10 hours passed quickly, and the total value of the resources harvested during the journey was as much as 3,000 or 4,000 strands of the first-level floating land origin. Just when Song-Chi thought that his exploration of the alien star domain would end in this situation, a newly check-marked message caused things to deviate slightly. Second-order biological energy fluctuation, coordinates XXXX. For the energy field emitted by biological organisms, the magic energy detection radar can only detect its specific energy level and direction, and cannot give a corresponding estimate of the biological species. The reason is very simple. The energy field emitted by minerals and other items is fixed, and has a special energy fluctuation frequency. But the energy field of biological organisms is different. It will change with the change of the biological state itself. Even if it is the same species of biological organisms, their energy fields are completely different, so it is impossible to give a specific race hint. Song-Chi felt a little sorry about this, but he could accept it. The previous Sky Eye Patrol radar did not have this function. Second-level biological energy field, he muttered, but did not act in a hurry. Instead, he turned to check the various marks on the radar map after a brief thought. Although the second-level alien blood has a certain effect on the success rate of the Sky's promotion, if there is only one, it is not worth his trouble to run over. At present, the success rate of the Sky's promotion is only 51%. At least more than 400 second-level aliens need to be killed to increase the success rate to a satisfactory value. However, there are too many messages marked on the radar map, and it is impossible to check them all in a short time. In addition, Song-Chi had spent a lot of energy searching for those suitable resource points before, which made him feel a little headache. After thinking for a while, he turned around and called the semi-automatic shipboard intelligence on the Sky, wanting to see if the shipboard intelligence could provide help on this issue. Soon, he gave a thumbs up to his decision. At the same time, he secretly sighed that he was a little crazy, and he had not thought of this earlier. In terms of information collection, search, classification, etc., the intelligent brain is second to none. And this is common sense in the Broken Star Sea. Although the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence on the Xinhua warship cannot be compared with those buggy intelligent brains, its computing power is still much faster than that of the Xinhua captain himself. With Song-Chi giving the specific goal of second level and above life energy field marking information, the shipborne intelligence marked hundreds of new red spots on the radar map in just a dozen minutes. What made Song-Chi happy was that among the hundreds of red light spots, there were not only second-order biological energy fields, but also nearly 10 third-order biological energy fields. This result made Song-Chi very excited, not only because of the subsequent success rate of the Sky, but also because of the shipborne semi-automatic intelligence. In the future, facing the energy information coordinates marked by the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar, he, the captain, finally didn't have to worry about it. Soon, Song-Chi shifted almost all his attention to the red dots on the radar map. These unknown creatures emitting energy fluctuations are basically active in the same area. It seems that they are undoubtedly creatures of the same species, but the distance is a bit troublesome. While muttering, Song-Chi distractedly scanned the brain wave remote control system components on one side, and then frowned slightly. At present, the enhancement level of the brain wave remote control system components is LV23, and the control distance is only 1.6 light-years. The activity range of those unknown creatures is basically 1.8 to 2 light-years away. And the distance of the brainwave remote control system is not enough. Unless he can control the sky to make a jump. Or, after a while, Song Chi consumed 57 strands of second-level floating land origin plus 9 titanium crystals, and enhanced the level of this brainwave remote control system component to LV25. After LV25, the maximum control distance of the brainwave remote control system component was increased from 1.6 light-years to 2 light-years. Looking at the fixed-point delivery platform component, the maximum delivery distance of LV20 is also exactly 2 light-years, and there is no need to continue to strengthen it. Putting away the last remaining titanium crystal and 188 strands of second-level floating land origin, Song Chi first activated the brainwave remote control system. And after inserting the brainwave beacon into one of the 4 newly summoned Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors, the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors stood on the fixed-point delivery platform at the same time. Song Chi wanted to drop a few more Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, but the area of the fixed-point drop platform was limited, and he could only drop 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers at a time. In this case, the 4 had to be tightly back-to-back, which was really unavoidable. Buzz, accompanied by a slight energy fluctuation, the 4 third-level Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers disappeared into the sky, 1.9 light-years away. After the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers appeared in the starry sky, under the command of Song Chi's brainwave beacon, they quickly sank into the void with the ability of Rift. Soon, an alien creature emitting third-order energy fluctuations appeared near the asteroid belt. It seemed to have sensed the slight spatial fluctuations transmitted by the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors. So it searched around for a long time, and when it was sure that it had found nothing, it turned around and left. However, at the moment it turned around, 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors had quietly stepped out from 4 directions, and 4 void blades crossed the starry sky, cutting through the neck, eyebrows, chest and navel of this third-order alien creature. Gugugugu. Suddenly, a large amount of blood began to gush out of the mouth and nose of the third-level alien creature. It wanted to say something, but all it could say was the choking sound of blood. At the same time, under the attack of the 4 soul-breaking daggers, its mind seemed to be torn apart, and it couldn't even activate the third-level power in its body to warn its fellows. Song Chi, who was watching all this remotely with a brainwave beacon, was not surprised at all. These were the Void Shadow Killing Clan's Terracotta Warriors, and there were 4 of them. If he attacked the enemy when they were completely unprepared, how could he leave them a chance to take advantage of it? If he didn't even have this confidence, he wouldn't have set the coordinates of the fixed-point transmission near several red dots emitting the energy field of the third-level creatures. Let's look at the success rate of the sky's promotion. Not long ago, it was 51.2%, but now it has become 56.2%. It is unknown what race it is, and there is no record of this creature in the biological group encyclopedia of the Xinhua civilization. Its success rate is not as high as that of the third-level sandworm, which is only 5%. However, Song Chi can understand it. The third-level sandworm is the peak of the third level after all, and its size is amazing. And this alien creature of unknown race, even if it has reached the third level, its volume is less than 5 meters. Although it is unknown whether they have violent, Dharma, Berserk and other means, they are indeed much weaker than the third-level peak sandworm. At least, no matter what, the third-level peak sandworm will never be killed instantly by 4 third-level Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Without paying much attention to these, Song Chi's attention at this moment is mostly focused on hunting this unknown alien creature. As long as all the third-level alien creatures marked on the star map can be killed, the success rate of the sky's promotion will be almost stable. Of course, while paying attention remotely, he also did not forget to control the sky to rush to the next resource point, killing enemies and obtaining resources at the same time. This is the decision made by a qualified Xinhua captain. In this way, under the continuous hunting of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, time passed quickly. 8 hours later, 4 third-level alien creatures had fallen at their hands, which increased the promotion success rate of the sky by 20%. There were more unknown second-level alien creatures, more than 40, which also increased the promotion success rate of the sky by 2%. At this moment, the promotion success rate of the sky has reached 73.2%. For ordinary first-level Xinhua captains of the Xinhua human civilization, this is definitely a number that they dare not even think about. However, Song Chi is not ready to give up. There are still about 6 hours before returning. And there are still 4 third-level alien creatures. He wants to try to kill all 4 third-level alien creatures, so that the promotion success rate of the sky will be able to reach more than 90%. And this is also the most ideal promotion success rate in his mind. Nearly 2 light-years away. For Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors were using their air flash ability to quickly travel, heading towards one of the 4 remaining third-level biological energy fields marked on the star map. With continuous air flash, they soon arrived at their destination. However, when they arrived, they found that the energy pressure emitted by this third-level alien creature had reached the peak of the 3rd level, which was much stronger than the previous 4. Chapter 162 Qing Ming Likong Spear. The life pressure of the 3rd-level peak is far from the point. What made Song Qi look solemn was the long spear emitting purple light in the opponent's hand. The spear was more than 10 meters long, and the whole body was dark blue. The tip of the spear exuded a strong blood color. It was the bloody aura stained by killing too many lives, which gave people an inexplicable sense of chill. Even though they were nearly 2 light-years apart, Song Qi's heart still instinctively tightened, and his eyes changed from expectation and ease in the previous moment to incomparable solemnity. He had a hunch that this peak 3rd-level humanoid alien, nearly 8 meters tall, was probably aware of the arrival of the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors, which was why he was in such a vigilant posture. Soon, the next move of this humanoid alien holding the dark green spear also verified his guess. The dark green spear was suddenly swung, and 4 crescent-shaped spear beams suddenly shot out in all directions. The direction of the spear beams happened to be scattered towards the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors hidden in the void. At this point, the result is obvious. However, the good news is that although the spear light of the 3rd-level peak energy level is terrifying, it is far from the level of tearing space. At most, it will cause a series of space distortions when it passes by, and the space distortion alone is not enough to hurt the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers hiding in the void. Since the other party already knows the arrival of the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers, Song Qi no longer hides it. The 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers appear from the void, stepping on the air flash, and quickly rushing towards the humanoid aliens. Zzz. The soul-breaking dagger collided with the ink-green spear, making a series of crackling sounds, and sparks flew everywhere. After the strike, the terrifying recoil force from the soul-breaking dagger could not affect the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors from re-entering the void, making it impossible for the 3rd-level peak humanoid alien race to pursue them, making them feel quite slippery. This is also the biggest advantage of the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors. But the problem is that, although the size of the humanoid alien race is not as terrifying as that of a normal 3rd-level creature, it is still much stronger than the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors. Even though he could not inflict a fatal blow to the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors, the 4 terracotta warriors' puppet bodies still could not bear the blows again, and the damage gradually increased. Song Qi's brainwaves, which were attached to the terracotta warriors of the Void Shadow Killing Clan, could clearly feel the gradual slowing down of the terracotta warriors of the Void Shadow Killing Clan. After noticing this, Song Qi was not the kind of person who hesitated. Knowing that he could not delay any longer, he directly gave the 4 terracotta warriors of the Void Shadow Killing Clan an order to attack. Swish. 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 Instantly, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers turned from 4 to 8, and finally to 12. The 12 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers simultaneously raised the soul-breaking daggers in their hands, and injected the little remaining phantom energy in the puppet bodies into the soul-breaking daggers. When the 12 soul-breaking daggers simultaneously flashed with dark fluorescence, the next second the 12 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers simultaneously exploded, and flashed towards the humanoid aliens in the center from all directions. The 12 soul-breaking daggers, which looked particularly cold under the dim light, crossed the sky, and pierced the humanoid aliens in the center. That's right, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors activated the active ability of Instant Prison Shadow Kill at the same time. In the center, the humanoid aliens who saw this scene showed no fear at all, and the bright red light in their pupils became more and more intense. Under the perception of Song Qi's brain waves, the blood on his body suddenly burst out, and then his flesh and blood expanded at the same time, and his body began to grow rapidly. 10 meters. 100 meters. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000-meter volume. The symbol of a 3rd-level creature. Under its feet, the asteroid with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters seemed a bit out of place at this moment. Zzz. As expected, the attacks of the 12 Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors landed on the body of the 1,000-meter alien race. Only bursts of metal friction were heard. Compared to the third-order creatures in their complete form, the puppet terracotta warriors, with only pseudo-third-order strength, seemed particularly weak in front of them. Schwa, also as its body changed, the dark green spear that had turned into 1,200 meters in length made a 360-degree turn, directly cutting the 4 real bodies of the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors under the 12 phantoms in half. That's right, it was to cut them in half. Although the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors nominally had the bodies of third-level puppets, they were characterized by high attack and thin skin. How could they withstand the full-strength attack of the third-level peak creatures in their complete form? Looking at the scene of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors being cut in half and into 8 pieces, the red color in the eyes of the 1,000-meter-high humanoid aliens faded slightly, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in their eyes. But at this moment, the battle situation that had been basically determined changed again. 10,000 meters away, a 100-meter-long sword spirit divine light phantom suddenly burst out, and in an instant it crossed the 10,000-meter distance, and fiercely fell on the chest of the 1,000-meter-high humanoid alien. The skin that seemed indestructible and comparable to alloy in the eyes of the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers was not good enough under the cutting of the sword intent divine light. After a short stalemate, a horrible wound of nearly 50 meters long was cut on the chest of the 1,000-meter alien. And the domineering divine light sword intent also eroded into the flesh and blood of the humanoid alien, causing it to suffer severe cramps every once in a while. Clang! Enduring the severe pain, the 1,200-meter-long dark green spear in the hands of the humanoid alien fell fiercely on the sword intent divine light phantom that had already dissipated a lot of its power, and finally completely exhausted the power of the sword intent divine light phantom. Ignoring the wound on his chest that was constantly gushing blood, the humanoid alien suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the skyship 10,000 meters away. That's right. While the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were fighting with him, Song-Chi controlled the skyship to find a suitable coordinate and jumped over. This was also the origin of the attack just now. It seemed that he was completely enraged by the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light emitted by the skyship. The 1,000-meter humanoid alien didn't care about the hideous wound on his chest at all. His body quickly stepped in the asteroid belt and chased the skyship 10,000 meters away. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who had anticipated this, immediately controlled the sky to shuttle back. In such an environment, the sky, which could not cruise at the speed of light normally, was most afraid of being pulled into the distance by the enemy. He would naturally not let the enemy achieve this goal so easily. After the two sides continued to chase for half an hour, the 1,000-meter-long humanoid alien in front roared and stopped the meaningless pursuit. But just when it stopped chasing and turned back, the sky controlled by Song-Chi was not ready to give up so easily. He followed suit and followed closely behind the other party. This is not over yet. Whenever the pure yang sword light cannon cooled down, he would occasionally fire a shot, using this cheating tactic to the extreme. Boom! Another shot hit the back of the humanoid alien. This time, the 1,000-meter-long humanoid alien, who had been annoyed by the sky, could no longer bear it. It turned around suddenly, and the light blue spear at its hand turned into a long blue rainbow, roaring and flying towards the sky, following behind. This sudden attack, even Song-Chi, who had been highly focused, had some difficulty dealing with it. First, the speed of the blue spear was amazing, and second, due to the surrounding environment, it was difficult for the sky to make a big deflection. Obsidian Guardian. Without any other choice, he could only activate the active characteristics of the skyship's hull armor. As a thick layer of obsidian armor wrapped around the entire hull of the skyship, the cyan rainbow that shot over also landed on the obsidian armor layer. Boom! Amidst the violent collision and tremor, the familiar warning sound of the ship's semi-automatic intelligence followed, but compared to the last challenge of the immortal puppet tower, this time was far less thrilling. The damage to the hull armor was only 15%. And the hull was less than 2%. The reason is that the original owner of the Green Rainbow is only a purple quality exotic weapon, and has no advantage over the obsidian ship armor in terms of quality. In addition, during the 10,000-meter blast, a certain amount of power was consumed by several small asteroids, so only this degree of damage was caused. Ignoring the black-green spear that was powerlessly floating not far away, Song-Chi continued to control the sky to launch a continuous attack on the 1,000-meter-long humanoid alien. It's not that he doesn't care about a purple quality star sea treasure, but at this moment, The surface of the skyship is still covered with the obsidian armor layer. The hatch can be opened, but the obsidian armor layer cannot, unless he actively removes this active feature. However, that will inevitably increase the subsequent danger of the skyship. And Song-Chi will never do such a thing, as long as he can kill the 1,000-meter-long humanoid alien in front. This purple treasure will be in his pocket. And there is no need to rush at this moment. Without weapons, the threat that the alien in front could pose to the sky was smaller. But Song-Chi still adhered to his usual cautious attitude and continued to attack from a distance with a pure yang sword-like cannon, without any intention of getting close. In this way, the sky followed the other party all the way through the asteroid belt. Nearly 2 hours later, this 1,000-meter-long humanoid alien successfully reunited with a third-level fellow, which seemed to give it some confidence. However, Song-Chi was not afraid at all. He sent out all the remaining 26 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers, and let them distribute around the sky. Once the other third-level alien wanted to cover himself, all the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers would take the initiative to entangle the other party. In short, Song-Chi only had eyes for the third-level peak humanoid alien. After half an hour of his relentless pursuit, the third-level peak humanoid alien finally fell down unwillingly. With the sky following him all the way, he had no chance to treat his wounds, let alone suppress the sharp divine sword intent in his body. The large amount of blood he lost made him weak, and he finally fell in front of the sky. With the death of the third-level humanoid alien, the success rate of the sky's promotion rose again. But it was not 5%, but 6%. From 73.2% to 79.2%. After all, the peak third-level creatures are still somewhat different from ordinary third-level creatures, even if they are still not as good as the peak third-level sandworms. They are enough to satisfy Song-Chi. Of course, this is not the end. After the death of the peak third-level humanoid alien, Song-Chi's target naturally turned to the third-level alien that was traveling with him. Compared with the peak third-level alien, this ordinary third-level humanoid alien was much easier to deal with. With the cooperation of the Sky and the 26 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, it fell under the muzzle of the pure yang sword-like cannon within 20 minutes. The success rate of the Sky's promotion increased again, reaching 82.1%. However, after the promotion success rate exceeded 80%, the success rate provided by each third-level alien creature was directly halved, from 5% to 2.5%. Song-Chi, who had known about this for a long time, was not surprised. There were 2 third-level humanoid aliens around, and nearly 100 second-level humanoid aliens. If all were killed, it would be enough to raise the success rate of the Sky's promotion to more than 90%. In this way, Song-Chi spent nearly 10 hours again, together with 26 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, to kill all the remaining humanoid alien creatures around. In the asteroid belt, the Sky was still shuttling, not to the next resource point, but to get the purple quality spear. At the same time, the latest promotion success rate of the Sky appeared in front of Song-Chi in the main control room. Battleship Promotion Mission Sky. Current promotion success rate, 90.1%. Special resource formula for promotion 4/4. Sea Spirit Stone *1, 10, 000 years of volcanic lava iron essence *1, moon rock *1, zircon *1 10%. Additional promotion resources, 2,300 years of MOU tree sap 6%, low-level energy crystal 5%. Bathing in alien blood, level 3, level 2 sandworm. 78.1% finally broke through 90%, I can try to promote. Muttering, Song-Chi has decided to start the promotion of the Sky as soon as he returns. Originally, he wanted to continue to improve, but after exceeding 90%, the success rate provided by the second-level and third-level alien creatures was reduced by half again, which made Song-Chi finally give up this idea. 90% success rate. As long as the luck is not too bad, there is basically no possibility of failure. After comforting himself, Song-Chi decided to start the promotion task immediately after returning. There is no other way. I heard from my uncle that my grandfather's guarding mission is about to end, and he will be able to return to Lungji continent within this month. At that time, the trip to the Seoul floating land will also be put on the agenda. Before setting off, Song-Chi still wanted to upgrade the Sky to a frigate. After traveling all the way, the Sky returned to the place where the dark blue spear had been left, shortly after escaping from the hands of the third-level peak humanoid alien. It regained its original form and turned into a ball-sized blue stone. So Song-Chi easily took it into the cabin of the sky. With anticipation, the strange properties of this blue stone appeared in front of him. Strange item, Qingming stone. Quality, purple. Evolvable, Qingming sky-splitting spear. Note, it was born in ordinary blue marble veins after thousands of years. And it is a rare purple wonder among wonders. Chapter 163 Promotion. Guardian-class psionic flying ship. Looking at the properties of the strange object in front of him, Song-Chi reached out and touched the blue stone, and then the blue light in the sky was strong. When the light faded, Song-Chi was already holding a dark blue spear with a length of more than 2 meters. It was the blue nether sky-splitting spear. This strange object cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, but can only be transformed into a single weapon for personal use. And all the strange objects in the star sea have the ability to transform their size by themselves, and will change the appropriate length and size according to the strength level of the holder, energy injection, etc. So it was 10 meters long in the hands of the humanoid aliens. And then it became 1,200 meters. Now in Song-Chi's hands, it is only 2 meters long. Swish, swish, swish. As the green light flashed, Song-Chi waved the Qingming sky-splitting spear and felt it carefully. When he stopped, a smile appeared on his face. Compared with the previous disappointment, it was obviously much better. Although this Qingming stone cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, the Qingming sky-splitting spear it is transformed into is extremely good. Whether it is used by oneself in the future, or given to puppets, enslaved creatures, or used when the sky can be mechanized in the future, it is very good. Of course, the possibility of him using it himself is very small. This thing is a melee weapon. Let him use a spear to fight with others in close combat. You are kidding. He will definitely not do such a dangerous thing. However, for now, the puppets or slave creatures under his command are not suitable for using this spear. The Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers are good at surprise attacks and ambushes. It is absolutely inappropriate to let them fight with a spear. The Fire Sunflower soldiers are too weak. Once they go out with the Qingming Likong spear, they may not come back at any time. As for the enslaved creatures, there is only one Zhao Lei at the moment. He is his tool to control the storage bag. It is not his turn to fight. Without thinking any more, Song-Chi first took back the Qingming Likong gun to the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then continued to control the Sanqiong to move to the side. After such a long time, the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence has already remarked a lot of resources suitable for mining. Now there are still several hours before the Sanqiong returns, so it can continue to mine. Soon, the sky became busy again, shuttling back and forth in the nearby areas. As for the various resources mined, he would put them in the store that specialized in selling minerals in the market. As for the mark prices, they were at least 10 times the market price in the territory of Xinhua human civilization. While mining these resources, Song-Chi could see the biological energy fluctuations in other areas on the radar map constantly updated by the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar. There were quite a few biological energy fluctuations, same as the group he strangled before, mostly second and third order, nearly none of the first order. If the guess was right, they should also be humanoid aliens. Song-Chi was somewhat tempted, but he had no other options, because time did not allow it. Before the subsequent return, the Purple River jump device could no longer be cooled down again. In addition, he also had a lot of doubts in his mind. There were quite a few humanoid aliens, and he did not know where they came from. It is not difficult to see from the previous battles that these humanoid aliens have no ability to fly. Those third-level beings only rely on the energy released from their bodies to achieve the standard air movement, compared with stepping on the surrounding asteroids to gain momentum to move in a jumping manner. Their speed is even slightly inferior. Therefore, Song-Chi concluded that they have no ability to fly. And since they have no ability to fly, it means that they are not native space creatures. And it is highly likely that they did not originally live in this asteroid belt. Song-Chi was somewhat happy when he had this guess in his mind. No matter where they came from, it meant that there should be a life-type floating land in the star sea nearby. And the floating land of life represented wealth. Time flew by, and soon it was time to return. In a relatively empty 1,000-meter vacuum area in the asteroid belt, the sky was quietly waiting for the arrival of the return. At the same time, he went to the Jutian market, canceled the space anchor point set on the Huansha floating land, and then set the anchor point coordinates in the middle of this empty area. The diameter of this asteroid belt is astonishing. At the current location of the sky, Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar still cannot fully display its boundary. You should know that the detection radius of Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar has reached 15 light-years. What does this mean? It means that the extension length of the asteroid belt currently displayed on the radar has exceeded 17 light-years, and this has not yet detected the boundary of this asteroid belt. From this, we can see how scary the diameter of this asteroid belt is. Such a large asteroid belt, plus the possible existence of life-type floating land. The value of this star field is beyond words. Song-Chi will not miss it. If no other more valuable star fields are found in the subsequent exploration of alien star fields, Song-Chi will most likely travel back and forth to this asteroid belt many times. Such a large asteroid belt, the resources contained in it are enough for him to mine for a long time. The only helpless thing is that each exploration of alien star fields only lasts 24 hours, which is too short. So short that Song-Chi can't let go and do a big job. It would be great if the space anchor point feature of the Tonan market could have one more available anchor point. Then, you only need to set up a return anchor point at home, and you can travel between the two star fields without restrictions. There will be no restrictions on collecting resources at that time. Sighing in his heart, Song-Chi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Whether there will be one more available anchor point depends on whether it will appear after the market is promoted to the second level. If not, there is basically no need to think about it in the short term. Thinking, a slight feeling of weightlessness enveloped the entire sky. It was time to return. In the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, a 20-meter-long airship broke through the clouds and quickly descended from the sky, and then landed on Qinghua Island below where Qinghua Manor was located. As soon as he returned, Song-Chi immediately returned to his room, and then disappeared, entering the Zhutian market. He couldn't wait to start the official promotion of the sky. Zhutian market, freestall area. Compared with the freestall area that has now expanded to more than 400 meters in length and width, the 20-meter-long sky seems particularly small. But it will be soon. After this successful promotion, the sky will be able to reach a length of 100 meters. On the side of the sky, as Song-Chi's eyebrows flickered with a faint light, a ray of the original fire flowed out from the fire ancestral orifice, and then slowly sank into the sky in front of him. At this moment, a mechanical voice without any emotion came to Song-Chi's ears. The current battleship promotion success rate is 90.1%. Are you sure to start the formal promotion? Once it is started, it cannot be reversed. Please decide carefully. Huh? Song-Chi took a long breath, and then his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time, he uttered two words. Confirmed. As he said these two words, the entire hull of the skyship in front of him began to tremble at a very fast speed. At the same time, a mysterious light enveloped the entire hull of the airship, as if some deep transformation was taking place. Dozens of meters away from the skyship, Song-Chi stared at it, with a worried look on his face, with an undisguised nervousness in his eyes. Even though the success rate of the skyship's promotion has reached an astonishing 90.1%, it is not 100% after all. To be honest, he was really afraid that he would be the unlucky guy who was extremely black. If he fails to be promoted, although he, the captain of the Xinhua ship, will not be in any danger, the sky will sink. At the same time, as the captain, the moment the sky sinks, the Xinhua seed in his Xinhua ancestral acupoint will also become weak. If there is no special thing to repair it, it will be weak for at least several decades. This is not the most important thing. If so, he can sell the good things in his hands as soon as possible, such as red plain sky fire, insect mother skin, which should be able to exchange for a special resource that accelerates the recovery of the fire seed. The key point is that, once the skyship sinks, more than 90% of the shipboard parts on board will be completely destroyed, which is what Song-Chi cannot accept. You should know that among the parts currently loaded on the skyship, there is 1 red part, 4 orange parts, and 4 purple parts. If more than 90% of them are really damaged, these high-quality parts may only leave him with 2 pieces at most, which is absolutely unimaginable. Time passed by every second, and Song-Chi's heart was hanging for a long time. However, the battleship upgrade cannot be completed in a short time, and it takes at least 24 hours. Therefore, he could only suppress the tension in his heart and stepped into the full attribute training room. His guidance skills have improved a lot in recent months. But this is not enough. With the experience of the last market transaction, He just wants to get promoted to the second level as soon as possible. This time, he did not choose to use the second level Zerd meat, but took 10 kilograms from the 50 kilograms of third level peak sandworm meat, and used it together with high-level bodybuilding potions and quenching fluids. Freestall area. The surface of the skyship is surrounded by a faint light, and the full attribute training room. The phantom energy continues to flow. 30 hours later, Song-Chi, who had been in seclusion for more than a day, walked out of the full attribute training room. Looking at the fluctuations of his aura, he was still at level 16 of the guidance technique, and had not made any new breakthroughs. Song-Chi was a little disappointed, but he felt it was normal. Level 16 guidance technique. This is no longer at level 0. For ordinary Shinhwa captains to upgrade one level, it would take at least 10 years, and he had already soared from level 11 to level 16 in the past few months, which was extremely terrifying. How could it be so easy to break through LV17 so quickly? Even with the third level peak sandworm meat, it would not work. Of course, it was not without gain. Song-Chi could feel that with the triple blessing of high-level bodybuilding potion plus third level sandworm meat plus body quenching fluid, his guidance technique was not far from LV17. It should be ready in a few months. Coming to the freestall area with expectation, Song-Chi's eyes twitched quickly. The hull of the sky was still wrapped in dim light. After 30 hours, his promotion was still not completed. Thus, Song-Chi could only leave the market first. More than 3 hours later, after washing up and completing the visualization of the mythical mecha projection rubbing map for today, Song-Chi returned to the market. Looking at the still glowing Song-Cheong, he wanted to complain, but soon his eyes widened, and nervousness appeared again, because just now, the glow outside that Song-Cheong finally began to slowly fade away. In the previous teaching content, this was a sign that a Shinhwa battleship had entered the final stage of its promotion. Whether a Shinhwa battleship could be successfully promoted was determined by this last moment. I must succeed. Song-Chi kept repeating this in his heart, and his eyes were fixed on the sky, not daring to miss a single detail. Time passed. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 2 minutes passed quickly, and the dim light on the sky was about to dissipate, and at this moment, the hull of the psionic airship began to vibrate rapidly again. His breathing paused slightly, and the next second, Song-Chi's eyes showed intense joy, and his heart was relieved. In front of him, the more than 20-meter-long sky was expanding rapidly, and in a short period of time, it grew from 20 meters to 30 meters. Then it was 40 meters, 50 meters. After a dozen seconds, the hull of the sky reached 120 meters, and officially completed the upgrade from a psionic airship to a guard-class psionic airship. And this also means that Song-Chi has officially become a second-level Shinhwa captain. Although his own guidance skills are still a bit of a hindrance, it does not affect this fact. Looking at the obsidian armor layer that covers the entire hull of the sky, and the streamlined hull, look at the 3 new secondary gun slots at the bow. Song-Chi suddenly felt a sense of pride. This warship, which was already worthy of the title of a steel behemoth, was the result of his work in the past year and a month. How could he not be proud? In just less than a year and 2 months, he upgraded a Shinhwa warship from 0 to the second level. This speed, even among the direct descendants of aristocratic families, like the Dinghaisong family, is definitely the best. Without trying to control the excitement in his heart, as the captain of the Song-Cheong, Song-Chi felt that he was qualified and should be happy. At least at this moment. Walking into the new Song-Cheong, Song-Chi looked around, constantly looking at everything around him, silently checking the various changes inside Song-Cheong. Soon, he came to the main control room of Song-Cheong. Without any other actions, he immediately clicked on the battleship attribute panel of Song-Cheong. Name, Song-Cheong. Model, Shinhwa Guardian class psionic flying ship. Level, LV20. Chapter 160 for the attributes of the Sky Sword. A million-level deal with a 20-fold price difference. Of course, before completely opening the attributes panel of the sky, Song-Chi did not forget to reload the disassembled parts in his hand. Of course, there were not many. Only 5. They were Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree, Purple River Jump Device, Fixed Point Delivery Platform, Space Beacon Launch Device, and Blood Soul Seal. The previous enhancement level of these 5 parts was only LV20, and only some 0-level and 1st-level floating land origins were consumed from the beginning to the end, which was still within Song-Chi's acceptable range. As for Slavery Metal, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, Abnormal State Purifier, Healing fruit these, either they have consumed a lot of second-level floating land essence, or even worse. They also include titanium crystal, third-level floating land essence, etc. Song Chi really didn't have the courage to uninstall them all. It was really too much. After strengthening the Fire Sunflower Soldier tree to level 20 again, the battleship attribute panel finally appeared in front of him. The sight stayed on the words Guardian-class psionic flying ship in the battleship model column for a long time, and then Song Chi moved to the basic components column. His eyes focused first on the pure yang sword light cannon, and soon the attributes of this orange main cannon emerged. As expected, although its enhancement level is still level 30, its attributes have been greatly improved compared to 2 days ago, when the sky was still level 1. I remember that 2 days ago, the attack attribute of this main cannon was still 490,200. But with the successful promotion to level 2, this value has changed to 612,750. 490200612750. Although this numerical leap is not too amazing, the key is that this increase is not only for the pure yang sword light cannon, but for all the basic components of the entire skyship. This is the most exaggerated part. For example, the other dark matter energy shield generator component. Before being promoted to a frigate, its protection attributes and shield value attributes were as follows. Protection, 159,600. Shield value, 412000/41200000. And now it has become protection, 199,500. Shield value, 6434000/6434000. In addition to the pure yang sword light cannon, dark matter energy shield generator, the other electromagnetic lightning cannon, obsidian hull armor, and several others are also like this. As for why there is such an increase, it is very simple. In the past, when it was a psionic airship, all the basic component slots of the warship had an additional 20% attribute bonus compared to the 0 level. But after being promoted to a frigate, this bonus effect was increased from 20% to 50%. Don't underestimate this effect. You should know that this is equivalent to adding a stable purple quality characteristic of performance increase of 50% to all basic components. This is also the biggest reason why the same quality basic components of the same enhancement level are far less powerful when loaded on a psionic airship than on a frigate. In addition, the fact that 3 more secondary gun slots were added after the upgrade to a frigate was another major reason. Retracting his gaze from the dark matter energy shield generator component, Song Chi looked at the 3 additional secondary gun slots after the psionic airship was upgraded to a frigate. Although the main gun slots were not increased, that would be a matter for the subsequent upgrade to a cruiser. But there would be 3 more secondary gun slots, allowing a Shinhua warship to have 4 secondary guns, which would be a small improvement in its own firepower. As for the 3 new secondary guns, Song Chi had already made his own plans. The current electromagnetic lightning cannon already has a group attack attribute, and he will most likely select and equip the remaining 3 secondary guns in terms of deceleration, armor penetration, and shield penetration. In addition, you can also choose a secondary gun with special damage. For example, it has additional damage attributes in spirits, souls, etc. The soul clan that needs to be dealt with in the soul floating land expedition has a great advantage in soul attributes. If it can be equipped with a secondary gun that can cause targeted damage, it will surely have a good result. However, Song Chi did not hold any hope for this kind of main guns for the time being. Long before Song Hingtong issued the task, the shipborne parts of the clan that had special effects on the soul, whether main guns, secondary guns, or special parts, had been quietly bought up by the clan members of the first lineage in advance. In the past few months, although he also posted the purchase information of this kind of soul-related wonders in the purchase shops in the market, he did not get anything. So his main goal at present is still the secondary guns of armor breaking, shield breaking, and control types. After taking back the sky, Song Chi stepped to the random launch platform of the ultra-long-range space gate. As early as more than 10 hours ago, this thing had already completed cooling, and it was ready for the next market transaction. However, before the next market transaction, Song Chi first withdrew from the market, Qingwen Manor, the courtyard where the second uncle's family lived. As Song Chi explained his purpose, the second uncle Song Hai took Song Chi to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, Song Chi saw the terrace stone piled up into a small mountain. Song Chi waved his hand and summoned Zhao Lei. Then, at his signal, Zhao Lei used his mana to store all the Terra stones in the storage bag on his waist in just a few seconds. This smooth movement surprised Song Hai. Although Song Chi had mentioned that he had obtained a special storage method in the Zhutian market, Song Hai was mentally prepared. But when he saw the smooth storage speed, he still became quite interested. After a brief thought, Song Hai quickly returned to the topic. He said to Song Chi, Xiao Chi, this batch of Terra stones totals 4 million pieces. With the labor and shipping costs, the cost is roughly 40 pieces for one strand of zero-level floating land origin. In other words, you only need to sell 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin for this batch of Terra stones. And we will not lose money. However, how much you can earn depends on the price you can negotiate with the high-level goblin. For million pieces, this number does not sound small. But when converted into zero-level floating land origin, it does not feel that much. After all, it was only 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. As for Song Chi's own assets, they were close to 1 million strands of zero-order floating land essence, and 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence were not much in his eyes. Of course, this does not mean that their 10th direct vein can only take out 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. After all, there are 2 third-order Xinhua captains, nearly 10 second-order Xinhua captains, not to mention more, Song Ming Song alone. I am afraid he can easily take out hundreds of millions of strands. The reason why only 4 million pieces of Terra stone were purchased first. Because time was too tight. Since Song Chi proposed the Terra stone, it has only been more than 20 days. In such a short time, they only had time to start the acquisition in Dinghai Star region. Secondly, in order to prevent a large number of purchases from causing price increases, they cannot purchase too much at one time in each star region. Moreover, Song Chi had already said that they should not purchase too much in the first round. After all, he did not know the power and financial resources behind Luke, and how much Terra stone they could consume at one time. He remembered very clearly that the goblin Luke said in person that the Viscount Thor family behind him had declined, and it was hard to say whether they could consume too much Terra stone at one time. Luke doesn't look like a fool. With insufficient energy, if he eats too much at once, it will cause a backlash. These Terra stones will eventually have to be sold to the Silver Goblin Empire. If Luke doesn't have enough strength or means to sell them secretly, it will inevitably cause unnecessary greed. So, in order to prevent this from happening, the goblin Luke is likely not to buy too many Terra stones at one time. After finishing the conversation with his second uncle, Song Chi quickly returned to the Zhutian market. 10 minutes later, only less than 2 minutes after the ultra-long-range space door was opened and the random launch platform was launched, the goblin Luke ran out of the second floor of the inn in a hurry. Compared with Zhou Ping from the prehistoric continent, this little thing was obviously too enthusiastic. Song Chi was very clear about this, which was probably caused by the goblin's money-loving character. Every market transaction was a great opportunity for them to make money. How could they bear to waste a minute? For Luke, it cost a huge price to get the market guest order. If he didn't earn all of it back and make a profit in return, it would definitely be a big failure in the goblin's future life. Seeing that there were no other aliens in the market, Luke trotted around the shops in the market. As expected, he finally stopped at the mineral acquisition shop. His wretched triangular eyes stayed directly on the Terra stone sales counter on the side of the shop. However, looking at the Terra stone, Luke's face was not excited, but angry. Swindler. Swindler. The Great Silver Empire. How can there be such a swindler in the Star Sea? In response, Song Chi, who had not yet taken the initiative to show up, and was hiding in the isolated storage space, twitched his eyes, but soon suppressed them. He thought of the price he had set for the Terra stone, and he felt a little embarrassed. 1 strand of first-level floating land origin 2 pieces. This price, compared with the purchase price of the family, was 200 times higher. The reason why he came up with such a price was mainly because he didn't know the prices of the Silver Goblin Empire, so he wanted to leave enough room for negotiation. As for the issue of the market setting of the market, Song Chi only had one thing to say. In front of creatures like goblins, the market setting is really just a decoration. If you don't leave enough room for bargaining, you will not be able to stand up to their eloquent tongues. While thinking, the goblin Luke began to bargain loudly. His triangular eyes flickered several times, and finally he tried to speak. Great lord of the market, how about 10 strands of 1 level 0 floating land origin? In response, Song-chi, who tried to maintain the style of the market, did not respond. Although the price given by the other party at the first bite was already 4 times the purchase price of the family. Even if there is no change in the future, after selling all the 4 million Terra stones in his hand, he can still earn 300,000 strands of zero floating land origin. But this did not satisfy him. For the Goblin Luke, this silence seemed to be the best response. It quickly and carefully gave several prices. 2 minutes later, until it gritted its teeth and said 1 strand of first-level floating land essence for 20 pieces, that is, 1 strand of zero-level floating land essence for 2 Terra stones. Song-chi, who felt it was about the same, gave a reply. Yes. This price is 20 times the cost price of the family, which is already a satisfactory price. As for the Goblin Luke, he already had a look of pain on his face. It was not difficult to see that if he bought at this price, although he would make a certain profit, it should not be too big, probably only about 3 to 5 times. After determining the price, Luke quickly asked a question that both parties were very concerned about. Great Lord of the market, I wonder how much Terra stone you have in stock. At this moment, his attitude became extremely respectful again, and he was completely different from before. Song-chi did not give a direct reply, but asked back, how much do you want? Seeing these 6 words, the Goblin Luke pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his own financial resources and how to carry it out. He had the folding space box in his hand, so he didn't need to worry too much about this. Do you have 500,000? Hearing the tentative opening, Song-chi was slightly happy. According to the purchase price agreed by both parties, 500,000 Terra stones correspond to 250,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, which is a considerable amount. But when he thought that the reserves of Terra stone in the market were as high as 4 million pieces, he quickly replied, of course. Seeing this, Luke Triangle, who was still a little hesitant, had a bright light in his eyes. What about the 1 million pieces? In fact, it was thinking of 2 million pieces, but when it thought of the current situation of the Viscount's mansion, it still kept the number at 1 million pieces. In response, Song-chi, who was quite happy, only replied with one word. Yes. Chapter 165 Market Advancement, the newly appeared 3rd floor of the inn. The deal was finalized. Luke quickly took out a large ball of floating land essence from the space folding box in his hand. A full 500,000 strands. But without exception, all were zero-level floating land essence. Song-chi also tried to ask if he had the idea of selling high-level floating land essence, but was quickly rejected. Obviously, this goblin did not have as many high-level floating land essences as imagined, or in other words, for it, the importance of medium and high-level floating land essences was also far greater than that of low-level floating land essences. Not disappointed, under the painful gaze of the Goblin Luke, the power of the law rolled up the large group of zero-level floating land origin, and it disappeared in the mineral resource store in an instant. With this big order from the Goblin Luke, and the fact that there were many alien races entering the market later, if nothing unexpected happened, the transaction amount required for the market to be promoted to the 2nd level was soon reached. As long as the market transaction is officially completed, it can actively try to promote the market to the 2nd level. For this result, it would be a lie to say that I am not excited. You have to know that, when the market was promoted from 0 level to the 1st level, it not only gained the extremely important market-specific item market guest order, but also activated the 2nd characteristic of the market, Space Anchor Point. Whether it is market guest order or Space Anchor Point, both are new functions with extremely powerful effects. Therefore, Song-chi had been looking forward to the promotion to the 2nd level for a long time. As time passed, there were no other incidents. Zhou Ping brought 50 titanium crystals, and quenching liquid and quenching cream. In addition, Song-chi asked the Goblin Luke to see if he had the idea of renting a dedicated store in the market like Zhou Ping and the Centaur. The result was that, no matter how much the Goblin Luke talked, Song-chi did not respond to his bargaining for the rental fee of the 50 strands of the 2nd level floating land origin. In the end, he could only agree reluctantly and rented a shop as his own exclusive shop. As for the items sold, they were nothing more than those goblin mechanical creations and magic potions, which enriched the variety of goods in the market. More than 20 hours later, when the market transaction ended, Song-chi immediately opened the property panel of the market. Upgrade required. 200 strands of floating land origin 1st level, Market transaction volume reaches 200,235,650/200,000 strands of first-level floating land origin. The conditions required for the upgrade have been met, but before clicking OK, Song-Chi seemed to have thought of something. He stopped what he was doing first, and clicked on the only additional configuration in the market. The light hiding platform. The current enhancement level is just LV20, which has barely reached the second level, and the subsequent market is also promoted to the second level. Song-Chi is a little worried about whether the light hiding shield he generated can completely cover up the strong light emitted by the market's promotion. To be on the safe side, he clicked on this configuration several times in succession, consuming dozens of strands of second-order floating land essence and 15 titanium crystals, and finally strengthened this hidden light platform to level 25. After this operation, he finally put his attention back to the market itself. The conditions have been met, whether to spend 200 strands of first-order floating land essence to upgrade the market level to level 20. Confirm. With the words, confirm, said, the 200 strands of first-order floating land essence floating in front of him suddenly dissipated and merged into the market space. Then the entire Zhujian marketplace began to shake violently. At the same time, a burst of strong light also erupted, filling the entire market space in an instant. Song-Chi was not unfamiliar with this scene. It was also this almost identical change that attracted the four-digit void demons, and almost annihilated the entire Zhujian marketplace. However, it was different now. With the light-hiding shield generated by the light-hiding platform components, this strong light could not illuminate the Zhujian marketplace, and could no longer attract the attention of the void demons. When the light faded, the attribute panel of Zhujian market popped up again in front of Song-Chi. But he soon found that at the bottom of the panel, there was a new prompt. The time required for this promotion is 2 days, and there are currently 47 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds left. Seeing this prompt, Song-Chi's expectations could only be suppressed temporarily. 2 full days, which is dozens of times longer than the promotion from level 0 to level 1. He naturally would not wait here. Qingwen Manor, the courtyard where his uncle's family lived. When Song Shan walked out of the mountain, Song-Chi handed over the floating land essence in his hand. Uncle, this is 400,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Only 1 million pieces of Terra stone were sold this time. The other 3 million pieces will have to wait until next time. 500,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence. Song-Chi intercepted 100,000 strands, about a little more than 20%, and handed over the rest to the family, hoping to use this to speed up the improvement of the strength of his own lineage. Song Shan smiled, and was very satisfied with the price difference. According to this calculation, when the 3 million Terra stones are sold, 1.6 million strands of zero-level floating land origin will be obtained. After deducting the cost of 100,000 strands, the net profit will be 1.5 million strands, which is not a small amount. Good, good, good. Song Shan said 3 good words in a row, which shows that he is absolutely happy from the bottom of his heart. Not pretending. This is indeed the case. This income comes at the right time. At present, their lineage has just been established and their income sources are limited. It is not enough to rely on the third-level origin eruption on Qingwei Island. With this channel in Song-Chi's hands, their lives will be much better in the future. The strength of each family member will not only not stagnate, but will also be rapidly improved. Thinking of this, Song Shan changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoqi, do the high-level goblins purchase 1 million Terra stones every month? Or is it not fixed? This is a very critical issue. Only stable income can be considered a qualified trading channel. Only by stabilizing the monthly income of 400,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin can the benefits to their lineage be the greatest. When he saw Song-Chi nod his head in affirmation, the smile in Song Shan's eyes became more intense. Very good, Xiaoqi, your trading channel really came at the right time. While praising, Song Shan gently reached out and took out a small bag from behind, and a ball of floating land origin flew out from his ancestral orifice between his eyebrows. This is 600 strands of second-level floating land origin, 200 titanium crystals, and... As he said, he raised his left arm, clicked on the quantum communication bracelet, and gave Song-Chi another 4 gold merits. This is the resource exchange for the insect mother skin. But it does not have the external launch device you want, the ground exploration device, and other shipborne parts. Song-Chi was slightly happy. All these together, it is exactly 9 gold merit points. according to the purchase price of the family merit building. The 400-meter-long insect mother's skin should be worth only about 7 gold merit points. With 2 points more. How can Song Chi not be happy? And this must be the reason why Song Ming Song asked him not to hand it over to the family as much as possible. Just where to get the next 3 secondary guns, these 4 gold merit points are enough for him to go to the merit building again. If I remember correctly, I saw a purple quality control secondary gun in the merit building last time. Thinking, Song Chi said goodbye to his uncle. Go, and remember, the old man will be back in about 5 days, and it should be within these 10 days to set off for the Seoul floating land, so you should hurry up and make preparations. After receiving Song Shan's instructions, Song Chi's face condensed, and then he nodded solemnly. He was still wary of the floating Seoul land. After all, it was a dangerous family mission, and should not be taken lightly. After leaving the yard, he summoned the sky and rushed into the sky. In Qinghua manner, Song Shan, who had not yet re-entered the mountain, looked up at the sky, which was more than 100 meters long. His eyes moved, and Song Ming Song's words appeared in his mind again. He has been promoted to the 2nd level. This kid, can he really compete for the sequence position? Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Merit building at the foot of the mountain. Based on his memory, Song Chi came all the way to the 33rd floor of the merit building. Or more precisely, to a counter on the left side of the 33rd floor of the merit building. He looked at the purple shipborne secondary gun on the counter, named Cold Light Thrust Cannon. He gritted his teeth and confirmed the exchange. Compared with the normal purple main gun, energy shield and other parts, the exchange price of the secondary gun is lower, requiring only 4 gold merit points, which is just enough. After exchanging this secondary gun, Song Chi hurried back to Qinghua Manor. Although there was a light shield, he was not completely relieved, and still wanted to rush back to guard it personally as soon as possible. The relationship between the Zhutian market and the Sanqiong was too great. So great that he dared not have a single ounce of luck. Zhutian market. Sanqiong main control room. Song Chi began to strengthen the Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon. He obtained more than 500 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence in this market transaction. And with the trade of the insect mother skin, he now had more than 1,200 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence in his hand, and nearly 250 titanium crystals. So he simply strengthened this secondary cannon to level 30 at one time. Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon LV30. Quality, purple. Features, Sky Frost. Consumption, 30/shot psionic points power, 5100. No buffering and charging required. Upgrade requirements, 15 strands of floating land essence level 3, 30,000 psionic points, 16 titanium crystal Sky Frost. Each attack of the secondary cannon will be accompanied by a Sky Frost effect that lasts for 30 seconds. The speed of the unit that is hit and causes damage will be reduced to a certain extent. This effect can be stacked up to 5 layers. After strengthening the Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon, there are still 700 strands of level 2 floating land essence, and less than 190 titanium crystals. Song Chi thought about it, and his sight fell on the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Phantom Thruster. There are less than 10 days before we will go to the Soul Land. The few remaining resources must be used in a targeted manner. The Soul Clan is good at spiritual means, and the energy shield is basically useless in front of them. And the targeted abnormal state purifier component has been strengthened to the limit early. The only choice left now is to work hard on the firepower and speed of the sky. The Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine component is currently at the 3rd level, and it is impossible to have a major upgrade in a short period of time. The psionic energy provided is still sufficient, although the psionic pool is currently unable to supply the red component slavery metal for further strengthening. It still has no effect on other components. The slavery metal has reached the 3rd level. For ordinary 2nd level and 3rd level creatures, the success rate of enslaving them is not 100%, but it can still succeed 8 or 9 times out of 10. Song Chi is not going to continue strengthening it in the short term. Therefore, the only optional strengthening targets at the moment are Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Phantom Thruster. After thinking for a while, Song Chi, who was somewhat undecided, made an unexpected decision. He stopped strengthening this time and chose to keep the remaining 2nd level and 3rd level floating land origins and titanium crystals as backup. In this way, not only does he not have to worry about it, but after arriving at the floating soul land, he can also choose a more targeted strengthening according to the actual situation. 2 days later, Still in the Zhujian market, Song Qi had already stopped practicing the guiding technique. The promotion of the market has been completed. As the trembling under his feet gradually subsided, the area of the entire Zhujian market secret realm began to expand rapidly. The original size was only 1900 m x 1900 m, and it quickly expanded to 5000 m x 5000 m. In addition, the ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, all attribute training room, and psionic protection array, even if the levels have not changed, have all had significant increases in attributes. That's right. Like the Xinhua battleship, after being promoted to the second level, this market also has the same increase in basic configurations. However, Song Qi was not concerned about these three things at the moment. His eyes shifted to the inn that quietly changed from the second floor to the third floor. The first floor was an ordinary guest room, the second floor was a guest room for the derived market guest order. Then what kind of room would be on the newly added third floor? With this doubt, Song Qi stepped onto the third floor of the inn, scanned his eyes around, and raised his eyebrows slightly the next second. Could it be a guest room again? Looking at this layout, that was almost exactly the same as the second floor of the inn when he was promoted to the first level, Song Qi had countless question marks in his mind. 10 rooms are symmetrically distributed on both sides of the central corridor. But only the first room on the left is open, and the other 9 are still isolated behind the transparent air wall. All of this makes him subconsciously think that this is the same guest room as the second floor. Walking to the only open room on the left, Song Qi felt neither happy nor sad. If it is really a guest room, he can accept it. The market guest order is still very useful. There are only 10 guest rooms on the second floor of the inn, and only 10 market guest orders can be derived. He originally felt that the number was not enough, and it would be great to have 10 more. Squeak! As he pushed open the door of this room, Song Qi's gaze suddenly fixed, and at the same time he immediately said in his heart, "No, this is not the market guest token." The reason why he was so sure was that the token that appeared in the middle of the room in his field of vision was not bronze, like the market guest token. It was silver. Chapter 166 Market Walking Token and Spiritual Synthesis Platform. This token is almost identical to the market guest token, but has completely different colors. One is bronze, and the one in front of him is silver. The power of the law flows around him, slowly merging into the room in front of him. After making sure there is no danger, Song Qi stepped into the room. In the middle of the room, in front of the floating silver token, Song Qi reached out and touched the silver token. The next second, a mysterious message suddenly entered his mind, allowing him to instantly have a comprehensive understanding of the silver token in front of him. A walking order in the market. Name: Walking order in the market. Affiliation: Zhujian Market Song Qi. Number of uses: unlimited. Usage period: can be set. Effect: the creature that obtains this walking order, no matter where in the Broken Star Sea, can actively activate the token. After activation, the token will take the activator to the exclusive walking room and obtain the right to stay independently. After actively returning or being expelled by the market owner, the activator will be retransmitted with the token back to the position before entering the market. Effect 2. Actively activate the law blessing effect of the walking order. During the law blessing time, the token owner will gain a combat power that crosses a large level. The duration is 1 hour, and the cooling time is 720 hours. Introduction: a product derived from Zhujian Market, with incredible power. Note: only the Lord of Zhujian Market can set the validity period of the token. Note 2: the Lord of Zhujian Market has the right to take back the token at any time. Note 3: when the market has not opened for trading, the token owner can only move in the walking room and cannot leave the room. There is no doubt that this market walking order is an advanced version of the market guest order. It not only has all the functions of the market guest order, but also goes a step further on this basis, allowing the token owner to enter Zhujian Market at any time, without being restricted to once a month. Although it is impossible to leave this walking room when the market transaction is not open, it can be used as a small temporary shelter. Once you encounter an irresistible crisis in your original world, you can activate the walking order at any time to enter this walking room to escape. In addition, this market walking order has the active ability of law blessing that can be used once every 30 days, which can allow the token owner to have a combat power that exceeds his own level within the next hour. In other words, if a 0-level creature obtains this walking order, after activating this law-added state, it can temporarily obtain the first level combat power. If it is a first-level creature, it can have the second-level combat power, and the second-level creature has the third-level combat power. Of course, the market has just been promoted to the second level, and at most it can only allow second-level creatures to have third-level combat power. However, even so, the value of this market walking order is far greater than that of the market guest order. Holding this silver token, Song-Chi's eyes turned, thinking for a long time. Considering the subsequent use of this market walking order, there is no doubt that after the market guest order, this market walking order will become the next iconic product of the Zhuutian market, and will inevitably trigger the extreme pursuit of the alien creatures who enter the Zhuutian market in the future. Therefore, how to maximize the effect of this market walk order is a question worth serious consideration. Thinking about it, he thought of the market guest order. The previous market guest order allowed him to obtain orange quality Star Sea wonders such as Red Plain Sky Fire and Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. The value of this market walk order is obviously much higher than that market guest order, and the opportunity to use it is calculated in years. Therefore, as a reward for issuing it, it must not be lower than the orange quality wonders. Should we let those alien races use red wonders as bargaining chips? Song-Chi muttered in his heart, frowning slightly. The difference between red quality wonders and orange honor wonders is not small. If this level of wonders is really used as bargaining chips, he is afraid that it will be difficult to issue one of these market walking orders in 1 or 2 years. Shaking his head, Song-Chi did not rush to think about this problem. After all, even if it cannot be issued in a short time, he seems to be able to use this market walking order himself. He just doesn't know whether its law of blessing can work on the sky. If it can, it should have a significant bonus to the combat power of the sky. Regarding this, Song-Chi planned to test it himself after leaving the market. After turning around and leaving the inn, Song-Chi opened the market's attribute panel on the central street of the market. After being promoted to the second level, the market has changed a lot. Only through the detailed attribute panel can we understand these changes more intuitively. His eyes fell on this attribute panel, and Song-Chi skipped the others and moved directly down to the Space Anchor Point feature column. However, the more he expected, the more disappointed he was. After being promoted to the second level, the Space Anchor Point feature still did not change at all, and there was still only one available Space Anchor Point. In this regard, Song-Chi could only sigh helplessly. Before he could think too much, the corner of his eye quickly caught a new discovery. Name, Zhuutian Market. Market owner, Song-Chi. Level, LV20. Specifications, 5000 mx 5000 m. Basic configuration, 100 shops, 1000 mx 1000 m stall area, 1 3-story inn, 1 LV19 full attribute training room efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy, 1 LV19 psionic protection array, 1 LV19 ultra-long-range space door random launch platform, 1 zero-order spiritual machine synthesis platform. In that basic configuration column, he suddenly found a brand new configuration. Spiritual machine synthesis platform. Looking at these 5 words, Song-Chi's mind was full of imagination. First of all, he was basically sure that this spiritual machine synthesis platform was most likely the floating land origin synthesis platform, because the primitive continent behind Zhou-Ping, called the floating land origin spiritual machine. One was the cultivator continent, and the other was the ancient fairyland civilization. Both were related to cultivation, so it was not strange to have the same name. Could it be that something else was synthesized into the floating land origin? Or was it that the low-level floating land origin was synthesized into a higher-level floating land origin? Thinking, he quickly strode along the central street towards the inner side of the market. Through the god's perspective, he has determined that the newly appeared spiritual machine synthesis platform is next to the full attribute training room. Spiritual machine synthesis platform, as the name suggests, is the same as the ultra-long-range Space Gate random release platform on the opposite side. Both are white jade platforms, but compared to the Space Gate release platform, the spiritual machine synthesis platform is much smaller and more delicate. Without paying attention to these, he could not wait to step onto this new white jade platform. And then Song-Chi got the detailed properties of the spiritual machine synthesis platform. Name, Spirit Machine Synthesis Platform. Level, 0. Effect, 1000 strands of zero-level floating land essence are put into the synthesis platform, which can synthesize 100 strands of first-level floating land essence. Restrictions, each synthesis method can only be synthesized once a month. Note, a special synthesis platform from a powerful person in the Xianyu civilization of Shanghai, which can synthesize low-level spirit machines into higher-level spirit machines. Required for upgrading, market level LV10 or above, 1,000 strands of floating land essence 0 level. After reading the attribute panel in front of him, Song Qi, who was originally full of joy, had some doubts in his heart, and also some disappointment. Although it is indeed possible to synthesize low-level floating land essences into higher-level configurations, it is a bit too low to only synthesize first-level floating land essences. With doubts, Song Qi took out 1,000 strands of 0-level floating land essences from the Xinhua Zuqiao, and tried to strengthen this spiritual synthesis platform to the first level. The light passed by, and the spiritual synthesis platform was successfully upgraded from 0 level to first level. Looking at its properties again, it has changed a lot. Effect: put 10,000 strands of 0-level floating land essences into the synthesis platform, and you can synthesize 1,000 strands of first-level floating land essences. Put 1,000 strands of first-level floating land essences into the synthesis platform, and you can synthesize 100 strands of second-level floating land essences. That's about right. Although the cooling time of this spiritual synthesis platform did not decrease, and it can still only be synthesized once a month. But the fact that it can synthesize second-level floating land essences still makes Song Qi quite satisfied. The key is that this is only a first-level synthesis platform. If it is a second-level one, it should be able to be improved. He continued to take out 1,000 strands of the first-level floating land origin, and strengthen the spiritual synthesis platform to the second level. After strengthening to this point, the spiritual synthesis platform cannot be further strengthened for the time being, because if you want to strengthen it to the third level, the market itself must reach LV30 or above. But the second level spiritual synthesis platform has a very good effect, which makes Song Qi very satisfied. Effect: put 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence on the synthesis table. You can synthesize 10,000 strands of first-order floating land essence. Put 10,000 strands of first-order floating land essence. You can synthesize 1,000 strands of second-order floating land essence. Put 1,000 strands of second-order floating land essence. You can synthesize 100 strands of third-order floating land essence. Not to mention anything else in the future. There will be 1,000 strands of second-order floating land essence every month. For him who is currently in urgent need of second-order floating land essence, this is definitely the best news. Even if you want to synthesize these 1,000 strands of second-order floating land essence, you must consume 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence every month, or 10,000 strands of first order, which is a considerable expense. However, in the eyes of Song Qi, who can stably earn more than 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence every month, this is not a big deal, especially after reaching a deal with the Goblin Luke for 1 million Terra stones per month. Song Qi's monthly income from zero-order floating land essence can now stably reach more than 200,000 strands, which is even less of a problem. Thinking about it, Song Qi directly took out 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence from the Xinhua Zuqiao, and when the light of the spiritual synthesis platform faded, the 100,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence turned into 10,000 strands of first-order floating land essence. Then he activated the spiritual synthesis platform again, and synthesized the 10,000 strands of first-order floating land essence into 1,000 strands of second-order floating land essence. After strengthening to this point, Song Qi stopped and did not continue to strengthen it into a third-order floating land essence. At least, he did not plan to synthesize it in the short term. In his opinion, 100 strands of third-order floating land essence per month were not enough to quickly strengthen the several third-order components on the sky. So it would be better to strengthen those second-order components first. After taking the 1,000 strands of the second-level floating land essence from the synthesis table, Song Qi was somewhat excited after truly feeling its existence. With 1,000 strands of the second-level floating land essence per month, plus the exchange income from each market transaction and the rental fee, he would be able to stably earn more than 1,500 strands of the second-level floating land essence, and 1,500 strands of the second-level floating land essence in the family merit building are equivalent to 7.5 points of gold merit. In addition to being excited, Song Qi quickly forgot the disappointment brought by the spatial anchor point feature, and quickly turned to the freestall area that had expanded to 1,000 meters in length and width, and summoned the sky again. After scanning the area, his eyes fell on the two components, the Purple River Transition Device and the fixed point delivery platform. Both are blue components and do not require the consumption of resources such as titanium crystal. Because of the lack of second-level floating land essence, they have not been strengthened. After dozens of seconds, a total of 698 strands of second-level floating land essence were consumed, and Song-Chi strengthened both to the third level. After strengthening to the third level, the properties of the two have made a qualitative leap. Purple River Jump Device LV30. Quality, blue. Consumption, 10,000/time psionic points effect. After charging, the flying ship will be able to perform space jumps in the specified direction. Current maximum jump distance, 100 light-years. Charging time, 20 minutes. Buffer time 8 hours. Upgrade required, 10 strands of floating land origin third order, 25,000 psionic points, 10 void crystal second order. Fixed point delivery station LV30. Quality, blue. Consumption, 5,000/time psionic points charging, 20 seconds. Buffer, 4 hours. Effect, deliver items organisms of qualified volume and weight to the specified coordinates. Current maximum delivery distance, 4 light-years. Upgrade required, 10 strands of floating land origin third order, 25,000 psionic points. The maximum jump distance of the Purple River Jump Device has been increased from 40 light-years to 100 light-years. The distance of the fixed point delivery platform was increased from 2 light-years to 4 light-years. When the level of the subsequent brain wave remote control system is also strengthened, the effect of using the two together will be even more powerful. After strengthening these two, Song-Chi still had a little over 1,000 strands of the second-level floating land origin in his hand, and less than 190 titanium crystals. After thinking about it, he did not continue to strengthen them, and used all of them as backup resources. After putting away the sky, Song-Chi finally turned his attention to the all-attribute training room, ultra-long-range space gate random delivery platform, and phantom energy protection array. As the market was promoted to the second level, these three parts could also be further upgraded, with hundreds of strands of the first-level floating land essence. All three were strengthened to level 20. As for the properties, the upgrade of the big level naturally has a qualitative change. Let's talk about the ultra-long-range space gate random release platform first. When it was level 19 before, although there was an additional bonus from the second-level market, the number of space gates that could be released was only 58. But now, with a successful promotion, this number has skyrocketed to 75. In addition, in the future, second-level alien creatures will also be able to enter the market. It can be imagined that every market transaction in the future will be more popular, and his income will also increase significantly. In addition, the all-attribute training room, at level 19, its blessing for ordinary training and psionic training is 735% and 1,470% respectively. Now, this increase has become 900% and 1,800%. When practicing psionic training, the blessing has reached 1,800%, while the amplification effect of the level 20 psionic training platform on the ordinary Shinhua battleship is only 600%. There is a gap of 3 times in between. Don't underestimate this multiple. As time goes by, the gap between Song-Chi and the captain of the same level will only become more and more terrifying. Finally, there is the Phantom Energy Protection Array. Since the incident with the Void Demon, this configuration has been increasingly valued by Song-Chi. Basically, every time the market is promoted, it will be strengthened to the highest level as soon as possible. Before, at LV19, its protection, shield value and buffer time after overload were as follows. Protection, 2,850. Shield value, 285,000/285,000. Overload buffer, 22 minutes now it has become. Protection, 15,000. Shield value, 150,000/150,000. Overload buffer, 20 minutes it is only the second level, and the shield value is as high as 1.5 million. This alone is enough to show the horror of this psionic protection formation. You know, when the orange quality dark matter energy shield generator is strengthened to the second order limit of level 29, the shield value is only a little over 300,000. Compared with the two, the gap is needless to say. In the clouds deep in the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, the 120-meter long sky is quietly hovering. In the sky's main control room, Song-Chi holds the market walking order in his hand, and his eyes are thoughtful. He wants to try to see if the sky can trigger the law blessing effect of this market walking order. Or if only he can receive this blessing. Only by figuring this out can he more accurately determine his own strength. And only in this way can he make more reasonable decisions in various emergency situations in the future. He will not fall into danger or lose any great opportunities due to misjudgment of strength. The dark energy in his body surged and slowly poured into the silver token in his hand. After a short while, a faint silver light came from the market walking order in his hand. This silver light first enveloped Song Chi's entire body, causing his strength, which was originally only at the first level, to suddenly soar, and he directly stepped into the second level, feeling the great power generated in his body. Song Chi was not happy in his heart. If he could only bless himself, it would be bad news for him. As a Xinhua captain, he could not abandon the Xinhua warship to fight with the enemy units. No matter how strong he was, his effect would be limited. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly condensed. Just now, the Xinhua seed in the Xinhua ancestral orifice between his eyebrows trembled violently. Then a blue original Xinhua flew out from the Xinhua ancestral orifice. This blue original Xinhua seemed to have turned into a special guide. With its appearance, the silver-white light that originally surrounded his body began to slowly flow towards the sky under him. A few seconds later, when Song Chi carefully opened the attribute panel of the sky, he soon saw a new attribute that he wanted to see the most. Law Blessing, blessed by the power of unknown laws. The attributes of the warship are comprehensively improved, and the duration is 1 hour. Sure enough, the sky can also be blessed by the laws of the market. Song Chi muttered in his heart with great excitement. But soon he sighed again. As the owner of the market, he had the most intuitive feeling about the law blessing of this market walking order. Although he could not let the laws of the Zhutian market bless him in the outside world, he had felt it countless times in the market. So he knew very well that the law blessing effect of this market walking order was only a small part of the laws of the Zhutian market itself. You should know that before. He relied on the blessing of the laws of the market to take on the energy attack of an unknown fourth-level existence at the first level. And the law blessing of this market walking order could only allow the holder's combat power to leapfrog by one major level. Compared with the real market rules, it is still far behind. However, for those ordinary alien creatures, this blessing is enough to attract them. Broken Star Sea. One level. This is not just talk. Although this is not applicable to the human civilization of Xinhua. Among those ordinary alien races, the difference of one level is like the difference between heaven and earth, which is an insurmountable gap. Being able to fight across a large level is something they never dared to think about before. Therefore, the popularity of this market walking order in the future will definitely be beyond imagination. Shaking his head, he dispelled these thoughts from his mind, and the sky slowly went out into the sky. He wanted to feel the specific combat power of the sky under the blessing of the law in detail. More than an hour later, Song Chi returned. He had already conducted a comprehensive test on the sky after the blessing of the law, and obtained specific test results. To be precise, after the sky was blessed by the law, the combat power did not really cross a major level, because the components such as the dark matter energy shield generator, pure yang sword-like cannon, and glimpse antimatter super engine installed on it, their reinforcement level has reached the third level, so the effect of the law blessing is not as good as expected. However, in general, the combat power of the sky, which has been blessed by the law, has been greatly improved. As for the specific scope of the increase, this cannot be listed in detail. However, judging from the previous battles with the third-level peak humanoid aliens, and the third-level peak sandworms on the yellow sand floating land, if a sufficient distance is maintained, the combat power of the sky before being promoted to the second level should be able to barely reach the third-level peak. After being promoted to a frigate, this combat power officially reached the true peak of the third level, even if it was fighting a peak third-level creature at close range. With the obsidian hull armor blessed by the second-level hull, it was enough to withstand the attack of the peak third level. As for after the blessing of this law, Song Chi estimated that it should not be a big problem for the sky to fight 1 against 3. Qinghua Manor. Under the peach tree in the personal courtyard, Song Chi sat cross-legged, deep in his mind. In the dark starry sky, the projection of a mecha with a height of 10,000 meters stood tall, and Song Chi was contemplating the mecha rubbing map with all his strength. I don't know how long it took, but his tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a look of assurance flashed in his eyes. Then Song Chi stopped his visualization. 2 days. My mental power has not increased for 2 days. It seems that my previous guess was correct. I have reached the peak of the first stage of the ordinary mind state. If I can't break through the second stage of the ordinary mind state, it will be difficult to continue to improve my mental power. It has been 4 days since he returned from the test of the sky. During these 4 days, he made detailed preparations for going to the soul land, while continuing to practice the guidance technique and visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha. However, since 2 days ago, his mental power seemed to have stagnated, and there was no sign of improvement. In the meantime, he asked his parents and checked in detail on the quantum communication bracelet, and finally concluded that his mental power had entered the peak of the first stage of the ordinary thought state. Song Chao and Chen Lixiao were both very surprised about this, because in their impression, it is extremely difficult to improve mental power. Even if the Song family has the secret method of dragon-backed tyrant whale, mythical mecha visualization diagram, it is difficult to say that the mental power can maintain the same progress as the guidance technique. Usually, he would use the life sublimation when he was promoted to a higher level in the guiding technique to barely keep up with the progress. Song Chi's guiding technique was only level 16 at the moment, and his mental power was normally at most the middle stage of the first stage of the ordinary thought state, and his guiding technique had increased by 5 levels in the past few months, so it was reasonable that it should be the early stage of the first stage. Now, the peak of the first stage was really a bit abnormal. In this regard, Song Chi did not know the exact reason, and could only use the excuse that he had been contemplating hard to prevaricate. Standing up from the cross-legged position, Song Chi stopped trying to visualize. He had already determined that his mental power had indeed reached the peak of the first stage of the ordinary mind state. Before breaking through the second stage, continuing to visualize was just a pure waste of time. Thinking of the words the second stage of the ordinary mind state, Song Chi's eyes flickered. He had heard from his father and others before that if he wanted to break through to the second stage, the most common way was to wait for the subsequent guidance technique to be promoted to level 20. And to break through the second life sublimation. This was the most common and simplest way. However, the territory of Xinhua human civilization is so vast, and there are countless Xinhua captains. Under such a base, there are always some favored ones, who can break through their own mental power to the second stage without borrowing the second life sublimation. Needless to say, among the Dinghai Song family alone, there are many such examples in the past 3,000 years. People like this break through the second stage of the ordinary mind state in advance, and can achieve 4 functions at the same time. Then, with the help of the second life sublimation, they can achieve 5 functions at the same time, always one step ahead of ordinary Xinhua captains. What's more, at the second level, he can do 6 things at once, reaching the third stage of the ordinary mind state. This level of Xinhua captains are usually called geniuses in the Xinhua human civilization. It is said that the contemporary Song Ming, the 5th sequence of the Song family, can achieve this level at the second level. It was because of hearing this news that Song Chi had a different idea in his mind. As the owner of the Zhutian market, although he is much more stable than ordinary Xinhua captains, this never means that he is weaker than others. Being steady is being steady, and hiding one's incompetence is hiding one's incompetence. From the beginning to the end, he never felt that he was weaker than others, even though he had lived 2 lives. Song Chi's mental age was only over 60 years old. In this interstellar era, this age was still in the category of the younger generation. The passion in his heart had not yet completely cooled down. If others could do it, why couldn't he? With this idea in mind, Song Chi asked his parents in detail, and the answer he got in the end was also very simple. Soul resources. It is not an easy thing to break through the second stage of the mortal state before the second life sublimation. Otherwise, it would not be so rare. However, it is not completely impossible, as long as there are enough soul resources. This goal can be achieved. Of course, a lot of soul resources are needed. It is not to say that just some soul resources can make the mind of Captain Xinhua break through. Thinking of this, Song Chi's eyes became firm again. This time, the Soul Floating Land Expedition mission is an excellent opportunity to plunder soul resources. This time, he wanted to do something big. Soul resources are hard to come by. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very troublesome to do it later. Xiao Qi. Suddenly, my mother's voice came from outside the yard. Grandpa came back, and was calling everyone in the family to discuss the details of the next Soul Floating Land Expedition. Chapter 167 Departure. Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin's courtyard is located in the center of Qinghua Manor. However, they had just called all the family members together not long ago, but there was no one in the courtyard at this moment. In an underground secret room directly below the courtyard, the entire family of the 10th direct vein was gathered here. This secret room is located dozens of meters underground, and was excavated by the 3rd level peak warriors under Grandpa's command. The surrounding stone walls are specially piled with a circle of sealing spirit stones, a rare material that has an excellent sound insulation effect. It is considered a place for the family to discuss various important matters. In the crowd, Song Qi turned his eyes to the side. There was a stone door there. Behind the stone door was a closed secret room. But it was not used for meetings. It was the entrance to the Dragon Blood secret realm. According to Grandpa and Uncle, after a few months, the Dragon Blood fruits, hanging on 3 of the 10 remaining Dragon Blood trees in the secret realm, have officially reached the age of 1,000 years. These 15,000-year-old Dragon Blood fruits have the effect of extending life by 10 years. They have all been picked, and the sales information has been posted on the Huanlongji Continent Family Forum in the Quantum Communication Bracelet. As for why he didn't hand it over to the family directly, Grandpa gave a very simple reason. The family only paid 2 gold merit points for each one, and if you can find a family member who needs it on the forum, the price may reach 3 to 4 gold merit points, or even if you meet a family member who is in urgent need, you may get a purple part in exchange. Okay, then it's settled, Xiuqin Old 2, Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu. Just the 5 of us. Let's go in 5 days. After a long discussion, Song Ming Song finally made the decision he would lead Grandma Bai Xiuqin, second uncle Song Hai, as well as Song Qi and Song Yu, a total of 5 people, to board the family transport warship in 5 days, and go to the floating soul land. Hearing this final decision, Uncle Song Shan also nodded. Okay. Anyway, without you, Mom won't be able to start the promotion mission. It's better to go to the soul land together. There are soul resources. This opportunity can't be missed. Hearing this, Song Hai nodded in agreement, but soon sighed again. It's a pity that you can't leave for the time being. Otherwise, with 2 3rd-level Xinhua captains, it will not only be safer, but also more profitable. Everyone was helpless. Song Shan needed to suppress the origin eruption eye. Now several months have passed, and there are less than 9 months left in the 1-year profit period. The output of the 3rd-level origin eruption eye is quite a lot in a whole year, so it is natural that we cannot give up halfway. As the list of personnel who will finally participate in the Soul Floating Land Expedition mission was released, everyone left quickly. When only his parents, grandfather, and uncle were left, Song Qi asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, do you need the 3rd-level floating land origin?" As he said that, without waiting for everyone to be puzzled, he took the lead in recounting the reasons he had already prepared. He said that the spiritual machine synthesis platform in the market could be synthesized once by every creature that entered the market. However, the ratio of the 2nd-level floating land essence to the 3rd-level floating land essence he mentioned is 16 to 1, which means 1,600 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence can be exchanged for 100 strands of the 3rd-level floating land essence. In this way, although it is not as good as the 20:1 in the merit building, he can still earn 600 strands at a time, and he doesn't have to worry about attracting attention. After all, the 3rd-level floating land essence is rare. It's okay to take out 100 strands occasionally for exchange. If it happens every month, it will easily attract attention. Moreover, this will also benefit Grandpa and others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After hearing his words, Song Ming Song took out 1,600 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence without any hesitation. After receiving the 1,600 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence, Song Qi also took out 100 strands of the 3rd-level floating land essence from the Xinhua Zuqiu and handed them to his grandfather Song Ming Song. Before, he even took out the 4th-level floating land essence. At this time, these 100 strands of the 3rd level were not very abrupt. On the contrary, in the eyes of the elders, the market can only be visited once a month. If he pretended to go there temporarily to synthesize it, it would be exposed. After returning to his own courtyard, he entered the market and took out 1,000 strands from the 1,600 strands of the 2nd-level floating land essence, and resynthesized 100 strands of the 3rd-level floating land essence. In this way, he made a net profit of 600 strands, which was too easy. Time passed quickly. And 5 days were just a blink of an eye. In the sky above Qinghua Island, 5 Xinhua warships were suspended high, under the gaze of Song Shan, Zhao Hongxue, Song Chao and others below. The 5 warships quickly pulled up, and when they passed through the clouds in the sky, the 5 of them began to jump and charge at the same time. At the back of the 5 Xinhua warships, Song Qi and Song Yu have their own communication channel. Fourth brother, when did your ship get promoted to the 2nd level? The sky was promoted not long ago, and only a few elders in the family know about it. Song Yu, who has been concentrating on cultivation, had no idea about it before. It's not that scary, it was promoted just 2 days ago. His indifferent tone, but made Song Yu even more speechless. What do you mean it was promoted just 2 days ago? Do you know when you awakened? It's only been a little over a year since you awakened. Right? While complaining in his heart, Song Yu thought of his own ship again. It was only a few days different from Song Qi's awakening time, but his ship is still far away from the 2nd level. Although there is the help of Song Shan and Zhao Hongxue, it still needs to accumulate for at least 2 more years before it is possible to attack the frigate. 2 years is indeed not a long time in the interstellar era, and it can even be considered very short. But in the early stage of the Xinhua battleship, this time can completely create a large enough distance. Seeing Song Yu's gradually depressed mood, Song Qi naturally knew what his 5th brother was thinking, and could only quickly speak to comfort him. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the family gathering square. Compared to the empty space when the family just returned, the square now has a completely different look. Countless supplies are piled up around the square, including but not limited to food, clean water, medicines, battleship reinforcement resources, standard energy batteries, Dinghai 2 exoskeleton power armor, etc. It can be said that the white jade square below, which is more than 100,000 meters long and wide, has now turned into a large material storage area. One after another, standard Star Sea battleships rise and fall, and continue to cruise over the square, and continue to transport more resources, ensuring that the Seoul floating land expedition will never lack subsequent material supplies. Looking at those busy standard Star Sea warships, the communication projection group of the 5 Xinhua warships came out with the explanation of the 2nd Uncle Song Hai. Those are ordinary clansmen who have not awakened. They are responsible for some logistics and transportation tasks to earn starting resources for their descendants. Hearing this, Song Qi was very emotional. As an ordinary person in his previous life, he could imagine the helplessness and pain of being in the magnificent Great Star Sea era but unable to participate in it. During the conversation, the 5 Xinhua warships descended one after another and landed in a warship docking area marked out at the edge of the square. As the sky landed, Song Qi soon heard a reminder from the clan member in charge of the docking area, asking him to load the warship with supplies as soon as possible. This was not just for him, but for all the Xinhua captains who landed here. Song Qi also understood the reason, which was to ask all the clan members who were going to the Seoul floating land to participate in the mission to bring some supplies with them, so as to reduce the workload of the family's logistics team. The Seoul floating land was discovered during the exploration of the alien star domain. It was unknown how far away it was from the territory of Xinhua human civilization, and it could only be traveled back and forth through space beacon components. This also meant that there would not be many Xinhua warships that could travel back and forth between the 2 star regions. After all, space beacon components were still quite rare. Therefore, in order to make good use of every inch of space on those Xinhua warships that travel between the 2 star regions, those who had participated in the mission in the past would also be required to load some supplies that needed to be transported in time. As the tractor beam of the sky continued to work, he soon loaded enough supplies, and together with his grandparents and others beside him, he waited for the specific departure time of the special transport warships after he got up. As time went by, before the transport warships made any movement, a group of clansmen familiar with Grandpa and Grandma arrived. There were more than 20 people in this group, because Song Qi paid special attention to them when they landed before. So he knew that there were more than 10 second-level Xinhua captains, 2 third-level Xinhua captains, and only 4 first-level captains, and they were very powerful. When Grandpa greeted the leader of the other party, Song Qi moved behind Grandma and asked softly, and soon he roughly figured out the other party's identity. According to Grandma by Xiuqin, this group of people came from the 7th straight vein, which has been established for more than 200 years. There are now 4 third-level Xinhua captains. With such strength, They may not be ranked in front of other veins of the Song family, but they are still much stronger than the 10th vein, the 7th straight vein. Thinking of this, Grandpa has already led the group of people from the 7th straight vein over. Xiao Yu, come and meet your Grandpa Yuan. The leader of the 7th straight vein is named Song Yuan, who is nearly 20 years older than Song Ming Song. He is now the deputy vein leader of the 7th straight vein. His strength is considered to be very strong among the 3rd level Xinhua captains. Grandpa Yuan. After a round of greetings, they soon received the news that the transport warship behind them was about to depart, and a group of nearly 30 people boarded one of the transport warships one after another. As soon as they entered the warship, the psionic energy of everyone suddenly stagnated, and they were restricted by the Xinhua Warship Man certificate and temporarily could not use psionic energy. For this, the Xinhua captains, who had known about it for a long time, were not surprised. The warship responsible for the transport under their feet was a 2nd level Xinhua warship. If the Xinhua Warship Man certificate was not used, then when these dozens of people just boarded the ship, hundreds of strands of 2nd level floating land origin would be deducted, and they would have to deduct several times during the subsequent deployment, which was too expensive. It's not that the Song family lacks this 2nd level floating land origin, but it's unnecessary. After all, it's not just them. Every day, there are several transport warships going back and forth between the 2-star regions. If they really do this every day, it will be a considerable expense. And using the Xinhua Warship Man certificate, although the psionic energy in the body will be banned for 24 hours. The Seoul Floating Land Star region has already assembled a temporary outer space combat platform. All the clansmen in front can stay safe in the combat platform for 24 hours until their bodies recover, without worrying about any danger. As for the question of the length of stay, because they were taking a transporter warship to the Seoul Floating Land Star region, their own ship would not have a return time limit, and they could stay there indefinitely. If they wanted to return later, they only needed to repeat today's operation, and return from the Seoul Floating Land Star region by taking a transporter warship. Thinking, the cabin door on one side slowly closed, and then the warship engine started, and with a whistling sound, it quickly rose to the sky above the square. Above the sky, the transporter warship under everyone's feet began to tremble slightly, and the Alien Star region deployment had been activated. Looking out through the battleship window, Song Chi discovered that there were 2 other Xinhua battleships around the transfer battleship under his feet. These 2 battleships were close to the transfer battleship, and their hulls were tightly wrapped with interlocking beams. They also activated the Alien Star field delivery together. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 Xinhua battleships will also be the transfer battleships of a certain trip. After the transfer battleships under his feet arrive at the Seoul Floating Land Star field, they will quickly mark the space beacon there. And after returning in 24 hours, and after a month when the battleship delivery function is restored, they will become the corresponding batch of transfer battleships. Only in this way can the 2 star fields form a perfect shuttle cycle. Chapter 168, Floating Land Rules and Origin Repulsion. In the dark starry sky, a floating land of the star sea with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers is quietly suspended. The planetary shield with a gleaming light and grid patterns on the surface wraps the entire floating land, and then embellished with the power of the origin rules that flash from time to time, it turns into a large turtle shell on the surface of the floating land, restricting the entry and exit of the entire Dinghai Song expedition team. And this is exactly the mission goal of the Dinghai Song family this time. Star Sea. Level 3 Life Floating Land. Seoul Floating Land. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Seoul Floating Land, a 100,000-meter class outer space combat platform assembled from pieces of parts is in continuous operation. It has been more than 20 years since its assembly. On the outer ring of the combat platform, there are several more transport warships on the warship berth that is never fully loaded today. A new round of supplies and clan members who have signed up for the mission have arrived. As the hatches of several transport warships open quickly, hundreds of Song clan members who arrived this time stepped off the warships one after another and stood on the temporary space combat platform under their feet. While following the leading robot to the special repair room, Song Chi turned his sight to the other warship berths on the side of the combat platform. There were no warships in groups as he had imagined, and no tribesmen everywhere. There were only scattered Xinhua warships docked at various berths. But there were more than 3 digits. 3 months had passed since the first Vein Master Song Hengtong issued the task. Logically, there should be many tribesmen participating in the task. So there shouldn't be only this many. Does it mean that most of the tribesmen have already Before he could make any more guesses, his grandfather's voice came to his ear. Most of the tribesmen have already entered the Soul Land. It is not easy to tear the Soul Land's shield apart, generally speaking, unless it is too urgent. The tribesmen who have entered the Soul Land will not come out easily. After saying that, regardless of whether Song Chi could understand or not, Song Ming Song did not continue to say more, and walked quickly towards the inner ring of the combat platform. Inner ring of the combat platform. The body culture room. With a squeak, Song Chi, who had been lying in the culture chamber for more than 12 hours, sat up. Like him, there were hundreds of other Xinhua captains in the body culture room. After cleaning the residual energy neutralization culture fluid on their bodies, hundreds of people did not stay on this space combat platform for long. After being neutralized by the energy neutralization culture fluid, the block psionic energy in their bodies had been restored in advance. After summoning the Xinhua warships, the materials loaded from the family square were quickly unloaded. Then hundreds of Xinhua warships left the berths one after another and headed straight for the floating land in the Star Sea at the end of the field of vision. In the outer space of the Soul Floating Land, hundreds of Xinhua warships are suspended here. Looking inside through the floating land shield covered with dense grid patterns, it can be seen that the area of this Level 3 Star Sea floating land is not ordinary. The diameter of an ordinary Level 3 Star Sea floating land is at most millions of kilometers, but the diameter of this Soul floating land is more than 10 million kilometers. Compared to the original Level 3 Silver Spear floating land, it is nearly 10 times larger. However, it is not these that attract Song Chi's attention at this moment. He looked sideways, looking at the two Xinhua warships that were also suspended in the starry sky not far away. The length of the two Xinhua warships is more than 3,000 meters. The surface of the ship is covered with a thick and ferocious armor layer. In addition to the two main guns at the bow, there is also a super main gun with a terrifying diameter. They are like two steel giants that crisscross the starry sky, and they are fiercely intimidating the entire Soul floating land below. They are two fourth-level chasing warships. In fact, this is indeed the case. These two fourth-level chasing warships of the first line of the Dinghai Song family have become the nightmare of all the people in the Soul floating land since they appeared decades ago. Every once in a while, they would tear apart the floating land shield that the floating land relied on for self-protection, and send the Song clan members into the floating land one by one, and these Song clan members would soon start a cruel and bloody massacre inside the floating land, setting off a bloody storm on this floating land of souls. While thinking, a vicissitudes of life male voice suddenly came into my ears. Come here, and be ready to enter this floating land of souls. Everyone raised their eyes, and looked at the two chasing ships with amazing captains in front of them. The voice just now came from one of them. Grandfather Song Ming Song's voice came from the Warship Communication Projection Group chat. Follow me. These two are the fourth-level ancestors of the first lineage, and they are currently serving in the Family Elders Council. Don't be nervous. As the hundreds of Xinhua warships quickly approached, they quietly waited for the next arrangement. At this time, one of the two Zhulu warships suddenly began to emit a dazzling light, which was extremely bright and illuminated the starry sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Under this dazzling light, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened them again, Song Chi's eyes were wide open, staring at the front, as if he had seen something incredible. It was not just him. All the Song clan members and the hundreds of Xinhua warships were like this. Looking ahead again, in that short time just now, the Shining Zhulu warship had transformed into a giant mecha with a height of more than 3,000 meters. Song Chi's eyes were full of curiosity, constantly looking at this giant mecha that was no longer suitable for being described as cool, but should be described as gorgeous, domineering, etc. Although he had witnessed the projection of a fifth-order mythical mecha before, a projection was just a projection after all, and it was far less clear and shocking than the transformation of the fourth-order Zhulu warship into a fourth-order mythical mecha. It turned out to be the first direct lineage. Xianfeng, the clan elder's flagship. Taishian Jinling. That's right. I heard that the Xianfeng clan elder has an orange Taishian sword, which is perfect for tearing the floating land shield. Grandpa's muttering came from the communication projection group chat. Listening to these words, Song Chi's mind kept echoing with several key information. The first direct lineage ancestor Song Xianfeng. Taishian Jinling. Taishian sword. While thinking, the mythical mecha giant in front has already started the next move. It saw a bright orange light in its hand, and soon a white sword with a length of nearly 2 kilometers appeared out of thin air. The giant mecha raised his arm, and at the same time raised the white sword in his hand. The mysterious power that could not be described in words flowed on the sword, adding a bit of chill to the white sword. In the sky, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and stared at the strands of mysterious power on the white sword. Other first and second level Shinhwa captains might not recognize what this mysterious power was, but he felt quite familiar with it, because the feeling this mysterious power gave him was very similar to the power of laws in the secret realm of the market, and it seemed to be the power of laws controlled by this elder Song Xianfeng. Before he could think about it, a sharp whistling sound came from the front. Swish, swish, swish. The giant arm of the mecha pressed down violently, waving the long sword in its hand across the starry sky, and slashed straight at the grid-like floating land shield below. Wherever the sword passed, long black cracks followed. They were the cracks in the space that were torn apart because they could not withstand this terrifying power. Boom! The long sword with terrifying power fell on the floating land shield, and unimaginable energy waves swept around. Seeing this scene, Song-Chi in the main control room of the sky changed his face, and subconsciously controlled the sky to dodge. This was a serious fourth-order energy shock wave. If it was really affected at close range, the result would be difficult to predict. However, his worry was obviously unnecessary. Before the energy impact completely dissipated, the second Zulu ship on the side emitted an invisible halo in advance, which completely eliminated the energy wave. Kakaka. After this episode, when his sight turned back to the floating land shield, Song-Chi's pupil shrank. The attack of the mecha giant transformed by the Taishian Jiling Zulu ship caused a terrifying crack of more than a kilometer in length to appear on the sole floating land shield below. Obviously, even the floating land shield generated by the entire floating land could not withstand the attack of the fourth level unit. After all, this sole floating land was only a level 3 star sea floating land. However, this is not the end. The nearly 2 kilometer long white sword suddenly trembled, and the strands of mysterious power on the sword began to gather rapidly towards the sword tip. As time went on, the sword tip blessed by this mysterious power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Crack! The floating land shield, which had only cracks, suddenly collapsed, and finally turned into a huge gap hundreds of meters wide. This change seemed to activate the self-repair of the floating land shield below, or the defensive instinct. A large number of origin rules began to gather at a very fast speed. Under the action of these origin rules, the shield gap that had just appeared began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the giant mecha transformed by the Taishian Jiling was also moving fast. A pair of giant mecha arms quickly stretched out, and held the two sides of the gap with a reverse grip, trying their best to prevent the gap from being repaired. At the same time, Song-Chi and others heard of vicissitudes of life scolding again, which came from the other Zulu ship. If you don't go now, when will you go? After this scolding, Song-Chi and the other hundreds of Shinhwa warships finally reacted, and the warship engine started, and flew towards the gap in the floating land shield below. At the same time, several Shinhwa warships that were about to leave the floating land shield also headed for the outside world as soon as possible. Below, in a primitive dense forest on the east side of the sole floating land, several creatures with 2 heads, wings on their backs, and a body length of more than a kilometer flapped their wings and took off. These creatures have the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a giant snake, and they are really different creatures. However, although their appearance is strange, the energy fluctuations emitted from their bodies are extremely terrifying. They are all third-level creatures, and they are also blessed with special core rules of the origin, which is far more powerful than ordinary third-level peak creatures. Roar! When they flew all the way to the depths of the sky, not far from the floating land shield, these creatures opened their mouths at the same time, and balls of fire were spewed out, and bombarded Song-Chi and his Shinhwa warships, who were trying to enter the floating land shield. Humph! Before the Song clan members could react, a cold snort came from outside the gap in the sky. Then the 3 main guns at the bow of the second Zulu ship suddenly exploded, and 3 beams of light passed through the gap, accurately destroying all the fireballs that bombarded them. After defeating all the fireballs, the 3 rays did not lose their power, and continued to shoot at the third-level monsters below. Roar! 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 As several shrill roars sounded, the injured third-level monsters did not stop, but fell back downward at a high speed. no longer paying attention to Song Chi and his Xinhua warships. In the sky, seeing this scene, Song Chi's eyes turned, and some questions arose in his heart. You know, although those monsters just now were not weak, each of them had the combat power of the peak of the 3rd level. But the 2 4th-level elders of the Song family were outside the gap above. How dare they come here to provoke the tiger's whiskers? Moreover, the 3 beams of rays just now, not to mention the 2 main guns. But the attack of the super main gun did not kill a 3rd-level peak monster, but only severely damaged it, which made him a little confused. There is an essential difference between the 3rd and 4th order, not to mention the 4th order unit, Xinhua warship, which is famous for its powerful firepower. Is the floating land rule enhancement so terrifying? As the captain of Xinhua, who has received the orthodox education of Xinhua human civilization, Song Chi is very familiar with the various conditions of a piece of floating land in the Star Sea. In addition to the floating land shield, a piece of floating land in the Star Sea also has the ability of rule enhancement. As long as it is recognized by the floating land core, the organism can be blessed by the floating land rules. And when fighting inside the floating land, it has an additional combat power bonus. For example, the Dragon Ridge continent. With the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain at the core of the Dragon Ridge continent, the ancestors of the Dinghai Song family have the ability to fight across levels. However, that is based on the Dragon Ridge continent being a level 5 life-type floating continent, and there is no insurmountable gap between level 5 and level 6 life forms, both of which belong to the category of intermediate civilization combat units. However, the sole floating continent in front of us is only level 3. Strictly speaking, it is only a low-level civilization. Its rules can allow level 3 creatures to fight against the level 4 battleships of the Xinhua civilization. This is a bit abnormal. At this time, Song Mingsong's voice was heard again in the projection group chat. He seemed to have guessed the doubts in Song Chi and others' minds. Don't be surprised. According to the information in the local area network of the 3rd level clan members of the family, this sole floating land is already at the advanced level of the 3rd level and 4th level floating lands, and has some of the characteristics of the 4th level floating land. So its rule blessing has such a terrifying effect. Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes were suddenly enlightened. If this is the case, then everything makes sense. And it can also explain why the 2 first-line elders outside the floating land shield in the sky did not enter in person. With some 4th order floating land characteristics, this means that they are not unwilling to enter, but they cannot. The 4th order floating land characteristics are enough to produce strong origin rejection and suppression for 4th order units like them, which has a great impact on their strength, and it is not impossible to suppress their strength directly to the 3rd order level. In this case, if you rashly enter, you may be in danger of falling. At the same time, Song Chi also instantly understood the mission of their clansmen to enter the floating land. If nothing unexpected happens, it is to kill as many creatures as possible on the sole floating land, especially high-level creatures, as the primates of the floating land. These native creatures carry some of the core rules of the floating land since birth. As long as these native creatures die in large numbers, the origin rules of the sole floating land will also be greatly weakened. In this way, it will naturally weaken the repulsive and suppressive power of the floating land core itself, providing a suitable opportunity for the 2 4th level elders of the first direct lineage to end up. Chapter 169 Soul Seal, Soul Thorn, Blackwater Mystic Snake, Chimera. After the attack from the strange creature failed, Song Chi and more than 100 people were not attacked again. According to the distribution that had been made before, more than 100 people were divided into 3 teams and landed downward. This floating land of souls is roughly divided into 5 areas, which are called the 5 regions of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast and Central by the Song family. Among them, the Eastern region is a huge primeval forest, which stretches for millions of kilometers, and is still under the absolute control of the Soul clan, and is also their base camp. After nearly 30 years of management by the first direct branch of the Song family, and the massive influx of Song clan members in recent months, the Western region was completely controlled by the family a month ago. Therefore, the battlefields of both sides are basically in the 3 regions of the North, South and Center. Among these 3 regions, the Center region has the largest area, almost occupying half of the entire Soul floating land, and is also the most intense place for both sides to fight. The Southern region is full of hills, and has a lot of soul-related mineral resources. The Northern region is a water marsh, which is the gathering place of the Blackwater mystic snake, one of the two major war beasts in the Soul floating land. Speaking of war beasts, this is the name of the Soul Spirit clan, which is actually a slave beast. The Soul Spirit clan has a strong soul and possesses many soul abilities, one of which is the ability to enslave creatures with soul imprints. As for the Blackwater mystic snake, this kind of snake is not unique to the Soul Spirit floating land. Its shadow can be seen on many floating lands in the Broken Star Sea, as a snake that can be ranked in the middle among snakes. Its rating in the Song family's gene pedigree is quite good, belonging to the 3rd tier, and is not much different from the rating of the Kamoyan giant snake. In addition to the Blackwater mystic snake, the Soul Spirit clan also has another more popular slave beast, which is the two-headed creature with wings on its back and a snake tail, Chimera. Like the Blackwater mystic snake, Chimera is not a species unique to the Soul Spirit floating land. It can occasionally be seen on other Star Sea floating lands. However, compared to them, they are rarer and have stronger bloodlines. In the Song family gene bloodline, Chimera's bloodline rating is as high as 72, which can be ranked in the 4th tier of the bloodline, and is classified in the same tier as the Thorn Dragon. Of course, the Thorn Dragon's bloodline rating is 80, which is the peak of the 4th level, and is much stronger than this Chimera. Song Chi and his party went to the South region. The intensity of the battlefield in the Central region is too high. Song Ming Song is not afraid, but he is still with Song Chi and Song Yu. Although Song Chi's ship has been promoted to a frigate, it has just been promoted after all. Song Ming Song does not know the specific combat power. Naturally, he chose a safer plan. As for the North region, most of it is submerged by water. There are no relevant shipborne parts. It is still not suitable to go there. One Hunling Felux and Hua Lan, Southern Region Communication Group. In that case, then you will be responsible for the area on the south side of the Ronghuan Mountains. The 3rd Straight Vein team had pushed the front line outward for hundreds of miles. Now there are many Soul tribesmen there, trying to push our front line back. Southern Region of the Hunling Falu. After contacting the Southern Region Operation Command in the Xinhua Land, Song Ming Song quickly received the follow-up tasks of the 5 of them, responsible for stabilizing the outward front line on the south side of the Ronghuan Mountains, and hunting as many Soul tribesmen as possible. Although the area of the South region is not large, only 1 million miles long and wide, the war situation changes rapidly, and it is naturally impossible to use the face-to-face discussion methods of the floating land civilization era such as tribes, city-states, and feudalism. Instead, it is directly used for real-time discussion and communication through the Xinhua network. Although the star field where the Soul floating land is located is far away from the territory of Xinhua human civilization, it is difficult to build a stable Xinhua network. But now there are at least thousands of Song Xinhua captains on this Soul floating land. With so many Xinhua captains, it is not difficult to link a temporary Xinhua land with their Xinhua seeds as the medium. The Ronghuan mountain range is one of the larger mountain ranges in the southern region. Unlike those small hills, it stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers, and there are many Soul clans hidden in the mountain range. On the south side of the Ronghuan mountain range, 5 Xinhua warships began to patrol in different places after arriving. Song Ming Song was in one group, grandmother by Xiuqin and Song Yu were in one group, and Song Chi and second uncle Song Hai were in one group. The patrol routes of the 3 groups were planned in advance, covering the entire hundreds of kilometers. In the sky hundreds of meters above the ground, 2 Xinhua warships were flying at low altitude, inside the sky. Besides being alert, Song Chi also felt helpless. They were already on their way back. All along the way, let alone the Soul Spirit clan, even slightly larger indigenous creatures were not seen. As expected, the 2 Xinhua warships did not find any traces of the enemy, and soon returned to the temporary rendezvous point. In the next few days, they kept repeating this routine. On the 3rd day, Song Chi and Song Hai went out for patrol as usual. The 2 Xinhua warships flew slowly at low altitude. In the dense forest below, 10 second-level fire sunflower terracotta warriors and 10 third-level fiery flame terracotta warriors were lined up, advancing forward in an orderly manner. As for why they had to patrol like this, the reason was very simple. The patrol radar on the Xinhua warship was difficult to function. First, the size of these soul spirits was not big, much smaller than that of humans of the same level. Second, the soul spirits had a special ability called Soul Wave Force Field, which could conceal their bodies with soul waves. Based on these 2 points, it was difficult for ordinary patrol radars to capture the traces of these soul spirits remotely. Since it was difficult to locate them remotely, they could only send out soldiers to conduct this extremely inefficient carpet search. More than 200 miles to the south of the Ronghuan Mountains, two peaks with a height of several hundred meters have spawned a small valley in this area. Less than 10,000 meters away from the two peaks, two frigates are slowly approaching. They are the Songqiong and Heihai. Looking at the two peaks in front of him, Songqi calmed down. As long as they passed the valley under the two peaks, their patrol mission today would be over. Compared with a patrol mission that had nothing happened for several consecutive days, he had decided to activate the fixed-point delivery platform and brain-wave remote control system on the Songqiong after returning, and drop the third-level Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors to the back of the area controlled by the Soul Spirit Clan in front, to see if the Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors can have other gains. Anyway, even if the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were discovered and killed by the Soul Clan, they could be summoned again after 24 hours, and there would be no loss at all. While thinking, the two warships were getting closer and closer to the mountain in front. When the sky was only 1,000 meters away from the two, several prompts suddenly came from the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar on one side. Looking at it distractedly, when he saw the detailed information on the radar, Songqi's eyes suddenly condensed. There are Soul Clan. Retreat, while quickly controlling the sky to retreat. Songqi did not forget to remind his second uncle loudly. Songhai's reaction was not slow either. Under his control, the Black Sea followed closely behind the sky, retreating quickly. In this instant, several two-headed chimeras, with a wingspan of 150 meters rushed out from the hillsides of the two mountains in front. The four chimeras all emitted energy fluctuations at the peak of the second order. They did not attack by spitting out explosive fireballs from a distance, but flapped their wings quickly, chasing the sky and the Black Sea at the fastest speed. After a long battle, not only did the Song family have a better understanding of the Soul Clan, but the Soul Clan was also studying the Song family's members, studying the Xinhua warships that were particularly strange in their eyes. They already knew that long-range attacks would not pose a fatal threat to the Xinhua warship with energy shields. Only by getting close to the Xinhua warship, and then directly hitting the hull of the warship with their bodies, can they quickly eliminate a Xinhua warship of the same level. However, their plan was obviously difficult to succeed this time. Although the deliberate hiding in the past few days did make Songqi and others relax a little instinctively, the slight relaxation in their hearts did not mean slackness. It just made Songqi and others no longer tense all day long. But they never let down their basic vigilance. In addition, the Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar on the sky has a special detection advantage for biological energy fluctuations within this distance of less than a kilometer. Even with the cover of the Soul Wave Force Field of the second-level Soul Clan, it is difficult for the second-level Chimera with a volume of 150 meters to be completely concealed. Therefore, even if the four two-headed Chimeras, which have reached the peak strength of the second level under the blessing of the origin rules, flap their wings, they are completely unable to catch up with the two frigates that retreated one step earlier. Seeing this, several second-level soul spirits hiding behind the scenes immediately ordered the four two-headed chimeras to stop chasing with their mind souls. In the main control room of the sky, seeing that the four chimeras behind him stopped chasing, Songqi quickly turned the sky around. It was not easy to encounter a few second-level chimeras and soul spirits, which were all living family merits. How could he let them run away so easily? Of course, this was based on the premise that the sky already had the third-level peak combat power. If he really encountered four third-level peak chimeras, he would certainly not be so reckless to chase them. At the bow, the pure yang sword light cannon that had completed charging exploded, and a 100-meter-long sword light phantom shot out, accurately landing on the body of the two-headed chimera in front and behind. Although the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light feature was not used in front of the pure yang sword light cannon that had been strengthened to the third level, even with the blessing of the origin rules, the second-level chimera was also seriously injured, and even the flying speed dropped a lot. As this second-level chimera fell behind, its fate was doomed, and it soon fell under the third-level purple main gun of the Black Sea that followed on the side. Songqi stared at the three chimeras in front of him. He was not happy about killing one of them, but was thinking about how to keep them all. The pure yang sword light cannon was in buffer, so he quickly turned to the cold light sky frost cannon on the side. The third-level Sky Frost feature was quite effective. After a few shots, the speed of the three double-headed chimeras that were returning at high speed was reduced by half. Originally, they were only 10,000 meters away from the two mountains, and they could fly back in the blink of an eye. However, under the effect of the fifth-level Sky Frost, it became quite long at this moment. Seizing this opportunity, the Sky and Black Sea, which were following behind, opened fire at full force, leaving huge wounds on the three chimeras, although they were both second-level combat units, as long as they were not approached. As the ceiling of the kite-flying tactics, these chimeras were nothing but living targets in front of the second-level Shinhua warships. Awing! The pain from all parts of their bodies made the three chimeras roar instinctively. Although they were enslaved by the Soul Clan, it did not mean that they became like puppet soldiers, without pain and perception. Under the torture of waves of stabbing pain, they roared to vent their anger. After a while, as if completely enraged by the Sky and the Black Sea, the three chimeras stopped flying forward. They turned around together, flapping their wings quickly, and strands of green air began to flow around them. With the blessing of these green air currents, the three chimeras seemed to be a little lighter. After the three pairs of black bat wings suddenly flapped, they once again attacked the Sky and the Black Sea. Seeing this, Song Qi and Song Hai used the same trick again and controlled the warships to retreat. But at this moment, several pale white energy spikes that looked like silver needles suddenly gathered on the lion heads of the three-headed chimera. It's the Soul Thorn. Be careful. Song Hai's warning sounded beside his ear. But Song Qi also recognized this method at the first time, and there was no need to remind him. This silver needle-like spike is called the Soul Thorn, which is another soul ability of the Soul Clan, and has special damage to the soul. The general colorless and white fire seeds are simply unable to protect the mind of the fire captain in front of the soul thorns of the same level, even with the protection of the blue seed of fire. Once the soul thorn penetrates into the body, it will make the captain of the fire extremely uncomfortable. There will be a tingling sensation in the head from time to time. It will take half a month to recover. Zizizizi. In the main control room of the Black Sea, Song Hai's face turned pale. The communication with the Sky was suddenly disconnected. He just thought that Song Qi was in danger. But in fact, it was not the case. Song Qi took the initiative to cut off the communication. The moment after the communication was disconnected, his figure suddenly disappeared from the Sky. The next second, the invisible and traceless soul spike suddenly penetrated the dark matter energy shield and the obsidian ship armor, and rushed into the interior of the Sky. 1 second later, a subtle space fluctuation was heard again in the Sky, and Song Qi returned from the market. Awing! In front, three chimeras roared to the Sky, and rushed over with bat wings frantically vibrating. Looking to the side, the Black Sea was motionless and fell into a brief stagnation. Second Uncle Song Hai was obviously affected by the soul spike. Seeing this, Song Qi chose to fire without hesitation. The next second, the pure yang sword-like cannon, which had been charged in advance, exploded. It was not the ordinary sword-light phantom of 100 meters, but a sword-light of nearly 1,000 meters. The characteristics of the mixed whole extreme yang sword-light were activated. Chapter 170 Soul Stone Soul Core. The 3 second-level chimeras in front flew at high speed, only thinking of getting close to the two frigates while the Soul Thorn was still ineffective, or the Soul Clan behind them, and did not consider the possibility that the Soul Thorn was not effective. It was precisely because of this that Song Qi had an excellent opportunity to attack, because at this moment the three chimeras were flying almost in a straight line, and were almost all within the attack range of the sword intent divine light. In this way, Song Qi would naturally not miss this perfect opportunity. Why did he enter the Zhutian market to avoid the attack of the Soul Thorn? With the blue fire seed and abnormal state purifier components, the Soul Thorn would not pose much threat to him. Isn't it just for this brief perfect attack opportunity? The blue fire seed cannot completely resist the power of the Soul Thorn. Just like second Uncle Song Hai, he will fall into a short state of unconsciousness due to the initial pain, and the abnormal state purifier component is the main purification. What is purification? Only when he has been hurt by the soul attack of the spirit class, he will have an abnormal state, and then the purification aura generated by the abnormal state purifier part will start to take effect. In short, before the abnormal state purifier takes effect, he will also fall into a state of unconsciousness. Although he will recover faster than ordinary Shinhua captains under the effect of the abnormal state purifier, he is not completely unaffected after all. He may also miss this fleeting perfect attack opportunity, but this can be completely avoided by using the Jution market. Buzz, the sword light hummed softly, and then suddenly burst out, directly rushing towards the 3 chimeras that were just flying in a straight line. Under the mixed whole extreme yang sword light, there were no accidents. The bodies of the 3 chimeras were completely pierced, dead as hell. As the 3 strands of first-level floating land origin on the sky entered the account, on the 2 peaks 10,000 meters away, the faces of the 2 second-level soul spirits changed. The soul imprints on the chimeras shattered, causing them to suffer a considerable backlash. As the power of the soul surged, before they could control the violent soul and turn around to leave, several spatial fluctuations suddenly came from the side of the mountain. Feeling this abnormal movement, the soul wave force field on the surface of the 2 soul spirits changed, and they instinctively wanted to make a defensive response. But they were greeted by only 2 cold lights. After the 2 second-level soul spirits fell to the ground silently, several Void Shadow Killer clan warriors appeared from the void, and after searching the corpses, they quickly sank back into the void. Half an hour later, a temporary gathering point. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi played with a few small gadgets in his hands, and opened the local area network of the Soul Land. The things in his hands at this moment were the spoils brought back by the Void Shadow Killer clan, which were 2 black stones and a pile of crystals with a translucent brilliance. Song-Chi recognized the 2 thumb-sized black stones, which were the soul cores condensed in the bodies of the Soul Clan after death. According to the information given by the first straight pulse, they could be actively absorbed by Captain Shinhua, and used together with the visualization diagram to accelerate the improvement of mental power. The current purchase price offered by the family is, a 0-level soul core can be exchanged for 3 merit points. A first-level soul core is 30 merit points. A second-level soul core is 300 merit points. A third-level soul core is 3,000 merit points. In addition to 15,000 ordinary merit points, 5 third-level soul cores can be handed in at one time, and 1 gold merit point can be obtained. Looking at the 2 black soul cores from left to right, after all, they are 600 merit points. You have to know that when he signed up for this soul floating land expedition, his initial merit points were only 2,000. At present, these 2 small things account for nearly 1/3. If we count the 2 second-level soul spirits he killed, his accumulated merit points will be 3,600 points in a blink of an eye. As for the other small pile of more than 300 crystal ores, Song-Chi searched in the local area network and got its information. It is called Soul Stone, which can also be absorbed by Captain Shinhua, but the effect is far inferior to the soul core of the same level. It is more like a weakened version of the soul core. Of course, this kind of soul stone belongs to mineral resources. Unlike the soul crystals that may appear in many floating lands in the Star Sea, it is one of the special ores of the soul floating land. Compared with the soul core that can only be condensed by a soul spirit, the number is much greater. In addition, this soul stone seems to be divided into 3 types: low, medium, and high. When used in large quantities, it can be effective for first level, second level, and third level Shinhua captains respectively. The price of a single soul stone is 1% of the soul core of the same level. At present, the more than 300 soul stones in his hand are basically medium-grade soul stones, which can be effective for second-level Shinhua captains. If they are exchanged, each soul stone can be exchanged for 3 merit points. Of course, it does not mean that this medium-grade soul stone can only be effective for second-level Shinhua captains. The effect of using it for first-level Shinhua captains will only be better. With his eyes moving, Song-Chi wanted to try out the specific effects of the soul core and soul stone. But another perspective suddenly flashed in his eyes, which made him give up this idea. Thousands of miles away, in the area controlled by the Soul Spirit clan, 4 Void Shadow Killing clan terracotta warriors were shuttling through the mountains and forests. The leading terracotta warrior had Song-Chi's brainwave beacon on him. These 4 Void Shadow Killing clan terracotta warriors were sent here by Song-Chi after he returned to the base. There was no other intention. He just wanted the Void Shadow Killing clan terracotta warriors to come and explore the way, to see if there could be any extra income, and to record the surrounding terrain and the distribution of resource points. Song-Chi now had a very intuitive understanding of these soul clans and soul resources. He only killed 2 second-level soul clans and easily earned more than 2,500 merit points. He naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Of course, the key was to remotely control the Void Shadow Killing clan warriors. He could do whatever he wanted without worrying about his own safety. More than 10 hours later, before the duration of the remote control system was about to return to zero, Song-Chi walked out of the gathering base inside the hill. When he arrived at the entrance of the base, a Void Shadow Killer Clan warrior, who had rushed back from thousands of miles away with the ability of air flash, appeared from the void and handed him a small package. The package contained nothing else but thousands of soul stones and more than 10 first and second level soul cores. These were all the gains of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors thousands of miles away in the past 10 hours. After a quick count, Song-Chi raised his mouth, not counting the first 2 second-level soul spirits. During the duration of this brain wave remote control system, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors had earned him more than 8,000 merit points. And this is just one day. 8,000 points a day. 80,000 points in 10 days. If the gold merit points are not counted, 40 days is equivalent to him exchanging for a 3rd-level Thorn Dragon. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was full of energy. Of course, this is how the account is calculated, and it is not certain whether he will hand these things over to the family in the future. After all, he will need them. In this way, time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Song-Chi's task was nothing more than a daily patrol. At the same time, he used the brainwave remote control system and the fixed-point delivery platform to remotely control the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers to hunt the Soul Spirit Clan in the area controlled by the Soul Spirit Clan, and continuously obtain resources such as soul cores and soul stones. After the duration of the brainwave remote control system component ended, he would use the remaining time to practice the guidance technique and rest. The duration of the LV-25 brainwave remote control system component is 15 hours. No matter how he matched the remaining 9 hours, it was not enough for him to complete both perfectly. After all, just practicing the art of guiding phantom energy normally takes about 10 hours a day. In the end, he could only compress his daily rest time to 4 hours, and use the remaining 5 hours to practice the art of guiding phantom energy. As for the visualization rubbing diagram, he has not yet tried to use soul stones and soul cores to assist in his practice, and he does not know whether the two can be effective for him, who is currently stuck at the peak of the first stage of the mortal state. In the past half-month, the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors have continuously provided him with tens of thousands of soul stones, hundreds of first and second level soul cores, and even 2 third-level soul cores. The total value is more than 60,000 merit points. The reason why it is not as high as expected is that, first of all, it is not every day that you can encounter a suitable soul clan to attack. Sometimes you encounter a large group of soul clan. The 3rd-level soul clan is close to 10. Song-Chi naturally dare not let the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers to take action. Secondly, after 2 of them succeeded, the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers encountered an accident on the way to send the spoils back, and the harvest of the day was directly wasted. In the mountain stronghold, Song-Chi just returned to his cave after finishing his patrol work, and the next second he directly focused his mind on the perspective of the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers thousands of miles away. At this moment, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors were located in the shade of a hill more than 3,000 miles away from the base. Under Song-Chi's command, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors did not wander around to search for suitable first and second level soul clans, but had stayed in the shade of this hill for more than 4 hours. The reason for this was that Song-Chi found something strange here. 4 hours ago, 2 third-level soul clans, who had been in his sight, suddenly disappeared here, which also aroused Song-Chi's great interest. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. He has always believed in this sentence. However, no matter how curious he was, he did not dare to let the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers get too close to investigate. After all, they were 2 third-level peak soul clans blessed by the origin rules. Although the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers of the same 3rd-level strength could not be stopped from running away even if they were discovered, Song-Chi was worried about alerting the enemy. If there was really something good hidden here, it would be absolutely stupid to alert the enemy rashly, because it would inevitably alert the surrounding soul clans. This place is under the control of the other party. If it is discovered, there will be no chance to find out the truth later. At least we have to wait for the clan members to advance the front line all the way here. But here comes the key. When the Song clan members enter the scene, what can Song-Chi get? It may be considered as taking care of him if he can have a sip of soup. After considering all the pros and cons of the matter, Song-Chi became calmer and waited quietly. However, until 10 hours later, the 2/3 level Soul Clan members did not appear again, suppressing the impulse in his heart. Song-Chi still did not make any other moves, and just waited for the duration of the brainwave remote control system to end. 10 minutes later, the eyes of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers hidden in the void on the mountain gradually became dull, and the brainwave beacon attached to the leading soldier became invalid. Without the brainwave beacon, the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers more than 3,000 miles away from Song-Chi, the summoner, naturally fell into a stagnation. In the mountain stronghold, Song-Chi cancelled the summoning of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. After a delay of several minutes, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were called back to the soldier tree component. I hope the 2/3 level Soul Clans won't suddenly show up in the next 3 hours. The brainwave remote control system component that has been strengthened to level 25 has only 3 hours and 40 minutes left to cool down. It only takes less than 4 hours for him to send 4 more Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors. Suppressing his curiosity, Song-Chi entered the Zhutian market, and after setting the time on the communication bracelet, he entered the full attribute training room again to start practicing the guidance technique. It was not until nearly 4 hours later that Song-Chi, sweating all over, finished his training. In the battleship summoning room opened up below the base. In the resummoned Song-Chi activated the fixed point delivery platform component again, and a flash of light appeared. The 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors on the delivery platform disappeared quietly. 3,000 miles away, still in the shade of the hill, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors began to monitor again. Time passed, and soon another 10 hours passed. Just when Song-Chi was wondering whether the 2/3 level Soul Clans had left halfway, a slight space ripple suddenly came from the left side of the hill, at the foot of the hill in front. Then the 2/3 level Soul Spirits, who disappeared yesterday, reappeared in the field of vision. In the void, Song-Chi, who took in the whole scene from the perspective of the Void Shadow Killer Clan Warrior, was slightly moved. It's a bit like the technology of the space curtain, but isn't this something that can only be made by technological civilization? Or is it just similar? While thinking, the 2/3 level Soul Spirits looked around, and after finding nothing unusual, they headed towards the back of the hill. In the void, Song-Chi thought for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of attacking the 2/3 level Soul Spirits. It's not that he was afraid of not being able to defeat them, but that he was afraid of alerting the enemy. After all, whether he could kill them or not, it would most likely arouse the vigilance of the Southern Region Soul Spirit Clan. The 2/3 level Soul Spirits were not just any cats and dogs. In the Soul Spirit Clan, the 3rd level Soul Spirits were already an absolute high-end combat force, and the status of each of them could not be low. Now that he knew the entrance to the secret space in the shade of the hill, he was even more curious about what was behind the void barrier that was similar to the space curtain. He did not act immediately, but waited for more than half an hour, until he was sure that the 2/3 level Soul Spirits had indeed left. And then he gave the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers the order to act. Of course, his order was mainly to hide himself, and to minimize the possibility of the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers being exposed. 3,000 miles away, Song-Chi in the base was breathing a little heavier. He knew very well that once the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers touched the space barrier that was similar to the space curtain, there would be a high chance of being exposed. However, after thinking for a long time, he decided to let the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers go over and explore it personally. The reason was very simple. Only by knowing what was behind this space barrier, or what kind of space it was, could he determine its value in detail. And only by knowing the specific value could he make subsequent decisions. If only 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors can solve the problem behind the space barrier, or bring it back, then that would be a good thing. But what if they can't? What if he, the original body, must take action? That place is 3,000 miles deep into the Soul Spirit Clan's territory. It's no exaggeration to say that it's a den of dragons and tigers. Therefore, he must judge in advance whether the things inside are worth the risk. Chapter 171 Floating Land Spiritual Root Quenching Spirit Fruit Tree. Buzz, below the hillock, which was only a few dozen meters high, a ripple suddenly spread in the void, just as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake, breaking the tranquility at the foot of the hillock. 4 figures stepped out of the void, revealing their complete figures, and from time to time, the dark-skinned surface flashed with obscure special energy fluctuations. Under this energy fluctuation, The surrounding void seemed to resonate, as if they could merge into the void at the fastest speed at any time as long as they wanted. Under the control of Song Chi's brainwaves, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior at the front reached out to the location where the 2 third-level soul clans appeared before. When he saw that the Terracotta Warrior's palm had completely disappeared, leaving only a section of his arm exposed, Song Chi's eyes were determined, and he could already determine that the special barrier in front of him was a space isolation curtain. Its function was exactly the same as that of the space curtain, and it was also used to block the inner and outer layers of space. After figuring this out, and knowing that he was remotely controlling the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior at the moment, Song Chi did not hesitate and directly controlled the Terracotta Warrior to step into the space isolation curtain in front of him. Because even if there is great danger on the other side of the isolation curtain, at most the Void Shadow Killer Clan Warriors will be killed. After a short space conversion, what appeared in the field of vision was an empty cave space embedded in the ground. This cave was very large. According to Song Chi's estimation, it would be very easy to accommodate a complete kilometer-level third-order life form. In addition, the rock walls around the cave were specially inlaid with fluorites that flashed bright white light. Under the illumination of these fluorites, no matter how large the cave was, it was illuminated as if it were daytime outside, allowing people to see the entire space at a glance. But it was precisely because of this that Song Chi, who had glanced at the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors, was suddenly shocked. In the underground battleship summoning room of the temporary base, Song Chi rushed out of the sky at the fastest speed, and then continued to run towards the cave above. Behind him, the sky gradually turned into a miniature form and followed, and finally, at the moment when Song Chi ran out of the underground passage, he sank into his ancestral acupoint. In the mountain base, in front of Grandpa Song Mingsung's personal cave, the stone door was quickly opened. When he saw that it was Song Chi outside the door, Song Mingsung was surprised, and then thought of his grandson's character of not coming to the temple for no reason. His face condensed, and said in a deep voice, "Shao Chi, what's going on?" Before Song Mingsung finished speaking, Song Chi interrupted directly. "Grandpa, it's urgent. I'll explain it to you on the way. Let's go first." Above the sky on the south side of the Fusion Soul Mountains, the engine of the Angry Lion cruiser equipped with the blue component void membrane started, and it rushed straight forward. At this fast speed, the Angry Lion quickly left the battle line currently controlled by the Song family and rushed into the area controlled by the Soul clan. However, because it had the special component void membrane that had been strengthened to level 39, and the Angry Lion did not actively fire along the way, no Soul clan had discovered its existence for the time being. In the main control room of the Angry Lion, Song Mingsung's head suddenly turned and stared at Song Chi. "Shao Chi, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is it really a spirit-tempering fruit tree?" Song Chi nodded seriously. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes through my brainwaves." "Grandpa, hurry up. There are many souls in the underground cave. There are 2 third-level souls. My warriors can't hold on any longer." Besides Song Mingsung, Song Chi's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What he expected was not wrong. There was indeed a great danger in the underground cave space. Except for the 2 third-level souls, who had left before, there were actually 20 fully armed soul guards stationed there. What's even more terrible is that there are 2 third-level soul spirits among the 20 soul spirit guards. Facing such a lineup, the 4 third-level Void Shadow Killer Warriors are not incapable of fighting, as long as they use their raiding and hunting abilities to the fullest. It is not difficult to grind the 2 third-level soul spirits to death, but the key is that they cannot hunt at will at this moment, but have to guard the entrance to the cave space behind them to prevent these soul spirits from rushing out and attracting more soul spirits. Roar! The 2 pitch-black giant snakes, nearly 1,000 meters long, were like 2 swimming dragons, carrying an unstoppable momentum, as if to crush everything that stood in their way, and they rushed all the way. In front of these 2,000-meter-long black water snakes, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors, only 1.5 meters tall, were like ants trying to stop a chariot with their arms, completely insignificant. At the entrance of the cave, feeling the majestic momentum rolling out from below, to be honest, the first thought that came to Song Chi's mind was that he could not be defeated. There was no way. The size difference between the 2 sides was too big. In front of the black water mystic snake in its complete form, the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldier, who was only 1.5 meters tall, could only be described as fragile. But even so, he still had no intention of hiding in the void to escape. It was easy to make way, but once the 2/3 level Blackwater mystic snakes rushed out of the space isolation curtain, the noise they could cause, I'm afraid that hundreds of miles around would be alarmed. I must not let them leave, at least to buy enough time for Grandpa to come. On the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior in the lead, Song Chi's brainwave beacon issued a very clear instruction. His sight followed the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior, looking into the depths of the cave below. Deep in the underground cave, there was a plant that was 100 meters tall, with sharp thorns all over the trunk. It was because the characteristics of this 100-meter-tall ancient tree were too obvious that Song Chi could recognize it the first time he saw it. The soul-tempering fruit tree is a very special floating land plant. It is not a plant unique to this soul-floating land, but occasionally appears on some unknown star-sea floating lands. This plant is extremely rare. Compared to the chimera, it is 100 times, 1,000 times rarer, but even so, in the long history of human civilization of more than 300,000 years, there are many records of it. As a floating land plant of the soul type, this soul-tempering fruit tree is extremely valuable. It will only bear fruit once every 3,000 years, and after another 3,000 years, the fruit will be fully mature, and finally turn into a complete soul-tempering fruit. There are only 20 soul-tempering fruits every 6,000 years, which have a great effect on the mind, spirit, consciousness, soul of flesh and blood creatures. Looking at the soul-tempering fruit tree at this moment, although there are not more than 20 soul-tempering fruits hanging on it, there are only 8, and with its still green skin, it is obvious that even the remaining 8 are not fully mature. However, this still does not affect its value. Even if it is an unripe soul-tempering fruit, it still has a good effect of tempering the mind. But it is not as strong as when it is ripe. Taking his eyes away from the soul-tempering fruit tree, Song Chi's brain waves also issued a new command. Direct confrontation order. After receiving the order, the leading Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior immediately opened the backpack on his back, and then took out a strange-looking drone from it. After inserting several Terra Stones in his hand into the drone's energy slot, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior fiercely threw the drone towards the 2 Blackwater snakes surging below. Regardless of the subsequent results, after throwing the drone, the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors almost immediately sank into the void. That is, the next second after they merged into the void, the small drone hit the top of one of the Blackwater snakes. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the indescribable explosion sounded throughout the cave space. Even the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers in the dark side of the void did not dare to easily explore the outside world at this moment, because under the 3rd order peak level explosion shock wave, the space inside the entire cave was distorted in all aspects. If you rashly use the rift ability to check the outside world, it is likely to cause consequences that have already been controlled. Feeling the terrifying power of the explosion, Song Chi nodded secretly, and said in his heart, "It is worthy of being a deep space magic bombing drone produced by the goblins. The power is really amazing." That's right. The harmless mini drone, just now, was one of the 5 suicide bombing drones he bought from the goblin Luke. At present, the price of 100 strands of 2nd level floating land origin is indeed reasonable. At least it is qualified enough in terms of power. As for whether this terrifying explosion impact will affect the outside world, Song Chi is not worried. With the space isolation curtain, no matter how amazing the movement in the cave space is, it is difficult to transmit to the outside, and there is no possibility of exposure. When the terrifying energy wave dissipated a little, 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors appeared eagerly from the void. At this moment, the residual energy fluctuations in the cave space could still have a significant impact on their puppet bodies. But in order to ensure that the entrance to the cave could be guarded, Song Chi did not care about these. Looking forward, the cave was already in a mess. Amid the rubble, 2-kilometer-long Blackwater snakes coiled up on both sides of the cave passage. Thick blood was overflowing from the black scales, and huge charred wounds were all over the snake bodies. It was obvious that the explosion of the deep space magic bombing drone had caused great damage to them. However, this situation did not last long. The 2 Blackwater snakes quickly returned. They did not care about the wounds on their bodies. They twisted their bodies and rushed towards the entrance of the cave again. The snake pupils were bright red, and at the same time, the familiar soul spikes were rapidly condensing on the huge head. Roar! Amid the roar, countless soul spikes flew, and rushed straight to the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers. Buzz, in desperation, Song Chi could only let the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier, who was leading the Void Shadow killing clan, hide in the dark side of the void, hoping to avoid the attack of these countless soul spikes. As puppets, the Void Shadow Killer clan warriors have no concept of mind, and are not afraid of the soul attack. However, the key is that Song-Chi can't bear it. His brainwave beacon is synchronized with the original body. If it affects the original body, it will be troublesome. At present, his mental power is still in the first stage of the ordinary state. Even with the protection of the blue fire seed, he may not be able to withstand the soul attack of the second-level soul clan, let alone the third level. However, he thought too simply. The soul attack of the third-level soul clan is more amazing than he imagined. He actually followed the space cracks left by the Void Shadow Killer clan warriors, and followed all the way. Buzz buzz buzz. In the angry lion, Song-Chi suddenly heard a sharp buzzing sound in his ears, and the next second his mind was almost completely blank, filled with a sharp buzzing sound. Obviously, even if the Void Shadow Killer clan's terracotta warriors had entered the void in advance, they could not escape the attack of the soul spikes. While he was dazed, the changes in the underground cave did not stop with him. The two black water snakes that attacked all the way did not stop at all, and rushed straight to the entrance of the cave. The two third-level soul clansmen in the deepest part of the cave knew very well that the cave space must have been exposed, and they had to find a way to notify their clansmen to come over, otherwise not only would they die here, but the soul-tempering fruit tree would also be at risk of being robbed. Song-Chi was powerless to do anything about it. He was already busy with his own affairs. So how could he have the energy to stop it? But at this critical moment, a ripple suddenly came from the space isolation curtain behind him, and soon Song Ming-sung's figure appeared from it. He stood on the top of a thorn dragon of the third level. After several orders, the thorn dragon roared, opened its mouth suddenly, and blazing flames gushed out of it. Under the spitting of the blazing dragon breath, the speed of the two black water snakes that were rushing towards him dropped sharply, and finally they all stopped obediently 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave. Deep in the cave, two third-level soul spirits gave orders to attack the two black water snakes through their mind souls. But the two black water snakes did not obey. Instead, they curled up their bodies and trembled, not daring to move forward. Above the thorn dragon, Song Ming-sung smiled, not surprised. The third-level peak thorn dragon he enslaved was a dragon creature, which had a natural bloodline suppression on ordinary snake creatures. After a little joy, Song Ming-sung turned his eyes and looked down into the depths of the cave. When his sight fell on the plant covered with thorns, he soon laughed up to the sky. Although Song-Chi had been very sure before, he had not seen it with his own eyes. He still instinctively had some doubts. It was not that he did not trust Song-Chi, his grandson, but that what he heard was not true. When it came to something as important as the tempering god fruit tree, he did not dare to draw conclusions easily before seeing it with his own eyes. Okay. It is indeed the tempering god fruit tree. While laughing, he waved his hand, and dozens of third-level peak fiery flame warriors were summoned. At the same time, the thorn dragon under his feet also rushed towards the two black water mystic snakes below at his command. Since it has been confirmed that it is the tempering god fruit tree, then there is only one thing to do next: clear all the soul race in this cave space, to ensure that they will not get angry and destroy the tempering god fruit tree and the tempering god fruit in the future. Shao-Chi, pay attention to the tempering god fruit tree. Song Ming-sung nodded at Song-Chi, indicating that he should not intervene. Just try to keep an eye on the tempering god fruit tree and the tempering god fruit. In response, Song-Chi's eyes surged, and several of the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan terracotta warriors beside him were quietly replaced. Chapter 172 Dragon Blood Secret Realm Transplantation Medium-Grade Fairyland Spirit Soil. With Song Ming-sung's move, and the main combat power of the 2 third-level soul clans, Blackwater Mysterious Snakes, being suppressed by the Thorn Flying Dragon in all directions, the battle ended quickly. After the 2,000-meter class Blackwater Mysterious Snakes were defeated by the Thorn Flying Dragon, the old man glanced at Song-Chi. Go! Without any other intentions, Song Ming-sung was going to give one of the 2 Blackwater Mysterious Snakes to Song-Chi for enslavement. After all, they were third-level combat power, and their genetic bloodline was not weak, so they still had considerable enslavement value. Song-Chi was naturally happy about this. He had been very short of merit points recently, which resulted in the slavery metal component on the skyship only enslaving a tool man, Zhao Lei, and not letting this red-level slave component play its due role. A third-level Blackwater Mystic Snake was exactly what he needed right now, with the Thorn Dragon at his side to deter him. The enslavement process was very easy. Through the Bridge of Mind feature of the slavery metal, Song-Chi quickly successfully established a spiritual communication with the Blackwater Mystic Snake, and he only heard it constantly sending him bursts of soft hisses, which seemed quite excited. After playing with the Blackwater Mystic Snake for a while, Song-Chi raised his sight again and looked into the depths of the cave below. The two third-level soul spirits with huge heads, lower bodies resembling octopuses and many slippery tentacles, had lidded faces at this moment. A layer of obscure fluctuations were constantly vibrating on the huge and somewhat deformed heads. It was the soul wave force field surrounding their bodies based on their powerful spiritual power. However, compared with before, the soul wave force field around the two was obviously much weaker at this moment. The war beasts under their command were forcibly marked with another layer of slavery, and their soul marks were brutally eliminated alive, which caused them to suffer a lot of backlash. At the same time, the two third-level Blackwater snakes were enslaved in reverse, as if they had become a fuse, after completely giving up the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. As expected, the two third-level soul spirits made a move that Song-Chi and the others had expected. The tentacles under their bodies twisted, and the soul energy on their bodies surged. They quickly rushed towards the tempering god fruit tree that they had been trying their best to protect. Judging from their appearance, they probably wanted to destroy the tempering god fruit tree first. Swish! At this moment, a cold light flashed in the void, and accurately landed on the side of one of the third-level soul spirits. Boom! The soul-breaking dagger that passed through the void came into contact with the soul wave force field. An inexplicable resistance was transmitted back to the arm of the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warrior, but it was weakened a lot after all. In front of the soul-breaking dagger, which was famous for its attack power, the soul wave force field was quickly cut open. The void blade flashing with cold light pierced straight into the area where the third-level soul spirit clan's tentacles and heads were connected. The wound, which was neither big nor small, began to spurt out light green blood. Of course, the wound was just a small matter. Song-Chi deliberately avoided its vital position. The key was the soul-breaking dagger's property of damaging the soul. The third-level soul spirit clan, whose souls were already damaged due to the broken soul seal, was completely weakened after this blow. Seeing this, Song-Chi's brainwaves sent a command to stop attacking, and he turned his target to another third-level soul spirit. Behind him, the 10 fiery flame soldiers, who had already dealt with all the second-level soul spirits, came quickly, with fiery phantom energy surging on their puppet bodies, and were about to help Song-Chi deal with the third-level soul spirits. But Song-Chi hurriedly stopped them. "Grandpa, just cripple them. Don't kill them." Song Ming-Song, who strode over, moved his eyes away from the spirit-tempering fruit tree on the side, and looked at Song-Chi with a strange look. "You want to enslave them? This is a third-level soul spirit. It is extremely difficult to enslave. Even those in the tribe who have orange-quality slave parts can't guarantee." As he spoke, Song Ming-Song gradually stopped, looking at Song-Chi, who didn't seem to be joking at all. His heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. "Then you try it." Song-Chi nodded, turned his sight, looking at the two third-level soul spirits in front of him, who were already in a weak state. There was a strong expectation in his eyes, because once the third-level soul spirits were enslaved successfully, he would be able to use some of their previous memories, and their identities as soul spirits, to try some operations that he had considered before. For example, based on their understanding of the soul floating land, whether there are any unmined soul mineral resources, or for example, let them go to the asteroid belt with an astonishing diameter in the future on his behalf, to continue to collect resources for him, etc. Thinking of this, the light surged between his eyebrows. The mini sky in the Shinhua trembled slightly, and then the slavery metal part was activated. A slavery mark rushed out from his eyebrows, and sank directly into the body of a third-level soul clan member in front of him. Seeing this, not only Song-Chi, but even Song Ming-Song behind him, had a slight pause in breathing, quite nervous. Soon, the third-level soul clan member showed pain and struggle on his face, and was trying his best to resist the slavery mark cast by the slavery metal. However, this was destined to be in vain. If it was only a purple or orange quality slave component, it might still be able to struggle. However, the slavery metal was a red epic quality component, and it was also enhanced to the third level. Its slavery power was so strong that it would not allow an extremely weak soul clan to resist. Under the gaze of Song Qi and Song Ming Song, the struggle on the face of this third-level peak soul clan member quickly faded, and he climbed up from the ground, bowed to Song Qi, and called him master. Good. Behind him, Song Ming Song seemed to be more excited than Song Qi himself, and he subconsciously shouted good. At the same time, he secretly added an orange-quality slave component to his mind for his grandson's ship configuration. Song Qi repeated the previous action, and soon successfully enslaved the second third-level peak soul. Only after that did the grandfather and grandson turn their attention back to the 100-meter quenching spirit fruit tree further inside. Looking at this 100-meter fruit tree with meter-long barbs, and the 8 green-skinned fruits hanging on it, Song Qi looked tangled. Grandpa, are you going to pick it directly? He instinctively felt that it was a bit wasteful. The effect of the green-skinned quenching god fruit is much worse than that of the red-skinned one. Hearing this, Song Ming Song shook his head repeatedly. No. No. No, wait until it matures. Song Qi was puzzled, but looking at this, if you want to wait for this quenching god fruit to fully mature, it will take at least 1,000 years. How can you wait? Before he finished speaking, Song Qi suddenly had an idea in his mind, and thought of a related special shipborne component. Secret Realm Entrance Binder. Grandpa, are you going to use that Secret Realm Entrance Binder component to transplant this quenching god fruit tree into the Dragon Blood Secret Realm? Papa. Applause rang out. Song Ming Song smiled and gave a thumbs up. Song Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, this idea is indeed good, and has a high degree of feasibility. The key is that if this quenching god fruit tree can be transplanted into the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, then their harvest on this trip will rise several levels again. After all, the quenching god fruit is just a consumable. It will be gone after use. While the quenching god fruit tree can produce quenching god fruit continuously, the value of the two is very clear. Moreover, if it is successfully transplanted into the secret realm, relying on the time acceleration of the secret realm, it can also shorten its long growth and maturity cycle, and maximize the value of a quenching god fruit tree. However, although the idea is good, the key question is, can the transplantation be successful? As we all know, the various priceless plants in the Star Sea have extremely strict restrictions on the growth environment. Otherwise, they would have been cultivated in large quantities, and their value would have gradually dropped over time. Although the tempering god fruit tree is a plant that can grow on many floating lands in the Star Sea, and its transplantation success rate is higher than that of other plants. This does not mean that it can adapt to the environment of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. The primitive environment inside all secret realms is not something that ordinary Shanghai plants can adapt to. It is not an exaggeration to say that more than 99% of them can adapt to it. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm is no exception. Seeing the doubt and suspicion in Song Qi's eyes, Song Ming Song showed a mysterious smile on his face, and then his eyebrows flashed, and a ball of sand with a rich purple light flew out of his fire ancestral orifice. At the same time, he whispered, if you transplant directly, the failure rate will be very high, and it may also cause the only 8 remaining quenching god fruits on the quenching god fruit tree to wither instantly. However, if you transplant with this thing, and the quenching god fruit tree itself does not require too much environment, the success rate is still not small. As he said, he placed the ball of sand with a rich purple light in front of Song Qi. Song Qi's eyes focused, and as the properties of this unknown sand emerged, his eyes showed surprise. Wonderful item. Fairyland Spiritual Soil Middle Grade. Quality, purple. Transformable, 3 acres of middle grade spiritual field. Note, a middle grade spiritual field of the ancient fairyland civilization accidentally received a special energy that was nurtured for thousands of years. After a long period of transformation, it was finally transformed into a special Star Sea wonder. When he saw the 5 words ancient fairyland civilization, Song Qi just felt a little surprised. But when he saw the 4 words middle grade spiritual field, he instinctively felt a strong sense of familiarity in his mind. Spiritual fields and the like, this stuff was often mentioned in the fairy tale novels of the previous life. It can not only cultivate higher spiritual values, but also improve the survival rate and yield of plants to varying degrees. Just as he was thinking, Song Ming Song had already stepped towards the quench and fruit tree on the inside, and waved his right hand lightly. The ball of spiritual soil in his hand floated forward, and finally turned into a 3-acre spiritual field under the quench and fruit tree. Under the effect of this medium-grade spiritual field with white vitality, it can be felt that the vitality of the whole quinchen fruit tree seems to be a little stronger, and at the same time, the trunk of the quinchen fruit tree is also trembling, as if cheering. Standing behind his grandfather, Song Chi's eyes were still on the spiritual field below, and the next second, an attribute panel appeared in front of him again. Name, middle grade spiritual field. Area, 3 acres. Quality, purple. Effect, growth rate increased by 20%, yield increased by 20%, survival rate increased by 20%. Note, a spiritual field from the fairyland civilization. It has a great promoting effect on various star seed plants. After reading this attribute panel, Song Chi's eyes sparkled. According to the introduction of the effect column, it seems that if the transplantation is successful, the quinchen fruit tree will be able to produce 24 fruits in 4,800 years, instead of 20 fruits in 6,000 years. Which is very good. It can even be said that if it is planted together with the dragon blood fruit tree, it can also bless the 10 dragon blood fruit trees. Thinking of the dragon blood fruit tree, Song Chi thought of something, and the smile on his face disappeared. He asked in confusion, "Grandpa, since you have this fairyland spiritual soil, why haven't you used it for the dragon blood fruit trees in the dragon blood secret realm?" As if he had guessed that he would ask this question, Song Ming Song replied quickly, "The 10 dragon blood fruit trees are more like a small dragon blood fruit orchard. This spiritual soil cannot continue to provide blessings for the 10 dragon blood fruit trees if it is really placed around them. Over time, this spiritual soil will probably be drained of its spiritual power, and thus degenerate from a strange object into ordinary soil." After hearing this explanation, Song Chi suddenly realized. Simply put, this is the problem of farmland fertility. This medium-grade spiritual field has limited fertility, which is not enough to support the cultivation of 10 dragon blood fruit trees. Otherwise, the fertility will be exhausted, and the fertile soil may turn into ordinary sand. Thinking of this, at Song Ming Song's signal, the two of them quickly started to dig carefully on the land under the quinchen fruit tree. After working for about 10 minutes, until the area under the quinchen fruit tree was basically hollowed out, Song Ming Song quickly filled it with the spiritual soil of the spiritual field. After doing all this, Song Chi summoned the sky, and then under his control, a pulling force slowly acted on the tempering god fruit tree below. He did not dare to increase the pulling force to a large extent, but from weak to strong, until the tempering god fruit tree in front was slowly pulled out from the ground. On the side, Song Ming Song, who had been prepared for a long time, also activated the angry lion in the Xinhua Zuchu. Soon, a violent energy fluctuation came from his side, and then a huge diameter of the secret realm vortex entrance appeared. It was through the secret realm entrance binding device component loaded on the angry lion that the entrance to the dragon blood secret realm was opened. After several dozen minutes, the two figures were no longer in the cave space. Inside the dragon blood secret realm, under the traction of the tractor beam, the two Xinhua warships and the 100-meter-high quinchen fruit tree quickly flew over the broken floating land fragments, looking for a suitable transplantation point. In the warship communication, Song Chi's voice sounded, "Grandpa, how did you get this ball of fairyland spiritual soil? I see that our fairy puppet tower, plus this spiritual soil, seem to come from the ancient fairyland civilization. Is there any connection between them?" After thinking for a long time, Song Chi still asked this extremely curious question. He has always been very interested and curious about the fairyland civilization behind the Zhutian market. Chapter 173-7. Level Life Floating Land Quality Above Red. Hearing Song Chi's question, Song Ming Song turned his gaze and looked at the fragment of the secret floating land outside the projection screen. His eyes suddenly became deep, as if he was reminiscing about the past. After a long time, he began to explain in detail. "You are right. The families Taishang Xiankui Tower and this Xianyuling Tu are indeed connected. They are from the same floating land fragment." Floating land fragment? Song Chi was puzzled again. However, this was not a slip of the tongue by Song Ming Song. Yes, it is a floating land fragment. A floating land fragment that is larger than an ordinary 3-level life floating land, he said firmly, and then continued, "The reason why it is called a floating land fragment is that many Xinhua captains who have entered this floating land have seen with their own eyes the extremely smooth supergiant cut that spans tens of millions of kilometers on its corner." Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes were startled, and his eyes subconsciously looked down. This floating land in the dragon blood secret realm is also a floating land fragment after collapse. According to what Grandpa said earlier, this can only be caused by a fight between the 5th-level life forms in the star sea. But even so, the diameter of the collapse below is only tens of thousands of kilometers. There was only a buzzing in Song Chi's mind. He couldn't even imagine the size of the creature that caused such a terrifying power. You know, the 5th-level unit of the star sea is only 10,000 meters. 10 million kilometers? What kind of concept is this? Before he could think about it, Song Ming-song continued, according to speculation. The floating land fragment is most likely from the ancient fairyland civilization. It is a broken corner of a continent in the ancient fairyland civilization. The family's supreme fairy puppet tower, and the fairyland spirit soil in Grandpa's hand all come from this floating land fragment. Song Chi was still a little confused. After he came to his senses, he asked again. A randomly broken fragment has a diameter of more than 10 million kilometers. How big is the floating land in the star sea to which it belongs? Level 4? Or level 5? Song Ming-song shook his head. The origin-repulsion rule of that floating land fragment is so strong that even the Grand Duke Morningstar himself could not do any damage to the remaining shield of the fragment, let alone the 4th and 5th level life forms. According to the speculation of the ancestors of the family, its original floating land is at least a life floating land of level 7 or above. Song Chi didn't know how many breaths he had taken in during this short period of time, but he couldn't control it. What his grandfather said was really too shocking. 7. Level star sea floating continent, what kind of existence is that, you know? The Dragon Ridge continent, which is only 5 level, has a diameter of more than 10 light years. 7 level. Shaking his head, Song Chi did not explore the answer to this question, and changed the topic to another key point of what Grandpa said just now. Since the Grand Duke of Morningstar could not tear the shield left by the fragments, then how did you get into it? Grandpa, where is this fragment? Why have we never heard any information about it in the family public channel? Song Ming-song smiled. This mysterious floating land fragment is located in the Dusk Star region in the south of the Principality. It has been wrapped in a fragment shield full of rule power for many years. The shield will only weaken once every 1 to 200 years. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 5th level and 6th level beings of the Principality will take action and jointly open a passage that can be entered and exited for a short time, allowing the captain of the Shinhua ship below to enter and explore. The news about this floating land fragment is basically only circulated in the high-level circles of the Principality. Your grandfather was lucky enough to get a place to enter, so I know all this. Nodding suddenly, after listening to this explanation, Song Chi has figured out the basic situation of the floating land fragment. Dusk Star region. His eyes turned. This Dusk Star region is the southernmost star region of the Morningstar Principality. Although it was not developed as long as the Dinghai Star region, it was also close to 2,000 years. If there is a chance, he will definitely go there to take a look. He is still very concerned about the specific information of the ancient fairyland civilization. I just don't know when the fragment was last opened. Just as this thought came to his mind, his grandfather's voice came to his ears again. Your grandfather went in 130 years ago. At that time, it was difficult to get the resources to impact the 3rd level. So he bit the bullet and went in to try. Now, according to the time, it should not be far from the next weakening period. Come on and improve the combat power of the ship. There should be a chance to find an opportunity there later. For more than 1,000 years, there have been many red epic quality wonders in the fragment. It is even rumored that there has been a star sea wonder above the red epic. Hearing the words above the red wonder, Song Chi's heart moved. Grandpa, what quality is above the red epic? The relevant information about the high-level star sea wonders is strictly blocked. So far, he has never heard of star sea wonders or shipborne parts above the red epic, so he is particularly curious. In the communication projection, Song Ming-song turned his head and glanced at his grandson. He was originally going to scold him, but when he thought that Song Chi's ship probably already had shipborne parts of orange glory quality, it didn't seem too ambitious, and finally he uttered 2 words heavily. Silver. Song Chi remembered these 2 words deeply in his heart, and narrowed his eyes. Just then, his grandfather spoke again, but he did not continue the previous topic. Xiao Qi, how about transplanting it to that valley? Song Ming-song was referring to a quiet valley with mountains and water in the floating land fragment below. It was far away from the Dragon Blood Tree Garden. There were no other spiritual plants around, and it was very suitable for planting quenching spirit fruit tree. Song Chi did not answer directly. He thought about it, and finally asked tentatively, "Grandpa, can you use some specific resources to replenish the spiritual energy and vitality in the spiritual field transformed from your spiritual soil?" Song Mingsong thought for a while, then shook his head. Although the spiritual soil has a strong aura of the origin of the floating land, Grandpa has tried many methods over the years, but he still cannot actively integrate the origin of the floating land into it. However, an energy, or that was originally obtained with this spiritual soil, can be effective for it. Unfortunately, that ore seems to be a unique mineral of the fairyland civilization, except for the floating land fragment. There is no other way to produce it stably. Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes, which had been narrowed all the time, suddenly lit up, and he quickly ran to the storage room of the sky. "Is it this kind of stone?" He stretched out his hand, revealing the 2 crystal stones in his palm. These 2 crystal stones were nothing else but the spiritual stones commonly used by the immortal cultivators on the prehistoric continent. This thing seemed to be only used by those immortal cultivators, so Song Chi did not get too many, but just asked Zhou Ping for a few samples. Sure enough, after seeing the 2 spiritual stones, Song Mingsong's eyes flashed with 2 gleams. "Xiao Qi, where did you get these? Can you produce them stably or buy them later?" Although he did not answer anything, Song Mingsong's tone had already given Song Chi the answer. He nodded quickly. "This thing is called a spirit stone. I got it accidentally from the market before, but the creature who took out the spirit stone is also one of the market customers, like me. If nothing unexpected happens, I can buy it steadily from him in the future." Hearing this answer, Song Mingsong was naturally overjoyed. But in this case, the subsequent planting problem had to be replanned. The 2 discussed again for a few minutes, and finally decided to plant the tempering god fruit tree together with the 10 dragon blood trees at the edge of the ruins of the floating land fragments in the dragon blood tree garden. After working for a long time, the 2 finally transplanted the tempering god fruit tree to the center of the 10 dragon blood trees. Compared to the dragon blood trees that were only a dozen meters tall, the 100-meter tempering god fruit tree was so conspicuous. However, the 2 were obviously not paying attention to this at the moment. They stared up and down at the tempering god fruit tree in front of them, fearing that it would have some rejection reaction in the next second. But fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. On the ground, the 3 acres of medium-grade spiritual fields that completely covered the tempering god fruit tree and the 10 dragon blood trees were shining, and the rich spiritual energy and vitality in the soil were constantly nourishing the 11 spiritual plants. Perhaps it was precisely because of the assistance of this spiritual field that the spirit tempering fruit tree did not have any rejection reaction, and took root in the dragon blood secret realm quietly. Seeing this scene, the grandfather and grandson could not help but wipe their sweat. The decision to transplant this time was a big risk. If the transplant failed, there was a high probability that even the 8 green-skinned spirit tempering fruits would not be saved, and both ends would be lost. Fortunately, the ending was perfect. Both the spirit tempering fruit and the spirit tempering fruit tree were saved. In the future, this medium-grade spiritual field will also be able to work on both the spirit tempering fruit tree and the dragon blood tree at the same time, which can be said to be a triple blessing. After confirming that the transplant was successful, the 2 did not stay in the secret realm for long. They quickly returned to the cave space through the entrance, and then headed towards the cave entrance without stopping. Everything about the soul tempering fruit tree had been resolved. Now they only had one thing to do, which was to ensure their own safety and return safely to the base 3,000 miles away. Under Song Chi's control, the Void Shadow killing clan warriors with brainwave beacons were the first to rush out of the space isolation curtain. After a moment, Song Chi shook his head. No danger was found. Just like that, the 2 of them quickly left the underground cave space and returned to the family base safely on the Angry Lion. Seeing that the kilometer-class ship of the Angry Lion returned so easily in the enemy-controlled area, and was not noticed by any soul clan in the middle, Song Chi immediately had the idea of getting a component similar to the void membrane. At some times, this kind of component is indeed very useful, especially for him, who has some special ideas next. The sky needs such a component even more. And not only the parts that conceal their own existence, but also a part that covers up the sound, which will be of great help to his next action. After returning to the base, Song Mingsong whispered to Song Chi, "Xiao Qi, when the 8 soul tempering fruits mature, you can get half of them, and you will also get 1 soul tempering fruit produced by the soul tempering fruit tree every round in the future. Also, pay attention when you patrol next time. The Soul Tribe will discover the underground cave space later, and they may take the initiative to launch an attack. The base's underground battleship summoning room, inside the sky. As far as you know, there are no soul resource veins known by other people of the same race. Is there any? In front of the main console, Song-Chi communicated with two third-level Soul clansmen by telepathy. Although the Soul clan is the controller of the Soul floating land, there are a large number of third-level units in the clan. Strictly speaking, it is already a third-level Star Sea civilization, the highest among the low-level civilizations. However, because they are on the extraordinary path, they have not developed starships, skyboats, and other Star Sea navigation tools. So until now, they are still stuck in the Soul floating land and have not communicated with the outside Star Sea. After saying so much, Song-Chi only wanted to express one thing: that these soul spirits don't even understand the common language of the Star Sea, and it is difficult for both sides to communicate with words. As for the family, the first straight line has been studying the soul spirits for nearly 30 years, and has already made a translation machine specifically targeting the soul spirits. But it requires 500 merit points, and Song-Chi is naturally too lazy to spend this money. With the Bridge of the Mind feature of the slave metal, both sides can directly transmit messages with their minds, and can directly understand each other's meaning, without having to communicate with words. While asking the two third-level Soul clansmen, Song-Chi opened the temporary Huanhunling Fulushinhua LAN, typed in the keywords battleship concealment and sound shielding, and clicked search. Soon, many messages popped up, but the results were not satisfactory. These messages were basically all purchase information. Obviously, many people saw the huge value of the territories that the Soul clan still controlled. Disappointedly, he closed the messages one by one. But soon one of the third-level Soul clans gave Song-Chi a small surprise. Thousands of miles away from the west foot of the Ronghuan Mountains, there is an undiscovered medium-grade soul stone vein. Are you sure? His eyes moved away from the Xinhua network and turned to the third-level soul spirit on the left in front of him. The disappointment in Song-Chi's eyes instantly changed to surprise. If it is true, the medium-grade soul stone vein is definitely a big gain. Although the price of a single soul stone is only 3 points of merit, the number of soul stones in a vein must be tens of thousands. If it is a large vein, it is possible to have hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soul stones. It is definitely a valuable resource. Sure, I discovered that vein half a year ago, because of the subsequent mission of guarding the cave space. I have not reported it yet. However, the specific reserves are not clear for the time being. Hearing this definite answer, it is impossible not to be excited. However, Song-Chi still did not stop his actions and opened the family mall in the local area network. If you want to ensure that you can take down the middle-grade soul stone vein, then the components that conceal the traces and block the sound are really necessary. Chapter 174, Mining of Medium-Quality Soul Stone Veins and Exchange of Merits. The 1,000-mile area on the west foot of the Soul Fusion Mountains is currently still controlled by the Soul Spirit Clan. Otherwise, the veins that the Soul Spirit Clan could not find, the Song Clan members, who have various strange shipborne parts, would have discovered it long ago and started large-scale mining. And since that place is still under the control of the Soul Spirit Clan, if you want to go there and mine without anyone noticing, the two parts of worship concealment and sound shielding are necessary. But not every place is like the cave space. There is a special space isolation curtain. No matter what kind of noise is made, it will not attract the attention of the outside world. Well, this part is not bad. Song-Chi's eyes lit up. He saw a very suitable part in the Family Exchange Mall. Soundwave Silent Field LV0. Quality, Blue. Consumption, 500/time psionic points effect. After activation, a silent space is formed in the space within a radius of 50 meters with the battleship as the center. All noises made by the specified energy level within this range will not make any sound. Duration, 1 hour. Buffer, 48 hours. Required for upgrading, 5 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 500 psionic energy points, 5 life pronuclei 0 order exchange price, 5,000 merit points. After thinking about it, Song-Chi bought this blue component. Although the range of 50 meters is small, this is only level 0. It should be able to continue to improve after subsequent strengthening. As for the lack of merit points in hand, wait for the personnel in charge of distribution in the Family Merit Hall to come, and use the soul stones in hand to offset it. According to the third-level Soul Clan, The medium-grade soul stone vein is at least a small vein. If all of it is mined, there will be at least 30,000 medium-grade soul stones. Well, what's the saying? The current investment is for more future benefits. Without stopping his actions, Song Chi spent more than 10 minutes in the mall, and finally spent 5,000 merit points to exchange for a void membrane component that is the same as the one on his grandfather's battleship. I don't know if the family can produce this thing stably. Just from what Song Chi has seen so far, there have been 4 or 5 pieces. Song Family Merit Hall, Soul Floating Land Branch Hall. There is a new order in the Southern Region Fusion Soul Mountain Range. It is from a second-level clansman named Song Chi of the 10th direct lineage. Void Membrane and Sound Wave Silence Field, who will deliver it. In the western region of Soul Floating Land, a 1,000-meter-high mountain, the branch hall of the Family Merit Hall is located here. As the clan member in charge of sorting out the order information spoke, there was a discussion in the hall below, and then a first-level delivery clan member spoke. I'll also go to the south region. But before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by someone at the back of the hall. Brother Song Yin, you just said Song Chi from the 10th direct lineage. Right? The interrupted clan member was about to scold, but when he turned around, the anger on his face instantly disappeared, turned into respect. Brother Song Zhe, why do you suddenly want to go to the south region? That's right, the person who interrupted was Song Zhe, one of the 2 main lines of the family, who was born in the earth vein. As the great-great-grandson of a 4th-rank elder in the family, and with his extraordinary natural talent for purple fire, basically all the clan members who participated in this mission knew that this person was clearly here for the sake of formality, otherwise, he would not have been assigned to the Merit Hall branch. He only needed to quietly be a nominal deliverman, and he did not need to really go out to deliver. After the expedition mission was over, he would naturally be allocated a considerable amount of soul resources. So, his sudden opening at this moment surprised the others in the hall. Song Zhe smiled back, and his calm eyes stared at the order-sorting clan member named Song Yin above. Yes, South Region Ronghuan Mountain Range, Song Chi of the 10th straight vein. After speaking, Song Zhe nodded gently, his face showed a thoughtful look, and then he looked up and said, I'll go. 10 minutes later, the mountain hall was full of discussions. What's the matter? On a whim. Who knows, maybe just want to go out for a walk. That's right. As the great-grandson of a 4th-level clan elder, I can understand that he wants to prove himself occasionally. But why do I feel that? Brother Song Zhe had a subsequent reaction, because he heard the word Song Chi. Ronghuan Mountain Range, Mountain Stronghold. In his personal cave, Song Chi sat cross-legged on a stone-round platform. His hands were spread flat on his knees, and he held several egg-sized crystals in his palms. In the depths of his mind, the projection of the mythical Mecca that he had not visualized for more than 20 days reappeared. That's right. He was trying to visualize it with the help of the middle-grade soul stone. After more than 10 minutes, when the special soul power in the 4 middle-grade soul stones in his hand was completely absorbed, Song Chi opened his eyes again, threw the 4 soul stones that had turned into ordinary stones aside, and carefully felt his own mind. Soon his face lit up. Sure enough, the power of the mind has improved again, he thought to himself, but soon he began to sigh. Although the power of the mind has indeed improved, the progress is not obvious. If you want to use this middle-grade soul stone to break through the first stage of the ordinary mind state, you may need at least 100,000 pieces. Thinking of this, his eyes were firm, and he was more determined to get the middle-grade soul stone vein mentioned by the 3rd-level soul clan. Just when he was about to continue to visualize with the help of this soul stone, the seed of fire in his mind suddenly trembled, and when he reconnected to the temporary fire land, he found that the deliverman from the family was about to arrive. He could only give up the idea of continuing to practice. And when he walked outside the base, he summoned the sky and soared into the sky, and reached thousands of meters above the sky. A few minutes later, a Xinhua warship that was also over 100 meters long came rushing over. When it got close to the sky, the 2 warships connected the communication. Looking at the figure in the communication projection in front of him, Song Chi's eyes were surprised. But he didn't show it. He still had a deep impression of Song Zhe. The earth vein. After all, he had cleared the 30th floor of the immortal puppet tower with him. Brother Song Zhe, I didn't expect you to come and deliver it in person. Thank you for your trouble. He didn't pretend not to know him. That would be too deliberate. In the communication projection, Song Zhe smiled. During the previous challenge at the immortal puppet tower, I didn't have time to say hello. Brother Chi. Please don't be offended. Hearing what the other party said, Song Chi's heart skipped a beat. He always felt that the other party had something else to say. But before he could say anything else, the other party had already opened the battleship's hatch. An attraction light shot out from its hatch. 2 parts emitting blue light floated towards the sky. Seeing this, Song Chi also repeated the same operation. After successfully putting the 2 parts into the sky, he also pulled over 3,000 medium-grade soul stones to offset the 10,000 merit points. After completing these 2 steps, Song Chi originally thought that Song Zhe would continue to say something to test whether he had passed the 30th floor of the Immortal Puppet Tower. But he never thought that the other party had never mentioned this at all. Brother Chi. In this way, we can be considered to have known each other. If I have time later, I will visit you again. After saying this sentence without a beginning or an end, he turned the direction of his ship and quickly disappeared from the sight of the sky. Song Chi, I didn't understand what the other party was doing. Song Chi was too lazy to think about it. After returning to the base, he came to the underground battleship summoning room again and started to strengthen the 2 newly acquired blue parts. Because of the spiritual machine synthesis platform, he currently has more than 1,600 strands of the 2nd level floating land origin in his hand. In addition, the strengthening of the 2 parts does not require the consumption of titanium crystals. Song Chi directly strengthened both of them to level 30 at one time. The sound wave silence field component needs no further explanation. After strengthening to level 30, the radius of its silent space increased from 50 meters to 10,000 meters. The duration is changed from 1 hour to 24 hours. And the buffer time is reduced to 15 hours. As for the void membrane, the component, void membrane LV30. Quality, blue. Characteristics, void stealth. Consumption, 10,000/time psionic points. Charging, 5 minutes. Buffer, 6 hours. Duration, 4 hours. Effect, conceal the whereabouts of the warship. Priority 450. Upgrade requirements, 8 strands of floating land essence 3rd level. 9,000 psionic points void stealth. The warship gains special void resistance, ignoring a certain degree of void cracks, and the influence of void gale. After collecting the remaining 1,000 strands of 2nd level floating land essence, Song Chi left the warship summoning room. In the cave of the stronghold, Song Chi explained to his grandfather that he would need to leave for a while, which might take about half a month. Song Mingsong asked several times in a row, and only nodded and agreed after confirming that Song Chi had enough self-protection ability. At the western foot of the Ronghuan Mountains, along the mountain body extending westward, hundreds of miles of mountains and forests are densely covered. This kind of environment is the most popular hiding place for the Soul Clan. A few hundred meters below the sky, a warship hidden under a layer of void film is moving slowly forward. Although it was protected by the void membrane component that was enhanced to level 30, Song Chi did not dare to let the sky fly in too fast, but instead moved forward with the minimum engine power. There was no other way. Although the void membrane could conceal the ship, when a warship flies over, it is not only the ship itself that can expose itself, but also the air flow fluctuations caused by the shuttle. As for the roar of the engine, this was also shielded by the sound wave silence field component. Master, it's right below, in the main control room. After hearing the reminder from the 3rd level Soul Clan behind him, Song Chi slowly stopped the sky. He did not rush to land, but first asked the ship's semi-intelligent to carefully check the radar map generated by the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar on one side. After confirming that there were no biological energy fluctuations above the 2nd order within 1,000 meters below, and the nearest 2nd order biological energy fluctuations were tens of thousands of meters away, he controlled the sky to land. Squeak! The sky's hatch opened quickly, and while the duration of the sound wave silence field component was still continuing, he quickly released 3 Angry Tiger mining vehicles that had been loaded onto the warship from the market in advance, and began drilling operations in the designated area. In the main control room, Song Chi frowned as he looked at the radar image on one side. This Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar did not show any special energy fluctuations underground. Logically speaking, if there really was a medium-grade soul stone vein, his orange patrol radar would not be able to detect it. The magic energy detection feature is not just talk. It can detect the special energy fluctuation frequency of more than 99% of mineral resources. It was precisely because of this doubt that he was a little confused. In this case, there must be something wrong, Either there is no medium-grade soul stone vein underground, the third-level soul race that he enslaved made a mistake, or there is something wrong with the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar. However, he can only wait without getting the specific reason in a short time. An hour later, 3 angry tiger mining vehicles that had dug hundreds of meters downwards gave the final answer. For 100 meters below the ground, there is indeed a medium-grade soul stone vein, which is medium-sized, and the preliminary estimate of the number of medium-grade soul stones in the entire vein exceeds 120,000. Song Chi was naturally very happy to hear this news. 120,000 middle-grade soul stones, which were equivalent to 360,000 family merit points. After all of them were mined, he could get a few gold merit points and enslave a third-level thorn dragon when he got home. Although there was a miniature third-level black water snake lying on his left shoulder. How could a third-level black water snake be compared with a flying dragon at the top of the 4th level of the bloodline? The scene of this thing lying limp in front of the same level thorn dragon was still vivid in his mind. While quickly giving orders to the onboard intelligence of the 3 angry tiger mining vehicles to start mining on their own, Song Chi turned his attention back to the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar. From this result, it is obvious that there is something wrong with this orange radar, and it did not detect the existence of the middle-grade soul stone vein below. After pondering for a while, various thoughts flashed through Song Chi's mind. Countless possibilities. Exploring the reasons for the failure of the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar. I remember that in that asteroid belt before, even some minerals located inside the asteroid, this magic energy detection radar could clearly detect. Why did it fail to detect this middle-grade soul stone vein today? After a long period of doubt, Song Chi finally came up with the most likely possibility. Could it be because of the depth? In the asteroid belt before, the various resources detected did not seem to be located at a depth of 400 meters inside the asteroid, or even 200 or 300 meters, and at most only more than 100 meters. Thinking of this, in order to confirm his guess, Song Chi took out the remaining second-level floating land essence and titanium crystal again. In the end, he spent 68 titanium crystals plus 215 strands of second-level floating land essence plus nearly 5,000 Terra stones to strengthen this orange radar component to level 30. Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar LV30. Quality, orange. Detection range, 1,530 light hours. Accuracy, 800. Required for upgrade, 15 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 60,000 psionic energy points, 500 Terra stones, 32 titanium crystals magic energy detection. Star map collector. After entering an unfamiliar star field, after half an hour of collection, the patrol radar will automatically generate a detailed star map with a detection range of 250 times. Chapter 175 Soul Ring Floating Land Detection Plan. A large number of soul stones entered. Ignoring the specific attribute changes of the Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar, after it was enhanced to LV30, Song Chi immediately turned his sight back to the radar map in front of him. To be more specific, he fell on the detection prompt of the current position of the sky on the radar map. Soon his eyes lit up. Compared to LV27, the energy fluctuation information displayed by the Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar that was enhanced to LV30 at this moment is obviously much more. At the current location of the sky, there is a new prompt. After a careful look, it is the energy fluctuation prompt of the medium-sized medium-grade soul stone vein below. 426 meters below, a good energy fluctuation is detected, 99% of which are medium-grade soul stones just entered into the Mineral Resource Information Database, and 1% are others. It is preliminarily estimated to be a medium-sized vein, and the number of medium-grade soul stones that can be mined exceeds 123,000. After reading this message, Song Chi thought to himself, as expected, it is not that the Silver 3 generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar has a problem, but that its magic energy detection feature also has its limit. Before it is strengthened to the 3rd level, it can only detect more than 100 meters below the ground at most. Now that it has been strengthened to the 3rd level, Song Chi estimated that the depth it can detect should be about 500 meters. Of course, this refers to the range of about 100,000 meters in radius with the sky as the center. Once this distance is exceeded, the detection depth and accuracy will be reduced to a certain extent, and then to 1,000,000 meters. The reduction will be more severe. Not to mention the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar, which can normally detect more than 2 light moons. After thinking for a moment, Song-Chi turned his sight and looked at the energy fluctuation message prompts that had not appeared before on the radar map in front. 1,300 meters to the north, 200 meters underground, slight energy fluctuations were detected, 98% of which were low-grade soul stone remnants that were just recorded not long ago, 2% were others, and it is estimated that 500 low-grade soul stones can be mined. 2,000 meters to the northwest, 310 meters underground, slight, was detected. 500 meters to the south. Checking them one by one, Song-Chi soon became helpless. These newly appeared energy fluctuations prompted, basically low-grade soul stones, or other ordinary minerals. The overall value is not high. If there is enough time, we can try to mine slowly. But in the current situation, it is obviously not worth the trouble. This place is still under the control of the Soul Spirit clan. Even with the means of hiding warships and sound shielding, mining every time still requires a lot of risks. As for when all these Soul Spirit clan are cleared out, Song-Chi will probably have nothing to do. According to what Grandpa and Uncle said before, once all the Soul Spirit clan on the Soul Floating Land are cleared out, it is not even necessary to clear them all. As long as the origin core of the Soul Floating Land is weakened to a certain extent, weakened enough to support the 2 4th-level elders of the Song family outside the floating land to enter with full strength. By then, this expedition mission will basically be over, and the participants of the mission will receive the evacuation notice from the first lineage as soon as possible. No doubt, because this is inevitable, which can be seen from the fact that the family has never sent other 4th-level elders to come from the beginning to the end. Once the mission is over, this floating soul land will soon become the private land of the first lineage. Of course, it does not mean that the members of other branches of the Song family will not be able to come to the floating soul land in the future, but it will definitely not be free, and it is likely that the number of soul resources obtained here each time will also be strictly limited. So Song-Chi's idea was very simple. He would seize this limited time and make full use of the magic energy detection feature of the Silver 3 ultrawave magic energy detection radar to mine more resource veins. In this way, those micro and small veins that were not valuable but quite time-consuming were naturally not within his consideration. However, if he wanted to mine, he would naturally have to find the location of these veins first. Thinking about it, Song-Chi activated the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence and let it check the new information prompts within the 100,000-meter radius of the sky. And he quickly planned. If you want to find those mineral veins, there are 2 simple ways. First, get the mineral vein distribution map recorded by the first vein over the years. However, this is obviously impossible. Those soul mineral veins found and marked by the first vein must have been guarded by the people of the first vein. How could he be allowed to mine secretly? So there is only one feasible way. That is, he drives the sky to travel around the various domains, and let the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar conduct on-site detection. Although this takes a bit of time, once you find a suitable vein, it is easy to make a living with one order, not to mention getting rich overnight. Thinking about it, Song-Chi must have decided to follow this plan. More than 400 meters underground, 3 Angry Tiger mining vehicles are working at full speed. At this rate, the entire soul stone vein can be mined in 7 or 8 days at most. However, Song-Chi was still not satisfied. He asked the 3 Angry Tiger mining vehicles to stop for a while, and he took the sky to the market again, and then brought out 2 more Angry Tiger mining vehicles. 5 Angry Tiger mining vehicles were working at the same time, which increased the efficiency by half. It's not that he doesn't want to let more mining vehicles work together. With more and more resources in his hands, and more than 1 million zero-level floating land origins, he now has more than 20 Angry Tiger mining vehicles stored in the market. In addition, there are 2 standard interstellar civilian mining ships. However, the direction of the ore vein below can only allow 5 mining vehicles to work at the same time. Song-Chi is actually very satisfied with the efficiency of the 5 mining vehicles working at the same time. The only helpless thing is that the sky cannot leave during their operation, because the sound wave silence field components must be guaranteed to continue to be effective. Otherwise, even if they are hundreds of meters underground, the noise generated during the mining operation will surely attract the attention of the surrounding creatures. Otherwise, Song-Chi could have used this time to explore other places, search for other mineral veins. How about calling Xiao Yu to help? Although Song Yu was weak, there was no need to fight for this matter. Just load the void membrane and sound wave silence field on the ship. After thinking about it, Song-Chi shook his head quickly. After all, this was too risky. After all, even he himself could not ensure that he would not be discovered by other soul tribes. If something unexpected happened after calling Song-Yu over, he did not even dare to think about the subsequent consequences. In desperation, Song-Chi, who had no other options, could only enter the market to practice the guiding technique. And at the same time, he continued to visualize the projection rubbings of the mythical mecha with the medium-grade soul stone. Of course, when he was inside the market, he would let 2 third-level soul spirits guard the sky in the outside world. If anything unexpected happened, the 2 third-level soul spirits could notify him by telepathy at the first time. Time passed quickly, and 5 days later, the medium-grade soul stone vein below was successfully mined. And Song-Chi finally harvested 124,700 medium-grade soul stones. After finishing the mining work, he did not stop, but took back the 5 angry tiger mining vehicles and started to rush back non-stop. He was not in a hurry to return to the base, but to say hello to his grandfather, and then go directly to the western region to carry out his previous exploration plan. The western region is now completely controlled by the family. It is the safest place in the soul floating land. It naturally became Song-Chi's first choice for exploration. Although most of the unmined resource points marked by the first straight vein are also in this area, it is impossible that the first straight vein is completely intact. In addition, there was another reason why he was in a hurry to go to the western regions. Calculating the time, his next alien exploration was coming soon, and the clan members who participated in the floating land expedition mission, if they wanted to explore alien regions, the first choice was the western regions. He moved forward carefully along the way. No accidents happened on the way. Song-Chi quickly returned to the family front. In the mountain stronghold, Song Ming-Song was very happy to see Song-Chi return safely, but before he could be happy for long, Song-Chi's next words made his face stiffen. Going out again? Song Ming-Song's face darkened, not too happy. This floating soul land is not safe. If possible, he naturally wants to keep everyone in his family under his watch, which can better ensure the safety of everyone. Beside him, Grandma Bai Xiaoqin rolled her eyes. Xiaoqi is going to the western region, not to the central region, eastern region or something. Why do you think so much? Xiaoqi, don't pay attention to your grandfather, go ahead, be careful on the road. Said so, but Song-Chi could also catch the deep worry in Grandma's eyes. He nodded solemnly, and under the gaze of the two, he left the base again, and then summoned the sky and headed west. As for why, he didn't tell Grandpa and Grandma about the mineral vein exploration and mining. First of all, he couldn't be sure that he would be able to find other suitable resource points in the future. If he couldn't find them, it would definitely waste a lot of time for the two. Secondly, not long after arriving at the Soul Land, Grandma Bai Xiaoqin's Lyra had officially started the battleship promotion mission, the purpose of which was to kill as many third-level souls as possible on the Soul Land with the help of Grandpa, so as to increase the success rate of the promotion of the Lyra. The other third-level black water snake in the underground cave space was handed over by Grandpa to Grandma, and became part of the success rate of the Tianqin's promotion. In this case, the two may not have time to help him mine those soul stone veins. Moreover, they have already received the patrol mission from the Southern Command, and the base cannot be left unguarded. Soul Floating Land Western Region. In a hurry, the Sky had arrived here in less than 20 minutes. And then he activated the void membrane component and began a detailed exploration of the land of the western region. The reason why he used the void membrane component was that he was afraid that the Sky would wander around the western region slowly and attract the attention of the first straight vein tribesmen. Another 2 days later, Southern Region, Soul Fusion Mountains, the 10th straight vein stronghold cave. In the battleship summoning room under the stronghold, Song-Yu stood on the psionic training platform inside the ship, practicing the guidance technique with all his strength. As the weakest person participating in this mission, he was only at the first level and had been following his second uncle Song-Hai for more than 20 days. He was not allowed to act alone and had no chance to earn extra resources. This made Song-Yu feel bored, and he could only spend most of his time practicing the Dalian technique. At this moment, he felt something strange between his eyebrows, and the fire seed suddenly trembled several times. Feeling this movement, he stopped practicing the Dalian technique and quickly connected the fire seed to the temporary fire land. If he guessed correctly, Someone was contacting him through the fire network. The next second, Song Yu's eyes lit up and his face showed joy. Are you interested in coming to the western regions? I'll state in advance that there are benefits. Seeing that it was Song Chi who sent the message, Song Yu didn't think twice and replied directly. Yes. But Grandpa. It's okay. I've already said hello to Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle. Come out. I'll come pick you up. Flying at full speed. It wouldn't take long to get from the western region to the southern region. In order to ensure Song Yu's safety, Song Chi decided to go there in person. More than 10 minutes later, the two successfully reunited above the base, and then headed straight for the western region again. On the way, Song Chi also gave Song Yu 2 new void membrane and sound barrier components, and added a sentence. For money, a total of 10,000 merit points will be deducted from your subsequent income. Hearing this, Song Yu was not disappointed, but was very happy. From Song Chi's words, it was not difficult to hear that, in the subsequent actions of the two, his personal dividend income would most likely be more than 10,000 merit points. For him, who was still a first-class Xinhua captain, this was definitely not a small profit. On the easternmost side of the western region, in a canyon near the central region, two warships loaded with void membrane components slowly landed. In the warship communication projection, Song Yu said uncertainly, Fourth brother, are you sure there is a small medium-grade soul stone vein in this canyon? Song Chi did not answer much, but nodded slightly. That's right. In the past 2 days, he found a small-scale medium-grade soul stone vein in the western region. It's not that the entire western region is so shabby, but the first vein moves very quickly. In addition, their ability to search for veins is not weak. Basically, those veins with good value have been discovered by them first, quickly releasing 3 angry tiger mining vehicles from the warship. Song Chi said, Xiao Yu, you stay here. Remember, once the duration of the core barrier component is over, immediately stop the mining vehicles below until the subsequent cooling is completed. The soul stone vein below can mine at least 30,000 medium-grade soul stones. After mining, I will give you 3,000 soul stones. After saying that, Song Chi once again controlled the sky to soar into the sky and headed towards the south region. The area he was going to explore later was the south region with the richest mineral resources. Chapter 176, a creature comparable to the thorn dragon surprises in the secret vault of the Tugu tribe. Blue blood floating land, Shenlong tribe. As usual, Shenlonghai got up early. With the help of the servants at home, Shenlonghai finished his breakfast and picked up a special spear and came to the tribal square. Today is the day of a new round of tribal coming-of-age ceremony. The little kids in the tribe will soon cut off the heads of the savages outside the tribe and use them as a testimony of their own coming of age. As one of the few second-level elders in the tribe, Shenlonghai is still very popular. With his arrival, warm cheers soon rang out in the square. Soon, Shenlongyu, the chief of the Shenlong tribe, the master of the 1,000-mile land, whose strength had already reached the peak of the second level, also arrived in the expectation of the tribe members. All 12 second-level tribe members in the tribe climbed onto the central altar at the same time. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge tripod on a fire. At this moment, the fire was burning fiercely, and inside the huge tripod, there were dozens of naked bodies piled up. They were the whitest and tenderest animals raised in the tribe, used to sacrifice to the many blue-blooded ancestors of the Shenlong tribe. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the tribesmen below, and all the tribesmen raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw a strange-shaped behemoth wrapped in a dark energy light ball, and it suddenly stretched across the sky above the tribe. Yes, it was the sky. During this alien star exploration, the sky was deployed to this star field. Originally, he planned to go directly to the asteroid belt where the market space anchor point was located according to the plan, but he accidentally discovered this too. Level life-type floating land from the radar map generated by the Silver 3 generation Superwave Magic Energy Detection Radar. He was in urgent need of the second-level floating land origin, so he would not miss this opportunity. After all, with the current combat power of the sky, the creatures on the second-level floating land basically pose no threat to him. After arriving at this floating land after the jump, and knowing some basic information about this floating land called Blue Blood, Song Chi's eyes were left with only coldness and depression. This floating land was controlled by a 4-armed humanoid alien race called the Blue Blood Clan. They kept the humans on the floating land as livestock and slaughtered them wantonly, bringing cruelty and bloodiness to the extreme. In this regard, although Song Chi had been mentally prepared since he awakened the seed of Xinhua and became the captain of Xinhua, there were many humans in the Broken Star Sea, and there were always those who lived in dire straits. As for these humans, textbooks used to introduce them like this: although they were all human, they had no entanglement with Xinhua humans, and they could be regarded as a familiar alien race without having to feel sympathy. Song Chi naturally understood this principle, but when these humans were used as food and livestock in front of him, he still felt uncomfortable. Without any words, the pure yang sword light cannon at the bow of the sky suddenly exploded, and the 100-meter sword light shadow pointed directly at the sacrificial platform below, under the third-level orange main gun. As expected, the sky quickly received 12 strands of the first-level floating land origin. Then, those zero-level and first-level blue blood Song Chi were not spared, and the electromagnetic lightning cannon and the cold light sky frost cannon continued to fire. A quarter of an hour later, the Shenlong tribe was destroyed. This is not the end. The entire blue blood floating land spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and there is naturally more than one blue blood tribe. The sky is now flying rapidly to the next target tribe. In the main control room, Song Chi handed over the control of the warship to the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence and looked at the pile of items in front of him with interest. 200 strands of second-level floating land essence. 1,200 strands of first-level floating land essence. 13,200 strands of zero-level floating land essence. 12 second-level life pronuclei. 108 first-level life pronuclei. Gas ore, refined gold, some common minerals such as copper. All these things were confiscated from the Shenlong tribe. The overall value is not high. The main thing is 200 strands of second-level floating land essence. However, Song Chi was not disappointed, because from the radar map displayed by the Silver 3 ultrawave magic energy detection radar, there were hundreds of blue blood tribes on the blue blood floating land. Although there were not many tribes with second-level blue bloods, as long as they were all plundered, they could still provide him with a lot of second-level floating land origins. In this way, the sky wandered all the way in various areas of the blue blood floating land, and he cleared out the blue blood tribes one after another. It is not impossible for the two-level life floating land to generate a floating land shield, but because the core strength of the origin is not enough, it must be driven by the technological product of floating land shield derivative. These blue bloods, who are still in the era of tribal civilization, naturally don't have this ability, which also allows the sky to act recklessly on this floating land. As for the blessing of the origin rules, the blessing of the origin rules of the two-level life floating land is very limited. Facing the sky with the third-level peak combat power, this blessing is far from enough. While flying all the way, Song Chi quickly arrived above the last blue blood tribe on this blue blood floating land. This tribe is the largest blue blood tribe on the blue blood floating land, with more than 100,000 tribal members, and more than 100 second-level blue bloods, which is why Song Chi put it last to deal with. Buzz, 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 the sword light phantom was humming softly, and the sharp tremor startled many blue bloods below. When these blue bloods looked up and saw the 100-meter sword light phantom in the sky above, the whole tribe suddenly became chaotic. The phantom of the sword light, condensed by the third-level pure yang sword light cannon, was emitting a real third-level energy fluctuation. For the blue-blooded floating land natives, who only had the second level at most, this was definitely a great terror that they had never felt before. However, just as the pure yang sword light cannon was still charging, and the phantom of the sword light had not yet completely condensed, a giant blue blood with a height of more than 5 meters suddenly walked out of the stone house of the tribe leader below. When he saw this figure, Song Chi in the control room of the sky was slightly surprised, his eyes full of surprise. Has it already touched the threshold of the third level? For the current sky, third-level creatures are not scary. There are many peak third-level creatures that have died under the sky. The reason why Song Chi was surprised was based on the blue blood floating land below. As we all know, without plundering external resources, the level of the Star Sea floating land itself is the upper limit of the creatures that can be bred on the floating land. This blue-blooded floating land is only level 2, but the blue-blooded man below can break this limit and touch the threshold of level 3, which is obviously very unusual. Of course, although this situation is extremely rare in the Broken Star Sea, it is not unheard of. Generally speaking, creatures that can break through the limitations of the floating land itself and surpass the level of the floating land are all those with amazing talents and extraordinary bloodlines. Once the shackles on these creatures are completely opened, they will be like a dragon diving into the sea, soaring into the sky, and their future achievements will be limitless. Thinking of this, Song-Chi subconsciously turned the muzzle of the pure yang sword-like cannon. Boom! Soon, like other blue blood tribes, the largest tribe on the blue blood floating continent was reduced to ashes under the artillery fire of the sky. On the tribal altar, the 5-meter-tall blue blood that Song-Chi deliberately left behind had his eyes closed. Under the continuous attack of the 2 secondary guns, the electromagnetic lightning cannon and the cold light sky frost cannon, it had fallen into a coma. Above the sky slowly descended, and when it reached a certain height, Song-Chi directly activated the slavery metal component. That's right. He wanted to enslave this blue blood. He valued the other party's potential, and also took into account the slavery seal frenzy feature, which would have to be cooled down again in less than 8 months. So he naturally had to prepare a few more suitable enslaved creatures. Looking at the quasi-third level strength of this blue blood, as long as he brought it to the soul floating land later, it would probably be able to directly impact the 3rd level and become a suitable carrier of slavery seal frenzy. As a slavery mark was injected into the body of this quasi-third level blue blood from top to bottom, it was successfully enslaved within 2 seconds. No matter how high his talent was, he was only less than the 3rd level. In front of the red slavery metal, he had no resistance at all. After being successfully enslaved, this quasi-third level blue blood also woke up from his coma. 2 minutes later, Song-Chi knew some basic information about him. His name was Tuguhong, and he was the chief of the Tugu tribe below. He was born with supernatural power and had great strength. In response, Song-Chi nodded gently, because from the moment he successfully enslaved the other party, he had already obtained his specific attributes. Name, Tuguhong. Race, blue blood. Age, 42. Talent, blue blood body, dragon horsepower, ancestors blessing. Note, a rare talent in the blue blood clan, with amazing potential. When seeing his attributes, Song-Chi was also greatly surprised. To be honest, 3 talents, you should know that even the Thorn Dragon, which ranks at the top of the 4th tier in the Song family gene lineage, only has 3 talents. And this Tuguhong is just a low-level creature born on a 2-level floating land. Compared to the starting point of the Thorn Dragon, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has an extraordinary talent, and his future is limitless. After thinking for a while communicating with Tuguhong through telepathy, Song-Chi controlled the sky to travel around. When he returned to the sky above the destroyed Tugu tribe, there were already hundreds of blue bloods locked in cages on the sky. Song-Chi's idea was simple. Since Tuguhong was so talented, he wanted to try to see if he could continue his excellent bloodline in the future, and cultivate a strong tribe along the way. There was no need to reach the level of Tuguhong. As long as he could have half of his bloodline power, it would definitely be a creature that could be ranked in the 3rd tier of the genetic bloodline. If it could be cultivated, it would definitely become an exclusive captive creature of their 10th lineage. Of course, this is just his idea. He doesn't need to do the specific subsequent cultivation attempts. There will be people to complete these things. Their 10th direct lineage has returned to the family for more than 4 months. Now, of course, it is not just their family. Thousands of people have gathered around Qinghua Lake. Most of these people are descendants of my grandfather's uncles, and have a direct bloodline connection with them. So my grandfather has included them all in the 10th direct lineage. Although there are not many Xinhua captains among these people, and their strength is not strong, they can still be trusted to manage some miscellaneous matters in the lineage. Just as Song-Chi was thinking about this, Tuguhong, who had become as tall as an ordinary person due to the size, as you wish small feature, suddenly took out a resource that surprised him. 3rd level floating land essence? Where did you get this from? How much do you have? That's right. What he took out was a group of 3rd level floating land essence. Although there were only 50 strands, Song-Chi was very happy. Strictly speaking, 1 strand of the 3rd level floating land essence is equivalent to 20 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence. In other words, the 50 strands at the moment are equivalent to 1,000 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence. After destroying so many blue blood tribes, the 2nd level floating land origin he has collected so far is only 1,400 strands. So he is naturally happy. Hearing Song-Chi's question, Tuguhong replied in his mind, "My lord, these are left by the ancestors of the tribe. There are not many, and there are 50 strands in the secret library of the tribe." Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. Secret library? Hearing the word secret library, he felt a little relieved in his heart. If Tuguhong had not been left behind before, he would have missed the so-called secret library. Because according to the detection results of Silver 3 Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar, it did not show that there were any other high-energy fluctuations in this place. Obviously, either the secret library mentioned by Tuguhong was buried deep underground, which was beyond the detection range of the current LV-30 Magic Energy Detection Radar, or the secret library used some energy isolation materials, which made the Magic Energy Detection Radar unable to detect specific energy fluctuations. Under the leadership of Tuguhong, Song-Chi quickly got the answer. This so-called secret library was not underground, but used a large amount of special materials such as forbidden magic stones to isolate the energy fluctuations inside and outside, so the Magic Energy Detection Radar could not detect it. After entering the secret vault, Tuguhong quickly brought another 50 strands of the third-level floating land origin for Song-Chi after putting them away. Song-Chi looked around in this not-so-big secret vault. This secret vault only covers a few dozen square meters, but there are many stone platforms in it, and on each stone platform, there is an item. Song-Chi was looking at these items. The things that can be collected by the Tugu tribe in the secret vault are of basic value. At a glance, he saw several materials of considerable value. For example, volcanic iron worth 10 strands of second-level floating land origin per ton. Another example is zircon, that gets 1 gold merit in the family merit building. Another example is a rare primary energy crystal. However, although these values are good, for the already promoted Song-Cheong and Song-Chi, they can only be considered mediocre. Song-Chi's sight is focused on a stone platform at the innermost side of the secret library. On this stone platform, there is a resource that makes his heart extremely hot. Chapter 177 Asteroid Belt with a diameter of 21 light-years. All the way to the innermost side of the secret vault, Song-Chi's eyes never left the stone platform. If he was not mistaken, the resources stored on this stone platform were the titanium crystals that he urgently needed. After strengthening the Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar components, he only had less than 120 titanium crystals left in his hand. Although he could get another 50 in the market trading a day later, this was still far from enough. Not to mention anything else, just the strengthening of the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon and Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator required more than 30 each time, and this amount of titanium crystals could not support several strengthenings. Think carefully, how long has it been since these two parts were strengthened to level 30? It seems to be almost half a year. For such a long time, they have not been strengthened again. Is he unwilling to continue strengthening? Of course not, because he does not have enough titanium crystals and third-level floating land. If these are really titanium crystals, then this is like a timely help. He picked up a crystal from the stone platform and looked at it carefully. After a few seconds, Song-Chi turned his head with a happy face and asked Tuguhong, "Where did you get this ore? Do you have any more?" After careful identification, he determined that the resources on the stone platform were titanium crystals, which are strategic resources of the human civilization. But after counting, it turned out that there were not many titanium crystals on the stone platform. There were only a little over 500 pieces, less than 520 pieces. Together with the remaining pieces in his hand, there were exactly 630 pieces. Hearing his question, Tuguhong immediately replied, but the result made Song-Chi sigh. According to him, this titanium crystal was also left by the ancestors of the Tugu tribe. It seems that a titanium crystal vein was accidentally discovered hundreds of years ago. After realizing that this resource was quite good, even though they did not know its specific function, the high-level officials of the Tugu tribe still put it into the secret library, and it has been stored until now. However, the titanium crystal vein that was discovered at the beginning was only a residual ore, same as the one found in the small fragment belt around the White Tower, but it produced even fewer titanium crystals, only a little over 600. For hundreds of years, the weapon forgers of the Tugu tribe have been trying to explore the role of this titanium crystal, and have withdrawn a lot of it here and there, so only these few are left in the end. Suppressing the depression in his heart, Song-Chi turned around, and his face regained a happy look. In any case, the unexpected harvest of more than 500 titanium crystals is definitely a big surprise, and he should not be disappointed. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tuo Man Zhao Lei appeared out of thin air. Then, under Song-Chi's command, he urged his magic power to activate the storage bag on his waist. After just a few minutes, all the resources in the secret library were stored in the storage bag. which surprised Tonan beside him. Above the Tuga tribe, the sky roared out and soon disappeared into the sky. As time passed, traces of the sky were left in all areas of the blue blood floating land. Song-Chi was not in a hurry to leave this floating land. After all, it was a level 2 floating land. Even if the blue bloods on it were cleared out, the remaining value was not small. For example, various possible minerals, rare biological resources, and the floating land core deep underground all have considerable value. At this moment, the sky is exploring the mineral resources on the blue blood floating land. Since titanium crystal veins have appeared before, Song-Chi still has great expectations. As for biological resources, Song-Chi has not yet found other high-potential creatures worthy of attention except Tonan. As for the floating land core, it is the key to absorb the energy of the external starry sky and derive the floating land origin through self-circulation. It is also the most valuable floating land origin. But this kind of thing is not what he can plan for now. Except for the floating land origin core fusion that has not yet fully evolved. All the origin cores in their complete form are completely integrated with a floating land. It is extremely difficult to separate it from the floating land itself. It must be done by a high-level creature that is far superior to the floating land itself. For the origin core of a level 2 floating land like this, at least a 4th level Shinhua captain must take action to separate it and take it away by special means. In the main control room of the sky, the task of checking the energy fluctuation information prompts found along the way was handed over to the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence. Song-Chi controlled the warship himself, while dividing his 2 minds and focusing on a number of ship-borne components. Having just acquired more than 500 titanium crystals, 1,400 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence, and 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, it is natural that the skyship must undergo a new round of enhancement. This time, he did not ignore the orange and red parts on the battleship. His eyes wandered among the 4 for a moment, and finally landed on the pure yang sword light cannon part. Slavery metal, needless to say. As long as it cannot be enhanced to the 4th level at one time, there is no need to consider it for the time being. After all, the benefits are not great. Dark matter energy shield generator, since it cannot be used against the soul attacks of the Soul Clan, it is not considered for the time being. As for Void Shadow killing clan warrior tree, it can only be said to be sufficient for the time being. As for pure yang sword light cannon, this main cannon is currently at level 30. When facing ordinary 3rd level creatures, the damage is needless to say. Basically, 2 shots can solve the problem. But when attacking the 3rd level chimera blessed by the quasi 4 level floating land origin rule, it was obviously lacking in firepower. Song-Chi could actually understand it. Although it was an orange quality main gun, it was only strengthened to level 30, barely entering the 3rd level threshold. And the 3rd level chimera was blessed by the quasi level 4 Fulu origin rules, and each one had a combat power that was better than the peak of the 3rd level. Compared with the 2, the pure yang sword light cannon was already quite good for having such firepower. It was understandable, but it did not mean that Song-Chi could accept it. Judging from the current situation of the family's front line, it should take less than a year for the South region, the Central region, and the North region to be controlled by the family. By then, the 2 first-line elders outside the Fulu would be able to come in person. Therefore, he didn't have much time left. If he wanted to get as many resources as possible in the Soul Land, he couldn't wait until the family's front was advanced before taking action. He had to enter the territory controlled by the Soul Clan in advance to conduct exploration and search. In this way, it was impossible to completely avoid conflicts with high-level Soul Clan. And this was why he had to further improve the firepower of the sky. The stronger the firepower of the sky, the greater the chance of winning against high-level Soul Clan in the future. And the safer he would be. Are you sure you want to consume 20 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence plus 350 yin yang or plus 32 titanium crystals to upgrade the pure yang sword light cannon from LV30 to LV31? Sure. After 7 consecutive times, pure yang sword light cannon was enhanced to LV37. It's not that Song-Chi didn't want to continue to enhance it, but that the 3rd level floating land essence was not enough. In order to upgrade this orange main gun from LV30 to LV37, a total of 287 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence and 266 titanium crystals were consumed. At present, he only had the last 67 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence in his hand. Pure yang sword light cannon LV37. Quality, orange. Features, Chaos Extreme Yang Sword Light. Feature 2, main cannon power increased by 122%. Consumption, 3700/times psionic points attack, 1798200. Charge, 4s, buffer 5s. Upgrade required, 69 wisps of floating land origin level 3, 49,000 psionic points, 700 tons of sun ore, 46 titanium crystals. But to be honest, LV-37 Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon, the attributes are still very powerful. Although the resources consumed were exaggerated, the improvement in their properties was also substantial. Apart from other things, the attack alone had increased from 600,000 to nearly 1.8 million. Nearly 3 times. 10 hours later, after initially exploring the entire blue blood floating land and mining several mineral veins of good value, Song-Chi took back all the Angry Tiger mining vehicles, including the time spent on clearing all the blue blood tribes. More than 22 hours had passed since his exploration of the alien star domain, and there was not much time left before he could return. There are still a lot of resources left on this blue blood floating land that can be mined. If some biological resources are cultivated over time, they can also generate certain benefits. But these will take time to slowly take effect. And Song-Chi is naturally not interested in this. If he has this time, he might as well go to the asteroid belt over the space anchor point. What is the concept of an asteroid belt with a diameter of more than 17 light-years? If all of them are gathered together to form a star sea floating land, it will be at least a 4-level star sea floating land. In other words, the potential value of that asteroid belt far exceeds the blue blood floating land under his feet. Song-Chi, who understood this very well, naturally knew the basic trade-offs. Blue blood floating land sky. Before leaving through the market secret realm, Song-Chi activated the space beacon launcher component and left a beacon mark above this blue blood floating land. He was not very interested in this floating land, but he could report it to his grandfather later. A level 2 life-type floating land. Although it needed to maintain communication with components such as the alien domain beacon launcher, it was a bit troublesome. But for the 10th straight vein, which had just been established, it was still worth investing manpower to develop. This kind of operation is not only done by their lineage, but also by the entire Song family, the entire Morning Star Principality, and even the various forces of the entire Shinhui human civilization. It takes more time and investment to develop remotely, but as long as it can be stabilized, the subsequent benefits are still good. After leaving the mark, Song-Chi no longer lingered. While retracting the sky, his figure suddenly disappeared. An asteroid belt with an unknown name. A vacuum area with a diameter of 1 kilometer inside the asteroid belt. With a slight space fluctuation, Song-Chi appeared out of thin air, because there was not much time left. Mining the surrounding resources was impossible, and he was not here to do that. His eyes swept across the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar, and he saw that within the radar's detection range of more than 2 light months, a large number of second-order and third-order biological energy fluctuations appeared again. It was likely the same as a month ago, and it was the humanoid alien race again. Song-Chi frowned. He was not here to clean up these humanoid alien races this time, but to place one of the 2 third-order soul races in this asteroid belt, and let him command the Angry Tiger mining vehicle and the standard civilian interstellar mining ship to slowly mine the resources in this asteroid. However, with so many second and third level aliens around, this plan is obviously difficult to implement. With only a third level soul race, once he encounters those humanoid aliens, he cannot be their opponent. Thinking of this, Song-Chi rubbed his forehead and thought about what to do. Now there is only a little over an hour before returning, and it is obviously too late for him to clean up the humanoid aliens around. In this way, there is only one way left. That is to leave here and find an area far away from the activities of these humanoid aliens. Only in this way, the Soul Spirit Clan can safely command the Angry Tiger mining vehicles and standard civilian interstellar mining ships in the next month to start mining this asteroid belt. After this calculation, Song-Chi no longer thought about it, and quietly waited for the subsequent star map generation of Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar. While waiting, Song-Chi also had a faint expectation in his heart. After strengthening to LV-30, the detection range of the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar component reached 1530 light hours, and the radius of the star map generated by the star map collector characteristics can reach 44 light years. In other words, The star map generated by the subsequent magic energy detection radar can reach a diameter of 88 light-years. A star map of this range is likely to fully display the range of this asteroid belt. He was a little curious about how long this asteroid belt could extend. Time passed. Dozens of minutes passed. And more than 20 minutes before the return of the sky. The star map of the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar was finally generated. Looking at it intently, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. As expected, the star map in front of him did show the asteroid belt completely. The final result showed that the length of the asteroid belt reached 21 light-years. This is a very scary number. Even if it is fully aggregated, this number will be greatly compressed and far from the level of the Dragon Ridge continent. However, it cannot be denied that the area of this asteroid belt is amazing. After a brief exclamation, Song-Chi turned his attention back to the biological energy fluctuation message prompt. His first priority at the moment was to find a suitable mining area. With the help of the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence, several suitable mining sites were found quickly. This asteroid belt is large enough, and there are many humanoid aliens, but they are not enough to cover the entire asteroid belt. Moreover, Song-Chi also found that the distribution of these humanoid alien creatures has obvious rules, and the range of their activities forms an irregular sphere on the star map. Obviously, their nest, or temporary station, must be near the center of this sphere. He secretly noted this, and decided to go there to investigate in detail. Song-Chi found a suitable mining site, and then activated the Purple River jump device. 20 minutes later, the sky jumped to a hollow area 5 light-years away. After successfully arriving, the sky ship door opened quickly, and 10 angry tiger mining vehicles and 2 standard civilian interstellar mining ships drove out one after another, along with a 3rd-level Soul Spirit and the 3rd-level Blackwater Snake. The task assigned to this 3rd-level Soul Spirit was also very simple. He only needed to command the 10 angry tiger mining vehicles and 2 mining ships to mine the surrounding resource points. Both the mining vehicle and the mining ship have semi-automatic intelligence. They only need to coordinate the entire mining operation. As for the specific mining operations, both the mining vehicle and the mining ship can carry out the operations automatically. Before returning, Song-Chi also handed over the market walk order to this 3rd-level Soul Clan. In this way, he can enter the Zhution market at any time through this token, and the various minerals mined can be delivered to him in real time. As for whether this market walk order will be used when the market is opened later, Song-Chi, who can take back this token at any time, is not worried about this at all. If there are really alien creatures who want to exchange for the market walking order, he can take back the token from the Soul Clan with just a thought. Finally, Song-Chi sent a copy of the star map generated by the magic energy detection radar to the civilian mining ship, so that the 3rd-level Soul Clan can have a clearer understanding of the distribution of various resource points around, and improve the subsequent mining efficiency. Chapter 178 Red, Goodbye Red Epic Wonder. After exhorting the 3rd-level Soul Clan for a while, Song-Chi thought for a long time, and decided to keep Zhao Lei as well. At the same time, the market walking order was also transferred to Zhao Lei. With 10 angry tiger mining vehicles, and 2 standard civilian interstellar mining ships, and the Silver 3 generation super wave magic energy detection radar provided a detailed distribution map of the surrounding mineral resources, it can be expected that the subsequent mining efficiency here will be extremely terrifying. In this case, how to deliver these resources to Song-Chi himself is also a problem. Wait for him to come and get them in person after a month? This is not impossible, but a month is not a short time after all, and we don't know if there will be any emergencies. So, Song-Chi still thinks it is safest to deliver the mined mineral resources to him in real time. And in this case, naturally, Zhao Lei can only come. With a high-level storage bag, he can transport large quantities of minerals to the market at any time. On the other hand, the Soul Clan, although they are at the 3rd level, are good at spiritual abilities, and their physical fitness is the weakest among creatures of the same level. They can only carry a few tons of supplies at a time. If they are really asked to transport the thousands of tons of mineral resources mined back and forth, it is unknown what will happen to them. In addition, during this period of time, Zhao Lei has also used the foundation building pill, and successfully advanced to the foundation building stage with the assistance of the all-attribute training room. Now that he is at the 2nd level, he has the basic ability to survive in the starry sky, so he will not die accidentally. After making the final arrangements, the sky finally returned. Soul Floating Land, Western Sky. After the violent spatial fluctuations, the 120-meter-long frigate appeared in the sky. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, the sky flew all the way to the south region. After 1 day, Song Yu's mining should have only been completed by 1/3, and it will take another 2 days to mine the small medium-grade soulstone vein. During these 2 days, he can first explore the south region to see if he can find 1 or 2 more veins. In this way, he can start the next market transaction with peace of mind, without worrying about wasting time. If he can find 2 or more mineral veins, he can let Song Yu and his own ship take charge of 1 respectively, and start the market transaction while the 2 mineral veins are being mined at the same time, maximizing the use of time. Time passed, and 1 day later, the market could actually be opened. But Song Chi was not in a hurry, because he had just found a suitable mineral vein in the southern region. The next day, after Song Yu successfully mined the small vein in the western region, Song Chi took it from the western region to the southern region. After 2 days of preliminary exploration of 1/3 of the southern region, he successfully discovered 2 medium-quality soulstone veins in the southern region, 1 small and 1 medium. The Tiansong Mountain in the southern region where they are now is exactly where the medium-sized medium-quality soulstone vein is located. Xiaoyu. The following vein is a medium-sized vein. The estimated reserves of medium-quality soulstones are about 140,000. I will leave 6 Angry Tiger mining vehicles for you. You still continue the previous operation. The other is the same. After the mining is completed, you will get 14,000 soul stones. How about it? Song Yu nodded repeatedly. He naturally had no reason to refuse. In the previous 3 days, he had obtained 3,200 medium-grade soul stones, which were equivalent to 9,600 merit points. And now these 14,000 soul stones were equivalent to 42,000 family merit points. He would only give his approval to such an easy opportunity to make money. After instructing Song Yu, the sky set off again, heading for another medium-grade soul stone vein tens of thousands of miles away. That vein was small, and it was estimated that about 40,000 medium-grade soul stones could be mined, including the only 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles left. It would take more than 2 days to mine. Song Chi was a little annoyed about this, secretly regretting that he had bought too few Angry Tiger mining vehicles when he left the family. Originally, 20 mining vehicles were enough, but with the implementation of the mining plan, half of them were taken away from the asteroid belt, and this number was obviously a bit stretched. Otherwise, the mining efficiency could be improved a little. When they arrived at the second soul stone vein, Song Chi released the last 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles, and at the same time, under the effect of the sound wave silence field component, the 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles began mining operations. In the main control room of the sky, he gave instructions to the remaining 3rd level soul spirit, asking him to pay attention to the duration of the sound wave silence field. And once the duration was over, he would stop the work of the 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles. Then Song Chi's mind moved, and he sent a thought to another soul spirit who was far away in an unknown light year. Is your situation okay? How is the mining work going? After sending it, about 2 minutes later, he could hear the other party's reply intermittently in his heart. Master, everything is normal now. We have mined some resources. You can ask Xiao Lei to hand them over to you at any time through the walking order. Song Chi did not show much surprise at this intermittent reply. He had tested it in the star field where the yellow sand floating land was before, and the result was the same. Obviously, although the red epic parts are powerful, compared with the vast and boundless broken star sea, they are still a bit reluctant. Not only is there a high delay, but the thoughts and voices are also intermittent. Song Chi was very satisfied with this. After all, he and the Soul Clan were separated by countless light years. Being able to communicate at any time was already a miracle. And this was just a normal contact. Don't forget that he still had the Jutian market. With a change of mind, his figure disappeared in the sky. Jutian market. With his entry, the market rules quickly gathered and blessed his body. At this moment, he communicated with the Soul Clan on the other side of the asteroid belt with his mind. Let Xiao Lei activate the walking order and go to the market. This time, only 30 seconds later, the Soul Tribe's reply sounded in his heart, and the voice was obviously much clearer. Yes, Master, do you need to bring those mined minerals, resources? Bring them. A few minutes later, Song Chi turned his eyes and looked at the 3rd floor of the inn behind him. Xiao Lei activated the market walking order Without being prohibited by him as the owner of the market, he was now teleported to the walking room on the 3rd floor of the inn. All the way to the 3rd floor. Song-Chi gently pushed open the door of the only walking room currently open, during the period when the market trading was not open. Although the owner of the walking order could not leave the walking room, he, the owner of the market, could enter it on his own initiative. Inside the house, Zhao Lei bowed and saluted. "Master." Song-Chi nodded gently. Zhao Lei, who understood his meaning, patted his waist lightly, and a large amount of mineral resources appeared in the walking room in the next second. 10 Angry Tiger mining vehicles and 2 standard civilian interstellar mining ships were mining at the same time, and thousands of tons of minerals were mined in just 2 days. With such a large amount of mineral resources, if there is no storage bag on Zhao Lei's waist, it is unknown how long the 3rd-level soul clam will have to toss back and forth. Gently waving his hand, using the power of the law to classify all these mineral resources and send them to the special mineral sales shop, Song-Chi glanced at Zhao Lei and asked him to return to the asteroid belt. After Zhao Lei left, he also left the inn. At the innermost side of the market, in front of the ultra-long-range space gate random release platform, Song-Chi's breathing was a little hurried, and his eyes were full of expectations. After all, this is the first transaction after the market was promoted to the 2nd level. This time, not only the 0-level and 1st-level alien creatures can enter, but also the 2nd-level aliens. The 2nd-level aliens in the Star Sea, they must have much more wealth than the previous 0-level and 1st-level, which also means that the transaction volume of this market will definitely increase significantly. So, he is naturally full of expectations. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Song-Chi clicked to activate this ultra-long-range space gate random delivery platform. The light flashed, and more than 70 rays of light on the delivery platform shot up into the sky, and were delivered to every corner of the broken Star Sea. After a short delay, more than 70 vortex portals slowly formed outside the market entrance. As usual, the first person to enter the market this time was still the Goblin Luke. For every opportunity to make money in the market, he always maintained the highest enthusiasm. Of course, before going to the store opened by his family, Luke first visited the mineral resources store, and took out a large ball of 0-level floating land origin from the suitcase in his hand. Well, no more, no less. Exactly 500,000 strands. Then he used these 500,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin to exchange for 1 million Terra stones. Until then, Luke left the mineral resources store contentedly and went to his silver house store to restock. Compared to the other party, Song-Chi was the same. 1 million Terra stones, including the acquisition and labor costs of the family, only required 25,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin, and sold them for 500,000 strands at once, a full 20 times profit. How could it not satisfy people? As usual, he took 100,000 strands out of the 500,000 strands and put them into his own pocket, and the other 400,000 strands were later handed over to his grandfather. Song-Chi quietly waited for the movement at the entrance of the market. As time went by slowly, alien creatures of various shapes entered the market with a vigilant look on their faces. Among them, the majority were level 0 and level 1, although there were few level 2, but there were some. After these creatures had seen the regular light curtain at the entrance, the vigilance in their eyes was greatly reduced, and then they walked into the market with curiosity, and began to go in and out of various shops repeatedly. Among them, the most popular one was not the pharmacy, nor the shops of the Goblin Luke, the Centaur, and Zhou Ping, but the mineral resource shop that had just gone through a round of restocking. After such a long period of accumulation, the types of minerals in the mineral resource shop now have reached thousands. Although Song-Chi would mark the prices of these mineral resources at more than 10 times the market price of the Xinhua human civilization territory, there are still many mineral resources among them, which are extremely popular in the star field where these newly entered alien races are located. So they began to buy in large quantities. In this regard, Song-Chi shook his head. Although he is the master of the market, he does not have the ability to predict the future. Before the market transaction is opened, he cannot know which minerals will be sought after. And naturally, he cannot raise the prices of such minerals accordingly. But after the market trading is opened, it is not suitable to adjust the price temporarily, which does not conform to the style of the market itself. In the distant sea of stars, there is an unknown star field. Dozens of strange starships are flying at high speed, under the cruising speed close to the speed of light. The guns outside the starships are not idle. and they keep roaring and firing at the dark starry sky ahead. Keep chasing. There must be something great in the interstellar ruins just now. It is the remains of a neutron star left over from the multiverse era. The voice echoed among dozens of starships. And the speed of dozens of starships flying by increased again in the next second. A few tens of light seconds ahead of these starships. A starship with a strange shape was speeding. However, compared with the starships behind, the hull of this starship had been greatly damaged. And even the thrusters at the rear were constantly flashing arcs, which was obviously affected. Scanning the radar on the side, Aaron, who was in the starship control position, had a gloomy face. As an ordinary citizen of the Star Origin Empire, he had experienced the biggest ups and downs in his life today. First of all, as an interstellar scavenger, he was lucky enough to discover a new wormhole today. Through this wormhole, he arrived at an unknown star field, and found an amazing object in this ancient unknown wreckage star field. Then he was unlucky enough to run into another group of Empire pirates passing by, and they happened to discover his gains, which led to the subsequent pursuit. Looking at the increasingly shorter distance between the two sides on the radar display, Aaron's heart was completely cold. As an interstellar scavenger, the performance of the starship he drove was not as good as those of the pirates behind him, and the thruster was damaged, which almost doomed the subsequent outcome. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and glanced at the strange object emitting a dazzling red light. And Aaron was unwilling to give up. With this red quality item, he only needed some time to develop quietly. He was fully confident that he could soar to the sky with it, and even become a powerful person in the Xingyuan Empire in the future. But this damn fate played a big joke on him. He had luck but no life to bear it. He did not think about handing over this red quality item in exchange for a chance to survive. But those behind him were the most notorious star pirates. It was about a red epic item. How could they let him go? While speeding along, the dozen starships behind him were getting closer and closer. Just when Aelin was completely desperate and was ready to end it directly with self-destruction, a void portal appeared out of thin air at the end of the dark starry sky in front of him. Seeing this, Aelin was overjoyed, as if a drowning man had grabbed a life-saving straw. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else and flew towards the void portal. Chapter 179 Red Epic Neutron Star Core Armor. Speeding along, a lone starship soon stopped in front of the void portal. But after confirming the size of the void portal, his expression became a little ugly again. With the size of this portal, it was obviously only enough for him to enter, and the starship under him would never pass through. In this way, he only had two choices left. Either continue to drive the starship to escape until he was caught up by the pirates later, or choose to take a gamble, enter this unknown space portal alone, and try to see if he can win a glimmer of hope. After just 2 seconds, Alone made a decision. Anyway, the worst outcome is nothing but death, so it's better to take a gamble. Thinking of this, he quickly took the storage capsule next to him and packed the red object on the ground. Squeak, the starship's airtight hatch opened, and Aaron, wearing a set of space-style individual combat armor, rushed out of the starship at a high speed. This was the only thing worth praising in his hand before, the latest individual combat armor of the Empire that he accidentally obtained while scavenging a few years ago. Swish, swish, swish. From behind, the sharp sound of artillery fire whistled, and Aaron, who had no time to think, stepped into the void portal in front of him. With a violent space conversion, even though the individual combat armor has an internal circulation regulation system, Alone felt a little turbulent in his heart. After recovering, he instinctively looked around with a vigilant look on his face. But when he saw the large number of star-sea creatures of various shapes inside the market through the market entrance, Alone was stunned for a long time. Until he approached the market entrance and saw the suspended market rules light curtain, he was suddenly enlightened. Jution Market, equal trade. Alone, who smelled a glimmer of hope for survival, fleshed into the market gate like a fly. His appearance in the individual combat armor naturally attracted a lot of attention, but soon it disappeared as he sank into the crowded creatures in the stall area. In the corner of the free stall area, Song-Chi, who transformed himself into a four-armed blue blood this time, continued to look at this person from a god's perspective. To be more precise, he was looking at the special armor he was wearing. From the shape of this armor, it was perfectly close to the Star-Sea human. So even though he had not seen the specific appearance of the owner inside the armor, he could still infer that the other party was probably also a Star-Sea human. Thinking about it, his mind moved the power of the law around him quietly flowed, and the next second, the other party's face hidden under the armor appeared in front of him. Is it really a Star Sea human? After confirming his guess, Song-Chi continued to focus on the other party's special armor. The reason why it is called armor, and not armor mecha, etc., is naturally because this set of mechanical armor is quite light, and is far from being like exoskeleton armor in mecha. Of course, it is definitely not as good as the bionic skin armor that Song-Chi is currently wearing, but it is equivalent to the iron armor worn by the soldiers of the ancient dynasties in the previous life. Compared with exoskeleton power armor and more exaggerated mecha, it is more flexible and more suitable for single-soldier combat. After carefully examining it with the power of the law, Song-Chi had a basic parameter in mind. Second-order energy-level defense alloy layer, with an internal circulation system, a micronuclear fusion reactor as the power source, and it seems to have a light firepower system. He repeated the whole thing in his mind, and finally Song-Chi came to the conclusion that the overall performance of this thing can definitely crush the military exoskeleton power armor of the Morningstar Principality. It's not just the Morningstar Principality. Most of the individual exoskeleton armor in the territory of Shinhua human civilization cannot reach the performance of this set of armor. After coming to this conclusion, Song-Chi suddenly became interested, since it has a considerable advantage in performance. It means that as long as it is brought to the territory of human civilization, there will definitely be a large market. As long as the cost price of this special individual armor is appropriate, there will be huge profits in the process. Thinking about it, Song-Chi was about to go over and try to talk to the other party, but he suddenly made an unexpected move. This person changed a lot of stalls, and seeing that he had not found the items he wanted for a long time, he could no longer control his anxiety. He suddenly took out a capsule-like object several dozen centimeters long from the back of his armor. It was made of unknown material. Just as Song-Chi was puzzled, the capsule-like object was suddenly opened by him, and then a flash of red light filled the entire market space. Red Star Sea Wonder? A creature actually took out a red wonder? Are you kidding me? You are trading a wonder of this level? Quick! 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 Don't push. Let me see what the wonder is first. In an instant, the whole market was boiling. The already bustling Shutian market, with the appearance of this red wonder, reached a new climax again. Even Song-Chi, the master of the market, who already had a red treasure in his hand, could not calm down for a long time. In the middle of the free stall area, holding the storage capsule that had been opened in his hand, Aelin shouted loudly in the universal language of the Star Sea, through the special amplitude of the armor. His voice was infinitely amplified, and it was almost transmitted to the ears of all creatures in the market at the moment. Red Epic Quality Treasure Neutron Star Core. Priority is given to exchange for life-saving items. Those who are interested can make their own bids, and I will consider who to trade with in the end. After speaking, he placed the ball that was emitting dazzling red light, was pitch black, and was the size of a ping-pong ball on the stall in front of him. Among the crowd, Song-Chi had already squeezed to the front with the power of the law without making a sound. He concentrated his mind on this dark sphere. Soon, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes, and the properties of this neutron star core surfaced. Special object, neutron star core. Quality, red. Transformable, neutron star core armor. Note, it originated from the neutron star debris left over from a universe in the multiverse era. After endless years, it finally evolved into a Star Sea Wonder. Due to the lack of energy replenishment for a long time, the neutron star debris was exhausted and slowly degenerated into a red wonder. After reading the properties of this wonder, Song-Chi's eyes showed a strong glow. Of course, with the cover of the power of the law, this change in expression could not be captured by other creatures. His eyes fell on the two most important words on the attribute panel in front of him. Degradation. After degradation, it is still a red quality item. What does this mean? It means that at the beginning, this neutron star core was probably a higher quality item. Even though it has now degraded to red, there is a big difference. An ordinary red item, whether in terms of its own attributes or future potential, can never be comparable to a red item that was once of higher quality. Thinking about it, Song-Chi's mind turned again. A force of law wrapped with strands of psionic energy brushed across this neutron star core. After a while, the specific properties of this strange object, after being transformed into a shipborne component, also emerged. Neutron Star Core Armor Level 0. Quality, red. Feature, Neutron Star Fission. Feature 2, Neutron Star Core Pulse. Feature 3. Armor protection value increased by an additional 70%. Consumption, 20/S psionic points protection, 36. No need to charge and buffer. Upgrade required. 50 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 5,000 psionic points, 5 kg cobalt stone neutron star fission. Consume 5,000 psionic points. The battleship is temporarily transformed into a micro-neutron star form, resisting attacks from the outside world, duration 10s, cooling time 72 hours. Neutron star core pulse. The armor layer transformed by the neutron star core contains endless pulse energy. When the warship is damaged, this infinite pulse energy wave will continue to repair the ship's armor and energy shield, repairing 1% of the armor layer every 30 seconds, and restoring 1% of the ship's energy shield value every 60 seconds. Song Chi's panting sounded a little heavy. The Heart Lake that had already stirred up a lot of waves, now turned into an uproar. If Song Chi was only slightly excited when he saw the properties of the neutron star core, then after reading the detailed properties of the neutron star core armor parts, he almost completely integrated into the surrounding alien races, and only had passion and greed for this strange object. However, compared to the alien races around him, who only dared to think about it in their hearts, Song Chi was determined to get it. The shipborne parts that can be transformed from this neutron star core are absolutely the best of the best, and its 3 characteristics are more exaggerated than the other. First of all, it goes without saying that the armor protection attribute is increased by 70%. Compared with the orange quality dark matter energy shield generator as protection value doubled, which is a fixed increase of 100%. It is indeed inferior from the initial ratio. But we must grasp the key point. The protection value doubling feature of the dark matter energy shield generator is fixed and unchanged. No matter how it is strengthened, it is 100%. But this neutron star core armor is different. Although it is only 70% at the beginning, with subsequent strengthening, this increase ratio will continue to increase, let alone 100% in the future. I am afraid it will not be able to reach 150%. In addition, although the trait of neutron star fission seems to be the same as obsidian protection, can neutron stars and obsidian be compared? In the previous life, neutron stars were one of the strongest celestial bodies in the universe, and were usually compared with black holes. In front of them, obsidian was not even a younger brother. Song Chi estimated that as long as he got this neutron star core armor and strengthened it to level 30, once the neutron star fission trait was activated, the Sky number 1 would be transformed into a micro-neutron star state, and it would be able to withstand attacks from even a 5th level existence. As for the neutron star core pulse feature, its effect is equally amazing. As long as the warship is damaged, it can continue to repair the ship's armor and energy shield. Perhaps it is a bit slow to repair 1% in 30s and 60s, but it can be strengthened along with the components. As long as the strengthening level is raised, it will definitely be an extremely powerful feature. While thinking about it, many aliens beside him have started to bid one after another, as if they all have a tacit understanding. Almost all the alien creatures who bid are of the 2nd level. Obviously, those 0 level and 1st level aliens feel that the things in their hands are not good enough, and they did not bid together. However, Song Chi, the master of the market, clearly sensed that, with the appearance of this red wonder, many alien creatures began to leave the market one after another. They were in a hurry. If I guess correctly, these aliens should have gone to inform the high-level beings of their own race in the outside world. There were nearly 80 space gates. It was impossible that all of them were discovered by a single creature by chance. There were always some that were discovered by an entire tribe, an entire ethnic group, etc. They sent their 0, 1, and 2 level creatures to trade inside, while they themselves guarded outside the space gate of the market. Song Chi actually didn't want to see this, because every time there was a force like this, he would have another competitor, which would reduce his chances of getting the red ship armor. But he couldn't take the initiative to stop it, because that didn't fit the transcendental city setting he had always established for the market. He frowned, but soon returned to normal. If he only had the market guest order in his hand, it might be a little risky, but he was still confident enough about the market walking order that appeared after he was promoted to the 2nd level. Apart from anything else, the fact that it can raise the combat power of a creature by 1 level is definitely the best way to save his life. Thinking about it, the bidding in the field has reached a white-hot stage. I offer 3 3rd level Fire 8 puppets, which can be activated by Soul Gathering Talisman. and can protect the user within half an hour without the need for mana control. The one who spoke at this time was Zhou Ping, one of the few first-level creatures in the auction, and also an old acquaintance of Song Qi, from Luofu's sword sect. On the other side, a sharp voice soon sounded. Lord Luke is willing to offer a third-level magic shield belt and 10 deep space magic bombing drones. The former can generate a third-level single magic shield, and the latter has third-level power. Although the bidding continued, it was obvious that the value of the items offered was far from the Red Wonder. However, all the alien creatures present seemed to have agreed on it. They relied on the fact that Aaron had a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, and while bidding continuously, they did not raise the value too high. Suddenly, a first-level alien who had just left the market and soon re-entered suddenly made an offer, and the tacit understanding between the people in the market was broken. I have an orange-quality dark power field stone, which can trigger a dark power field that can resist 4th-level attacks for half an hour every 10 days. As the voice of this first-level alien sounded, Aaron, who had not spoken behind the stall, clearly showed a hint of interest in his eyes. Among all the current bidders, this creature was obviously the highest bidder. Although an orange-quality wonder is far inferior to a red epic wonder, it is not a consumable and can be used many times in the future. The cooling time every 10 days may be a little long, but compared with the bids of other alien creatures, this is indeed an extremely conscientious offer. Considering this, Aaron was naturally a little tempted. Chapter 180 Neutron Star Core Armor obtains Skyship greatly enhanced. This is far from the end. This first-level alien is more like a stone that breaks the calm of the lake, and soon affects the entire lake. I have an orange-quality short-distance teleportation stone. After activation, you can teleport yourself 1 light-year away. The damaged Earth attribute Law Crystal can temporarily enter the 4th-level semi-myth realm of Law-enhanced state, and possess the power of the 4th level. For these continuous quotations, the most unexpected thing in the field is the two. In addition to Aelin, the person involved, there was Song Qi, the owner of the market. Although he had guessed that the alien creatures who had left would bring in a lot of good things, the appearance of several orange honor quality wonders in a row still made him feel a little meaningful. It wasn't that competitive pressure, but he felt that his current wealth was still too thin. Why did all these orange wonders come out at this moment? Why had they never appeared before? The reason was that there were too few wonders in his wonderful item exchange shop to make these aliens too jealous. Or the quality of those wonders was not enough to arouse the interest of the high-level beings behind these aliens. After all, there is only one orange item in the item exchange shop, and it can only be exchanged for the same quality fire item Red Plain Sky Fire. It seems that we still need to try to get more high-quality items in the future. Do you want to try the family? With a sigh, Song Qi set his sights on the Dinghai Song family, an ancient family that has been passed down for nearly 3,000 years. In the entire Xinhua human civilization territory, the Dinghai Song family may not be considered a big deal. But if it is just the Morning Star Principality, the Song family is definitely a giant with enough weight. With such a long history, the clan should have accumulated a lot of high-quality rare items that cannot be converted into shipboard parts. Right? Thinking about it, he quickly shook his head, not to mention whether it would attract attention. The key is that the Song family may not have too many such rare items. The reason is very simple. For other ordinary forces, it may be difficult to trade with alien civilizations outside the territory of Xinhua human civilization. But for Dinghai Song family, which has a 5th-level Xinhua captain to suppress it, this is actually very simple. In other words, the rare items that Song family had accumulated over thousands of years and could not be converted into shipboard parts were probably traded out long ago. Time passed quickly, but the bidding for the red epic item had not yet ended. Alone was not stupid. After hearing so many bids from people around him, his mentality gradually changed from being anxious at the beginning to waiting for the price. He entered the market not long after it was opened, and the subsequent duration was still sufficient. So he was not in a hurry to make a decision. He even had other ideas in his mind. He was not only thinking about saving his life, but also wanted to use this red quality item to pave a better foundation for his future extraordinary path. In this regard, Song Qi did not rush to make a move. Since he decided to take out the market walking order, he must make a move in the name of the market controller. In this way, he would bid in the final stage and make the final decision, which would be closer to the mystery and unknown of the market itself. Time passed, and several hours passed. As time went by, the number of alien creatures in the market has reached a new height. At the entrance of the vortex portal, a wave of space fluctuations came, but it was this wave that had been triggered countless times, and it attracted the attention of Song-Chi, the Lord of the Market. If I am not mistaken, the portal from which the space fluctuations came this time was the one that the owner of the neutron star core had entered before. Are you tired of waiting? It is not difficult to guess that. The enemies of the first human who came in, that is, the one who took out the neutron star core, were really tired of waiting and entered the market through the space gate in person. After this deduction, Song-Chi's mind changed, and he returned to the stall where the bidding was still going on. As expected, the human who was still immersed in the pleasure of the aliens around him raising the price reacted immediately after noticing the figures walking in from the entrance of the market. Although covered by the mechanical armor, other aliens could not see the specific changes in his expression. But Song-Chi, the Lord of the Market, could. Is it as I thought? Seeing the deep panic and fear flashing across his face, Song-Chi already knew the answer. With this episode, the bidding that had lasted for several hours also changed a little. Alan, who had been careless and waiting for the price, no longer wanted to delay. His mind turned quickly, and his eyes moved back and forth between the bidders who had made the highest bids during this period. After about 5 minutes, seeing that the time was almost right, Song-Chi's mind moved. With the change of his mind, all the creatures in the market subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards the sky of the market. The sky of the market, which had been calm all along, suddenly became turbulent. The endless power of the market rules was gathering rapidly. And finally, a 1,000-meter-long illusory golden dragon of rules was condensed above the heads of all creatures. Awing! The golden dragon of rules let out a long roar, as if the roar of a dragon from the ancient times was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and it was clearly transmitted to the minds of all the alien creatures present. On one side of the free stall area, Zhou Ping, who was wearing a robe, had a flash of light in his eyes. Is the mysterious market lord finally going to take action? Above the sky, the golden dragon of rules opened its mouth, and under the rich and dazzling golden light, a silver token shining with silver light floated out of it. At the same time, the 5 characters written with the power of the law, market walking order, also floated above the sky. The moment Zhou Ping, who had seemed quite indifferent, saw this market walking order and the silver token, his pupils suddenly dilated. It's not the market guest order, but a brand new token. I just don't know what kind of power this market walking order will have. Sure enough, this mysterious market lord has more and better items in his hands. But the things that all the creatures that entered the market before took out are not enough for him to take out. In just a few seconds, Zhou Ping imagined a lot, and at the same time secretly decided that after the market transaction was over, he must make suggestions to the senior leaders of the sect, and must take out more and more precious treasures. Not only him, but also the goblin Luke, the centaur, and the alien creatures who had obtained the market visitor order several times before. All of them were like this. Song-Chi didn't know what these people were thinking. Of course, he had some guesses before, but he didn't have time to care about them now. After condensing the 5 big words market walking order, he thought again, and the detailed introduction of the market walking order also appeared below. His unlimited entry into the market. Doesn't this mean that as long as you get this market walking order, you can always enter the Zhutian market in the future? Although this is also very important, I value the ability of the law that can fight across levels more. It is different from the damaged earth attribute law crystal before. Although the damaged law crystal can temporarily possess the power of the 4th level, it can only be used once. However, the law blessing ability of this market walking order can be used once a month. It is definitely a magical skill that combines life-saving, treasure hunting, and adventure. Is this the existence behind the market, who wants to use the market walking order to exchange for the red quality neutron star core? As the detailed information of the market walking order was listed one by one, the aliens in the market suddenly exploded, and discussions continued. In the corner, Zhou Ping, who was full of expectations, now had a fiery look in his eyes. The properties of this market walking order were even more perfect than he had imagined. Not only was there a temporary space that could serve as a shelter at any time, but the law blessing ability made him extremely excited. With the strong support of the sect, he has now reached the peak of chi training, and will soon enter the foundation building stage. If he can have this market walking order by then, he will be able to fight against the golden elixir with the foundation building, which is a heaven-defying level. Thinking of this, it was as if a curse had been cast on his mind. This thought was deeply engraved in his mind, and could never be dispelled. And his inner thoughts gradually turned into how to find a perfect reason to let the sect get him a resource that was enough to exchange for this market-walking order. Just as all the alien creatures were excited, the golden dragon of the law in the sky moved again. The power of the law flowed, and a ray of golden light spit out from the golden dragon's mouth again. This mysterious golden light went straight down, and finally turned into a paragraph of law text in front of the human in mechanical armor below. If you are willing, this order will be exchanged for this neutron star core, which has a useful life of 3 years. When Alan scanned this paragraph of the law, the text turned and dissipated with the wind, as if it had never appeared before. In the corner of the freestall area, Song-Chi, who had transformed into a blue blood, had a calm look in his eyes, and quietly waited for the other party's final decision. At this moment, he did not have the anxiety and tension that he had before, but was quite calm, and had enough confidence in the conditions he had given. 3 years. Why 3 years? Before giving this useful life, he naturally had enough consideration. 3 years. For all the broken star sea creatures in the Great Star Sea era. This may be an almost negligible amount of time. But for the monthly market transactions, this means a full 36 market transactions. Similarly, for the market walking order, it also means 36 opportunities for the law to bless. With such a premise, as long as Alan is not too stupid, it is enough for him to rise completely in these 3 years, and become a figure who dominates the world. Therefore, he believed that if the other party knew what was going on, he would not consider any other trading conditions other than the market walking order. After a moment of silence, Alan's flickering eyes suddenly condensed. And then he raised his head and tried to respectfully say to the market sky, 3 years is too short. Your Majesty, the great lord of the market, can it be increased to 5 years? Hearing his words, the originally noisy market fell silent, and all the alien creatures looked up thoughtfully, as if they were curious about what kind of response the existence behind the market would give. However, as time went by, they showed disappointment on their faces one after another. Although the golden dragon of laws above the sky was still circling, it did not give any response. Of course, the most disappointed person was Aaron himself. In his opinion, even if it was an additional year or even half a year, it would be good, but the mysterious market owner was obviously the kind of person who insisted on his word. Once the price was given, it would never be changed at will. In the corner, Song-Chi's face was still calm. He knew very well that for the aliens at this moment, his not replying was the best answer. And it also once again practiced the detached attitude of the market itself. However, this was only on the surface. In fact, Song-Chi was still a little panicked. He was really afraid that the human race was stubborn and would turn around and trade with other alien races when he saw that he was unwilling to raise the price. If that happened, he would probably be uncomfortable for a long time. This neutron star core armor was a piece of top-quality ship armor. If he missed this opportunity, he would not know how long he would have to wait to find a piece of red-quality ship armor in the future. Fortunately, this worst situation did not happen. After hesitating for a while, Alan agreed to exchange for the market walking order. At the moment he agreed, Song-Chi noticed that the humans who entered the market later all ran towards the market gate at the same time. In the crowd, Alan also saw this scene, and he quickly threw the neutron star core in his hand into the sky. The power of the law above the sky rolled up the black ball. At the same time, a slight space fluctuation came from in front of Alan, and the silver market walking order appeared in front of him out of thin air. Reaching out and grabbing the market walking order, Alan did not hesitate at all. He quickly rushed out of the crowd and chased after the star pirates, who were in a hurry to leave. Although he had obtained the market walking order, which allowed him to temporarily obtain the third-level combat power, he was very clear that the starship he left behind must have been destroyed by the pirates. Without the assistance of the starship, he was not 100% able to defeat the pirates with only the third-level combat power. Therefore, taking the initiative was the key to his subsequent chances of winning. If he let these pirates go out first to report the news, the situation, which was not very good, would be further deteriorated. He would naturally not watch this happen. Watching the two groups of people rushing into the void gate one after another, the aliens in the market, who were watching the show, had something in their eyes. They all knew that outside the space portal, a life-and-death battle would soon take place. Of course, they didn't care about the outcome of the battle, but the subsequent ownership of the market walking order. The one who cared least about these was Song Chi, no matter which side won in the future. It didn't matter, because his own goal had been achieved. Since the neutron star core armor parts were already in hand, what difference would it make to him whoever took the market walk order to trade in the market? After nearly 2 hours, Song Chi, who was strolling in the freestall area, raised his eyebrows and looked at the third floor of the inn on the side. Is the result out? With a little curiosity, he activated the power of the law around him. It turned out to be him? Song Chi was a little surprised. The final winner turned out to be the one who took out the neutron star core armor before. After the man came down from the inn, he thought about it, and then approached him as a blue blood. As for the purpose, it was naturally for the high-performance armor. But unfortunately, after a brief exchange, the transaction plan was aborted before it was implemented. According to the human named Alone, in the star field behind him, this space armor is the latest model, and it is very expensive, although he did not know the specific price. After his general description, Song Chi already understood that the cost of this thing is likely to be much higher than the exoskeleton power armor. Based on this, the profit of this thing was naturally greatly reduced. Even if you are willing to operate it, you can still make some money. But Song Chi is not interested in it. There are many alien creatures entering the Zutian market every time, and there are many things that make more money than this thing. If it is not that kind of thing that makes money, Song Chi is too lazy to do it, and he doesn't have the time. However, although the battle armor is dead, he unexpectedly discovered another channel that can be explored. It was nothing else. It was the storage capsule that the other party had used to store the neutron star core strange object. This storage capsule is similar to the space folding box of the Silver Goblin Empire in principle, but there are also differences. Unlike the space folding box, which has an internal space of dozens or hundreds of cubic meters, this storage capsule has only 1 cubic meter of internal space. Even the medium and high-level storage capsules have an internal space of only 3 or 5 cubic meters. Don't think that its space is dozens or hundreds of times smaller than that of the space folding box. But in the star field behind Aaron, this thing is very popular, and the price is very low. In this way, business opportunities naturally come. Although the space is small, it can hardly hold large devices, ores, resources, etc. But for some low and middle-level Shinhua captains, it is still very attractive. Thinking about it, Song Chi began to talk to the other party about the storage capsule in detail. As long as there is enough time, I can still collect a large number of these storage capsules, and we can continue to discuss the price, but how to trade in the future. Without waiting for him to finish, Song Chi directly put out the market guest order used to conceal his identity. Seeing this market guest order, Alan was relieved, and the two sides began to discuss further. But it didn't last long. It wasn't because of Song Chi, but because Alan said that he couldn't buy a large number of storage capsules at present. The two sides could only start the transaction after changing their identities. As time passed, before the end of this market transaction, Song Chi found Zhou Ping and bought a large number of low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones from him as a blue blood. This was what his grandfather needed for the fairyland spirit soil later, so he naturally didn't forget it. Zutian market. With the end of the transaction, the market returned to its former silence. On the inner side of the market, in front of the spiritual synthesis platform, Song Chi took out 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence from the Shinhua ancestral orifice. While carefully counting all the gains from this transaction, a piece of red ship armor, 100 strands of third-level floating land essence, 1,200 strands of second-level floating land essence, 50 titanium crystals, 8,600 strands of first-level floating land essence, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, more than 400,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, 200,000 of which must be given to the family, and a number of other various price difference resources. Among these gains, there were originally 200,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, but they were used to buy spiritual stones from Zhou Ping later. Of course, these spirit stones will be used in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm later, and belong to the family for public use. So the 200,000 strands of floating land origin spent are naturally deducted from the original 400,000 strands. Song Chi doesn't care about these zero-level and first-level floating land origins. He is concerned about the third level and second-level floating land origins. Although the fourth-level floating land origin did not appear this time. As the market was promoted to the second level, the second-level alien races could also enter the market, and the number of creatures patronizing the floating land origin exchange shop increased significantly, which can be seen from the number of second-level floating land origins obtained. In the past, each market transaction, including the rental fees of the 3 rental shops, ended up with at most 500 to 600 strands of the second-level floating land essence. But this time, it was directly changed to 1,200 strands. In addition, the 100 strands of the third-level floating land essence were also taken out by a second-level alien race, and exchanged for 1,400 strands of the second-level floating land essence. It was also a small accident. After counting the gains from the market transaction, Song-Chi sent the 100,000 strands of the zero-level floating land essence that he had just taken out to the synthesis table. After 3 consecutive syntheses, it turned into 100 strands of the third-level floating land essence. Holding these 100 newly synthesized third-level floating land origins, Song-Chi returned to the sky in the outside world. After 24 hours, the duration of the sound wave silence field component has ended. And naturally, the 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles have also stopped mining, reactivating this component, allowing the 4 Angry Tiger mining vehicles to continue working. Song-Chi quickly took out the Neutron Star Core armor and replaced the Obsidian Hull armor component without hesitation. Although his hands moved quickly, Song-Chi's heart was actually bleeding. Obsidian Hull armor has been strengthened to level 30. With this replacement, all the resources consumed by the previous strengthening will be wasted. But there was no other way. He couldn't just leave a piece of red armor unused. I heard there are special parts that can actively retain the level of the unloaded parts, or return the resources for the enhancement. If there is a chance, I really need to get one. Otherwise it will be a big loss. Muttering, Song-Chi began to enhance the sky. However, the first part to be enhanced was not the newly installed Neutron Star Core armor, but the pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. After 2 consecutive times, this orange main gun was enhanced to the current limit of the ship's enhancement, LV-39. Its attack damage increased from 179,8200 at level 37 to 215,0400. However, after strengthening this main gun, Song-Chi only had 320 titanium crystals left, and only 122 strands of the third-level floating land origin. Then, it was the final highlight. Without thinking too much, he directly strengthened the Neutron Star Core armor to level 30. As expected, facing a red epic component, the resources he had just earned were all lost. But in the blink of an eye, only 145 titanium crystals were left out of the 320 just now, and 1060 of the nearly 3,000 strands of the second-level floating land essence were gone, which was more than 1/3. However, proportional to this, the properties of this Neutron Star Core armor component increased. Neutron Star Core armor LV-30 quality, red feature, Neutron Star Fission feature 2, Neutron Star Core Pulse feature 3, armor protection value increased by an additional 140% consumption, 500/S psionic points protection, 756000 no need for charging and buffering upgrade required, 20 strands of floating land essence third level, 70,000 psionic points, 50 tons of cobalt stone, 43 titanium crystals Neutron Star Fission, consume 30,000 psionic points. The battleship is temporarily transformed into a micro-neutron star form to resist attacks from the outside world. Duration 80s. Cooling time 36 hours. Neutron Star Core Pulse. The armor layer transformed by the Neutron Star Core contains endless pulse energy. When the warship is damaged, this infinite pulse energy wave will continue to repair the ship's armor and energy shield, repairing 3% of the armor layer every 15 seconds, and restoring 3% of the ship's energy shield value every 30 seconds. Not to mention the protection value of up to 750,000. The time of Neutron Star Fission alone has increased from 10s to 80s. And the cooling time has also been reduced from 3 days to 1.5 days. The most critical thing is the Neutron Star Core Pulse feature at the back, which repairs 3% of the armor layer every 15 seconds. This means that in the future, as long as the hull armor of the skyship is not completely damaged, it only needs to wait for less than 9 minutes to be fully revived. As for the energy shield, it restores 3% of the shield value every 30 seconds. According to the current dark matter energy shield generator, it is equivalent to restoring 4,120 points per second. as long as the external damage does not exceed this value. The dark matter energy shield generator will never be overloaded. Moreover, this is a LV30 dark matter energy shield generator. If the level of this component continues to increase in the future, the recovery value will increase. After going through all this in his mind, Song-Chi, satisfied, prepared to continue strengthening other components on the sky that were still at the second level. At present, he still had more than 1,700 strands of the second level floating land origin in his hand, which was enough to strengthen several components to the third level. But before he could do anything, he stopped again because he thought of something. It wasn't that something unexpected happened in the outside world. What Song-Chi was looking at was the engine parts on the sky. Glimpse, antimatter hyperstate engine. This part was obtained from my grandfather. It has been in operation on the sky for nearly a year. Originally, it was enough to maintain the balance of psionic energy supply on the sky. However, with the loading and strengthening of the red part neutron star core armor to level 30, this balance was broken. The Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine, which is also at level 30, currently supplies more than 1,500 points per second, and consumes 180 points per second, counting the 350 points per second of the dark matter energy shield generator, and the 500 points per second of the neutron star core armor. The consumption of these three alone has reached 1030 per second. Apart from these three, there are many other components on the sky. Therefore, the energy supply of the Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine component is not enough. Helplessly, Song-Chi could only strengthen this purple engine first. After 5 consecutive times, it was strengthened to level 35. He wanted to continue strengthening, but the third level floating land origin was not enough. Only the last 7 strands were left, and there were 55 titanium crystals left. Shadow antimatter hyperstate engine LV35. Quality, purple. Features, energy supply efficiency increased by 85%. Consumption, 205/S. Energy supply, 2081/S. Buffer after overload, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 65,000 points can store 65,000 energy points convertible. Shadow level reactor. Upgrade requirements, 35 strands of floating land origin third level, 35,000 psionic energy points, 30 life pronuclei third level, 21 titanium crystals. With the enhancement to level 35, its energy supply reached 2081 psionic energy points per second, which was considered to be a little overflow. However, the psionic energy pool was only increased from 60,000 to 65,000. The other parts were fine, but for the 2 red parts, it was still not enough to support their continued enhancement, which was a headache for Song-Chi. Moreover, the enhancement of those second-level parts had to be stopped, as he was afraid that the engine would be insufficient if he was not careful. Alas, when I think about it, I have to change the engine too. To be honest, Song-Chi felt a little annoyed at the moment. With the Zhuitian market in hand, his speed of making money was already 100 times faster than that of the Xinhua captains of the same rank, but he still felt that there were not enough resources every time. At this moment, he finally understood in his heart why so many Xinhua captains would be stuck at the same rank for dozens or hundreds of years. The single combat power of the Xinhua warship was indeed well known in the Broken Star Sea, but it was accompanied by the burning of a lot of resources. Chapter 181 1 year. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Song-Chi did not think any more. He clicked on the attribute panel of the sky. With the recent several enhancements, the attributes of the sky have changed significantly again. After carefully checking the 2 columns of basic parts and additional parts, Song-Chi's sight finally fell on the column of additional features, which does not exist in ordinary Xinhua warships. This fixed space feature is an additional feature derived from the fixed space stone. Neutron star core armor, as a red epic ship armor, even once exceeded the red quality, and may have the potential to continue to be promoted in the future. Song-Chi naturally had no hesitation about such a top-grade ship armor, and directly integrated all the remaining 600 tons of fixed space stones in his hand into it. In this way, compared with the 100-ton obsidian ship armor, the fixed space characteristics attached to this neutron star core armor are naturally several times stronger. It can even be imagined that the safety of the sky will be greatly improved when it leaves the market and enters the dark void to hunt the void demon. After dealing with all the strengthening matters of the sky, Song-Chi turned his sight and looked at the 4-armed blue blood clan Tua Guhong, who had been quietly guarding behind him. It can be clearly seen that at this moment, a layer of blood energy is spreading around Tua Guhong. which is the product of the continuous resonance between the blood power in his body and the outside world. It is also the most intuitive manifestation of the organism's upcoming promotion. This situation has lasted for more than 3 days. When the sky returned to the soul land, when he felt the majestic energy of the soul land, a 3-level star sea floating land, this change had already occurred in his body. In fact, as long as his master allows, Tuguhong can try to impact the 3rd level at any time. At present, he has been trying his best to suppress the restlessness of the active blood in his body and suppress his own promotion. As a rare descendant of the Blue Blood clan, he was a genius who could touch the threshold of the 3rd level on the 2nd level floating land. Without the level limit of the Blue Blood floating land, Tuguhong was like a latent dragon that entered the sea. His flesh and blood were cheering and jumping, and he was eager to transform to a higher level of life. Under Song Chi's mind, Tuguhong, who had turned into a normal person, shrank again, and was then brought into the Zutian market by Song Chi Go. At the door of the all-attribute training room on the inside of the market, Song Chi waved his hand and let him enter the all-attribute training room to try to break through. He still had high expectations for this creature that occupied the last slave position of the slavery metal. Although his current strength was at the quasi-3rd level, he had the blue-blooded body, the dragon horse strength, and the 3 special talents of the ancestral blessing. He could fight against the 3rd level aliens of the 1st and 2nd tiers. If he could be promoted to the 3rd level, if nothing unexpected happened, Tuguhong would directly have the peak combat power of the 3rd level. The blood talent that could rival the Thorn Dragon was not just talk. In addition, Song Chi also thought of the Market Walking Order. If the Market Walking Order is added with its law, it will be even more powerful, and its combat power will be further improved. Even if the current Market Walking Order does not increase the power of 3rd level creatures much, it is better than nothing. It is 1,000 times better than directly using the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature. It is not easy to enslave a creature with a good genetic lineage, and Song Chi is unwilling to lose it all at once. Don't forget, the Thorn-Winged Dragon, which has similar potential, requires 300,000 ordinary merits plus 5 gold merits to exchange, which is not cheap. However, when it comes to the Market Walking Order, Song Chi remembered another piece of bad news. After being promoted to the 2nd level, the upgrade requirements of the market have increased a lot. After this transaction, it did not meet the conditions for promotion and is still level 20. In other words, he did not have the 2nd Market Walking Order in his hand at this moment. Above the market sky, amazing energy was gathering at a very fast speed, making the whole market feel like a storm was coming. After this large amount of energy gathered in the sky, it quickly injected into the full attribute training room below. As it continued to be injected, the energy fluctuations emitted in the full attribute training room became more and more amazing. Even Song Chi, who was standing in the freestall area thousands of meters away, felt a strong sense of oppression. Looking along the central street to the inside of the market, his eyes were shining, with strong expectations, and a hint of envy. 3rd level power. I don't know when I can reach this level. After muttering softly, Song Chi quickly returned to normal. This envy came quickly, and it also went away quickly. As the ruler of the Zutian market, he was confident that he could reach the 4th and 5th levels, let alone the 3rd level. It would just take some time to achieve them step by step, so there was no need to envy others. The strange phenomenon caused by the promotion lasted for about half an hour, until the majestic aura solidified, no longer as illusory as before, like a castle in the air. And this meant that Tuguhong had officially completed the promotion from the quasi-3rd level to the 3rd level. But just being promoted was not enough. Song Chi let him stay in the full attribute training room for another day, until Tuguhong basically adapted to the increased strength. In the freestall area, Tuguhong, who was 10 meters tall, was exuding the 3rd level aura in his body without any scruples. His 4 arms moved together, and his strong thighs were muscular. At first glance, he looked like an extremely violent machine. Yes, after being promoted to the 3rd level, Tuguhong, who was originally 5 meters tall, had reached 10 meters in height. Of course, this was just the normal form. If the ancestral blessing talent was activated, he would directly soar to the height of a normal 3rd level creature of 1,000 meters, and his own combat power would also be increased to the peak of the 3rd level. Not far ahead, Song Chi stood quietly admiring Tuguhong, who was exercising with all his strength. The power of the law flowed around him, isolating the majestic third-level pressure from outside, and was not affected at all. Looking at Toguhong, who was carrying amazing power with every opening and closing, Song-Chi nodded with satisfaction. As expected of him, who possessed the innate ability of dragon horsepower, his body and flesh indeed contained power far beyond that of ordinary third-level creatures. Thinking, Song-Chi waved his hand, and the Qingming Likong gun placed in the closed storage room flew over and finally landed in front of Toguhong. Toguhong looked at Song-Chi, asking for his master's opinion. Try it. If it's suitable, this Qingming Likong gun will be left for you to use in the future. Although the Blue Bloods were born with 4 arms, 2 sets of double swords would be more suitable for Toguhong. But Song-Chi didn't have the time to get them in a short time, so he could only make do with it. But no matter what, Qingming Likong gun is a purple quality weapon, and it is still impeccable in terms of various powers. When Toguhong held the spear, with the infusion of the mighty blood energy in his body, the Qingming Likong spear, which was only 2 meters long, instantly expanded to 12 meters, becoming the most suitable length. Swish, 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 the spear was swung, and a green light flashed. After a few minutes, Toguhong, who was still a little unsatisfied, stopped at Song-Chi's signal, with a raised corner of his mouth, and an unconcealed joy in his eyes. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with this Qingming Likong spear. Seeing this, Song-Chi nodded. If it was suitable, he didn't need to waste time looking for other weapons for him. It couldn't be better. 2 days later, after successfully mining more than 30,000 medium-grade soul stones, the Sky soared into the sky and headed to other areas of the South region for exploration. In this way, Song-Chi and Song-Yu had been wandering around the South region, staying in a place for a few days from time to time, or mining separately. After the exploration and mining in the South region, they turned to the largest area of the Central region. Time passed slowly in this daily routine. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Song-Chi and Song-Yu mined more than dozens of soul stone veins, and the harvest was amazing. Among them, Song-Yu alone received more than 100,000 medium-grade soul stones in this year, which, if calculated in terms of family merit, exceeded 300,000 points. As for Song-Chi, it was even more exaggerated. The number of medium-grade soul stones he received was more than 1.5 million, which, converted into family merit points, was as high as 4.5 million. Of course, during this year, he used more than 60,000 soul stones intermittently, and with the help of these 60,000 middle-grade soul stones, his mental power has already stepped halfway into the threshold of the second stage of the ordinary mind state. However, as this year passed, the South region and the Central region were basically controlled by the family, and the only remaining ones were the East region, which was still completely controlled by the Soul clan, and the North region, which was full of water. Because of this, Song-Chi and the others' mining plan came to an end. In the Jutian market, in the all-attribute training room, Song-Chi sat cross-legged. That's right. He was sitting cross-legged. He was not practicing the Dalian technique, but preparing to visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha. Well, it was not the usual visualization, but he was preparing to impact the second stage of the ordinary mind state. Around him, tens of thousands of middle-grade soul stones were neatly stacked, and rich soul power filled the entire training room. In Song-Chi's hand, he was holding 2 black soul cores. Judging from the soul power fluctuations emitted by the soul cores, they were 2 third-level soul cores. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi placed the 2 third-level soul cores in his hands, and then spread them flat on his knees. After doing all this, he closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the dark starry sky deep in his mind. Against the vast starry sky, a giant mecha of 10,000 meters stood in the sea of stars, and the phantom of the illusory dragon whale swam around it. As Song-Chi's entire mind was completely focused on the projection of this mythical mecha, changes also followed in the all-attribute training room. The extremely rich soul power began to flow into Song-Chi's body quickly. After entering the body, these soul powers still did not stop. They began to flow around in Song-Chi's body, with the circulation of the phantom energy. Finally, when they flowed through the center of the eyebrows, these soul powers broke away from the circulation of the phantom energy and flowed into the ancestral orifice of the center of the eyebrows. From the outside, it seemed as if Song-Chi's brow center had formed a vortex of soul power, which was continuously absorbing the soul power gathered from all parts of his body. In this cycle, after an unknown period of time, Song-Chi could clearly feel the swelling pain coming from his brow center. It was because he had absorbed too much soul power, which made his Shinhua Zuchu unable to bear it. However, he did not stop his visualization, and his whole mind was still completely focused on the projection of the mythical mecha deep in his mind. The same experience over the past year made him realize that he was half stuck between the gates connecting the first and second stages of the mortal state. If he could not rush through, his mind would always remain at the level of one mind doing three things before his own guidance technique was promoted to level 20, and his second life sublimation was carried out. Although he had already mastered the limit-breaking technique, as long as he entered the limit-breaking state, he could temporarily enter the second stage of the mortal state and have a mind that could do four things at once. But he also said that this was only temporary, and his mental power had not really entered the second stage of the mortal state. When he exited the limit-breaking state, he would immediately fall back to the first stage of the mortal state and return to his original form, which was obviously not what Song-Chi wanted. I have been stuck at this step for several months. It's time to take this step. With a thought, the phantom energy in his body suddenly paused, and then two phantom energies separated from the circulation and flowed into the palms of his hands respectively. The next second, the two third-level soul cores in the palms of his hands were activated, and the pure soul power inside the soul cores was drawn into the phantom energy circulation along with the two phantom energies. Finally, it was injected into the ancestral acupoint between the eyebrows, as it circulated around the body. With the injection of these two soul powers, that were far purer than those emitted by the middle-grade soul stone, the pain in the brows, which was already swollen and painful, became more severe. With clenched teeth, Song-Chi resisted the continuous stinging pain in his mind, and his mind was still firmly focused on the projection of the mythical mecha in the sky. Maybe it was just a moment, or maybe it was 100 years. Song-Chi didn't know how long it had passed. He only knew that at a certain moment, when he was trying his best to grit his teeth and hold on, his mind suddenly emptied completely, and a loud noise came from the ancestral acupoint of Shinhua that was originally swollen and painful. The sound was like bricks and tiles breaking, but it was also like the creation of the world. Before Song-Chi could think about it, the swelling and stabbing pain of the previous moment completely disappeared, and a familiar sense of clarity filled his mind. Did it succeed? Song-Chi opened his eyes again, with a sense of something in his heart. He knew that he succeeded, and his mental power successfully advanced from the first stage of the ordinary state to the second stage. At the same time, his mind dispersed, and it changed from 1 to 4, sweeping towards the 4 directions of the all-attribute training room. As expected, the 100,000 middle-grade soul stones placed around had all turned into ordinary stones, without any soul power fluctuations. The same was true for the 2 black third-level soul cores in his hand. The internal soul power had been drained out, and they no longer had any value. Seeing this, Song-Chi smiled. Although a lot of resources were consumed, the goal was finally achieved. Wasn't it? From this moment on, he could do 4 things at once at will, and if he entered the limit-breaking state, he could do 5 things at once. Moreover, when his guiding technique breaks through LV20, after the second life sublimation, coupled with the breaking limit state, he will be able to temporarily achieve the state of 1 mind and 6 functions, which is the 3rd stage of the ordinary mind state. Thinking of this, what reason is there to be unhappy? His mind turned slightly, and under the influence of the power of the law, all the soul stones around him that had exhausted their soul power turned into ashes and dissipated. Song-Chi did not rush to leave the full attribute training room, but spent some time to conduct several tests. He took out several medium-grade soul stones, several high-grade soul stones, and first level, second level, and third level soul cores. 2 minutes later, Song-Chi, who looked unhappy, walked out of the full attribute training room. After testing, he found that after his mental power entered the second stage of the mortal state, the effect of the middle-grade soul stone on him was almost gone. If he wanted to continue to use soul stones to improve his mental power, he had to use high-grade soul stones. However, the second-level soul core still had a certain effect. Although the third-level soul core was weaker than before, it was still very impressive. Song-Chi was naturally not happy with this result. You should know that he still has more than 1.3 million middle-grade soul stones left. Since it can no longer have an effect on himself, then these must be sold out. However, with so many middle-grade soul stones, how can they be sold out in a short period of time? Of course, If you are not afraid of being exposed, if you are not afraid that the first vein will doubt that many soul stone veins have been mined out in the future, you can sell them directly in the family public channel. There will be no problem. But does Song-Chi have the confidence to do so? The answer is obviously no. It seems that we can only let our family digest it. I will ask Grandpa, Uncle and others later. Putting this question aside for the time being, Song-Chi counted the other 3 resources in his hands. In a whole year, he mined so many veins. And naturally he found more than just low-grade and medium-grade soul stone veins. Half a year ago, he had just entered the central region for 2 months. And he was lucky to detect a high-grade soul stone vein in a deep mountain valley. Unfortunately, it was only a micro vein. And only 8,900 high-grade soul stones were mined in the end. In addition to the sporadic remnants of the mine, he now has more than 10,000 high-grade soul stones. In addition, every time he went to a place to mine in this year, the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors would also be released, so it also brought him a lot of gains. The most important of these were more than 300 second-level soul cores, and 16 third-level soul cores. Of course, there are only 14 third-level soul cores left now. With these things, my mental power should be able to increase rapidly in the future. After counting all the spiritual resources in his hands, Song-Chi thought about it and left the market. Outside, the Hungu Mountains on the easternmost side of the central region. As the dividing mountain range between the central region and the eastern region of the Soul Floating Land, the Hungu Mountains stretch for nearly 2 million kilometers, from north to south, perfectly separating the central region and the eastern region of the Soul Floating Land. Today, the entire central region has been basically controlled by the Song family. In order to keep the Song family members in the central region, the Soul Clan has set up a huge defense line along the Hungu Mountains. In this defense line, the remaining Soul Clan in the eastern region have invested a lot of combat power, among which the third-level Soul Clan alone is close to 3 digits, and the third-level Chimera and Blackwater Mystic Snake are more than 300. On the other hand, the Song family also gathered a lot of clansmen, including more than 50 third-level Shinhwa captains, and more than 500 second-level Shinhwa captains. The two sides used the Hungu Mountains as the dividing line, and had been confronting each other for more than 3 months. In the southern section of the Hungu Mountains, in the mountain of a mountain with a height of several thousand meters, Song-Chi walked out of his single cave, which was the new garrison point for his family. The mountain under his feet was named South 14 Peak. And similarly, the area they were responsible for was called South 14 Defense Line. At the entrance of the cave where Grandpa was, Song Ming-Song, who pushed open the door, looked at Song-Chi with some surprise. Song-Chi was a rare visitor in the past year. With Song-Yu, the two of them had almost set foot on most of the Soul Land, and only recently returned. Before Grandpa could speak, Song-Chi took the lead and said, "Grandpa, do you want the middle-grade soul stone in our veins?" Song Ming-Song raised his eyebrows. "So, you took you to get soul stones in the past year?" Song-Chi didn't expect that the first sentence Grandpa said was this. He could only twitch his mouth awkwardly and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Song Ming-Song did not ask any more questions, but directly said, "Tell me, how much is it?" Song-Chi made a 12 gesture. 12,000? Song-Chi shook his head. Seeing this, Song Ming-Song was not surprised. After all, he had been out there for nearly a year, and 12,000 pieces were indeed a little less. 120,000. You are really amazing. You actually... Before he could finish, Song-Chi shook his head again. At this point, Song Ming-Song's face suddenly froze, no longer relaxed before, and said in a slow tone, "Shao-Chi, you won't tell Grandpa it's 1.2 million, right?" Seeing Song-Chi nod without any joking, even with Song Ming-Song's mentality of more than 200 years old, his heartbeat was still uncontrollably accelerating. 1,200,000 middle-grade soul stones, which represent 3,600,000 family merit points. 3,600,000 merit points in 1 year? For a moment, Song Ming-Song was silent. He didn't know what to say, no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't imagine how his grandson got such a large number of soul stones. After a brief surprise, Song Ming-Song turned around quickly. After all, he was a man who had lived for more than 200 years. He might be a little surprised at first, but he would never lose his composure. At this moment, Song Ming-Song was filled with surprise. This was a soul resource, although it was only a low-level soul resource. It was in large quantity. Moreover, it was still very useful for the 0-level and 1st-level Xinhua captains. If it is placed in the secret library of their lineage, it will definitely become one of the most popular resources in the future. However, what makes him a little difficult is that 3.6 million merit points, even as a 3rd-level Xinhua captain, cannot be taken out in a short period of time. It's not that he doesn't have enough wealth, but most of the assets in Song Mingsong's hands are other rare items, such as titanium crystals. Who would keep so many merit points on him for no reason? Song Qi certainly considered this point. Seeing that his grandfather did not reply, he immediately said, "Grandpa, you can use top-grade soul stones and second-grade soul cores to offset them." 2 minutes later, Song Qi, holding 1,000 second-grade soul cores and 50,000 top-grade soul stones in his hands, returned to his cave with satisfaction. Of course, it's not just these two. Strictly speaking, the total of these two is only about 1.6 million merit points. As for the subsequent 2 million merit points, Grandpa said that Miley would pay it back in installments within the next 3 years. Song Qi certainly had no objection to this. Otherwise, if he really had to do it himself, it would take him a long time to get these 1.2 million middle-grade soul stones. In addition, he still had more than 100,000 middle-grade soul stones left, which he planned to leave for Song Ting to use in the future. But Grandpa's luck is really good. He actually looted more than 100,000 high-quality soul stones from the hiding place when he killed a 3rd-level peak soul spirit. Song Qi was a little emotional. He had been busy for more than a year, but he only got more than 10,000 high-quality soul stones. This luck is really unparalleled. After returning to his cave, Song Qi entered the market again. However, he was no longer visualizing the projection of the mythical mecha, but the guidance technique. In the past year, he has not neglected the practice of the guidance technique. He is still impressed by the previous remote attack of the unknown 4th-level existence. Therefore, he was particularly concerned about his desire to advance to the 2nd level as soon as possible and undergo a second life sublimation. In the full attribute training room, as soon as he took the standard guiding technique training posture, the endless phantom energy around him swarmed in. The LV24 full attribute training room increased the phantom energy training more and more amazingly. In 1 year, after 12 market transactions, the market level has now reached LV24, and the promotion to LV25 will be next time. Looking at the phantom energy fluctuations around Song Qi, his guiding technique level has reached LV18. In more than a year, from the peak of LV16 to LV18. To outsiders, this speed is of course extremely amazing. But Song Qi is not satisfied. He has the body-quenching fluid that outsiders don't have, the 2nd-level Zerd meat, and the full attribute training room that far exceeds the ordinary psionic training platform. The training conditions can be said to be 10 or 100 times better than the same level Xinhua captain. So he is not satisfied with his training speed. At present, he is still LV18, and he needs to break through the bottleneck of LV19. There will be an even more amazing 2nd-level bottleneck later. This is just the 1st-level guidance technique practice, and it takes him so long. How can he be satisfied? 10 hours later, Song Qi walked out of the full attribute training room. As expected, the guidance technique is still at level 18, and there is still a long way to go before level 19. The later you advance in the psionic guidance technique, the harder it is to break through, and it is not so easy to improve. Suppressing his bad mood, Song Qi thought and connected with Zhao Lei, who was still in the asteroid belt. Has there been any accidents during this period? After dozens of seconds, Zhao Lei's reply came. Master, everything is fine. We have mined a lot of resources. Do you want me to go to the market? No. Continue mining? After confirming the situation over there, Song Qi left the market. During this year, he also conducted several explorations of alien star regions, but the harvest was very limited. Fortunately, the situation of the Soul Clan and Zhao Lei in the asteroid belt was not bad. The total value of the resources mined for him during this year exceeded nearly 500,000 strands of 0-level floating land origin. If it were not for the insufficient number of floating land mining vehicles and standard civilian interstellar mining ships, this number could be increased a lot. As for the humanoid aliens, they did not affect Zhao Lei's mining work for the time being, so Song Qi ignored them for the time being. In the cave outside, after a simple shower, Song Qi took out 100 high-quality soul stones and placed them around, and at the same time took out 10 second-level soul cores, preparing to continue visualizing the projection of the mythical mecha. The previous breakthrough in mental power made his spirit return to its peak, and it was no problem for him to continue visualizing for a few more hours. But before visualizing, Song Chi's flickering eyes suddenly turned into firmness, and he made a decision in his heart. Say hello to Grandpa tomorrow, and then go to the North Territory to have a look. I heard that some tribesmen got deep-water clam pearls of a long time in the water of the North Territory. I hope this news is not groundless. As early as several months ago, there was news in the Xinhua land that some tribesmen had obtained deep-water clam pearls from the North Territory. In addition to the water environment of the North Territory, the credibility of this news is still relatively high, due to his own safety, and the fact that there were no targeted parts on the sky. Song Chi had never been there. However, his own cultivation speed was too slow. After a long consideration, he decided to go to the North Territory. Of course, in addition to this, there was another key reason. In the recent market transactions, he had obtained a suitable shipborne part under his deliberate attention and purchase. Otherwise, how could he make such an impulsive decision? That was not in line with his previous style of doing things. Chapter 182 Purple Water Molecule Isolation Outer Membrane. As for the specific part, actually, it was a purple quality water molecule isolation outer membrane that Song Chi traded from a water creature in the last market transaction. Water molecule isolation outer membrane LV20. Quality, purple. Features, Water Ranger. Consumption, 60/S psionic points effect. Form a transparent water molecule isolation membrane on the outer layer of the battleship, isolating the contact between the external water environment and the battleship itself. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements: 15 strands of floating land origin second level, 3,500 psionic points, 1 titanium crystal Water Ranger. When the warship is in a water environment, flexibility is increased by 70%. With this water molecule isolation outer membrane, the subsequent Sangqiong will be able to directly transform into a submarine and go deep into the bottom of the North Territory water marsh for detection. Therefore, as long as there are deep water clams in the water marsh, it is basically impossible to escape the close-range detection of Sangqiong. That is why Song Chi wanted to go to the North Territory. Even though the North Territory is still basically controlled by the Blackwater Mystic Snake, it is equivalent to being controlled by the Soul Clan in disguise. However, with this special component, plus the neutron star core armor that has been replaced on the sky, Song Chi has enough confidence. Even if he encounters about 5 third-level Blackwater Mystic Snakes, or the third-level peak Blackwater Mystic Snakes with the blessing of the floating land rules, the sky will still have the strength to fight. Even if it is not good, there is still a chance to retreat unscathed. One day later, the sky soared into the sky from the 14th Defense Line area in the south of the Hunj Mountains and headed north. This time, there was no one else. After saying hello to his grandfather, Song Chi set off alone. Song Yu was too weak, and the situation in the North Territory was not peaceful. Although Song Chi wanted to, he did not dare to take him with him. If something unexpected happened, even if his grandfather and uncle did not say anything, he would not be able to get over it in his heart. Besides, he had already earned more than 300,000 merit points with Song Yu in the previous year, which should be enough for him to squander in a short period of time. Before entering the North Territory, Song Chi activated the 2 components, Void Membrane and Sound Wave Silence Field, in advance, so the arrival of the sky was silent. Neither the Song family warships wandering above the sky nor the Blackwater snakes lurking under the water noticed the arrival of this uninvited guest. His sight continued to scan the Silver 3 generation Super Wave Magic Energy Detection Radar on one side, and after finding an area without second and third order biological energy fluctuations around it, the sky turned its flying direction and fell directly to the water surface below. The northern region is composed of many large and small swamps. The diameter of the small swamps is only 1,000 miles, and the large ones are more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers, which is much larger than the Blue Star in the previous life. The first landing point chosen by Song Chi was a small swamp with a diameter of only 2,000 miles. It's not that he didn't want to go to the medium-sized and large swamps. The probability of breeding deep-water clams in swamps of that level is obviously greater. But there is no way. The medium-sized and large swamps either have the Song family Xinhua warships patrolling in the sky, or there are many third-level Blackwater snakes living on the bottom of the water. It is difficult to find a suitable place to enter the swamp. The sky was equipped with the sound wave silence field to block sound, and the void membrane to conceal the ship's body. Not the kind of parts that virtualize the ship's body. Once it sank into the water, the ripples on the water caused by the 120-meter-long ship's body were not just talk. Without a suitable location, it would inevitably attract great attention. Therefore, Song-Chi could only settle for the next best thing. Splash. As the huge ship of the sky slowly sank into the water, a vortex with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly emerged on the water's surface above, causing huge waves on the originally calm surface of the lake. That is to say, there are no second and third order creatures around. Otherwise such a movement would definitely not be concealed. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi held his breath slightly. The moment the sky's hull just touched the marsh surface, his breathing instinctively slowed down. Even though he had been mentally prepared for the properties of this special component water molecule isolation outer membrane, he knew that with the isolation of the water molecule isolation membrane it emitted, the marsh water from the outside world could not come into contact with the sky's own hull, and would not have any impact on the sky. But after all, it was the first actual ship trial, and it was normal for people to be nervous. After a brief confirmation, Song-Chi returned to normal, and then he stared at the real-time projection screen of the outside world in front of him, looking at the many water plants, swimming fish, and mayflies that appeared on the projection screen. Song-Chi clearly felt that it was different from usual. This kind of scene of shuttling under the water gave people a sense of comfort that did not exist before, and made people feel particularly peaceful. His eyes kept drifting over the various novel aquatic creatures that kept passing by on the projection screen, and Song-Chi quickly retracted his wandering thoughts and turned his eyes downward. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to the northern region. Deepwater clams? They are naturally active in the mud under the water. Ordinary radar and sight cannot easily capture them. But Song-Chi did not need to worry about this. As a kind of aquatic creature, deepwater clams also emit unique biological energy fluctuations, and this is destined to be unable to escape the detection of Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar. Flying along the planned route, the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence on the other side was quickly reading the biological energy information that kept emerging on the radar map. When he decided to come to the Northern Territory yesterday, Song-Chi had already entered all the information about deepwater clam pearls and deepwater clams into the Sancheong database in advance, so the shipboard intelligence can make accurate and rapid identifications. Not long after, a prompt sounded from the ship. 5,200 meters to the lower left, a biological energy fluctuation suspected to be from a deepwater clam was detected, with a probability of 99%, and a preliminary estimate of less than 200 years. When he heard the first part, Song-Chi was quite excited, but as the last 200 years sounded, the excitement disappeared in an instant, and turned into deep disappointment. Although the deepwater clam pearl can promote the practice of Captain Shinhua's guidance technique, it must be more than 300 years old. Moreover, if it is to be effective for him, who has reached level 18 in guidance technique, it must be more than 700 years old. Is it possible for a clam that is less than 200 years old to produce a clam pearl that is older than itself? The answer is obvious. Ignoring this message, the sky continued to move forward. At the same time, Song-Chi added after thinking about it, all the detection information of deepwater clams under 350 years old will be ignored. The probability of a 350-year-old deepwater clam producing a 300-year-old deepwater clam pearl is quite considerable. Although Song-Chi himself can no longer use the deepwater clam pearls of this year, the price is still very good, and it is worth spending some time to collect them. A 2,000-mile diameter lake in front of the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar, which has a reliable detection radius of 100,000 meters, is just a matter of a few trips back and forth. Just a few hours later, this lake had been completely detected by the sky, and the bad news was that not even a qualified deepwater clam pearl over 300 years old was found. A few deepwater clams over 350 years old were found, but none of them produced clam pearls. The unsuccessful start added a bit of gloom to Song-Chi's heart, and everything that happened later also proved that it was not only women who had a good sixth sense, men were actually the same. In the next half-month, Song-Chi changed more than 30 small and medium-sized water marshes along the way, but from beginning to end, he only harvested a 300-year-old deepwater clam pearl. His luck could not be simply described as bad. The Central Great Water Marsh of the Northern Territory, as the largest water marsh in the entire Northern Territory, has a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers, and there are countless creatures bred in it, and the number of dormant black water snakes in it is beyond imagination. On this day, in another small water pond separated from the south side of the central large water pond, the calm water surface suddenly exploded, and with violent waves sweeping around, a 120-meter-long Shinhua warship rushed out from underwater, taking advantage of the fact that there were no second and third level creatures around. The sky quickly sank from the original small water pond into the central large water pond in front. All this happened in an instant, and soon the two turbulent water surfaces returned to calm. At the bottom of the water pond, seeing that there were no subsequent accidents, Song-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had entered the central great water marsh a long time ago. He had not been able to find deep water clam pearls of sufficient age in those small water marshes. This central great water marsh, with a diameter of more than 300,000 miles, naturally became his last hope. It was just that he had not found a suitable opportunity to enter in the past few days. There were either third-level black water snakes cruising nearby, or family warships passing by from time to time in the sky. Until just now, he finally seized the opportunity. After a brief tension, what came to his mind was a slight excitement. The waters of 300,000 kilometers in length, and length could not be described as a water marsh at all. It was more than 10 times larger than the Pacific Ocean, the largest on Blue Star in the previous life. In such a vast area of water, he didn't believe that there were still deep water clams that were thousands or tens of thousands of years old, and as long as they existed, they would not be able to escape the detection of the skyship. Based on this, Song-Chi was so excited. After more than 10 minutes, after the subsequent detection plan was arranged, the skyship was like a 100-meter-long underwater giant beast, and began to wander in the central water. But in less than an hour, the originally excited Song-Chi's heart suddenly sank, and his face was not very good. Originally, according to the previously planned detection route, it would only take about a month to complete the detection of the entire central water marsh. But after the actual operation, he found that he had thought things too simply, not to mention anything else. In just this hour, he had seen two third-level black water snakes blocking the detection route not far in front of the sky through the Silver 3 generation superwave magic energy detection radar. He chose to bypass one of them, and chose to wait for the other to slowly swim away. In this way, less than half of the time spent on detection in an hour was spent. In this case, how could Song-Chi not have a headache? Forget it. Take your time. I hope the decisive battle in the central region will start slowly, and the two elders outside the sky will delay their arrival. With a sigh, Song-Chi could only pray helplessly in his heart. Apart from this, there is no other good solution. Although the surface of the sky is covered by the void membrane, as long as it approaches, the water flow fluctuations around the ship are unavoidable, and the only solution that can be used, except for the previous two, is to force it. But if this is really done, Song-Chi believes that it won't be long before all the third-level black water snakes in the entire central water marsh will fall into riot, and the exploration of the sky will become more difficult. As expected, with this disturbance, the subsequent exploration progress of the sky dropped significantly. Another full month passed, and it only explored 1/3 of the water area of the entire central water marsh. As the saying goes, good and bad luck are unpredictable. There are some setbacks in the exploration efficiency, but Song-Chi's harvest in the past month is unexpectedly good. At present, he has 15 deep-water clam pearls of 300 years, 4 of 500 years, 1 of 700 years, and 1 of 900 years. The only regret is that he has not found deep-water clam pearls over 1,000 years old. This level of deep-water clam pearls, if ground into powder and used with top-level bodybuilding potions, will also have a great effect on Shinhua captains with guidance techniques above LV20. In addition, in the past month, Song-Chi also took the time to open a market transaction. There was still no surprise, but the market was successfully upgraded from LV24 to LV25, and the same was true for the 3 all-attribute training room, with the bonus of all-attribute training room for psychic training, and the use of the 2 700-year-old and 900-year-old deep-water clam beads later. He is confident that after the end of this water exploration, he will reach the level of impacting the second level within 2 months, which is the peak of LV19. Thinking, the seed of fire in the ancestral orifice between Song-Chi's eyebrows suddenly trembled several times, and when he connected to the fire network, he found that it was Song Yu who sent him a message. Fourth brother, The family has issued an order to launch an all-round attack on the Soul Spirit Clan's defense line opposite the Soul Gu Mountains in half a month. The mission goal is to kill more second and third level alien creatures. Do you want to come back and join us? Seeing this message, Song Chi frowned. And as his mind raced, he easily guessed the reason behind it. Gently raising his head, his eyes followed the projection screen in front of him to the sky above the water. Are the two elders ready to leave? If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that after a long period of continuous hunting, the native creatures on this soul-floating land have suffered countless casualties, which has greatly weakened the floating core of this soul-floating land. It only needs another battle, and it will no longer be able to restrict the fate of the two fourth-level elders of the first straight line. Thinking of this, Song Chi's eyes showed a trace of anxiety. If so, he doesn't have much time left. I won't go back. Please tell Grandpa for me. After a simple reply, Song Chi quickly disconnected the link of the Xinhua network, and at the same time, the speed of the sky under him suddenly increased, and rushed forward. Chapter 183 Evil Buddha Continent, Song Clan 6 Sequence. Above the Soul Spear Mountain range, more than 300 third-order chimeras were circling with their wings spread. Under each of them with a wingspan of nearly 1,500 meters, the sky above the Soul Spear Mountain range was surging with wind and clouds, and a terrible storm was gathering. As if guessing the purpose of the two fourth-order elders of the Song clan outside the sky, the remaining Soul clans in the East region decided to fight to the death. The more than 300 third-order chimeras in the sky were only a part of their counterattack army. In the dense forest of the Soul Spear Mountain range below, there were even more third-order black water snakes. In the middle section of the Soul God Mountain range, the first garrison area. In the mountain headquarters, several Song's third-level Xinhua captains gathered here. In the command room, looking at the two real-time projection screens in front of him, Song Guangtong's eyes flickered. And then he turned to the 5 third-level Xinhua captains of the first line behind him, and said, since the posture has been set, let's play with them. It's just a small 3-level life floating land. The delay has been long enough. The situation on the evil Buddha continent has changed. The thousand-handed evil Buddha of the fetal-eating Buddha sect has already taken action against the Brahma sound domain. A gluttonous feast is about to begin. Our lineage doesn't have much time to waste on this. Hearing his words, the faces of several Xinhua captains of the same line standing behind him were different, guessing the information revealed behind these words. As for the truthfulness of Song Guangtong's words, they had no doubts. Although they were both third-rank Xinhua captains of the first lineage, their identities were fundamentally different. As the younger brother of the lineage master Song Hingtong, Song Guangtong had a very high status in the first lineage. It was not surprising that he could get in touch with some secrets that they did not know. At this time, one of the third-rank Xinhua captains said, didn't they say that the master of the Taylor Buddha sect could not act easily? Why did they suddenly act against the Brahma sound realm? The evil degenerate in the Brahma sound realm is also a 7th-rank existence. Song Guangtong raised the corner of his mouth. If he doesn't move, how will this much-anticipated feast begin? How will the bigwigs of the kingdoms above us share the 7-level evil Buddha continent? Without saying it clearly, Song Guangtong's face straightened after a vague sentence. Okay. Immediately issue an order. Let all the third-level clansmen in the floating land gather at the Soul Gu Mountain range. As for the second-level clansmen, let them act according to the situation. Yes. Task assembly order. All third-level clansmen in the Soul floating land listen to the order, and must rush to the Soul Gu Mountain range within 15 days. Otherwise, all the merit points obtained during this mission will be reset to 0. Task assembly order. All third-level clansmen in the Soul floating land listen to the order, and must. Task assembly order. All in the temporary land of the Soul floating land. 3 consecutive top messages from the Soul floating land command headquarters broke the calm in the channel. In the next half-month, 1,000-meter warships appeared one after another in the 4 regions of the southwest, middle and north of the entire Soul floating land. The destinations of these warships were all the same. The Soul Gu Mountains in the easternmost part of the middle region. In the sky of the Soul Gu Mountains, cruisers roared and hovered in the sky. In just half a month, the number of cruisers, which originally had only a little over 50, has now skyrocketed to 100, with so many cruisers hovering in the sky at the same time. To be honest, the scene was a bit shocking, but it was almost the same. There were only about 100 third-level members of the Song family who signed up for the Soul floating land expedition this time. 2 cruisers sank for some reason in the middle of the journey, and the rest were basically all present. Looking at the opposite side, more than 352-headed chimeras were circling in the sky, and a terrifying hurricane gathered behind their wings. The void was twisting, and the space seemed to be shattered by the power of the infinite storm. In the mountains below, the number of third-level blackwater snakes exceeded 500. At first glance, it looked like 500,000-meter-long dragons were moving through the mountains. As the snakes twisted their bodies, rocks collapsed and trees broke. Judging from the current situation, the native creatures of the soul-floating land clearly had an absolute numerical advantage. However, the song warships hovering in the sky were not moved at all. At a certain moment, the hatches of more than 30 cruisers suddenly opened, and more than 30 thorn dragons over 50 meters tall and covered with black scales flew out of these cruisers. On the left side of the warship group, a third-level peak thorn dragon also flew out of the Angry Lion cruiser. After rushing out of the Angry Lion, the thorn dragon began to expand rapidly, until it became a kilometer in size. And then it barely stopped. On. More than 30 thorn dragons roared at the same time. The scene was imaginable. There was a commotion among the more than 352-headed chimeras opposite. Even the roars were much weaker, no longer as rebellious as before. Even though they were all flying units, and one side had the blessing of the floating land origin rules, the gap in genetic bloodline could not be easily made up. However, the target of these more than 30 thorn dragons was not these chimeras. They flapped their dragon wings and fell towards the Solgu Mountains directly below. Compared to those chimeras, these blackwater snakes below are the real lower bloodline, dragons and snakes, originally of the same bloodline, and the bloodline of the thorn dragon is obviously stronger, and it has an innate suppression on the lower blackwater snakes. As these more than 30 thorn dragons suppress all the blackwater snakes in all directions, the battle in the sky is about to break out. Seeing that the two-headed chimeras on the opposite side have the intention to assist the blackwater snakes below, Song Guangtong's voice rang out in the cruiser at the front of the Song's cruiser group, and then echoed in the main control room of the hundreds of cruisers behind. Everyone, pay attention. Attack freely. Kill those third-level chimeras, and the Soul Clan behind them with all your strength. As these words rang out, the engines of hundreds of cruisers started one after another, and the violent roars resounded throughout the entire Solgo Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of artillery fire followed, and a great war began. Compared to the Song family's cruisers, the flesh and blood bodies of the chimeras were obviously much more fragile. With the blessing of the floating land origin rules, their scales might be far superior to those of ordinary third-level creatures, but they could not withstand the dense artillery fire of the Song family's hundreds of cruisers. Each cruiser has 2 main guns and 4 secondary guns. In addition, the cruiser has a unique secondary gun projection feature. 100 cruisers together are equivalent to thousands of naval guns. The scene can be imagined. Under the continuous bombardment of such terrifying artillery fire, in just a few minutes, the two-headed chimera had already suffered casualties. Chimeras were either dead or injured, and kept falling down. Obviously, the situation of this battle was one-sided. The Song family, which seemed to be outnumbered, was suppressing the battlefield in a crushing manner. In this regard, the first and second level Xinhua captains, who were watching the battle in various corners of the mountains below, were not too surprised. The Xinhua warships of the Xinhua human civilization are already famous for their combat power. At present, this is just a low-level alien race on a level 3 floating land. Even if it is a low-level race that has already stepped into the middle civilization, it is definitely not enough in front of the battleships of the Xinhua civilization, unless it is an absolute number crushing of 10,000 to dozens, 100,000 to 500. It is difficult for this low-level race to fight against the battleships of the Xinhua human civilization. Although the Song family is far from representing the entire human civilization, to be honest, the power of the Song family is not weak. One family is enough to rival an ordinary medium civilized group. However, this situation did not continue. Just when the Song family thought that the battle would end soon, something strange happened. As the storm surged, a giant black shadow seemed to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the nearly 100,000-meter distance between the two sides and rushed directly into the Song family's cruisers. Boom, boom, boom. The giant snake tail with a length of nearly 3,000 meters whipped wildly, ignoring the energy shield outside the cruiser, and directly whipped the armor layer of the ship. Warning, the ship's armor was damaged by 60%, and the ship's body was damaged by 42%. Please repair it immediately. In the joint communication, The tribesmen whose ships were attacked were yelling, "No, it's not a peak third-order chimera, which is more than 2,000 meters in size, but a three-headed chimera that has stepped half a step into the fourth order, all small." Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. The next second, the Song family's third-level Xinhua captains were horrified to find that the Xinhua captain in the communication group chat suddenly disconnected the link. Looking down again, a 1,000-meter warship was falling rapidly. The light on the hull was completely dim, and it had sunk directly. The three-headed chimera, who has half a foot into the fourth level. This sentence echoed in the minds of all the Song family's third-level Xinhua captains, and at the same time, a fear that had not appeared in their eyes for a long time quietly emerged. Half a foot into the fourth level, plus the blessing of the origin rules of this soul-floating land. It's not that they don't have the courage to fight, but this level of opponent is completely beyond their ability to deal with. If they have to fight it head-on, their result will be like the cruiser before, which will be completely silent in just 10 seconds. How dare you? At this moment, a roar came from the sky, and the two fourth-level elders of the first line were alarmed, although the sunken cruiser was not from their first line. As family elders, how could they sit back and watch their young people being slaughtered so easily? This is a third-level Xinhua captain, and he is also an absolute core member of the huge Song family. Every loss is a weakening of the family. In addition, the most crucial point is that large-scale missions within the family, such as this, have casualty indicators. If the core members of the family are killed or injured too much, the family elders will punish them accordingly. Outside the sky, the bows of the two Zulu ships suddenly exploded, and the two super main guns roared at the same time. One of them hit the floating land shield, which was already covered with many cracks. Under the penetration of this terrifying super main gun beam, the floating land shield was torn open, with a gap of 100 meters wide. At this time, the artillery fire of another chasing ship followed closely, following the cracked gap and rushing into the interior of the Seoul floating land below. Looking out from the Seoul floating land, one can see a light column with a diameter of 100 meters and a length of more than 5,000 meters, which penetrates downward with terrifying power. Under this real fourth-order power, a long black crack follows the light column wherever it passes. It is because the space of the Seoul floating land cannot withstand the power of the fourth order and is being torn apart all the way. The attack target of the light column is very clear, pointing directly at the half-step fourth-order three-headed chimera that is wreaking havoc in the cruiser group below. Seeing this scene, the first and second level Song family members below were looking forward to what kind of damage this terrifying attack could cause to the monster in the sky. However, the fact is that the terrifying light column that was still carrying terrifying power a moment ago, in a flash, lost most of its power inexplicably. And when it fell on the head of the three-headed chimera, it was only the power of the peak of the third level. It did not cause any fatal damage to it. It is the origin rules of this soul floating land that are actively suppressing it. Although the attack of the clan elder is powerful, it is still not enough to fight against the core rules of the origin of this soul floating land from a distance outside the floating land. The knowledgeable clan member took the initiative to explain in the channel, which made the mood of the Song clan members even more depressed. Although everyone knew that, no matter what, the Soul clan could not turn the tables, and the entire floating land would eventually fall under the control of the family. However, the current unfavorable situation was real. The three-headed chimera, which was half a step to the fourth level, was swimming among a group of third-level cruisers. A circle of inexplicable force field surrounded it, making the third-level Xinhua captains of the Song family want to escape. But they could not do it at all. They could only passively accept the attack of the three-headed chimera. Below, the thorn-winged dragons, which originally had an absolute advantage, were besieged by more than 100 two-headed chimeras. The situation was also extremely bad. If this continues, casualties are inevitable. Outside the sky, the ships of the two fourth-level elders of the first lineage have been transformed into mechas at some point. The mecha giants, which are over 3,000 meters tall, are attacking the cracked floating land shield with all their might, eager to descend into the floating land. But it is obvious that no matter how anxious they are, it is impossible to do it in a short time. At this time, an old voice came from the mecha giant holding a white sword. "Yen boy, do it. Just hold this beast." This old voice echoed from top to bottom over the entire floating land. Hearing this, the faces of the frustrated third-level Xinhua captains all became happy. "Song Yan, he's here too?" When they were surprised, Violent spatial fluctuations came from the center of the battle circle. Under the gazes of thousands of people, a kilometer-long cruiser, which was wrapped in a layer of pale yellow armor, quietly appeared beside the three-headed chimera with a wingspan of more than 2,500 meters. This warship looked no different from an ordinary cruiser, and there was no trace of its brilliance. However, with its appearance, it caused a great uproar among the Song clan members. Everyone seemed to have swallowed a reassurance pill, and the panic of the previous moment was completely gone. In the angry lion cruiser, Song Ming-song stared at the pale yellow cruiser on the projection screen with his copper bell-like eyes. Even as proud as he was, he felt inferior to this seemingly ordinary cruiser. The person who came was none other than the sixth sequence of the six major sequences of the Dinghai Song family. Song Yin. This clan member who came from the ancestral lineage was born with purple fire, and his talent could only be regarded as barely entering the ranks of excellence. When his ship was just promoted to the second level, his performance had always been mediocre. Until the third year after he was promoted to the second level. It is said that he got a chance during an exploration of an alien star domain. From then on, he was unstoppable. In less than 10 years, he entered the third level in one fell swoop. This is just the most insignificant item in his life resume. Like fighting 1 against 5, fighting 1 against 10, etc. These are the regular records of this sixth order. The most important point is that he has repeatedly withstood the frontal attack of the fourth order existence by himself. The key point is that it is a frontal attack, not a kite-like tangle. Moreover, after becoming the sixth order member of the family 10 years ago, he had not fought publicly for a long time. 10 years ago, he was able to withstand the attack of the fourth order creatures of the Star Sea head-on. It is conceivable what level his ship should have reached now. Not to mention the three-headed chimera of the half-step fourth order. Even if the other party officially entered that level, it is likely that he would not be able to do anything to the sixth order member of the family in a short period of time. Chapter 184. Counterattack on the half-step fourth stage, the terrifying micro-neutron star. Song Yan's ship is called Xuanjia. It has been promoted to the third stage for more than 15 years. No one knows what the current combat power of Xuanjia has reached. However, judging from the fact that Xuanjia was teleported to the side of the three-headed chimera without any scruples, at least this so-called half-step four-stage creature did not bring much pressure to it. This is indeed the case. As the surface of the Xuanjia ship suddenly covered with a layer of yellow earth-colored giant rock, the chimera snake tail, which looked like a ghost in the eyes of other third-level Xinhua captains, could only leave a series of sparks on the surface of the Xuanjia ship. Seeing this scene, the surrounding third-level Xinhua captains understood clearly that the armor of the ship of the sixth order family was at least orange. And the reinforcement level must have exceeded the fourth order. And it was even more likely to be the peak of the fourth order. As everyone was amazed, the next move of the Xuanjia was even more amazing. Clang! After a violent metal friction sound, the next second the muzzle of the bow of the Xuanjia suddenly turned into a horn flashing silver light. Inside the Xuanjia, the burly man turned his mind, and the crushing impact feature of the orange quality Xianin horn component on one side was activated by him. Then, a large amount of silver light began to gather at the bow of the Xuanjia ship. In a short time, the Xianin ramming horn was completely covered by extremely sharp silver light. The next second, the Xuanjia ship, with its terrifying power, rushed straight to the three-headed chimera with unrivaled momentum. In front, the half-step fourth-order chimera felt the threat to its life, and its wings vibrated. A tornado gathered behind its wings, and a blue mysterious airflow flowed around its entire body. With the blessing of these two, the three-headed chimera was about to spread its wings and fly away. Seeing this, the burly man inside the Xuanjia ship snorted coldly. It's too late to run now. After saying that, he activated another orange component on the Xuanjia. The Earth and Stone Domain Monument. Swish, swish, swish. A series of khaki stones quickly condensed around the three-headed chimera. On the khaki stones, the same mysterious power was flowing. Under the collision of this khaki mysterious power and the green aura around the three-headed chimera, the two sides continued to fight. While the two were fighting, the three-headed chimera only felt that its actions were becoming more and more obscure. The stones that were constantly condensing all over its body made its body stiff. Boom! Having lost their original flexibility, these three chimeras naturally could not avoid the Xuanjia that was charging all the way. The Xianin ramming horn with extremely sharp power hit their chests directly. Roar! 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 The three chimeras howled one after another. Under the terrifying frontal impact of the Xuanjia, their chests sunk into a large pit of several hundred meters. The sharp and overbearing silver energy was constantly eroding their flesh and blood. This was not over yet. After this crushing collision, the Xuanjia Xianin ramming horn actually triggered the secondary collision feature. As a result, the already severely injured three-headed chimera was directly hit hard, with a wound of several hundred meters torn open on the chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out, and a bloody rain fell in the forest directly below. Roar! The three heads of the three-headed chimera opened at the same time, and 3,000-meter energy light balls of completely different colors gathered, and then spewed out towards the Xuanjia not far away. All around, the captains of the Song family were shocked and wanted to remind Song Yen to dodge. After all, these three-headed chimeras have already stepped half a foot into the 4th level, and the sole floating land has a trace of the 4th level origin of the floating land rules, compared with its snake tail that is more than 3 kilometers long. These 3 energy light balls, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, are only stronger. However, it was too late. The energy light balls in the mouths of the three-headed chimeras condensed almost instantly, and then spewed out at a high speed, leaving them no time to react, not even to remind them. But everything that happened next made the Song family members quickly put their hearts back in their stomachs. Compared to the ship armor, which was at least orange in quality, and at least strengthened to the 4th level, the energy shield on the surface of the Xuanjia ship was not weak at all. Facing the three-headed chimera's life-burning counterattack, this energy shield only dimmed a little. After this attack, the three-headed chimera, which was half a step away from the 4th level, no longer had the ability to fight back. Facing the subsequent multiple attacks of the Xuanjia, it could only passively endure, and soon fell completely under the Xuanjia's ship guns. There was no need for the 2 elders of the first direct line to come in person. This crisis, which was extremely urgent a moment ago, was easily resolved by the 6th sequence of the Song family. Song Qi naturally didn't know what happened in the sky above the Hunj Mountains, but he had a certain guess about the basic development of the situation. After all, he also heard the old voice that resounded throughout the floating land. At that time, he was controlling the sky to swiftly advance through the central waters of the Northern Territory. That's right, the sky is no longer as cautious as it was half a month ago, but is swimming at high speed at the bottom of the waters. Since he received the news that the family was about to start a decisive battle half a month ago, he knew that he had little time left and ignored all his previous concerns. At the maximum speed that the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence could read information, he launched a full-scale detection in the central water like a swimming dragon. The result of this is that the speed of the sky's exploration has been greatly improved. In just half a month, he has explored more than 3/4 of the waters of the entire central Great Water Marsh, leaving only the last quarter of the area unexplored. In addition, he has acquired a lot more qualified deepwater clam pearls in the past half-month. Now he has 3,300-year-old clam pearls. There are also 10 500-year-old pearls. There are 4 700-year-old pearls. There are 2 900-year-old pearls. The only regret is that we still haven't found deepwater clam pearls older than 1,000 years. Song Qi had some guesses about this. It's very likely that someone from the Song family has taken a step ahead of him, and has taken special shipborne parts to the bottom of the water in the Northern Territory, and has taken away those deepwater clam pearls older than 1,000 years in advance. Otherwise, with so many swamps in the Northern Territory, and so vast, it really doesn't make sense that we can't find even 1,000-year-old clam pearl. Gurgle. In front, the water flow was suddenly split in the middle, and a large number of bubbles emerged. And then a giant black snake tail came horizontally. That's right. The sky is in the middle of a battle. The price of running rampant in the waters of the central Great Water Marsh is that it has been discovered by the third-order black water snakes many times, and then inevitably falls into battle. Fortunately, the number of dormant third-order black water snakes in the current Northern Territory water marsh has been greatly reduced after the Soul Clan's conscription. Otherwise, with such a big commotion, the entire central Great Water Marsh would have been boiling, without controlling the sky to dodge. Song Qi, who had already fought many battles in the past half-month, knew very well that ordinary third-order peak black water snakes could not cause much damage to the red-quality ship armor of Neutron Star Core armor. After a battle, at most the armor was damaged by 5% or 6%, and it would take less than half a minute to recover to its peak. At the bow, the pure Yang sword light cannon roared again. The next moment, the Blackwater Mystic Snake, which had already experienced 2 bombardments, died completely. The 1,000-meter snake body sank into the water tens of thousands of meters deep, without a sound. Watching the snake body slowly sinking, Song-Chi felt a little sorry. In the past half-month, there were at least 8 third-level black-water mystic snakes killed by the sky. But except for providing a few strands of second-level floating land origin, the bodies of these black-water mystic snakes had no other value. It is difficult for them to condense energy crystals, and they do not have the kind of fine meat like the Zerg. Apart from being used to feed some carnivorous captive creatures, they seem to have no other use. Given the current situation of the sky, it is obviously not suitable to tow these corpses directly to the Western Region Merit Hall to exchange merits. Therefore, Song-Chi could only watch these snake corpses sink to the bottom of the water every time. In this way, he could not help but feel sorry. Level 3. This is not a low-level creature in the Broken Star Sea. Generally speaking, it takes at least dozens or hundreds of years to grow to this level. Compared with this growth time, the benefits of only one strand of the second-level floating land origin are indeed a bit disproportionate, and Song-Chi always feels unsatisfactory. However, he knows in his heart that this is the fact. The Starry Sea is vast, and there are endless races. Except for those with special talents, the value of most alien races is actually very single. In addition to being enslaved as cannon fodder, they are used to feed other creatures with greater potential. This is not surprising. After dealing with the black water snake, the sky continued to move forward. Tens of minutes later, at a depth of tens of thousands of meters at the bottom of the water, Song-Chi in the sky's main control room suddenly looked overjoyed. Just now, he heard the semi-automatic ship-borne intelligence prompt. 10,000 meters ahead, the life energy fluctuations of a suspected deep-water clam were detected, and it was estimated to be more than 3,000 years old. No wonder Song-Chi was so happy. A 3,000-year-old deep-water clam has a high probability of producing deep-water clam pearls that are more than 1,000 years old. But besides being happy, Song-Chi was also somewhat puzzled. According to the results displayed by the Silver 3 ultrawave magic energy detection radar, the activity area of the deep-water clam in front was only about tens of meters in the mud layer. Logically speaking, this depth was enough to be discovered by the unknown first comber. Why didn't he take this deep-water clam away as well? Song-Chi thought quickly in his heart. But before he could think more, a slight tremor came from the Xinhua Zuchu between his eyebrows. This mission ends here. All tribesmen please leave the Soul Land within the next 3 days. 3 consecutive top messages are the notices of persuasion sent by the First Direct Line United Front. This message also completely confirmed Lu Song-Chi's thoughts. He no longer thought about it. The engine of the sky restarted, and the powerful thrust pushed the warship forward. Although the scorching tail flame was also covered by the void membrane, the evaporation bubbles caused by the scorching heat on the water flow behind were clearly visible, leaving a long stream of bubbles behind the sky. 10 seconds later, the sky arrived at the location of the 3,000-year-old deep-water clam marked by the magic detection radar. The sand and mud layer where it was hiding was backed by a huge coral reef. As the sky slowly approached, a traction beam was also shot out from the hull, shining directly on the upper layer of mud where the deep-water clam was. As time passed, the mud layer was gradually cleared, and as it was about to touch the 3,000-year-old deep-water clam, Song-Chi's eyes showed a trace of deep expectation. Woohoo! Suddenly, a strong sound of water hitting came from the side of the ship. The attacker was a giant snake tail that appeared at some point, and was over a kilometer long. The scales on this snake tail were different from those of the ordinary third-level black-water snake. It was a strange light red color. You could even see dense and sharp barbs between these light red scales, giving people a creepy feeling. With just one glance, you could imagine its terrifying lethality. However, this sudden change did not cause much panic in Song-Chi's heart. He looked calm, as if he had already anticipated the arrival of this attack. This is indeed the case. As early as when he detected this 3,000-year-old deep-water clam, he had become alert. After all, the tribe member who took action before him had implemented the style of sweeping away everything. If there was no reason, this 3,000-year-old deep-water clam would definitely not be left behind. A half-step 4th-level black-water snake? Feeling the breath emanating from the light red snake tail on the side, Song-Chi knew the opponent's strength. However, this time he changed his previous style. His eyes were firm, and his face showed an eager look. In the past, he was extremely reluctant to fight the enemy at close range, because the whole armor of the sky was always a weakness. Now it has been replaced with the red quality neutron star core armor. This weakness has suddenly become the strongest point of the sky. Therefore, Song-Chi wanted to witness the true combat power of the sky with his own eyes. In addition, at the bottom of the central Great Water Marsh, tens of thousands of meters deep, even if it caused a big commotion, it would be difficult to be transmitted to the outside world in a short time. He could rest assured to fight this black water snake that was suspected to be a half-step 4th level. Since he had made up his mind, Song-Chi would not hesitate any longer. He quickly focused his mind and controlled its Song-Cheong to adjust its position, avoiding the red snake tail that was coming. Boom! Amidst the violent tremors and roars, a mechanical warning sounded from the shipboard intelligence. Warning: 7% damage to the ship's armor. Please repair it as soon as possible. Ding! The ship's armor is damaged. The neutron star core pulse characteristics are triggered, and the ship's armor is being repaired. Although Song-Chi had tried his best to control it, the water pressure tens of thousands of meters below was not for show, and the speed of the snake tail was also amazing enough, so that Song-Cheong still failed to avoid this attack. But then again, the defense of the neutron star core armor is indeed amazing. Even when facing a frontal attack from a half-step 4th level existence, it is completely enough to withstand it. Moreover, it is only level 30. If it continues to be strengthened, the defense will only be more terrifying. At the bow, the charged pure yang sword light cannon exploded immediately, and the 100-meter long sword light phantom left a long wound on the 1,000-meter long light red snake tail in front. However, although the wound was long, it did not penetrate deep into the flesh, and did not cause much substantial damage to the half-step 4th level black water snake. Song-Chi frowned at this, knowing that this was the pure yang sword light cannon that had been strengthened to level 39. However, it can also be seen from this that the light red scales on the surface of this black water mystic snake, which has not yet revealed its full appearance, have terrifying defensive power. Of course, this also has to be counted with the blessing of the rules of the soul floating land. Otherwise, even if it is a half-step 4th level, it would definitely not be so terrifying. After all, the Blackwater Mystic Snake is not a race known for its defensive power. But even if he could figure out the reason, Song-Chi still felt a little unhappy. This brings us to another shortcoming of the pure yang sword light cannon. It does not have the property of breaking armor. When facing creatures with extremely strong defense, the damage will be greatly reduced. This is a flaw. He has carefully considered this point. As long as he can think of a way to improve the secondary cannon, he can still make up for it. This is why he has been paying attention to the armor-breaking secondary cannon recently. However, this type of secondary cannon is rare, and there are many clansmen who need it. It is extremely difficult to get it in the family. He can only search slowly through the Jutian market. Thinking, Song-Chi's eyebrows shone with light, and a token with silver light flew out of it. And then he held it in his palm. It was the market walking order. Now the market has reached level 25. After the first one, Song-Chi now has 4 more market walking orders in his hand, one of which he carries with him. As the law blessing of the market walking order was activated, strands of mysterious law power penetrated into the body of the skyship, and the skyship received an all-round increase. Looking at the pure yang sword light cannon at this moment, it can cause stronger damage to the light red snake body. Each strike can cut dozens of meters long on the light red scales, and nearly 3 meters into the flesh. Although compared with this amazingly large half-step 4th level Blackwater mystical snake, this level of wound is only slightly more serious than a scratch. But it can't withstand the frequent attacks. After a few minutes, these wounds have become crisscrossed, and the blood that overflowed from them has turned the light red scales into bright red. At the same time, the surrounding waters are also covered with blood. Hiss! As if he was annoyed by the slick attack of the sky, a sharp roar resounded from tens of thousands of meters underwater. Unknown sound waves spread in a strange way under the water. Inside the sky, Song-Chi, who did not relax, obviously did not expect this to happen. He was shocked by the sharp roar before he even had time to enter the Zutian market. The blue fire seed in the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows was shaking violently, which was a manifestation of the invasion of the mind. At this moment, the abnormal state purifier component installed on the sky finally took effect. As the purifying light of the 3rd level peak passed by, Song-Chi came back from his confusion, and his eyes subconsciously looked forward, and then his pupils shrank violently. On the projection screen, The ferocious snake mouth opened to a terrifying degree and completely covered the entire screen. And the sharp fangs over tens of meters long were flashing cold light. It was the half-step 4th level black water snake that took advantage of the gap when Song-Chi was shocked before and flew to the front of the sky. Looking at its appearance, it seemed as if it was going to tear the sky in half. In response, after the initial shock, Song-Chi quickly regained his composure, and even sneered in his indifference. On the projection screen, the light was dimming rapidly, and the half-step 4th level black water mystic snake was closing its jaws. Neutron star fission. At the last moment when its jaws closed, Song-Chi activated the neutron star fission feature of the neutron star core armor component. Zizizizi, the 120-meter-long sky was enveloped by a hot and intense black light, and in an instant it transformed from a battleship into a miniature neutron star with a diameter of tens of meters. Hiss! At the moment when the sky completed its transformation, a terrifying high temperature exceeding millions of degrees Celsius erupted in the mouth of this half-step 4th-order black water snake. Although it was only a flash, this terrifying temperature also melted the head of the black water snake instantly. Outside, the surrounding marsh water was also boiling violently. Are you kidding? Even if it was a true 4th-level existence, if a neutron star exploded in its body, it would die immediately, not to mention a half-step 4th-level existence? As the sky received a hint of a 2nd-level floating land origin, Song-Chi himself was a little confused. To be honest, Captain Song-Chi had made a wrong judgment about the state of the sky when it was transformed into a micro-neutron star. After all, this was the first time this feature was activated. Before this, he had always thought that this was a purely defensive feature. After this actual test, it was found that at the moment of completing the transformation, the terrifying high temperature emitted by the surface of the micro-neutron star could be regarded as an extremely amazing means of attack. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a special killer. The sky, which cancelled the fission characteristics of the neutron star and restored its original battleship form, sprang out from the shapeless head of the half-step 4th-level black water mystic snake. It was not until this time that he saw the full appearance of this terrifying giant snake. Its body length is over 2,500 meters, and its body is covered with red scales. With its terrifying fangs, it is definitely a deep-water monster. Unfortunately, it encountered the sky, which was already equipped with neutron star core armor. It also mistakenly wanted to resolve the battle with its terrifying and sharp fangs. 2 consecutive wrong choices led to its final death. Song-Chi was a little emotional. His high hopes for the mixed whole extreme yang sword intention divine light did not work at all. He thought that this battle, which was originally thought to be a difficult and hard battle, ended in such a dramatic way. This was a result he never expected. Of course, after a brief sigh, there was a strong surprise. I originally thought that the terrifying defense of this neutron star core armor component, as well as the characteristics of the self-recovery hull armor and energy shield, were already powerful enough. But I didn't expect that there would be another invisible and powerful attack method, which was definitely a big surprise. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Song-Chi quickly pulled his thoughts back. The fight with the half-step 4th-level black water snake just now made a lot of noise, which would probably attract the attention of the 2 family elders in the sky. And he had to leave as soon as possible. Arriving above the 3,000-year-old deepwater clam, the sky shot out a traction beam, and soon, the nearly 1-meter-long deepwater clam was easily pulled out. This clam did not disappoint him. It produced a fist-sized deepwater clam pearl, which was 1,500 years old, which was double happiness. After finishing these, Song-Chi turned his attention to the 2,500-meter-long black water snake corpse on the side, and wanted to deal with it simply to cover up the traces of the battle. However, when he turned around and looked at the radar map, he found that there was no time. Above the sky, with the death of the 3-headed chimera and the half-step 4th-level black water snake, the origin core of the sole floating land was weakened again. The floating land shield above the sky could no longer stop the 2 family elders. Considering this, Song-Chi did not care too much, and no longer paid attention to the pale red black water snake corpse, and controlled the sky to rush upward. Outside the sole floating land sky, 2 mecha giants continued to bombard the floating land shield below, which was almost completely broken, with the power of the law. At a certain moment, the floating land shield could no longer be maintained and shattered. Seeing this, the 2 elders of the first lineage did not hesitate and flew all the way down. However, What puzzled the Song clan members was that the two elders did not land in the East region immediately, but went to the Central Water Marsh in the North region first. Not long ago, they sensed the breath of the second half-step fourth-level creature in the water marsh. In the deepest part of the Central Water Marsh, two giant mechas stood at the bottom of the water, and in front of them, it was the corpse of the black water snake that was over 2,500 meters long. At this time, Song Xianfeng, one of the two, said, "Look at the wound. It should be only the third-level main gun, and the one that can hurt the half-step fourth-level creature blessed by the floating land origin rule. It is most likely the orange-quality main gun component, and the wound on the head. What temperature can reach this level? Strange, strange." Hearing his words, another elder on the side nodded slightly, and then said, "I just don't know which little guy made such a big noise, and hit it. It's interesting." Hearing this, Song Xianfeng seemed to remember something, and said with a smile, "You were like this back then? You played the pig and ate the tiger all the way, and you pretended to be timid when you went out with me. It's still angry when I think about it now." As they said, the two elders of the Song family, who had lived for more than 800 years, all laughed. "Forget it. Let them go. It won't be long anyway. These little guys will all come out, and they can't hide even if they want to." The decisive battle came quickly, and ended quickly, with the personal participation of the sixth sequence of the family and the two elders. The remaining souls in the Soul Land were quickly suppressed, which also means the official end of this mission. Hangu Mountain Range, South 14th Line of Defense, Mountain Stronghold. It has been a day since Song Qi returned, and during this day, Song Yu tirelessly told him how exciting the battle was yesterday, and how powerful the sixth sequence Song Yin was. What he didn't know was that his fourth brother, who was standing beside him, had also killed a half-step fourth-order creature head-on yesterday. Of course, Song Qi knew very well that there was still some gap between him and the sixth-order creature. After all, he was able to kill the half-step fourth-order black water snake so easily, mainly because the other party swallowed the sky into his mouth. Otherwise, a tough battle would be inevitable. Song Yin, on the other hand, seemed to be more at ease. Strolling leisurely, he responded to Song Yu absent-mindedly. After seeing Grandpa, Grandma, and second uncle coming over, Song Qi immediately stood up. First greeted Grandpa and second uncle softly, and then walked quickly to Grandma's side. Congratulations to Grandma for successfully upgrading her ship to the third level. Yes, Grandma by Xiaoqin's ship, the Lyra, was officially upgraded to the third level a few months ago, and also turned into a cruiser. However, Song Qi rarely acted with everyone in the family during this period, and now was the first time he saw Grandma after her promotion. It is said that with the help of Grandpa, Grandma personally killed hundreds of third-level souls, blackwater snakes, and chimeras in the past year. In addition, a lot of aliens were also killed during the exploration of alien star regions. In addition to the already collected promotion resources, and the 6,000-year-old MOU tree sap, the promotion of the Tianqin was actually not surprising at all. Bai Xiaoqin smiled softly, and patted Song Qi gently. Even with her indifferent personality, she seemed particularly happy after being promoted to the third level. After all, she only needed to improve her guidance skills later, and her lifespan could reach 600 years. On the side, Grandpa Song Ming Song also had a smile on his face, and he coughed lightly. "Okay. If you have packed everything, let's set off. It's been more than a year, and I don't know how things are going back home." Hearing this, the five people nodded at the same time. Soon, 5 Xinhua warships rose from the South 14th Peak and headed towards the sky of the Soul Floating Land. There were many like them. Xinhua warships rushed out of the Soul Floating Land and headed all the way to the temporary space station in the starry sky. There were a large number of family transit warships waiting. As long as they were fully loaded, they could start returning immediately. Chapter 185 Starry Sky Giant Beast Golden Armor Giant Beast. Because the first straight vein had already made arrangements, there were more than 30 transit warships docked on the space combat platform. That was why, even if there were thousands of people leaving the Soul Floating Land, there would be no congestion, delays, etc. The group quickly boarded a transit warship, and then waited for about half an hour. When the warship was fully loaded, then they returned soon. On the Dragon Ridge continent, above the sky not far from the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, as violent space fluctuations flashed by, transit warships appeared one after another. White Jade Square, with the end of the expedition mission, the square that was originally full of supplies has returned to its former emptiness. Just after getting off one of the transit warships, Song Chi's eyes were attracted by a corner on the right side of the square. There were hundreds of meters in size, and more than 100,000-meter-long black water snakes and chimera corpses piled high. After asking, Song Chi understood that it was the transit warships in the family that were loaded with space expansion components, shipped back from the Seoul floating land, in order to be transported to the Flying Dragon floating land later, and provided to the Thorn Flying Dragons for food. The blood and flesh of these second and third level black water snakes and chimeras contained sufficient blood and energy, which can promote the growth and even advancement of the Thorn Dragons on the Flying Dragon land. The Thorn Dragons have a big appetite, and these blood and flesh are enough to sustain their consumption for a period of time, killing two birds with one stone. However, Song Chi saw the half-step fourth level black water snake he killed yesterday. The moment he saw the corpse of the black water snake, his eyes jumped, and he also realized that his speculation yesterday was correct. The fluctuations of the battle with the half-step fourth level black water snake did not escape the family's monitoring. Although he left first, the half-step fourth level snake corpse was brought back by the family. Dad, Mom, second brother. As his thoughts turned, a familiar voice came from the side. It was Dad Song Chao. In the family communication channel of the Ring Dragon Ridge continent, Song Chan, Song Chao and others learned about the end of the expedition mission. So Song Chao had already rushed here yesterday. The 5 people of Song Chi who came back through the transit warship were unable to use the psionic energy in their bodies within a day. So someone had to come to pick them up. Otherwise they could only wait in this square for a day. How has Maizhong been doing recently? Just after boarding the Qikong, his body was covered by the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate. This part again, Song Mingsong asked. While activating the battleship engine, Song Chao intermittently recounted the various changes in Maizhong and the family over the past year. Xiao Qi has successfully been promoted to the second level. This first piece of news made Song Mingsong and others smile at the same time. Song Qi's successful promotion to the second level, plus Bai Xiuqin's promotion to the third level, this all represents the improvement of their overall strength, which is naturally good news. But after this first one, the rest are basically trivial matters. Except for the last one. By the way, Dad, Aunt Xiaorong sent a message a month ago, roughly meaning that after you return, we will immediately discuss the follow-up actions. Hearing this news, Song Mingsong's face became serious. What Song Chao said was the incident on Bai Xiuqin's 200th birthday more than a year ago. At that time, Grandma Bai Xiuqin's eldest sister, that is, Bai Xiaorong, who was born in the Bai family of the Imperial Star region, took the initiative to find the Song family and proposed to jointly explore a 3-level floating land. According to the information she revealed at the beginning, the 3-level floating land is called Tanshan Floating Land. This Tanshan Floating Land is not a life-type floating land, but a resource-type floating land, which is rich in various metal ores, such as copper mother, zircon, iron mother, etc. Moreover, there is a small titanium crystal vein on this floating land, and the reserves seem to be more than 50,000 pieces, which is very valuable. Of course, the above are all resource points. There are actually great dangers hidden on this Tanshan floating land. If it were not so, how could Bai Xiaorong tell the Song family about this floating land? The titanium crystal vein with reserves of more than 50,000 pieces is a very valuable resource. Once the Song family intervenes, they will have to share the 20,000 titanium crystals. What made the Bai family of Bai Xiaorong's lineage so generous? Is it just because of the relationship with Bai Xiuqin? Of course not. According to Bai Xiaorong, although the Tanshan floating land is a resource-based floating land, not a life-based floating land, but deep in the floating land, there is a special star creature sleeping. A 4th-level golden armored beast. When Song Chi first heard his grandfather say the 4 words golden armored beast, he was shocked. Not for anything else, just because the golden armored beast is quite famous among the star creatures, and it is also a very famous existence in both defense and attack. The golden armored beast belongs to the lineage of starry sky creatures, and can be ranked in the top 10 among the golden starry sky beasts. Remember that in the Song family gene lineage, this thing is ranked 5th, and is more powerful than the Thorn Dragon. Creature name, Golden Armored Beast. Race, Golden Armored Beast. Gene lineage rating, 84. Talents, affinity with gold, Gen gene scales, golden armor domain, gold breaking spear. Just these 4 talents are enough to show its horror. Of course, if it was really a 4th order golden armored beast at its peak, Song Mingsong was not a fool, and would not listen to the Bai family's lies and easily attack such a beast. The main reason was that Bai Xiaorong said that the golden armored beast was seriously injured, and its strength was not even 1/100th of its peak. Now it was sleeping in a large copper mother mine in the Copper Mountain floating land, and was using the rich metal energy in the Copper Mother mine to recover from its injuries. If not for this, Song Mingsong would never agree. After all, Bai Xiaorong's lineage has already declined within the Bai family, and there is no 4th level Xinhua captain, so the risk is not small. Okay, let's go back first. Your mother has also been promoted to the 3rd level. The 3rd level floating land origin eruption I in the subsequent base can be suppressed by the Tian Qin. With the boss's Shanwei, the danger of this operation will be reduced a lot. Hearing this, Song Chao's eyes were filled with joy. If Bai Xiaoqing completed the promotion during this period, the subsequent situation would be much better. Above Qinghua Lake, the Qin Kong broke through the clouds and slowly landed on Qinghua Island. With the return of the 5 people who participated in the expedition, the entire Qinghua manor suddenly became lively, especially after receiving the information that there were no casualties. In the underground secret room, a large family was gathered here. Click! In the side corner, the stone door on the inner side opened, and Song Mingsong and Song Shan walked out. In order to transplant the quenching god fruit tree into the dragon blood secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm at home was cancelled by Song Mingsong, and it was now reopened. When he walked to the front of the crowd, Song Mingsong said, "This spirit-tempering fruit tree was found by Xiao Qi, so he will get half of the 8 spirit-tempering fruits on the tree when they mature. In the future, he must get 1 for free for each round of maturity." After that, Song Mingsong glanced at the crowd and saw that everyone just smiled. They were happy that the veins would continue to produce high-level soul resources such as spirit-tempering fruit in the future. No one expressed any objection. He then shifted the topic to the matter of the Tangshan floating land. Regarding the operation on the Tangshan floating land, the Tian Qin has been promoted this time, with its eye for suppressing the origin of eruption, and the boss's own guiding technique has been promoted to the 3rd level with the help of the body-quenching paste, so we can send more people over this time. As he said, the elders discussed the specific list of personnel. After about 5 minutes, Song Mingsong finally made the decision. That's it. In addition to me and the boss, Hong Xue, the 3rd brother and his wife, the 4th brother and his wife, and Xiaoqi and Shiqi. Well, this operation should be in 3 months. Everyone should try to prepare. Although the golden armored beast is seriously injured, it is a 4th level creature after all, and we must not be careless. Understood? After the discussion, everyone left one after another. Sanchi stayed at the end again this time, of course. This time he had nothing else to do, just to extract some merit points from grandfather. For the more than 1 million medium-grade soul stones, Maizhong still owed him 2 million merit points. After returning this time, he planned to go to the family merit building to exchange for a proof of thorn-winged dragon slavery. Naturally, he had to prepare some merit points first. 2 minutes later, Song Qi walked out of his grandparents' yard, and at this moment, he had 500,000 more family merit points in his personal quantum communication bracelet. As for the gold merit, there was no need to worry about it. The obsidian hull armor that was replaced before, and several purple wonders that he had obtained through the market guest order in the past year were still in his hands, enough for him to exchange for about 30 points of gold merit. Speaking of market visitor token, I have to say here that, in the past year, the original visitor tokens in the hands of the Goblin Luke and the Centaur had expired, but both of them later renewed their times with purple treasures, so now they are still frequent visitors to every market transaction. As for Zhou Ping, because of the titanium crystal and body-quenching cream, he does not need to consume the times every time he enters the market. As for the other alien creatures, they basically change their times every few months, and they do not have enough financial resources to renew their market visitor token. Time passed. The next day, in the afternoon, after saying goodbye to his parents, Song Qi drove the sky to the Dragon Ridge Mountain. In the family merit building, Song Qi handed in the 2 purple quality main guns and an energy shield at his hand to the family through the exchange counter, and obtained 13 gold merits. The 2 main guns each had 4 points, and the energy shield had good properties, and the family member in charge of the exchange work in the merit hall gave 5 points. In addition to these 3, the other purple parts had been distributed by the vein first, such as obsidian hull armor, which was obtained by the uncle for the eldest brother Song Qi, also 8 gold merits. Anyway, it would only cost 8 points to exchange it to the family, so it would be better to give it to the people of the same lineage. He scanned the personal information panel on the quantum communication bracelet. Ordinary merit, 532,180 points. Gold merit, 35 points, adding the 13 points just now. He now has 35 gold merit points. Song Chi was quite satisfied with this. In fact, if he wanted, he could get 4 more points, because he still had more than 20 third-level soul cores in his hand. As long as he handed them over to the family, he could get an extra 1 gold merit point for every 5 third-level soul cores. But Song Chi did not do so. Now his mental power has entered the second stage of the ordinary state. If he wants to continue to improve rapidly, he must use this third-level soul core. On the 20th floor of the Merit Building, in front of the floating land origin exchange counter, Song Chi first took out 10,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin from his eyebrows, and exchanged them for 1,000 strands of first-level floating land origin. Then he took out an additional 2,000 strands of first-level floating land origin, and together with these 1,000 strands, he exchanged them for 200 strands of second-level floating land origin. As for the last 1,000 strands of second-level floating land essence, for 50 strands of third-level floating land essence. Song Chi did not use the annual quota, the spiritual machine synthesis platform in the market. 1,000 strands of second-level floating land essence are enough to synthesize 100 strands of third-level floating land essence, which is twice as cost-effective as this. Not worth it. Of course, it is mainly because in the past year or so, he has synthesized 1,100 strands of third-level floating land essence through the spiritual machine synthesis platform. And now he has more than 1,200 strands of third-level floating land essence. We only need to wait until the Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine is replaced later. And then we can continue to strengthen the dark matter energy shield generator and neutron star core armor components. After exchanging the floating land origin, Song Chi went all the way to the 29th floor of the Merit Building. Upon entering this floor, he immediately exchanged for a third-level Thorn Dragon Slavery Certificate. This thing was the main purpose of his visit to the Merit Building this time, so there was no need to hesitate. However, what surprised him was that the efficiency of the Family Merit Hall was really good. The Soul Floating Land was just completely controlled by the first Straight Vein 2 days ago, but now the exchange slavery certificates of the Blackwater Mystic Snake and the Two-Headed Chimera have appeared here. Of course, although it was unexpected, he was not very interested. In comparison, the Thorn Dragon was more to his liking, with the deduction of 300,000 ordinary merit points plus 5 gold merit points. Song Chi's personal account suddenly lost more than half of its ordinary merit points. He did not rush to the 30th floor. He spent 30,000 ordinary merit points on another counter on the 29th floor to exchange for 3 top-level bodybuilding potions. At present, he had a lot of 700-year-old and 900-year-old deepwater clam pearls in his hands. He thought that it would not take long for his guidance technique to break through LV20. At that time, this top-level bodybuilding potion will be needed to be used together with the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearl, in order to maximize the effect of the deepwater clam pearl that he had finally obtained. Well, it's not that he doesn't want to exchange more, but the annual quota is only 3. But it is enough for him in a short period of time. On the 30th floor of the Merit Building, in front of the titanium crystal exchange counter, Song Chi now has enough gold merit points in his hand, and he did not hesitate to exchange all the remaining 300 titanium crystals. For this strategic resource, the family's exchange limit is a maximum of 500 pieces every 3 years. He had exchanged twice more than a year ago, and now only had the last 300 pieces left. After deducting 3 gold merit points again, there were only 27 gold merit points left in the account. After exchanging the titanium crystal, Song Chi began to wander around the 30th floor of the Merit Building, but to his disappointment, he did not see the items he wanted until he reached the 49th floor. It's not that there are no good things on the 30th to 49th floors. On the contrary, there are a lot of good things. Orange main guns, orange energy shields, purple engines, Dinkong stones, Chiling fruits, 3,000-year-old sea oysters, etc. But these are not what Song Chi needs. At least not now. Chapter 186 Orange Upgraded Fire Source and Orange Engine. Song Chi stepped in front of the gate connecting the 49th and 50th floors of the Merit Building. This time, he was not blocked again, and he went directly to the 50th floor. The 50th floor of the Merit Building requires 20 gold merit points or more to be allowed to enter. And now he has 27 gold merit points in his account. As soon as he entered the 50th floor, Song-Chi immediately discovered that it was very different from the 49 floors below, the most intuitive of which was the area of both sides. 149th floor. Each floor is at least several hundred square meters, and the first 5 floors are nearly 10,000 square meters. In comparison, the 50th floor seems to be only about 100 square meters at most. However, Song-Chi did not care. After a slight surprise, he began to look around the 50th floor. This sight made his eyes brighten instantly, and the fiery color in his eyes was far more than before, even though both floors can only be traded with gold merit points. Compared with the 30th to 49th floors, the 50th floor obviously has more good things, and there are many more rare resources. Orange patrol radar, orange terracotta warrior tree parts, orange thrusters, orange external launcher, level 4 void crystal, earth attribute law sculpture, 10,000-year-old moon tree sap. In just over 10 minutes, Song-Chi saw a variety of priceless shipboard parts and special resources, several of which were needed by the sky. For example, the orange quality thrusters and external launcher, both of which were not available on the sky, or of inferior quality. However, when he saw their exchange price of hundreds of gold merit points, he could only look away. Song-Chi felt a little bit of meaning in his heart. He thought that he had 27 gold merit points in his account, which was considered a little bit of money. But now, it seems that he is still far from it. After leaving the 50th floor, Song-Chi continued to move towards the 51st floor, looking at all kinds of rare items along the way. Song-Chi came to the 59th floor with a dazzled look. In front of a counter on the right side of the 59th floor, Song-Chi stopped and stared at the fire behind the counter with a fiery look. Name: Lava Core Fire. Quality: Orange. Item description: Fire attribute: a strand of orange fire that was nurtured in the depths of the lava volcano of the level 3 star sea floating continent for 50,000 years, can evolve the blue quality fire seed into purple quality. Exchange price: 130 gold merit points. Yes, the one behind the counter is a strand of orange quality upgraded fire source. Although it is just an ordinary orange color, it is not the kind of orange top grade upgraded fire source that can evolve purple fire into orange, but it is also rare. This is exactly what Song-Chi is extremely eager for now. His fire seed is currently blue, which can only enhance the level of a number of shipborne components to level 39 at most, which is a huge limitation. If he can evolve his own fire seed to purple, the combat power of the sky will definitely have a new round of increase. After all, according to the level limit of the fire battleship itself, all shipborne components cannot exceed 2 major levels of the ship itself, and now the skyship is already level 2. The theoretical enhancement limit of the components installed on it is level 4, which is level 49. But now, due to the limitation of the fire seed, the enhancement limit was stuck at level 39. For the current overall combat power of the sky, this had a great impact. But even if he was jealous, Song-Chi could only look at it. 130 points of gold merit. This was not something he could afford at the moment, unless he unloaded an orange component from the sky. Forcing himself not to think too much, he continued to check the other things on the 59th floor. Soon, Song-Chi saw another item that made him extremely jealous. This is an orange quality shipborne component, an orange engine that the sky is in urgent need of. Light Energy Aggregation Engine LV0. Quality: Orange. Features: energy efficiency increased by 40%. Feature 2: Light Energy Aggregation. Consumption: 8/S psionic points energy supply. 56/S psionic points buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Energy pool: 8,000 can store 8,000 psionic points required for upgrade. 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1,000 energy points. 10 life pronuclei 0 order, 10 Lucullus. Light Energy Aggregation. Consumes 2,000 psionic energy points, aggregates the energy of the consumed psionic energy points, allows the engine to enter a high overload operation state, increases energy supply efficiency by 100%, increases thrust by 100%, lasts for 10 minutes, and buffers for 240 hours. There is no doubt that this orange quality light energy aggregation engine has properties far superior to the current Glimpse's antimatter hyperstate engine on the sky. Not only in terms of energy supply efficiency, it also consumes less energy when working. Adding 1 + 1 - 1, the energy surplus per second is extremely high. And the key is that the exchange price of this engine is much lower than that of Lava Core Fire. Only 90 gold merit points are needed. In this way, As long as you squeeze more water around, you still have a chance to get this engine before going to the Copper Mountain floating land. For example, the remaining piece of insect mother skin in your hand, and the Glimpse antimatter super engine that will be replaced later. These can be used to exchange for gold merit points first, plus the 27 points left on you. The chance is indeed not small. Thinking about it, Song Chi's heart became more and more heated. It's not that he doesn't care about the lava core fire, but the biggest weakness of the sky is the engine components. Because of this, in the past year or so, except for the newly installed water molecule isolation outer membrane component, the other components of the sky have basically not changed. Why? Isn't it because the energy supply efficiency of the Glimpse antimatter super engine can't keep up? Because of this factor, it has caused great trouble to the continued improvement of the combat power of the sky. Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, Neutron Star Core Armor, Silver 3 Generation Ultrawave Magic Energy Detection Radar. These components clearly still have a lot of room for improvement, but they have been stuck at level 30 for more than a year. You know, in the past year or so, Song Chi has accumulated more than 10,000 strands of the second level floating land origin alone, and more than 1,400 strands of the third level floating land origin. Even if there are fewer titanium crystals, only less than 1,000 pieces, it is enough to support more than 20 times of third level enhancement. With a firm gaze, Song Chi had already made a decision. In the next 3 months, he would accumulate as many gold merits as possible and try his best to exchange for this light energy aggregation engine before heading to the Tanshan floating land. The golden armored beast that he would face later was at least a 4th-tier existence. Although the Bai family swore that it had been severely injured and its current strength was not even 1/100th of its peak, no one in the two families dared to be careless. Let alone Song Chi, who was a conservative person by nature. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is anxious. That is a golden armored giant beast, who knows what will happen if it is really provoked, so it is necessary to be fully prepared. And the two most important things in this full preparation are to strengthen the Neutron Star Core Armor and Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, the two most important defense components of the sky, to the third level limit. Only in this way can people feel a little more at ease. In front of the 60th floor of the Merit Building, Song Chi was blocked again. If he wants to enter the 60th floor above, he must have more than 100 gold merit points, which is not something he can go up in a short time. Before leaving, he exchanged a zircon and a low-level energy crystal he had obtained from the secret vault of the Tugu tribe for the family, and obtained 3 gold merit points. 1 point for zircon, 2 points for low-level energy crystal. In this way, his merit points returned to 30 points. But there was still a long way to go before 90 points. So he had to continue working hard. Outer space of the Dragon Ridge continent, the Song family's exclusive space portal. After spending 1,000 merit points, the sky successfully caught up with the next round of medium-distance space transmission. The destination of this transmission is the Thorn Star region adjacent to the Red River Star region, and is also the Flying Dragon floating land, where the family raises the Thorn Flying Dragon. As the Edge Star region of the Dinghai Star region adjacent to the Red River Star region, the Thorn Star region is not large, with a diameter of only tens of light years. However, although this star region is small in area, it is stationed with a family fleet of more than 10,000 people of the Dinghai Song family all year round. The Thorn Garrison Fleet. The Thorn Garrison Fleet is led by a 4th-level chaser ship as its flagship, equipped with 10 cruisers, 100 frigates, and tens of thousands of standard micro-light-class nuclear destroyers. Just from this configuration, we can see that this fleet has a good combat capability. The reason why this fleet is deployed here, in addition to deterring the aliens from the Red River Star region, there is another main reason, which is to ensure the safety of the Flying Dragon floating land. Unlike other captive floating lands in the family, the Flying Dragon floating land is not artificially transformed, but a very rare 3-level life floating land. Moreover, it is not an ordinary 3-level life floating land, but a 3-level life floating land containing high-level dragon essence. Ordinary 3-level life floating land cannot breed dragon creatures, nor can it maintain the growth and evolution of dragon creatures. According to the news from the upper echelons of the family, a 5th-level dragon creature once died on this Flying Dragon land, and its essence was finally integrated into the core of this Flying Dragon land. After a long period of integration and transformation, the floating land finally gave birth to dragon energy, which gave birth to the Flying Dragon race with excellent bloodline. The Thorn Dragon. In the southern part of the Thorn Star region, soon after the Sky and other family warships flew out of the space portal, they were blocked by a small fleet. The Thorn Garrison fleet is patrolling. Please show your personal identity information. You will be allowed to pass only after confirmation. As a message was broadcast from the frigate at the front of the small fleet. Song-Chi and other warships that had just flown out of the space gate hovered one after another, and then sent their own information to each other one by one. The Thorn Star region belongs to the border area with the Alien Star region. It has never been a peaceful place. Otherwise, the family would not have specially sent a fleet to garrison here. It is not surprising that the patrol is strict. After passing the personal information check, the Sky was quickly released, and then it rushed all the way to the Flying Dragon floating land not far away. While controlling the Sky, Song-Chi was constantly recalling the information of the Thorn Garrison fleet in his mind. The Thorn Garrison fleet is an extra staff fleet under the United Front Department of the Family War Hall, and is not the family's regular external combat fleet. In short, it is the local fleet of the Thorn Star region, and is only responsible for garrisoning the Thorn Star region and the Flying Dragon floating land. As for the suppression of the floating land and external wars, they are not within its scope of responsibility. In addition, I heard that the Thorn Garrison fleet is now basically under the control of the third branch of the family. The highest commander of the Garrison fleet, who is also the owner of the Zulu flagship, is Song Xuanguang, one of the two fourth-level ancestors of the third branch. He is of the same generation as the first branch's elder Song Xianfeng, and is now also a member of the Family Elders Council. While thinking, the Sky arrived above a floating land in the Star Sea with a diameter of nearly 8 million kilometers. Yes, this floating land is the Flying Dragon floating land. However, when he arrived near the Flying Dragon floating land, the first thing that attracted Song-Chi's attention was not the floating land itself, but the oval floating land shield with grid patterns above the floating land. As a level 3 life floating land, the origin core of the Flying Dragon floating land is enough to condense this layer of floating land shield with amazing defensive power. In addition, another point that attracted Song-Chi was the giant war machine built on the floating land. The circular alloy track with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. The astonishing number of warship berths. The terrifying fortress rail gun. And the circular nuclear shield that was maintained all year round. That's right. This war machine built on the Phylon floating land is the same as what we saw in Guangyuan floating land. It is a floating land fortress. At a berth in the middle of the fortress, a large warship with a hull length of more than 3,000 meters is quietly docked. If it is right, it is the ship of the Xuanguang clan elder. Retracting his gaze, pulling his attention back from these two, the Sky quickly fell towards the floating land shield below. Because it has passed the inspection, it did not encounter any other obstacles this time. As the family warships approached, the floating land shield below actually cracked a 1,000-meter gap. Seeing this, a group of warships entered in succession. Flying Dragon floating land, the top of Tinglong Mountain. This is the family's base in this Flying Dragon floating land. In the main hall of the base, a middle-aged third-level Xinhua captain asked Song-Chi, "Do you need my help?" Hearing this, Song-Chi nodded quickly. Although with the current combat power of the Sky, it is not difficult to take down a third-level Thorn Dragon, but if someone helps, he will naturally not refuse. A few hours later, in the Sunset Mountains, the roar of artillery fire gradually subsided. With the suppression of a third-level cruiser, the third-level Thorn Dragon that was found was quickly seriously injured and fell into a coma. At this time, it was the weakest node of its mental resistance. At the same time, the voice of the middle-aged man was heard again from the cruiser in the sky. "Okay, you can try to enslave it." Chapter 187 Life Sublimation Promotion to Level 2. Above the mountain range, the skyship slowly descended. When it was less than 50 meters away from the unconscious Level 3 Thorn Dragon below, a beam of light shot out from the warship and rushed straight to the Thorn Dragon below. This beam of light was none other than the slavery mark cast by the slavery medal. As one of the only 2 red parts on the skyship, the slavery medal, which has been strengthened to Level 3, currently has 5 marks, and so far, 4 of these slavery marks have been used. Zhao Lei, a foundation building cultivator. 3rd level Soul Spirit Clan Soul Master. 3rd level Soul Spirit Clan Soul Second. 3rd level Blue Blood Clan to a Guhong. Originally, there was another Blackwater Mystic Snake, but Song-Chi thought it was a waste of space, so he cancelled its enslavement. Of course, it doesn't mean that it will be wiped out after cancellation. It is still under Song-Chi's control, but it is indirectly controlled by the Soul Seal, through the Soul Seal of 2 third-level Soul Spirit Clan Soul Seconds. Speaking of the Soul Seal, the Soul Seal control quota of the Soul Master was not wasted, and he controlled a peak third-level 2-headed Chimera. At present, these two, as well as Soul Big and Soul 2, and Zhao Lei, were all arranged by Song Qi to the asteroid belt. After the mining operation on the Soul Floating Land was completed, the 10 Angry Tiger mining vehicles left in his hands were naturally useless. So in the last exploration of the alien star domain, Song Qi also sent Soul Big and the 10 Angry Tiger mining vehicles to the asteroid belt, and separated a standard civilian interstellar mining ship from the previous mining team, and merged them into the second mining team. After that, the mining efficiency was further improved. The middle-aged man's light exclamation came from the sky. Song Qi, who could imagine the other party's unexpected appearance at the moment, did not explain, and attributed everything to the word luck. There was no way, because the slavery metal was a red slave component, and it was strengthened to the 3rd level. Even the 3rd level Thorn Wyvern in its prime would find it difficult to resist it, let alone the seriously injured state. Yes, slavery metal succeeded in enslaving the 3rd level Thorn Wyvern with only one enslavement attempt. So this caused the surprise of the middle-aged man in the cruiser in the sky. As a 3rd level Xinhua captain, who has been stationed on the Flying Dragon floating land for 2 years, he has recently come into contact with quite a few tribesmen who have enslaved 3rd level Thorn Dragons. But those people basically have to try more than 10 times to successfully enslave them. Even tribesmen with high-quality enslavement parts need 3 or 5 times. It is really rare to succeed in enslavement this time. Of course, he did not think much about it, and just thought that Song Qi's enslavement this time was a stroke of luck, and he just happened to hit that extremely low probability. With the success of enslavement, the Thorn Dragon woke up from its coma. Control the size to the minimum. About 30 meters will do. Both sentences were said by Song Qi. The first sentence was naturally said to the 3rd level family elder in the sky, and the second sentence was passed to the Thorn Dragon through the Bridge of Mind feature. From 1,000 meters to 30 meters, this ratio is about 33 times, although it is higher than the 20-fold reduction range of ordinary purple slave parts. Some top-quality purple slave parts can also do this after being strengthened to the 3rd level, and at the same time, it is enough to allow the Thorn Dragon to barely shrink into the sky, so as not to arouse too much suspicion. Sure enough, after seeing this scene, the middle-aged Song clan member in the cruiser in the sky did not say much, and after Song Qi thanked him twice, he controlled the sky to soar into the sky and let the Flying Dragon land. In the main control room, the Thorn Dragon that was 30 meters in size not long ago has now shrunk to the size of a fist. The miniature creature is now standing on Song Qi's shoulder, using its black head to constantly arch Song Qi's neck, no longer as unruly as before, and interprets the word licking dog to the fullest. As for the wounds on his body, Song Qi was not worried. The self-healing ability of dragon creatures is well known. As long as he sleeps for 10 days or half a month, the wounds will basically be gone. 2 days later, Song Qi successfully returned to Qinghua Manor. Dad and Mom were not at home. I don't know if they went to Longji Mountain to purchase various items for the action in 3 months, or went to explore the alien star together. Song Qi didn't think much and went straight into the market. In the LV-25 full attribute training room, Song Qi held a high-level bodybuilding potion in his left hand, and a 700-year-old deep-water clam pearl in his right hand. Psionic energy was flowing, and strands of psionic black energy were flowing in the palm of his right hand. It was visible to the naked eye that the 700-year-old deep-water clam bead in his palm was shaking violently. After a few seconds, the deep-water clam bead was completely transformed into a ball of pale white powder under the erosion of psionic energy. Song Qi poured the powder into the high-level bodybuilding potion tube, and after gently shaking it a few times, he swallowed it into his stomach. This was not the end. The 20 kilograms of 2nd level Zerg meat that had been prepared on one side also went into his stomach. In addition, with the quenching fluid applied on the body surface, Song Qi only felt that his whole body was emitting endless heat. Song Qi immediately assumed the training posture of the guiding technique and began to practice the guiding technique. With these multiple blessings, coupled with the extremely rich phantom energy in the all-attribute training room, Song Qi finally felt the long-lost rapid progress of his own guiding technique again. 5 days later, a clear surge of phantom energy was heard in the all-attribute training room. Song Qi's guiding technique successfully advanced from LV-18 to LV-19. He was somewhat emotional about this. As expected, the deep-water clam pearls were more effective in promoting the practice of the guiding technique. Although the speed was fast, he consumed 4 700-year-old deep-water clam beads plus 4 high-level bodybuilding potions in these 5 days. In other words, he had used up all the 700-year-old deep-water clam beads. Although he still had a lot of 300-year-old and 500-year-old deep-water clam beads, they were useless to him, whose guidance technique was already level 19. Should I use the 2 900-year-old deep-water clam beads? Thinking of this, he repeated the previous operations again, neutralizing one of the 900-year-old deep-water clam beads with a high-level bodybuilding potion, and then did not leave the full attribute training room, and directly began the second training. This time, 10 days had passed. When Song-Chi came out of the full attribute training room again, his guidance technique had reached the peak of LV19. 900-year-old deep-water clam pearls plus advanced bodybuilding potion plus body-quenching fluid plus second-level Zerg meat plus full attribute training room. The addition of these 5 things was really powerful. In just 10 days, he went through the accumulation process that an ordinary Shinhua captain might take 2 or 3 years to complete. But Song-Chi was not satisfied. 2 900-year-old deep-water clam pearls did not allow him to break through the door of LV20 in one fell swoop. It must be said that this was a big regret. His mind turned, and his figure disappeared in the market. He planned to take a good rest for 2 days. He was a little tired after practicing for half a month. He needed to rest for 2 days before considering the impact of the second stage. Not long after leaving the market, Song-Chi sat cross-legged under the peach tree in the courtyard, preparing to visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha for a few hours before resting. Although his mental power had broken through to the second stage of the ordinary mind state, he still couldn't relax. After all, he wanted to directly have the mental power of the third stage of the ordinary mind state after breaking through the second stage. "Son!" My mother's voice suddenly came from the side. Looking outside, my mother Chen Lixia was standing outside the yard with a faint smile on her face. "Mom, when did you come back?" Welcoming my mother into the yard, the two of them quickly started chatting. "Really, you and Dad have both been promoted to blue fire seeds?" "Yes." Chen Lixia smiled and nodded, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, with unconcealed joy in her eyes. "What's going on, Mom? Tell me quickly." After more than 10 minutes, Chen Lixia, who saw that Song-Chi was not in a good mental state, did not stay for long, and left after a brief explanation. Of course, before leaving, she couldn't help but ask Song-Chi to have a good rest, and not to be too obsessed with cultivation. Song-Chi nodded, and in his heart, he was feeling sad about his father's fate. According to his mother, the alien star field they went to through the space beacon this time was a broken 3-level star sea floating land that his father found during an alien star field exploration more than half a year ago. On this broken star sea floating land, the two of them obtained a purple top-grade upgraded fire source. After returning, they used their previous accumulation to exchange for a purple top-grade upgraded fire source in the Family Merit Building. And then they were both promoted to blue fire seeds. Song-Chi was really happy for his parents. It was great news that the fire seed could be upgraded to blue before heading to the Tanshan floating land. This meant that the energy shield and hull armor on the 2-seater ship could be directly upgraded to the 3rd level. Compared to the previous upgrade to the 2nd level, the safety would be greatly improved. He sat cross-legged, holding 2 top-grade soul stones each. At the same time, Song-Chi was concentrating on visualizing the mecha projection. 3 hours later, the soul power in the 4 top-grade soul stones had been completely drained. He casually threw them in the corner of the yard. Song-Chi, who was already exhausted, returned to the bedroom and soon fell into a deep sleep. 2 days later, the spirited Song-Chi was revived with full health and entered the Zutian market again. It was still the full attribute training room. After thinking for a long time, his eyes flickered suddenly, and Song-Chi waved his hand to take out the 1,500-year-old deep-water clam pearl from his body. That's right. He decided to use this ultra-higher deep-water clam pearl to help himself break through the threshold of the 2nd level. If he did so, there might be some risks. After all, although the deep-water clam pearl is known for its mild attributes, it is also compared with creatures of the same level. Compared to the 1,500-year-old deep-water clam pearl, Song-Chi, who has the 19th level of the guiding technique, is more like a python that wants to swallow an elephant. His courage is commendable, but he is afraid that his belly will burst if he takes a bite. However, Song Chi has naturally considered this. His phantom energy surges again, and he does not directly grind the 1,500-year-old clam pearl into powder. Instead, he cuts off about 1/4 of it, turns it into powder, and then blends it into the high-level bodybuilding potion. The remaining 3/4 of the clam pearl was collected by him again, and he will use it together with the top-level bodybuilding potion after the subsequent guiding technique officially breaks through the second level. Goryeo. Song Chi swallowed the high-level bodybuilding potion that only neutralized 1/4 of the clam pearl in one gulp. He didn't even have time to apply the body-quenching fluid. He felt as if there was a ball of fire in his stomach. A large amount of burning energy exploded in his stomach, and then rushed to his limbs and bones. Obviously, this high-level bodybuilding potion that only fused 1/4 of a 1,500-year-old clam pearl, the energy contained in it far exceeded the previous 700-year-old one. Even the high-level bodybuilding potion that neutralized the 900-year-old deep-water clam pearl powder was also much worse. From this, we can see how exaggerated the effect of the 1,500-year-old deep-water clam pearl is. Quickly getting into the Dalian training posture, Song Chi used all his strength to guide the scorching energy that continued to be generated from his abdomen. The energy flowing through the meridians of his body burned Song Chi's whole body, and the tingling sensation from time to time made it almost impossible for him to calm down and practice, but he was forced to suppress it every time. He knew very well that if he stopped practicing the Dalian technique at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. Without this layer of guidance, the scorching energy that continued to be generated from his abdomen would burn his meridians beyond recognition, and then his entire foundation for practice would be completely destroyed. This situation lasted for about half an hour, but in Song Chi's opinion, this half an hour was longer than the usual half a month. The tingling and burning sensation that could not be described in words could really drive a normal person crazy. But fortunately, he persisted, and under the impact of this burning energy, the door between the LV-19 and LV-20 of the guidance technique was already shattered. As long as he continued to impact a few more times, he would definitely be able to enter the second level and undergo a second life sublimation. The astonishing burning sensation in his abdomen had dissipated, but it did not mean that the energy was completely gone. There were still strong waves of energy flowing from his abdomen to other parts of his body. With this energy, Song Chi went all out and started to attack again. After the first attack, there were more cracks on the second level door. The second attack, more cracks. The third attack, crack, crack. Song Chi could already hear the inexplicable slight cracking sound. The fourth impact, boom, the door was completely broken and could no longer stop Song Chi from going further. At this moment, a powerful energy suddenly enveloped his entire body. After this energy appeared, it began to flow into every cell in his body, as if preparing to give his whole body a full-scale baptism. This energy is life energy, and it is also an energy that must emerge for every carbon-based creature that is about to undergo life sublimation. That's right, just now, Song Chi's guidance technique successfully broke through LV-19 to LV-20, and is about to start the second life sublimation, and as long as the subsequent sublimation is completed, he will be a thorough second-level life form in the future. Feeling the numbness and warmth all over his body, Song Chi almost moaned. Each time his life sublimated, it was so comfortable that it could make people completely empty their minds, and their bodies and minds received a full-scale baptism. After an unknown period of time, when the white energy on his body completely dissipated, Song Chi opened his eyes. In his dark eyes, a blue flame flashed, and then strands of dark energy overflowed from his body, and soon formed a layer of illusory dark energy gauze around him. Although this layer of psionic gauze is looming, it actually has a good defensive power. This is also an ability that every second-level Shinhua captain can obtain. The psionic energy is fully manifested. Although it cannot achieve the psionic energy separation of the third level, it has enough self-protection ability. In addition, with the blessing of this layer of psionic energy, the attack power of the second-level Shinhua captain will also be greatly improved. Of course, what Song Chi cares most about is the increase in his own lifespan. After being promoted to the second level, his lifespan officially reached 300 years. Chapter 188, 1 Mind. 5 Functions. Resetting the space anchor point. The ghost energy gauze flowing on the body, the power surging in the body, the mind that was empty to the extreme. Song Chi felt extremely good at this moment. This second life sublimation was better than he imagined. In addition to the obvious increase in the power in the body, the ghost energy, and the lifespan, there was actually an invisible improvement. Song Chi closed his eyes tightly, and his mind was running fast. The next second, his eyes suddenly opened, and a deep joy appeared in his eyes. Just now, he started the fivefold calculation in his heart. This calculation task, which had to enter the limit-breaking state to be completed perfectly before, was easily done this time, without the need for the limit-breaking state. In other words, his mental power has now reached the level of one mind and 5 functions. Originally, this second life sublimation was to allow creatures to upgrade from the first stage of the ordinary mind state to the second stage of the ordinary mind state. That is, one mind and 3 functions to one mind and 4 functions. But because Song Chi had reached this level with soul resources before, this life sublimation, the baptism of the mind, directly allowed him to reach the level of one mind and 5 functions from one mind and 4 functions. Although there is still some gap between him and the third stage of the mortal state of mind, it is getting smaller. He only needs to take one more step to reach the level recognized by the Xinhua human civilization. And the second level Xinhua captain has the genius of the third stage of the mortal state of mind power. In addition, don't forget that he also has the limit-breaking state. Even though this special skill is not uncommon in those upper circles, it can still allow him to temporarily enter the state of mind, which can still be of great use at critical moments. Thinking about it, he moved his hands and feet again, and then took out the remaining 3/4 of the clam pearl. After thinking for a moment, he put it away and prepared to use it with the top-level bodybuilding potion in a while. In the past 20 days or so, his guidance skills have improved greatly, and he has taken a step forward that others may not be able to walk in 10 years. It is precisely because of this extraordinary progress that Song Chi felt the emptiness hidden deep in his body, which must be settled for a period of time. If he used the remaining 3/4 of the pearls at this moment, he was afraid that he would need to spend several times more time to make up for his foundation. As soon as he left the full attribute training room, Song Chi's mind changed. Then the sky of the market suddenly changed color, and the power of infinite laws gathered rapidly. In less than 2 seconds, a 100-meter-long illusory law giant was formed above Song Chi's body. Looking at this appearance, it felt like the great supernatural power law of heaven and earth in the novels of the previous life. Of course, this is not the case. This is just that after Song Chi was promoted to the second level, his control over the Xutian market has been further improved, and he can use the power of the market law more skillfully. After dispelling the phantom of the giant law, Song Chi felt, with the current control over the market, plus the market's own advancement, if we encounter a 4th-level creature from the outside world attacking the market from a distance, we should be able to deal with it easily. Even if it is a 5th-level creature, it can resist it under the surging blood and chi. It is a bit risky for the 6th-level creature, and I am afraid it will be seriously injured at least. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Compared to the 4th-order and 5th-order creatures, the 6th-order creatures in the Broken Star Sea are much less. And this also means that the safety of the Xutian market is now 10 times or 100 times stronger than when he was still a 1st-order creature. Thinking of this, Song Chi was about to leave the market. After nearly 20 days of training, the next exploration of the alien star domain is not far away, and he must prepare well. However, just as he urged the dark energy in his body to gather on his chest, and was about to activate the Star Sea market order hanging on his chest, Song Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there any new change in the Shanghai market token? As the psionic energy in his body was injected, the Shanghai market token was getting hot again. This sudden change made him feel a strong sense of expectation and curiosity. At the same time, he began to carefully examine the token that connected the Xutian market to the outside world. After playing with it for a while, Song Chi, who had basically understood the latest changes in the Shanghai market token, turned his eyes slightly, not showing obvious disappointment, nor joy. Instead, he looked a little surprised. Can I just store it in the Xinhua Zuchu? Yes, maybe because of the promotion to the second level, or maybe because of his further improvement in the control of the market, in short. The Shanghai market order that could not be stored in the Xinhua Zuchu in the past, can now be stored in it. Based on this change, the good news is that in the future, there is no need to worry about the exposure of this Shanghai market order. Although he has always worn it close to his body, it is still outside the body, so there is always a slight risk of leakage. Now he could store it in the Fire Ancestral Acupoint, which completely eliminated the risk. The bad news was that this small change did not improve his strength, which was a bit disappointing for Song Chi, who had originally had high expectations. A faint light shone between his eyebrows, and the fire acupoint was opened. Then a pulling force came out from it, and the Shanghai market order that had been taken from his neck slowly floated up, and finally sank into the fire acupoint. When the acupoint closed again, Song Chi closed his eyes and sank his mind into the fire acupoint. In the chaotic void, a wisp of light blue fire was suspended, and around this blue flame that seemed to never go out, a miniature battleship model was constantly rotating around the fire. In addition, there were 5 groups of light of different sizes, rotating around the blue fire along with the battleship model. These 5 groups of light were the 5 floating land origins of level 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finally, of course, it was the Star Sea market order that was recently stored in the ancestral orifice. Like the other 6, it was constantly rotating around the seat of fire. After seeing this, Song Chi nodded secretly. In this way, unless he, the pioneer of the fire ancestral cavity, volunteered, no outsider could take the Shanghai market order from him. After looking for a while, the dark energy in the ancestral cavity surged, and a strand of dark energy, under Song Chi's control, actively immersed in the suspended Shanghai market order. Then Song Chi felt the space around him change, and when he turned around, he had already appeared in his personal bedroom in the outside world. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he appeared in the bedroom, Song Chi's eyes lit up when he saw several unread messages displayed on the quantum communication bracelet in his hand. After activating the communication bracelet, he clicked on several unread messages. Song Chi thought to himself, as expected, "Are you there? Can you talk more about the transaction price of the deep water clam pearls? Brother, do you have time to meet and chat? In addition to the 300 and 500 year ones, are there any higher year ones?" Without exception, these messages were all asking about the relevant situation of the deep water clam pearls. This has to be said a few days ago, before the end of deep sleep and entering the market again to try to break through the second level. Song Chi suddenly had an idea and posted the remaining 3,300-year-old and 10 500-year-old deep water clam pearls in his hand on the family chat channel. Originally, Song Chi wanted to leave these clam pearls to Song Ting, Song Yu, Song Wen and others. After all, he couldn't use them. But after the trip to the merit building, he wanted to collect 90 gold merit points within 3 months. Now all he could see was the 5 words gold merit points, so he didn't care about so much. Among them, the 300-year-old deep water clam pearls, he put 10 for 1 gold merit, and the 500-year-old ones for 5 for 1 gold merit. Before putting it up, he was a little worried whether the price was a bit expensive, but now it seems to be just right. Clicking on the messages that really showed his intention to buy, Song Chi replied one by one. The content of the replies was basically the same, setting a place for an interview. The place, he decided, was Qinghua Manor. Anyway, the sale information posted in the family communication channel, it already showed that he, the publisher, was a member of the 10th direct line of the family. There was nothing to hide. 1 day later, several clan members came one after another, and Song Chi successfully sold all 40 clam pearls in his hand. Well, in exchange, 5 gold merit points were credited to his account. Seeing 35 gold merit points in his personal account, Song Chi nodded with satisfaction. The next day, he left Qinghua Manor again and went to Longji Mountain. This time he did not go to the Merit Hall, but to the Fulu Origin Mall opened under the Family Internal Affairs Hall. The family has its own unique merit system, merit trading and exchange, and naturally there is also a general mall for Fulu Origin. However, compared to the popularity of the Merit Building, the Floating Land Origin Mall is naturally much worse. After all, what is sold there are some ordinary mechanical creations, mineral resources, daily food, fresh water, and other supplies. Walking into this shop with an area of more than tens of thousands of square meters, Song Chi's goal is very clear, and he goes directly to the large mechanical equipment area. There are only 2 things he wants to buy this time: floating land mining vehicle and interstellar mining ship. This is prepared for the 2 mining teams in the asteroid belt. Now both teams have only 10 Angry Tiger mining vehicles, and an interstellar mining ship responsible for transporting mining vehicles to the designated asteroid. It is really a bit petty. That is an asteroid belt that stretches over 20 light years. Even if thousands of mining vehicles and mining ships are mining at the same time, it is unknown how many years it will take. Song Chi will naturally not be reluctant to invest in advance. In the large machinery and equipment area, an ordinary female tribesman with a good figure respectfully asked, "Sir, What type of mining vehicle do you need? How many do you need? Song Chi, who had already considered this issue, did not hesitate. 20 Angry Tiger 1. Mining vehicles. Plus 4 standard civilian interstellar mining ships. Also, please equip me with 10 tons of daily living supplies, including food and fresh water. Ignoring the surprised look of the salesperson beside him, Song Chi actually wanted to say that this was not enough. It would be completely possible for Solda and Soul Air to each be equipped with hundreds of mining vehicles and more than 10 interstellar mining ships. However, the Sky is only a frigate at present. The 120-meter-long ship can only hold so much at a time. It is not reasonable to buy too much. After one trip, Song Chi left quickly, spending a total of 11,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. Of course, this is not the end. He came again, the next day, and bought the same number of Angry Tiger mining vehicles and interstellar mining ships. As for the batch from yesterday, he had already put it in the market. After buying this batch, Song Chi did not continue. This kind of shopping information could not be concealed from the family inspection hall. It was okay to buy twice in a row. If he continued, it would inevitably attract attention. Of course, the most important thing is that the asteroid belt is not stable at present. Only after all the humanoid aliens are dealt with later can he safely send a large number of mining vehicles and mining ships there. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, the alien exploration function of the Sky successfully completed the buffer. Song Chi did not delay this time and directly started the alien exploration. He had only one goal this time: to conduct a detailed exploration of the area where the humanoid aliens were located. For various reasons, he had not launched any action against the other party for more than a year. Now that the Soul Floating Land expedition has ended, it is time to resolve this matter. In the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, the Sky was hovering in the clouds, with the strong space fluctuations. It indicated that the Sky was about to be deployed in a new alien star domain. However, one thing must be emphasized. This time, the Sky was not randomly deployed, but the space beacon launcher was activated. As for the location of the space beacon, it is naturally the asteroid belt where Soul 1 and Soul 2 are located. Song Chi had already put this mark more than 9 months ago, for the purpose of this operation to completely eliminate the humanoid aliens. The number of humanoid aliens discovered in the past is obviously not enough to be cleared in just 24 hours. Not to mention the exploration and looting after the clearance. They are not the Blue Blood tribe on the Blue Blood floating land before. There are quite a few third-level beings. It will take a lot of time to eliminate them all with the current combat power of the Sky. Therefore, in order to solve this problem in a targeted manner, Song Chi had already strengthened the space beacon launcher on the Sky to level 30, and had stamped this mark there more than 9 months ago. Because the energy consumption of the space beacon launcher is a single one, not a continuous one, it does not affect the current energy supply problem on the Sky. Space beacon launcher level 30 quality, blue consumption, 10,000/time psionic points available marks, 0/1 effect. Launch a beacon mark that can last for 11 months, 1 month, and 5 days towards the specified coordinates. This mark can be activated actively during subsequent alien domain launches, allowing the ship to be launched at this coordinate after one use. This mark will become invalid directly. Charging, 20s, buffering time, 1 year 2 months and 5 days. Originally, he was going to wait until the buffering time of the space beacon launcher was as close to completion as possible before going there to explore, but now, in order to collect the 90 gold merits as quickly as possible, he can't care so much. But this also means that, this time he goes there, he must stay there for more than 65 days, wait for the space beacon launcher to cool down again, and then put a new space beacon there before returning. Otherwise, he will not be able to take the initiative to go to the asteroid belt later. Although he can use the market walk order to hand over to Zhao Lei, who is staying there. It is not that convenient after all. As for the issue of his own return, this is very simple. Although he will actively refuse the return after 24 hours, it does not mean that he cannot return later, because he has already set the space anchor point of the market in his bedroom in Qinghui Manor in advance. As long as the things in the asteroid belt are dealt with, he can return at any time. Chapter 189 Pseudo-Boundary Stone Mysterious Space Channel. Asteroid Belt, mining area under Soul 2's jurisdiction, vacuum area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Soul 2, who had received Song Chi's telepathic transmission, had been waiting at the edge of this vacuum area. Not long after, A strong space fluctuation came from the center of the vacuum area ahead, and then the dark-hulled Song Cheong appeared out of thin air. Master! In the communication projection between the interstellar mining ship and Song Cheong, Sol 2 looked respectful. Song Chi nodded gently. And then without saying much, he directly took out 20 Angry Tiger mining vehicles and 4 standard civilian interstellar mining ships from the cabin of the Sky, and then took out 5 tons of daily supplies, as well as a large number of energy blocks for mining vehicles and mining ships. The daily supplies were prepared for Hun Air and Zhao Lei. As for the Blackwater Mystic Snake, it is currently sleeping on a large asteroid on the side. Hun Air will only wake it up in an emergency. Otherwise, this thing's appetite is too big, instructing Sol 2 to continue mining all kinds of minerals with all his strength. Song Chi did not stay here for long, and directly jumped to the area where Sol Da's mining team was located several light years away. A few hours later, when the Purple River jump device completed the buffering, under the watchful eyes of Sol Da standing on the head of the two-headed chimera, the Sky once again started the space jump. In a small vacuum zone only tens of kilometers away from the activity area of the humanoid alien creatures, the Sky appeared. The landing point of this jump was determined by Song Chi long ago. It was very close to the activity area of the humanoid aliens, which was enough for him to save a lot of time in shuttling through the asteroid belt. With the help of the void membrane, the Sky slowly moved forward. After passing through asteroids, it took only half an hour for the Sky to successfully enter the periphery of the humanoid alien activity area. With the void membrane component that has been strengthened to level 30, Song Chi did not stop there, and continued to move towards the interior of the activity area of these humanoid alien creatures. Naturally, he encountered many second and third level humanoid aliens along the way. But Song Chi did not choose to take action, and did not even summon the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Compared to killing these aliens, he wanted to know where they came from, and why they were always active in the surrounding asteroid belt. During this period of time, he did not say that he saw them mining minerals. But if it was not for collecting resources, what was their purpose? With this curiosity, the Sky continued to move forward. In this continuous shuttle, the 24-hour return time point soon arrived. However, Song Chi, who had already had an action plan, found an asteroid in advance and directly put the Sky into the Shinhua Zuchu. With his initiative to withdraw the warship, this return naturally ended in failure. After the return node passed, he summoned the Sky again and continued to fly towards the designated area. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today, Song Chi did not travel through the asteroid belt, but entered the market. Well, today is the time for a new market transaction to start. Song Chi, who is now full of gold merit points, will naturally not waste this monthly market transaction opportunity. After all, in his opinion, if he wanted to collect 90 gold merit points in the next 3 months. No, there were only 2 months left. The key was to trade in the market. Ultra-long-range space gate random launch platform. With the launch confirmed, more than 80 rays of light shot up from the stone platform, and soon a corresponding number of space vortex gates were formed at the entrance of the market. However, Song Chi, who was full of expectations, was soon disappointed again. The situation was not much different from the past year or so. The situation of the space gate deployment this time was still not ideal. As time went by, there were not many alien creatures entering the market. Barely more than 4 digits. Moreover, there were no aliens with that kind of potential, or with great power behind them. After more than 20 hours, Song Chi had never seen any purple quality or above rare items from beginning to end. This meant that he would not receive any gold merit points for this market transaction. Just 1 hour before the market transaction was about to end, he was really unwilling to take out 3 market guest orders at once, wanting to see if he could blow up a few high-quality rare items. But the result was still disappointing. The alien creatures that entered the market this time were really bad. 3 market guest orders, but only 1 purple item was produced. Fortunately, this purple item can be transformed into a purple energy shield, which can be exchanged for 4 gold merits at the merit building at least. This may be the only point that made Song Chi feel a little comforted. Apart from that, there were no other unexpected events. In the end, Song Chi only issued 1 market guest order. As for the market walk order, sorry, orange quality items haven't appeared for a whole year, not to mention red epic items. After finishing this disappointing market transaction, Song-Chi could only continue on his way. The activity area of these humanoid alien creatures is really large. They obviously don't have auxiliary tools such as warships, and they don't have the intention of mining resources. Song-Chi really can't figure out why they run so far. Is it just for strolling? As they traveled along the way, these humanoid aliens really gave him the feeling of strolling. Wherever there is an asteroid they haven't set foot on, they will definitely turn to that direction, and they are cheering and jumping for joy. In the main control room, Song-Chi turned his eyes and looked several thousand meters ahead. There was a second-level humanoid alien team there. A dozen second-level humanoid aliens seemed to be returning to the base, which was the central area of their activity range. However, what caught Song-Chi's attention was not these second-level humanoid aliens, but the first and second-level planetary belt creatures they were escorting. Song-Chi frowned, and a guess he had never had before came to his mind. Could it be that they have been capturing these creatures living in the asteroid belt? After this thought came to his mind, Song-Chi recalled some of the previous situations. In the past 2 days, he had encountered more than 1 or 2 humanoid alien teams, and several of them were escorting various planetary belt creatures. Thinking of this, he was somewhat certain in his heart, but the doubts in his heart still existed. The strength of these planetary creatures varied, and those humanoid alien creatures did not seem to lack food. So what was the purpose of their capturing these asteroid belt creatures? With this doubt, and a faint curiosity, the sky continued to move forward. The time came to 3 days later. It had been 6 days since the launch. To be honest, Song-Chi was a little nervous. What he was worried about was not whether these humanoid aliens would pose a threat to his life. With the neutron star core armor, even if there were 4th level or even 5th level creatures among these humanoid aliens, he was confident that he could buy time to enter the market. What he was worried about was whether he could get enough returns from these creatures. The previous disappointing market transaction made him doubt whether he could collect the remaining 50 gold merits in the next 2 months. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on these humanoid aliens, or the mysterious stronghold behind them. I hope there will be purple wonders or some top-quality resources. Otherwise, on the side of a kilometer-sized asteroid, the sky was quietly suspended. In the main control room, Song-Chi muttered while casting his sight to the end of the front field. His eyes flickered, and 2 completely different expressions of surprise and surprise intertwined in his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of meters ahead, there was a pale white light curtain with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. This white light curtain was spherical, covering the asteroid belt with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and it seemed to have turned into an independent space. What surprised Song-Chi the most was that I didn't know how this pale white spherical light curtain was formed, and there was no energy fluctuation on its surface. This was also the reason why the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar had never detected its existence. In addition, Song-Chi also saw teams of humanoid aliens constantly entering and exiting this layer of light curtain. The teams of humanoid aliens that entered this light curtain were basically escorting more or less planetary creatures, while those that went out were all empty-handed. At this point, Song-Chi was basically able to determine that the main task of these humanoid aliens was to continuously capture the creatures in the asteroid belt from around the asteroid belt. As for the specific reason, this has yet to be determined. In order to figure this out, Song-Chi went to the market. When he came out, the slavery mark of the slavery medal on the sky had changed from 5/5 to 4/5. After the tool Zhao Lei entered the market through the market walking order, he was sealed by him according to the market rules. And then his slavery was cancelled. Of course, this is only temporary. After dealing with the humanoid alien creatures, Zhao Lei will have to enslave them again. As for the freed slavery mark, Song-Chi has other uses for it. In the cabin of the sky, a 3rd-level humanoid alien was imprisoned in a specially made alloy cage. This was captured by several Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors 2 days ago, and was kept for future use. Now is the time for it to be put into use. With his mind turning, the slavery metal component was activated, and a slavery mark shot straight at the 3rd-level humanoid alien in the cage. There was not much resistance. Even the thorn dragons of the flying dragon species had little resistance in front of the slavery metal. Besides, this bloodline could only be considered an excellent humanoid alien. With the success of enslavement, telepathy was successfully established between the two. Song-Chi quickly passed on the doubts that had been in his heart for a long time. Why do you want to capture these planetary belt creatures? How is the light curtain formed? Where are you from? Hearing Song-Chi's series of questions, the 3rd-level humanoid alien, who already showed respect, replied one by one, aliens. Explore the way. The purple wonder in the tribe. The barrier opened by the pseudo-boundary stone. Since I was born, I have been living in the barrier. Hearing this explanation, Song-Chi's eyes flickered a little, and the word exploring the way made him think about it. After hearing the words purple wonder, his eyes lit up again. Purple wonders, whether they can be transformed into shipborne parts or not, can be exchanged for gold merit points at the merit building. And this fully demonstrates the impressive power behind this group of humanoid aliens. In addition, since they can produce a purple wonder, the possibility of having a second or even a third purple wonder is even greater. As for the last one, Song-Chi was most surprised. This is a third-level humanoid alien, who has lived for at least 100 or 200 years. What the hell is it that has been living in this barrier all this time? Could it be that there are some extremely rare and difficult to mine resources in this barrier? Or is it related to the exploration he mentioned before? But if it is really related to exploration, then what does it mean to explore for 100 or 200 years? How many alien creatures have been captured in the past 100 or 200 years? What road is this exploration? With this doubt, he continued to ask. Explore the way. Explore what way? For this question, the third-level humanoid alien was silent for a while, as if organizing his words. There is a space channel deep in the tribe's territory, and the captured aliens were sent to the depths of the channel. Song-Chi's heart skipped a beat. The meaning behind the four-word space channel is hard to guess. After all, whether it is a space channel formed by a void crack, or a space wormhole, or a space gate, all of these are extremely involved, judging from the actions of the high-ranking officials behind these humanoid alien races. No matter what kind of person it is, the space channel inside the light curtain must involve great interests, or opportunities. Otherwise, they would never spend 100 or 200 years to plan. Where does the space channel lead to? Or what is in the space channel? I have never entered the space channel. The elders of the tribe do not allow us to get close. Hearing this, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. The third-level clansmen were not allowed to approach. It seemed that there must be something shocking hidden in the depths of the space channel. I just don't know. What kind of strength do those so-called elders have? Song-Chi was eager to move, and he was eager to know what was in the depths of the space channel, and to find out what kind of strength the humanoid aliens in the light curtain had, and whether this guy could fight. Thinking about it, he continued to ask, how strong are the elders in your clan? How many are there? The third-level humanoid alien enslaved by the slavery metal did not hesitate at all. And now at its eyes, Song-Chi, the master, is everything. Half-step fourth level. A total of 5. All half-step fourth level. Song-Chi's heart jumped again. And the information he got today was really shocking. Chapter 190 Space Wormhole. Trace of Law. Purple Space Expansion Components. It was just an asteroid belt. But there were 5 half-step fourth level creatures. What is this concept? You should know that the Soul Floating Land, which has already touched the threshold of the 4th level Star Sea Floating Land, had only produced 2 half-step 4th level creatures until it was completely controlled by the first line of the family. As a Star Sea Floating Land, the Soul Floating Land is much better than the environment of the asteroid belt, and the probability of giving birth to high-level creatures is much greater. Could it be that these humanoid aliens come from a super level 3 floating land in the Star Sea? Or are there some rare resources hidden in the base behind the light curtain that can promote the improvement of creatures? For a moment, Song-Chi had many thoughts in his mind. After calming down, he continued to ask a lot of questions, but the answers he got were not very satisfactory. In general, the third-level humanoid alien in front of him did not have a high status in the alien base behind the light curtain, and he basically knew nothing about those important things. More like a tool used to capture creatures in the asteroid belt. Okay, you go back and try now. Seeing that he could not get any other useful information, Song-Chi decided to let him use himself as a carrier, attach a strand of his brainwave beacon, and go into the light curtain to see for himself. Yes, master. After receiving Song-Chi's order, this third-level humanoid alien quickly walked out of the cage, all the way out of the sky, pretending to be a member of the tribe, who returned midway and headed towards the distant light curtain. Of course, to put on a complete show, he was also escorting dozens of first and second-order planetary creatures, which Song-Chi had captured along the way and were now just in use. In front of the 1,000-mile diameter light curtain, the figure of the third-order humanoid alien quickly disappeared into it. In the sky, a completely new picture immediately appeared in Song-Chi's mind. behind that layer of light curtain. It was completely different from what he had imagined before. There were no asteroids scattered around, but only a giant asteroid with a diameter of hundreds of miles, quietly suspended in the center of the light curtain. There are some stone buildings on this giant asteroid, which are piled up to form the residence of these humanoid alien creatures. But strangely, there are obvious traces of splicing on this giant asteroid. These traces vary in length, but they are all over the surface of the asteroid. With just one glance, Song-Chi can be sure that this is definitely not a naturally formed asteroid, but is composed of countless small asteroids of different sizes. According to what the third-level humanoid alien said before, the depths of the tribe land mentioned by him is likely to refer to the interior of this giant asteroid. That is to say, the interior of this giant asteroid is hollow, and there is a hidden space in it. And in that unknown space, there is a space channel that connects to a strange star field. And it is likely to contain great benefits or opportunities. Thinking of this, he directly ordered with brain waves, try to go deep into the tribe. After receiving his order, the energy on the surface of the third-level humanoid alien surged, carrying itself and dozens of asteroid belt creatures around it to the giant asteroid. It fell quickly all the way, and soon landed on the surface of the asteroid, and headed all the way to the so-called entrance to the deep tribe. The entrance to the deep of the tribe is a giant cave opening that slopes downward. The diameter of the cave opening is not too big or too small, about tens of meters in diameter. However, before the third-level humanoid aliens could walk far, they were stopped by two third-level fellows guarding the entrance. Chell, leave these aliens to us. You go back. Hearing this, Chell did not reply immediately, waiting for Song-Chi's order. After considering for a moment, although Song-Chi was extremely curious, he did not act impulsively, and sent an order for the third-level humanoid aliens to leave temporarily. Hundreds of thousands of meters away, Song-Chi in the sky waited quietly. The reason why he didn't let the third-level humanoid alien named Chell take action directly was because he had to wait for the subsequent brainwave remote control system components to cool down again. At present, the brainwave beacon was on Chell, and the subsequent actions were obviously not enough to rely on Chell alone. After all, Chell knew that there were more than 40 third-level fellows in the stronghold, not to mention the 5 half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens. So he had to plan carefully. The next day, still outside the 1,000-mile light curtain, 2 uninvited guests quietly arrived. Ong, the thorn dragon with a wingspan of 1,500 meters, roared to the sky, and kept spewing hot dragon breath on the humanoid alien creatures that entered and exited the light curtain. Under this hot dragon breath, all the humanoid aliens below the third level that were affected were burned to ashes without exception. Not far from the thorn dragon, Tua Guhong, holding the Qing Ming Likong gun, was also fully emitting the majestic blood energy in his body. The dark blue gun tip kept bombarding the surface of the light curtain, and the light curtain began to shake violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. This change naturally attracted the attention of the humanoid alien creatures in the light curtain. At the entrance of the tribe, 2 third-level humanoid aliens looked up at the sky. When they noticed that the light curtain barrier above their heads was already a little overwhelmed, they did not hesitate. The energy in their bodies surged out, and the next second, the 2 figures disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they had already appeared above the giant asteroid. With them, there were also several third-level humanoid aliens, who were all staying in the base, or they happened to be the same tribe who returned within the past 2 days. 8 third-level humanoid aliens rushed out of the light curtain barrier one after another. Their bodies expanded rapidly and reached a height of 1 kilometer in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, the thorn dragon stopped breathing. On the other side, Tua Guhong's blood and energy surged, and his body size also began to increase rapidly. After activating the talent of Ancestor's Blessing, his aura soared to the peak of the third level. In this way, 10 third-level creatures fought together, and the violent battle fluctuations caused a great commotion in this asteroid belt. More than 100,000 meters away, the sky hidden behind a 1,000-meter asteroid did not make a sound, as if an experienced hunter was waiting for the opportunity to make the final killing blow. In the main control room, Song-Chi's eyes were fixed on the projection screen in front of him. The screen showed the battlefield of 10 third-level creatures, but Song-Chi's eyes did not fall on the 10 main characters in the battle, but on the light curtain barrier behind them. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, the light curtain, which was already shaky under Tua Guhong's attack, became dimmer and dimmer, and it was obvious that it would collapse completely in a short time. Catching this situation, Song Chi's mind moved. He sent the order to Knocker through telepathy. In an ordinary stone building on the surface of the giant asteroid, Knocker, who had been hiding under Song Chi's order, stepped out of the stone house, and then quickly rushed towards the entrance of the tribe. In front of the downward-sloping entrance, with a diameter of dozens of meters, Knocker rushed in without hesitation. As it walked quickly, a series of obscure space fluctuations flashed behind it. Hiss. After passing through a short dark passage, Chell took a breath of cool air when he came to the inside of the giant asteroid. The space deep inside the entrance of this tribe's land was much larger than he had imagined. The diameter of the asteroid under his feet was no more than 200,000 meters, but the length, width and height of the space deep inside this tribe's land reached a shocking 100,000 meters. In Chell's impression, the deep inside of the tribe's land was at most a secret room of several hundred meters in size, which was connected to a space passage leading to an unknown area, but he never knew that it would be such a terrifying closed space. Compared to Chell's surprise, Song Chi, who was hundreds of thousands of meters away, was no less shocked. However, Chell was shocked by the internal space of the asteroid, and Song Chi was frightened by the space vortex with an astonishing diameter on the inner side of the space. This space vortex was elliptical, and it did not look like it was torn apart, but more like a natural void channel. This was also what surprised Song Chi. You should know that in the Broken Star Sea, the most common space channels are space gates and space arrays manually opened by intelligent biological civilizations. And then, there are space cracks and space fissures formed due to unknown reasons. The smallest type is the star sea wormhole formed spontaneously by the star sea. This type of space channel can connect two star fields farther away and is the most stable. The one in front of him is a space wormhole with a diameter of about 10,000 meters. However, this is not the most surprising thing. What shocked Song Chi even more was that in the middle of the core space of this asteroid, there was the wreckage of an ancient warship. The shape of this ancient warship is extremely peculiar, very different from ordinary interstellar warships. It is more like an interstellar giant ship. At a glance, Song Chi felt like he was dreaming of returning to the blue planet in his previous life. Of course, this interstellar giant ship only looks like the ancient warships of the Blue Star in the previous life, but its size can only be described as terrifying. The ship's hull is over 10,000 meters long, and even the height of the ship has reached a terrifying 2,000 meters, which is extremely terrifying. Just from this terrifying size, you can imagine how shocked Song Chi is at this moment. You know, even the 4th level Zulu-class Shinhua warship of the Shinhua human civilization has a hull length of only 3,000 meters. In addition, apart from the size of this warship, the ancient traces on its hull that cannot be ignored are also particularly eye-catching. Based on some of the knowledge about civilization relics that he had learned in the past, Song Chi estimated that the time when this warship fell was probably more than 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. Only in this way, time would unknowingly leave such unspeakable ancient traces on its hull. Thinking, Song Chi instinctively began to guess the origin of the wreckage of this ancient warship. It is impossible for it to appear here out of thin air. It is likely that it came from the space wormhole in front. But the question arises again, since it has already traveled through, why did it fall in the end? Where is the star field where it was originally located? What is there over there? Why would a space wormhole with a diameter of 10,000 meters appear in an asteroid belt against common sense? In the sky, Song Chi reacted quickly, and turned around in an instant. Although countless thoughts emerged in his mind for a while, it was actually a matter of a moment. Tap, tap, tap. In front, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the wreckage of the ancient warship, and a figure with a height of nearly 20 meters, which exuded a strong pressure, emerged from it. It was a half-step 4th-level humanoid alien. In the main control room of the sky, Song Chi was a little surprised. He was not surprised by the appearance of this half-step 4th-level humanoid alien, but the way he appeared. In his guess, it was more likely that these humanoid aliens had entered the space wormhole in front. But he did not expect that the other party would come out from the wreckage of this 10,000-meter-long ancient warship. Have you completely explored the wreckage of this warship? Muttering, the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien, who appeared in front, also spoke in a cold voice. Chell, it seems that you are the one who caused all the noise outside. That's interesting. As he spoke, the energy around him suddenly overflowed, and the strong pressure of the half-step 4th level suddenly enveloped the entire core space of the asteroid. This is not the end. After emitting the pressure from his whole body, He seemed to be not interested in the reason why Chell made such a move. His figure turned into a phantom and came swiftly. Judging from his posture, he obviously wanted to solve the uncertainty factor of Chell in the shortest time and ensure the absolute safety of the entire core space of the asteroid. They are so eager to deal with Cher. It seems that the gains from the wreckage of this ancient warship have brought these half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens a lot. As he thought, Song-Chi's mind turned. And then a subtle fluctuation came from the space not far from Cher. Although the humanoid aliens rushing in front were half-step 4th level, they were in the asteroid belt after all, and they did not have the blessing of the floating land origin rules. So they did not notice the subtle fluctuations in the space. I want to see where this space wormhole leads to. In the sky, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. At the same time, in front of the 10,000-meter diameter space wormhole, 5 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors quietly appeared. Until then, the half-step 4th-order humanoid alien in the back realized it, and gave up attacking Cher and chased after the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors, who appeared. Song-Chi ignored all this and directly controlled the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors to rush into the space wormhole with the brainwave beacon. The first thing Song-Chi saw when he rushed into the wormhole was a spiral void passage that ran through the dark side of the star sea. But before he could observe more, a Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warrior who was leading the way was suddenly and silently wiped out. This discovery made Song-Chi suddenly startled. Although the one who was wiped out was a Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warrior that could be summoned repeatedly, this strange method really made people feel uneasy. It's not a void crack. Nor is it a void gale. What is it? The previous change happened too quickly, and it was impossible to catch it. He didn't have time to think too much. The half-step 4th-level humanoid alien behind him had already caught up. He could only let the remaining 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors continue to explore the way ahead. But less than 10 seconds later, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warrior, who was carefully moving forward in front, was quietly wiped out again in the same way. This time, Song-Chi, who divided his mind into 3 parts and focused on each Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warrior, finally caught the fleeting change, and at the same time, his pupils suddenly contracted. Traces of laws. There are traces of laws everywhere in this wormhole passage, and they are traces of laws that are deliberately hidden in the void. Traces of laws. This kind of thing was not mentioned in previous textbooks. Song-Chi only had a general understanding of these secret knowledge after returning to the Song family. Traces of laws, as the name suggests, this is a kind of trace of laws left in the void through special means, which often contains the power of laws. They do not distinguish between targets, and will explode instantly once they are touched, annihilating all nearby objects, which is terrifyingly dangerous. More importantly, these traces of laws can autonomously draw energy from the void of the star sea, thus maintaining immortality for a long time. What's more, the longer the years go by, the more amazing the power of the laws that remain. As for how these traces of laws come from, they can be left behind by the mighty in the star sea when they are fighting, or they can be arranged by some beings on their own initiative. What is certain is that the traces of laws left in the space wormhole under your feet are most likely deliberately arranged by the ancient battleship that fell on the asteroid belt that you saw before, which should be to hinder the pursuers behind. But for some unknown reason, it finally sank. In this way, Song-Chi finally understood why those half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens had been capturing asteroid belt creatures for more than 200 years. They were obviously using those asteroid belt creatures to explore the way, and constantly opened a safe route in this space wormhole channel that could avoid those hidden law traces, so as to continue to advance towards the unknown star field before the ancient warship shuttled. After figuring this out, the sky, which was hundreds of thousands of meters away, finally took action. Under Song-Chi's control, it suddenly rushed out from behind the 1,000-meter asteroid, and in the blink of an eye, it passed a distance of 100,000 meters and arrived at the battlefield of 10 third-level creatures. Swish, as the cabin door opened, the remaining 25 Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors rushed out one after another, and rushed straight to the 8 third-level humanoid aliens fighting against the Thorn Dragon and Tuguhong. At the same time, the main and secondary guns on the sky did not show any mercy, and opened fire at full force. With the active intervention of the sky, these third-level humanoid aliens without the blessing of the floating land origin rules had almost no resistance, and were quickly solved one by one. As for the space wormhole, as they gradually went deeper, Song-Chi frowned. There was only one Void Shadow Killer Clan warrior left to explore the way, but he still had not seen the end of the wormhole. Of course, this is not the most important point. The most important thing is that the unknown star field connected by this space wormhole is obviously very far away from the asteroid belt in the outside world. And the wormhole channel in the dark side of the star sea is also infinitely scaled. In this way, every step forward of the Void Shadow Killing Clan's Terracotta Warriors will actually be hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the outside world's sky. So, in a short period of time, Song-Chi's brainwave beacon has already felt powerless. And the induction of this brainwave beacon in the mind is rapidly weakening. Under such circumstances, the speed of the last two Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors naturally became slower and slower. And the half-step 4th level humanoid aliens, who were chasing them from behind, finally caught up. Compared with the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, they obviously had a clear safety route in their minds. And they did not touch the traces of the laws hidden in the void along the way. Taking advantage of the fact that the brainwave remote control system still had a certain control ability over the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors, Song-Chi issued an attack order. However, the result was obvious. The pseudo-3rd level combat power was so vulnerable in front of the half-step 4th level creatures. In addition, being in this extremely stable space wormhole in the void ability that the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers and Terracotta Warriors are good, it was also restricted in all directions, and the two soldiers and Terracotta Warriors were quickly killed. In front, seeing the broken puppet bodies of the two Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers and Terracotta Warriors, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien race had a sneer in his eyes, as if he was mocking the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers and Song-Chi, the man behind the scenes, for overestimating their abilities. Then it quickly threw the puppet bodies of the two soldiers and Terracotta Warriors into a hidden law-marked node on the side. As this law-marked node was triggered, the two soldiers and Terracotta Warriors were quickly turned into nothingness by the terrifying law power. After doing all this, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien race began to quickly return. There was still a share in the outside world that needed to be dealt with. According to the safety route remembered in memory, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien race rushed back at the fastest speed. When it saw the wormhole exit in front of it appeared intact, it felt a little relieved. Although it was clear that share alone could not cause any damage to this extremely stable space channel, it was still a little worried. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the space channel, it naturally breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. After confirming this, the coldness on its face reappeared. No matter what reason Chell had for planning all this today, and where did he find these helpers from? It would kill the traitor in this tribe today. The cold light flashed quickly in its eyes, and it also stepped out of the wormhole. In the core space of the asteroid, Chell still stood quietly in the previous position. Seeing this, the coldness in the eyes of the half-step 4th level humanoid alien turned into a smile. But when it saw the strange steel creation floating beside Chell, it was stunned again. Without thinking too much, the next second, the entire body of this half-step 4th level humanoid alien was enveloped by an extremely cold feeling, which was an extremely strong threat of death. Song-Chi did not give it any time to react. The kilometer-high mixed-hull extreme yang sword light that had completed the final charge suddenly erupted, with a majestic power that penetrated everything. And in an instant, it swept to the half-step 4th level humanoid alien. In the blink of an eye, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien could not react much at all. It only had time to activate all the energy in its body, and its body was rapidly expanding. However, before it expanded to a height of a kilometer, it was completely penetrated by the shadow of the mixed-hull extreme yang sword light. The surging body suddenly stopped, and then began to shrink rapidly. 2 seconds later, it shrank back from 300 meters to less than 20 meters. At the same time, Song-Chi in the main control room of the sky also caught the rapidly dimming look in its eyes. Obviously, under the mixed-hull extreme yang sword intention divine light feature of the LV-39 pure yang sword light cannon, this half-step 4th level humanoid alien was almost killed instantly. If there were no other accidents, it would soon die completely. Song-Chi was not surprised at all. Even though they were both half-step 4th order creatures, this kind of humanoid alien race did not have the blessing of the core origin rules of the floating land, and they did not immediately return to the 1,000-meter form of peak combat power. It was not surprising that they were killed instantly by the divine light of the Hunong Jiang sword intention. However, compared with the previous killing intention, Song-Chi made an unexpected move at this moment. A familiar red light was shot out from the sky again. which was the slavery mark of the slave metal. This slavery mark was temporarily contributed by Tua Guhong, and he himself was also, like Xiao Lei, temporarily sealed in the market. As for why he did this, it was simple. Through brainwave beacons, Song Chi knew that this half-step 4th level humanoid alien was likely to have a very safe route in his mind. So he temporarily changed his decision. In comparison, a living guide was obviously more valuable. Although he had the Fire Sunflower Soldier and the Void Shadow Killer Soldier, he could continue to explore the way remotely. But this obviously took time. And what Song Chi lacked most now was time. Therefore, enslaving this half-step 4th level humanoid alien was the best choice at the moment. As the slavery mark was injected, the humanoid alien resisted for a while. After all, it was a half-step 4th level creature, so it was normal for it to have a stronger will. Of course, it still couldn't escape the result of being enslaved by the slavery metal. After the enslavement was successful, Song Chi quickly moved the sky over, opened the hatch as soon as possible, and pulled the dying half-step 4th level humanoid alien into the sky. At the same time, Song Chi took out the Morningstar Universal Medical Kit on the warship, which had always been equipped for alien exploration, and began to treat the terrible wound on the side chest of the half-step 4th level humanoid alien. Under his urgent treatment, coupled with the extremely good self-healing ability of the half-step 4th level creature, the terrible wound was finally barely controlled, so that it was no longer in danger of life. But to be honest, although the injury was barely controlled, this Universal Medical Kit was only a standard product after all, not a special shipborne medical cabin component, and the treatment effect was naturally far inferior. It is unknown how long it will take for this half-step 4th level humanoid alien to fully recover and return to its peak combat power. It will take a few months. Thinking of this, Song Chi's heart moved slightly, and he thought that he would have to get a special part like a medical cabin later. Because he knew his own character very well, he rarely went out to fight, and it was difficult to encounter such a serious injury, so he never put this special medical part in the list of primary items. But now that he sees it, he still has to equip it. If he really encounters an emergency, a medical part can save a lot of trouble, and it is also safer. This thought flashed through his mind, and Song Chi immediately shook his head, and didn't think about it anymore. Overall, his mind was still very good. After all, the purpose of this enslavement was to obtain the safe route map in the mind of this half-step 4th level humanoid alien. And there was no need for him to fight. So it didn't matter whether he was injured or not. The only helpless thing was that even if the injury had been controlled, this half-step 4th level humanoid alien was still in a coma, and it was impossible to ask him about the specific situation on the other side of the space wormhole in a short time. The damage caused by the Chaos Cave Extreme Yang Sword Light was shocking enough. If he wanted to wake him up, he would have to wait for at least 10 more hours. Song Chi could accept this, as he just needed to wait for the components of the brain-wave remote control system to cool down again. Although he could get the complete safety route map in his brain as long as he waited for this half-step 4th level humanoid alien to wake up. It would be a good idea to add another insurance for long-distance exploration. Thinking of this, his eyes turned, and he reached out to feel around on this half-step 4th level humanoid alien. After all, they are one of the 5 half-step 4th level in this group. In addition, they have completed the exploration of the ancient warship on the side first, so it is impossible that they don't have some good things on them. Facts have proved that Song Chi's idea is correct. After exploring, he already has 4 more items in his hand. Among these 4 items, 2 are purple, 2 are blue, and they are all rare items in the Star Sea. One of the 2 blue items can be transformed into a blue-quality shipborne air patrol radar, and the other cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, so it was directly skipped by Song Chi. The highlight is the remaining 2 purple artifacts. Under Song Chi's gaze, the properties of the 2 quickly emerged. One of them was the pseudo-boundary stone that Chell had mentioned before, and its properties surprised Song Chi greatly. It was actually a piece of artifact that could be transformed into an extremely rare space expansion component. Name of artifact: pseudo-boundary stone. Quality: purple. Transformable: space expansion pseudo-boundary stone. Note: a Star Sea artifact that was bred after various special reasons, very rare. Space expansion pseudo-boundary stone LV0. Quality: purple. Features: the expandable space is increased by an additional 25%. Consumption: 8/S psychic energy points effect. After loading, expand the internal space of the battleship by 50%. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 700 phantom energy points, 3 0 order void crystals. After reading the properties of the space expansion pseudo-boundary stone parts transformed from this pseudo-boundary stone, Song-Chi's eyes flickered, and he was thinking deeply. From the property point of view, this part is obviously nothing to say, after all. Space expansion parts are rare, each piece is extremely rare. But what Song-Chi was thinking about at this time is not the part itself, but where to load it later. He is different from ordinary Shinhua captains. In addition to the Shinhua warships under his command that can load this special part, the Zhution market can also load it. This is what he is struggling with. Chapter 191 Starry Sky Ancient Battlefield Starry Sky Ancient Corpse Super Giant Starry Sky Battleship. After a moment of hesitation, Song-Chi shook his head. To be honest, although this kind of parts are rare, for him who has a whole Zhution market as his own storage space, it is actually not very attractive. Without thinking too much, he first loaded this part on the sky, and did not strengthen it. As for where to load it later, or simply exchange it for the family, or grandpa, uncle, dad and others, we will talk about it later. Anyway, it is not strengthened, so there is no need to worry about wasting resources. Let's look at the second item. This is a purple item that is quite standard. It is called Black Gold Armor, and can be transformed into a purple ship armor called Black Gold Armor Layer. However, it does not have an active feature, but a passive feature that increases the protection value. Its value is probably not as good as the Obsidian ship armor. If it is exchanged for the family later, it should be able to get 4 or 5 gold merits. After putting away this item, Song-Chi waited quietly. He did not visualize, nor did he practice the guidance technique. He just stared at the space wormhole in front of him with full concentration. You can practice at any time, but now is the critical moment. There are at least 4 half-step 4th level humanoid aliens in the depths of this wormhole, and he cannot afford to be careless. Time passed quickly, and more than 10 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Song-Chi remained absolutely vigilant during the journey. However, those humanoid aliens, who entered the deep space wormhole, did not seem to return every day. Instead, they seemed to stay in it for a long time each time. So no accidents happened during the journey. In the cabin of the sky, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien finally woke up. He looked a little confused. After a while, Song-Chi asked, "How many half-step 4th ranks do you have?" The first question was about the number of half-step 4th ranks. Although Chell had clearly stated that there were 5 before, but considering his status, Song-Chi naturally had to reconfirm it. If the subsequent actions failed because of missing 1 or 2 half-step 4th ranks, it would be a low-level mistake. However, the reply of this half-step 4th rank humanoid alien was still the same. Including it, there were indeed only 5 half-step 4th ranks in this stronghold. After confirming this, Song-Chi continued, "Where are you from? Or have you always lived in this asteroid belt?" Song-Chi was surprised by the answer to this question. He was even extremely shocked. According to the other party, they have always lived in this asteroid belt. But they have always lived on another giant asteroid until they discovered this space wormhole and the wreckage of the ancient warship more than 200 years ago. And then they migrated here. The key point is naturally not these. The key point is the giant asteroid he said he lived in before. According to this half-step 4th level humanoid alien, there is an ancient stone tablet on the giant asteroid, and there is not much recorded on the stone tablet, only 20 words. The land was boundless. When the catastrophe came, it collapsed, and then turned into thousands. There is no chance to ascend to the sky. This is not difficult to understand. Roughly speaking, this place was originally a boundless floating land in the sea of stars, and then encountered a catastrophe of heaven and earth. The floating land collapsed, turned into thousands of fragments, asteroids, and the core of the floating land was scattered in all directions. There is no possibility of impacting a higher level of life. According to Song-Chi's guess, the catastrophe of heaven and earth mentioned on the stone tablet was probably caused by the ancient warship beside him. It came through this space wormhole. It might be that the pursuers behind him used some unimaginable attack methods to solve the problem remotely. It was easy to guess what happened next. The ancient warship dodged the opponent's attack, but it did not completely dodge it, so it eventually crashed. Most of the remaining power of this attack fell on the floating land of the star sea below, which led to the collapse of the entire continent and the 21 light-year-long asteroid belt. Only in this way can all the doubts in Song-Chi's mind be explained. Moreover, with the area of this asteroid belt, plus the existence of these half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens. Song-Chi estimated that the original floating land in the Star Sea was most likely a life-type floating land of level 4 or above. In this way, the appearance of 5 half-step fourth-level creatures can also be understood. Even if the origin core of the floating land of level 4 or above is shattered, there must be a lot of fourth-level floating land origins left. It is impossible to impact the 4th level with this, but it is still possible to reach the half-step 4th level. However, the probability of a 5-level floating land in the Star Sea is relatively small. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a 4-level floating land in the Star Sea. Thinking of this, Song-Chi was greatly surprised. He didn't know how big the 4-level floating land in the Star Sea was, but judging from the 5-level Dragon Bridge continent, it would not be that small. But such a floating land was destroyed by some kind of weapon or special attack method. To be honest, from his current perspective, this is unbelievable. Suppressing his somewhat excited heart, Song-Chi changed the topic and continued to ask, where is the other end of this space wormhole? Or what is there? When asking this question, Song-Chi's breathing stagnated slightly. Without a doubt, this was the question he was most concerned about. And it was also the most involved question. Master, after more than 200 years of exploration by the clan, we had already arrived at this space decades ago. The other end of the wormhole is a broken ancient Starry Sea battlefield. As he spoke, the face of this half-step 4th-level humanoid alien showed an obvious fiery look, and there was a faint sense of disbelief in his eyes. This emotion flashed across its eyes, but Song-Chi still captured it accurately. Song-Chi was even more curious about this. According to what it said, their exploration progress had passed through this space wormhole to the other side for decades. After such a long time, their hearts were still filled with disbelief. It was conceivable how shocking the ancient battlefield of the Starry Sea on the other side of this space wormhole was. After a brief hesitation, the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien continued to speak. It said a lot this time. A long string of words. But it felt a little vague. But Song-Chi automatically captured several key words from it. The galaxy was shattered to its core. The traces of laws were everywhere. The wreckage of an ancient warship that was much larger than the one in front of us. The ancient corpse of a giant creature. The pressure of a superclass life force. Although his words were a little confusing from time to time, just from these few key words, it was enough to make people's heart beat faster and their breathing quicken. Not to mention anything else. Just the wreckage of an ancient warship that was much larger than the one in the core space of the asteroid, and the length of the ancient warship that seemed difficult to describe in words, was enough to imagine the shock. In addition, there is a giant ancient corpse floating in the broken starry sky, which seems to be as big as the wreckage of the battleship. With such information, how could Song-Chi not be shocked and surprised? However, at the same time as being shocked and surprised, he also felt a burning sensation in his heart. There is no doubt that on the other side of this space wormhole, there is definitely an extremely high-level ancient starry sky battlefield from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. This level of ancient battlefield is undoubtedly dangerous, but it is also accompanied by unimaginable opportunities. If you can explore the entire ancient battlefield, you may get something beyond your imagination. After calming down, Song-Chi asked some more questions, but these were not very important. A few minutes later, Song-Chi, who had already understood the basic situation, made a decision. Under his control, 10 fire sunflower soldiers were summoned first, now with the second-level mental power. Even without using the brainwave remote control system, the control distance of the soldiers was already quite impressive. In this way, Song-Chi let the 10 fire sunflower soldiers follow the route pointed out by the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien, and continue to explore the way ahead, while the sky, which held up the energy shield, slowly followed behind. Song-Chi was highly focused. As long as there was any sign of abnormality, he would activate the neutron star fission feature without hesitation. The power contained in the Mark of Law was indeed terrifying, but facing the Sanqiong in the form of a miniature neutron star, Song-Chi believed that it would not be so easy to cause devastating damage, which was enough to buy him time to enter the Shutian market. But the results showed that it was obviously not to that extent. After all, these humanoid aliens spent more than 200 years, using the lives of countless asteroid belt creatures to open up the route, so the safety was guaranteed. After several hours, the Fire Sunflower Terracotta warriors, who were exploring the way ahead, only lost 2 due to some special accidents, which was very good overall. At this time, Song-Chi suddenly looked at the end of the projection screen. It was not that the exit at the other end of the space wormhole had arrived, but in the passage of this space wormhole, there was also a strange warship similar to the one in the core space of the asteroid. Well, it was also the kind that had crashed long ago. But because the space inside this space wormhole was particularly stable, it was not completely annihilated under the space gale on the dark side of the star sea. Of course, even if the space channel inside the wormhole is stable, this place is still on the dark side of the star sea, compared with the one in the core space of the asteroid. This pile of warship wreckage is obviously more damaged, and now only a basic outline can be seen. However, as expected, this pile of wreckage has long been explored, leaving only a pile of empty shells. Song-Chi did not stop, and continued to move forward with the sky. After a day and a half, the Fire Sunflower soldiers, who were exploring the way ahead, had all disappeared, and were replaced by the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Although they have been advancing strictly according to the safe route in the mind of the half-step 4th level humanoid alien. But as I said, this is a space channel located on the dark side of the star sea. Even if the space is stable, various unpredictable situations are inevitable. This can also be seen from the side that Song-Chi's exploration is still very necessary. If the sky is really allowed to rush to the front, it is not possible to sink, but at least many unnecessary risks are inevitable. Fortunately, according to the half-step 4th level humanoid alien, they are not far from the other end of the space wormhole. At present, they are about 3/4 of the space wormhole. It will take about half a day to reach the other side of the exit. After hearing this news, Song-Chi slowed down his pace. There are 4 half-step 4th level humanoid aliens at the other end of the space wormhole. They are not easy to deal with. If possible, he would rather hide in the dark and look for opportunities to attack. In an unknown broken starry sky, several obscure spatial fluctuations were heard from the 10,000-meter space vortex. Under the continuous spatial fluctuations emitted by the wormhole itself, this obscure abnormality did not attract the attention of the several figures standing in the starry sky in front. Inside the wormhole, Song-Chi in the control room of the sky widened his eyes, staring at the front in a daze. Another picture was playing in the depths of his mind at this moment. In the vast galaxy, dark cracks were densely distributed around the distance of countless light years, cutting all tangible objects, and in the center of these terrifying void cracks, dozens of ancient warships, large or small, were silently suspended. Around the wreckage of the warships, one could also see the corpses of giant creatures that were also suspended in the starry sky. The reason why they are called giant creatures is that the bodies of these corpses are thousands or tens of thousands of meters in size. Even though they have been dead for tens of thousands of years, the pressure from their bodies is still extremely terrifying. In addition, whether it is these ancient warships or the surroundings of the giant creatures, there are a terrifying number of law marks, which give silent deterrence to all creatures that intend to approach. And these are far from the key to this broken starry sky. This ancient starry sky battlefield that cannot be described in words has only one place that attracts Song-Chi's attention. In the center of this ancient battlefield, the wreckage of a supergiant ancient warship with a length of more than 10,000 kilometers and a height of nearly 1,000 kilometers was quietly floating. Such a terrifying interstellar warship was countless times more powerful than Song-Chi had imagined before. In comparison, the mythical mecha projection of his 5th level ancestor was just child's play in front of it. However, in addition to being deeply shocked, Song-Chi also noticed a not-so-good news. This ancient starry sky battlefield seemed to be gradually disappearing, and the terrifying void cracks on the periphery were rapidly devouring this already broken star field every moment. Based on this devouring speed, Song-Chi estimated that it might not take long before this ancient battlefield would be completely annihilated in the void cracks and void storms. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, Song-Chi seemed to have seen the shadow of the void demon in the outer area. Thinking of this, Song-Chi became anxious again, as he did not have much time left. Thinking of this, he turned his sight and looked at the 4 humanoid alien figures not far from the exit of the space wormhole. Chapter 192 Harvest and Escape Orb. As expected, these 4 people all exuded a strong pressure of the half-step 4 stage, and they also controlled a large number of first and second stage asteroid belt creatures around them, which were obviously cannon fodder for subsequent exploration. However, through the brainwave beacon attached to the Void Shadow Killer Clan's terracotta warriors, Song-Chi soon discovered a problem. The position where these 4 half-step 4 stage humanoid aliens stood was very close to the space wormhole behind them, and no unnecessary movements were seen from beginning to end. It felt as if there was endless murderous intent all around. Except for a small safe zone explored in the past few decades. They dared not set foot in other places. As soon as this idea came into his mind, Song-Chi, who was not completely sure, wanted to further verify his guess. If this was true, then he might be able to make a big contribution to this later. Without acting rashly, he carefully checked the subsequent developments of the matter through the perspective of the Void shadow-killing clan warriors hidden in the void. Time passed. Several hours passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, the 4 half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens released a batch of cannon fodder creatures again. Under the threat of the 4 half-step 4th-level auras, these asteroid belt creatures could only rely on the surrounding vacuum environment to slowly move forward. This direction also pointed to the wreckage of a 10,000-meter class ancient warship, which was also the new exploration target designated by the humanoid aliens in the past few decades. It was not that they did not want to explore the supergiant ancient warship in the distance that seemed to be far superior to these 10,000-meter warships. After all, just from the size, we know that the two are definitely not at the same level. And the rare objects and resources contained in them are probably incomparable. But this ancient battlefield is too dangerous and full of murderous intent. Let alone the terrifying traces of the law. The ubiquitous space cracks are enough to scare away most of those who try to approach. In addition, the terrifying pressure emanating from those suspended ancient corpses is also an extremely difficult point to solve. In the face of this life pressure of the 4th or even 5th level, even the humanoid aliens who are as high as half a step to the 4th level feel that it is difficult to move, as if they are carrying a heavy burden. Not to mention these ordinary 1st and 2nd level asteroid belt creatures. If not, they would not have advanced such a short distance in decades. In this case, they could only choose the wreckage of the warship that was currently the closest. Suddenly, the leftmost of the group of asteroid belt creatures that were exploring the way ahead seemed to have touched something, and turned into nothingness in the eyes of the terrified people on the side. Seeing this, the 4 half-step 4th level humanoid aliens in the back were not moved at all. This situation has happened too many times in the past 40 years. They just remembered this position in their hearts, and marked it with a red dot representing the trace of the hidden law. Inside the space wormhole at the back, Song-Chi, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, had a firm look in his eyes. After several hours of continuous confirmation, he had been able to ensure that there were countless traces of laws and space cracks hundreds of meters away from the 4 half-step 4th level humanoid aliens. Compared with the entire starry sky, the area that could be guaranteed to be safe was pitifully small. After confirming this, he had already come up with a follow-up response plan in his mind. Inside the space wormhole, the kilometer-long mixed-hole extreme yang sword intent divine light was condensing at a very fast speed. The sharp sword intent was centered on the bow of the skyship and spread rapidly to the surroundings. Outside the wormhole in front, the 4 humanoid aliens were completely unaware of this. No matter how large the fluctuations of the chaos whole extreme yang sword intent divine light were, they were completely insignificant in front of the 10,000-meter space wormhole. The violent space vibrations covered everything. By the time the 4 humanoid aliens noticed it, the 1,000-meter chaos whole extreme yang sword intent divine light had already rushed out of the space wormhole and shot directly behind them in an instant, leaving them no extra time to react. Just like the first half-step 4th level humanoid alien before, the last humanoid alien who was hit first had already been completely pierced by the chaos whole extreme yang sword intent divine light before his body expanded to 1,000 meters. This time, Song-Chi did not hold back at all, aiming at the opponent's heart. After the blow, the half-step 4th level humanoid alien was completely silent. Not to mention him alone. Even the other 3 were seriously injured at this moment. However, in this way, the 3 half-step 4th level humanoid aliens also had enough time. Their bodies all expanded to a height of 1 kilometer. And the majestic half-step 4th level pressure spread all around. Although it was far less than the pressure from the ancient corpses in this ancient battlefield, it was still amazing enough. But with Song-Chi, who had a complete plan, stop the attack so easily, the answer is obvious. Boom boom boom. The continuous attacks of the 2 secondary guns' electromagnetic lightning cannon and cold light sky frost cannon were just a bonus. The focus was on the several magic drones that whizzed out from the entrance of the space wormhole. Witnessing the appearance of the deep space magic bombing drones, the 3 humanoid aliens were surrounded by energy surging, and they wanted to dodge. At this time, anyone could see that these drones that suddenly flew out were not easy to deal with, but the fact was that they had no way to dodge. The safe area opened up around them was so small, and they were all in their prime kilometer form at the moment. How could they dodge? It was precisely because of this that Song-Chi released these deep space magic bombing drones without hesitation. Otherwise, he would not be willing to give up 100 strands of second-level floating land origin for each drone. Boom boom boom. Under the violent explosion, the injuries of the 3 half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens were a little more serious. The magic bombing drone produced by the Silver Goblin Empire has the regular 3rd-level power, and is definitely not an ordinary drone. But that's all. Anyway, the exploration of the warship wreckage and this ancient battlefield in the starry sky over the past 200 years has not been without results. For example, the one controlled by the slavery metal has the black gold armor, a defensive purple treasure. The remaining 3 alien creatures in front of them naturally have their own backups. So, before the second round of deep space magic bombing drones approached, these 3 half-step humanoid alien creatures had corresponding responses. The kilometer volume was shrinking rapidly, and when it became the initial 20 meters, the 3 humanoid aliens, who had gained a lot of space, quickly avoided the second round of several deep space magic bombing drones. With the air explosion of several deep space magic bombing drones, Song-Chi in the sky felt a little painful. In the following year or so, he bought 2 batches of such drones in the shop opened by the Goblin Luke. But the price was not cheap at all, and each one was a real second-level floating land origin. At this moment, the air explosion wasted nothing, and did not play its due role. This naturally made people feel that it was a waste. At the same time, 3 half-human aliens, who had already determined the direction of the attack source, turned into 3 afterimages, and rushed straight to the space wormhole behind. In this regard, Song-Chi was not panicked. The opponent would shrink in size to dodge, which was also within his plan. The small size certainly improved flexibility, but it also meant that their combat power could not reach the peak level. So it was time for the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers to take action. In the convoy, 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers quietly appeared, holding the Void Blade, and their figures changed from 1 to 2. And finally to 4. Just like that, 120 phantoms suddenly rushed out, and chiseled at the 3 half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens in the middle. The 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers activated the instant prison shadow kill ability at the same time. And the scene could be imagined. As the 120 phantoms turned back into 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, only 2 of the 3 half-step humanoid aliens in the middle were left, and the other one had already lost any sound. First, they were not blessed by the core origin rules of the floating land. Second, they were not in their peak form. Third, they were not much different from ordinary 3rd-level creatures, under the full force of 30 pseudo-3rd-level Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors. It was normal for one of them to be killed. However, this result almost completely stimulated the last 2 remaining humanoid aliens. Their figures expanded rapidly again, and soon returned to a volume of 1 kilometer. In response, Song-Chi's response was simple. He released several deep space magic bombing drones again, just to wear down the opponent step by step, and not give them any chance to get close. Buzz buzz buzz, with a subtle buzzing sound, 3 drones quickly rushed out of the space wormhole, and rushed straight towards the 2 half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens. But at this time, something strange happened. The one on the left of the 2 half-step 4th-level humanoid aliens suddenly tapped the white jade round bead in his hand, and then he and the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien beside him suddenly disappeared from the spot. Inside the space wormhole, 2,000-meter-tall humanoid aliens reappeared, and after locking onto the sky suspended in the wormhole channel, the energy around them exploded, and they rushed over with endless anger. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi's eyes were calm, and he did not show the slightest panic about the sudden difference. Swish! The sky's hatch opened, and a dark figure rushed out. After rushing out of the sky, the black figure quickly expanded, and finally turned into a thorn dragon with a wingspan of 1,500 meters. On! In addition, the 3rd-level shell was also released by Song-Chi. In this way, a dragon and a humanoid alien entangled with 2 humanoid aliens on the opposite side, and the battle began. Around, a group of Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers assisted, and the continuous firing of 2 secondary guns and 1 main gun on the sky. This was not a fair battle to begin with, and it ended quickly. Two half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens fell to Song Chi one after another. After dealing with these 4 half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens, Song Chi first cleaned up the battlefield, checked the gains from the 4. After counting, Song Chi nodded slightly after getting the final list. But he did not show too much joy on his face. The 4 half-step fourth-level humanoid aliens contributed a total of 18 rare items to him. 3 white items, 7 blue items, 8 purple items. The white and blue items were all very common rare items. Even if they could be transformed into shipborne parts, their properties were average. Song Chi simply ignored them. 8 purple rare items, 3 of them could not be transformed into shipborne parts. Song Chi planned to put these 3 into the rare item exchange shop in the market later. Of the remaining 5 items, only one was eye-catching, which was the white jade round bead in the hand of the half-step fourth-level humanoid alien. Special item, escape bead. Quality, purple. Convertible, short-range escape drop station. Escape bead. Note, a special item that contains a trace of space law. Its value is higher than ordinary special items of the same level. This is a space-related special item, and the key is that it can be converted into 2 shipborne components. Short-range escape drop station. Needless to say, it is a purple-quality long-range fixed-point drop component, and its properties must be far superior to the fixed-point drop station component currently loaded on the sky. The escape orb is also a special component, but it is not used to drop people or objects in the warship, but a component that allows the warship itself to teleport in a short distance. This type of component is obviously very good whether it is used for pursuit or escape. Short-distance escape drop station. LV0 quality, purple features. The drop distance is increased by an additional 40% consumption, 800/time psionic points charging, 60 seconds, buffering, 48 hours effect. Drop items organisms of qualified volume and weight to the specified coordinates. The current maximum drop distance, 1.4 light-years. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1000 psionic points. Escape orb. LV0 quality, purple features. Load the warship's void resistance plus 200 consumption, 10/s psionic points effect. Consume an additional 1000 psionic points, and immediately escape in the specified direction. The current maximum escape distance is 10 kilometers. Buffer time, 72 hours. Upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 1000 psionic energy points. For void crystals 0 order. Between the two, Song Chi did not hesitate too much, and directly transformed this strange object into the escape orb component. In comparison, the fixed-point delivery platform component is still sufficient for now, and the life-saving ability of the escape orb is obviously more valued by Song Chi. In addition, the additional void resistance of this escape orb also has a significant effect on the sky, and the fixed void characteristics obtained by the previous fusion of the fixed void stone. It will be safer for the sky to enter the void and hunt those void demons in the future. After loading this component, Song Chi did not strengthen it. The LV0 escape orb consumes 10 points of psionic energy per second, which is still within the tolerance range of the LV35 eyeshadow antimatter super engine. However, if it is strengthened again, it is uncertain. In addition to this escape orb component, the shipborne components transformed by the other 4 strange objects are relatively ordinary, and they are not used by the sky, but they can be exchanged for the family later, including the previous black gold armor layer and the purple quality energy shield obtained in the market transaction. Song Chi now has 6 purple components in his hand, based on the lowest 4 gold merit recycling price. At least 24 gold merit can be exchanged at the family merit building, plus 35 points in the personal account, which is 60 points, and only 30 points away from 90 points. Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but get excited. In this way, the tasks in the next 2 months will be much easier. At the same time, he turned his sight and looked at the broken starry sky ancient battlefield outside again, along the site of the Void Shadow killing clan terracotta warriors, who had left the wormhole again. I can stay here for more than a month. I hope I can gain more in the future. Chapter 193. The 10 dominant civilizations in the Star Sea. The human galaxy community. Inside the space wormhole, Song Chi hesitated for a long time, but finally gave up the idea of letting the sky go out. Although those humanoid aliens had marked out a safe zone outside the space wormhole in the past few decades, it was not big after all, and the sky's 120-meter-long ship was not small either. What if it bumped into something? Based on this consideration, Song Chi gave up the idea of going out. Anyway, whether inside the wormhole or out, He has to rely on the three components of Brainwave Remote Control System: Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree, and Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree. It is impossible to control the sky to explore in person, and these three components are not used anywhere. In this way, it is clear what to choose. In the outside void, after the attack of the mixed whole Extreme Yang Sword Divine Light, there are not many asteroid belt creatures left. Only less than 3 digits. Song-Chi did not waste it either. 10 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers and 10 Fire Sunflower soldiers escorted the dozens of asteroid belt creatures all the way to the wreckage of the 10,000-meter-long ancient warship in front. The dozens of asteroid belt creatures naturally walked in the front to explore the way, followed by the Fire Sunflower soldiers and Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers. Although the soldiers can be summoned infinitely, there is no need to worry about death. But they have limitations after all. They can only be summoned again 24 hours after death. In this way, it is naturally better to have free cannon fodder for exploring the way. There are far more than 1 or 2 ancient warship wreckages to explore in this ancient starry sky battlefield. And it is destined that more cannon fodder will be added in the future. It is far from enough to rely on terracotta warriors alone. If there is enough time, it will be fine. But what he lacks most at the moment is time. Thinking of this, Song-Chi gave new orders to Cheer and the half-step 4th level humanoid alien on one side. You go back along the wormhole now. Control the order over there. And then let the tribesmen continue to capture asteroid belt creatures. The more the better. The previous disturbance of the sky, killing 8 3rd level humanoid aliens. The entire humanoid alien stronghold must be in chaos now. And the last half-step 4th level must go back to show up. And he also needs more asteroid belt creatures to explore the way for him. Yes. As the 2 humanoid aliens left, Song-Chi's exploration continued. It was 5 days later. In the broken starry sky, near the wreckage of a 10,000-meter-long warship, 10 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers were escorting more than 20 asteroid belt creatures to continue approaching the wreckage of the warship. The team was now less than 100 meters away from the wreckage of the warship, and they were about to board the wreckage of the ancient warship. If the half-step 4th level humanoid aliens were still alive, they would definitely be extremely shocked to see the scene. They had spent decades before, but they could only advance tens of thousands of meters towards the wreckage of the warship. Before Song-Chi arrived, they were still more than 1,000 meters away from the wreckage of the warship. However, in just 5 days, Song-Chi easily advanced 1,000 meters. This speed was obviously extremely exaggerated. Song-Chi was naturally clear about the specific reasons for this. In fact, this was directly related to the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors. As the darlings of the Void, the Void Shadow Killing Clan's terracotta warriors were extremely sensitive to space itself, which allowed them to almost 100% avoid the threat of those void cracks. Secondly, based on the super perception of the Void, it can also sense some of the traces of the laws hidden in the Void, which can also avoid some dangers. Finally, all the terracotta warriors are absolutely loyal to Song-Chi, the master, with their custody and accompanying surveillance. The efficiency of exploring the way is much higher than that of the humanoid aliens in the past. With the superposition of these 3 points, the speed is naturally much higher than usual. Buzz! Ahead, there was a slight tremor in the void. And then the 2 nearby asteroid belt creatures were completely swallowed up. Before they could even let out a scream, they completely turned into nothingness. On the side, the asteroid creatures who witnessed this scene showed fear on their faces, and subconsciously retreated. But at this time, several 3rd level pressures came from behind. Under the close-range deterrence of the Void Shadow Killing Clan, these asteroid creatures could only suppress their fear and slowly move forward again. After several hours, the last 100 meters of distance were finally completely conquered, and the team stepped onto the wreckage of the 10,000-meter battleship. The price was that all the asteroid creatures turned into ashes, and were swallowed up by the dense, long marks along the way. And even 5 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were missing. Under the control of Song-Chi's brainwave beacon, the remaining 5 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors slowly stepped into the interior of this ancient warship. As far as the eye could see, there were not many surprises. It was not much different from an ordinary abandoned warship, except for the traces of decay left by the void wind that blew from time to time over a long period of time. There was nothing else to attract Song-Chi's attention. However, Song-Chi soon found that he had taken it for granted. The Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warrior, who was walking in the front, quietly disappeared, and was instantly swallowed up by a remaining trace of the law. Fortunately, there were not too many surprises in the following exploration. The remaining 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors searched the entire ship all the way, and finally came to the main control room of the warship. Looking at the alloy door in front of him that had long been decayed, but still tightly closed, Song-Chi felt a little hopeful. In the previous search in the ship, he only got 2 white strange objects, which made him wonder whether all the good things were left in the main control room, and whether there were some special creature corpses left inside. After all, the ancient corpses floating in the starry sky that we have seen so far are obviously not the owners of these ancient warships, which can be judged from their size alone. With curiosity, the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors in front raised the void blades in their hands at the same time, mobilized the pseudo-third order power in the puppet body, and fiercely chiseled at the alloy door. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the sharp metal collision sound, the alloy door trembled slightly, but there was no follow-up. Fortunately, there were no hidden traces of laws on the door, so Song-Chi could let the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors attack with confidence. After several hours of continuous attack, the alloy door was already damaged beyond recognition, but it still could not be opened. The attack power of the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta warriors was not weak, but they were good at single-point attack. It was a bit difficult for them to use the daggers in their hands to blast open an alloy door. Helplessly, Song-Chi could only let them try to sink into the void again to see if they could directly pass through this door and enter the main control room of the battleship. However, the result was obvious. The Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta warriors failed again. Somehow, the space inside this warship is particularly stable. The space walking ability that the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers are famous for does not work here at all. They cannot tear the space with their space-breaking ability, let alone integrate into the void. In fact, he already knew this when the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers stepped onto the wreckage of the warship. The current attempt is more like a further confirmation. In the distance, inside the space wormhole, Song-Chi walked helplessly to the fixed-point delivery platform and placed 3 deep space magic bombing drones on the delivery platform. As the components were activated, a flash of light flashed on the launch platform, and 3 magic bombing drones were launched. Looking at the entrance of the ancient warship wreckage not far away, after a slight space fluctuation, 3 magic bombing drones quietly emerged from the void. Inside the warship, with the assistance of the 3 magic bombing drones, with a violent explosion, the alloy door collapsed. Controlling the 2 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors beside him, Song-Chi stepped into the main control room of the warship first. Seeing that no other unexpected situations occurred, Song-Chi then let the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors attached to the brainwave beacon follow him into the main control room. Following the line of sight of the Terracotta warriors, when he saw the appearance of the 2 corpses in the main control room, Song-Chi's eyes showed a slight surprise. Although the 2 corpses were already decayed beyond recognition, it was not difficult to see that their appearance was very similar to that of the Star Sea human race. Even if they were not humans, they were probably a kind of humanoid intelligent creature. With curiosity, he controlled the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors to get closer. When he came to the front of the 2 corpses, Song-Chi had the answer in his mind. These 2 were not human races, but a famous creature in the Broken Star Sea. 3-eyed tribe. As for why they were so sure, there was no need to explain the reason. The distinctive vertical eyes on their foreheads were the symbol of their identity. Although their faces were a little difficult to recognize, the characteristics of the 3-eyed tribe were too distinct to be ignored. It's actually the 3-eyed tribe? In other words, this ancient fleet was once the fleet of the 3-eyed tribe? What race are those ancient corpses outside? They dared to intercept the fleet of the 3-eyed tribe head-on. And judging from the size of that supergiant battleship, this is definitely not an ordinary 3-eyed tribe fleet. What race has such courage? After recognizing the identity of the 3-eyed tribe, Song-Chi thought a lot in his mind for a while. Of course, most of it was surprise and surprise. In the official list of Star Sea civilizations and races released by Shinhoi Human Civilization, in the ranking of Star Sea civilizations known so far, the top 10 civilizations have not changed for more than 100,000 years. Titan Giant Civilization, Angel Civilization, Wizard Civilization, Abyss Devil Civilization. These are all super civilizations that Shinhoi Human Civilization strictly prohibits from actively provoking, because they are all the overlords in the Broken Star Sea. It is said that the time of inheritance of these civilizations is more than 1,000,000 years at the shortest. Such a terrifying inheritance time alone is enough to show the horror of these super civilizations from the side. After such a long period of accumulation, no one knows what kind of cards they hide, and what kind of terrifying background they have. You know, the development of Shinhua human civilization has only been around for 300,000 years. And the Three-Eyed Clan civilization is the 9th of the 10 dominant civilizations, and has been passed down for more than 1.2 million years. Song Chi seemed to have heard that the territory controlled by the Three-Eyed Clan civilization has reached a terrifying 5 river communities. Perhaps this is still not a clear understanding. So let's take the Shinhua human civilization as an example. As a high-level civilization, the Shinhua human civilization currently has only one river community under its jurisdiction, the Shinhua human river community. And the Shinhua human river community is only a medium-sized one among the countless river communities in the Broken Star Sea, and there are only thousands of river communities under its jurisdiction. However, it is said that the Shinhua human civilization is now actively developing a second river community, but I don't know whether it is true or not. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Song Chiza quickly retracted his thoughts. Regardless of whether this fleet is one of the Three-Eyed Clan of the hegemonic civilization, and regardless of what tribe is chasing this fleet, in short, this battle happened tens of thousands, or even 100,000 years ago, and has nothing to do with him. Maybe the Three-Eyed tribe had already forgotten about it. So why should he think so much? What he needed to do now was to explore this ancient battlefield as much as possible, enrich his own and the sky's combat power and heritage, and pave the way for his future to a higher level. Thinking of this, Song Chi turned his sight, no longer staying on the 2 three-eyed corpses, but scanning around the main control room. His eyes lit up. On the main control table in front of the main control room, 2 strange objects emitting purple light were quietly placed there. These 2 purple strange objects seemed to have been embedded with the battleship under his feet by some special means, and became part of the special battleship capabilities of this battleship. Song Chi was not surprised by this. As one of the superclass civilizations known to the Shinhua human civilization, how could the Three-Eyed civilization not have its own unique means? The means of integrating the Star Sea Wonders with the warships is not a very advanced ability. Basically, all advanced civilizations can achieve this level. Of course, there are exceptions such as the Titans, who can sweep everything with their own might, because the ancient warship under their feet has fallen for at least tens of thousands of years. The Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers did not spend too much effort to get the 2 purple wonders out of the warship's main console, and the wonders themselves were not damaged. Fortunately, this warship has crashed for countless years. Otherwise it would not be so easy to get these 2 rare items. Unfortunately, one of the 2 rare items cannot be converted into shipborne parts, and can only be put into the market for rare items exchange. The other can be converted into a piece of ship armor, and can be exchanged for the family. After exploring this ancient warship, the remaining 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors left quickly, preparing to explore the wreckage of another warship. Song Chi was in a hurry and had no time to waste. Of course, before continuing the exploration, the 2 purple and white artifacts must be returned to him first. Otherwise, if they are swallowed by the mark of law, it will be a big loss. In addition, Song Chi is still waiting for the fixed-point delivery platform to cool down. In the past few days, he has tried several times to use this fixed-point delivery platform to directly drop the terracotta warriors near the wreckage of the warship, although all ended in failure. Each time it either touched the hidden mark of law or caused resonance in the nearby void cracks, causing the fire sunflower terracotta warriors to be swallowed by the void cracks. But he did not give up. After all, as long as he succeeded once, it would save a lot of time for midway advancement. Next, he planned to send the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers to give it a try. As the Son of the Void, even if they were sent over to cause resonance in the void cracks, their chances of being swallowed by the void would be much lower than that of the Fire Sunflower soldiers. However, even if the deployment was successful, how to get back later would be a problem. In the dark side of this starry sky, there were also countless traces of laws, which made the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers dare not easily integrate into the void. They could only advance in the most primitive way of cannon fodder exploration, but they had to give it a try. By then, advancing in both directions, it can also save a lot of time. Thinking of this, Song Chi sighed again. It would be great if there was a space-type component that could actively pull back at this moment. This way, this problem could be completely ignored. However, he also knew that space-type components were rare, and components that could actively pull back were even rarer, so it was impossible to force it. Chapter 194 Orange External Armor-Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher. On the sky, looking at the two strange objects just sent back by the Void Shadow Killer clan, Song Chi's eyebrows jumped. A guess that suddenly came to his mind made him look painful. The 10 purple strange objects seized from those half-step 4th level humanoid aliens before, because they had been continuously nourished by their own energy for dozens or hundreds of years, so they didn't feel it. Now looking at these two strange objects that had just been separated from the wreckage of the warship, he could clearly see the traces of erosion left by the long years on the surface of both. If nothing unexpected happened, this was probably because the energy supply system of these three-eyed warships stopped after they fell. Without energy for a long time, coupled with the occasional erosion of the surrounding void wind, the artifacts themselves were damaged and degraded. In other words, these two purple artifacts, and even the purple artifacts obtained from several half-step 4th level humanoid aliens before, were probably orange-quality artifacts tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Thinking of this, Song Chi's heart was bleeding. Orange glory treasures are much rarer than purple treasures, but their quality has deteriorated. It makes people feel pity. However, although he sighed, Song Chi did not dwell on this matter for too long. This speculation actually fueled his momentum. He looked at the ancient 10,000-meter class warships that had not been explored yet with a fiery look. If the warships were once loaded with orange treasures, it is impossible that all of them have degraded. Right? There must be some that have not been eroded, or the damage is relatively light, and the quality has not been affected. In this way, as long as he can find one later, he will not have to worry about the gold merits needed to exchange for the orange engine later, and he can even think about that lava core fire. Thinking of this, Song Chi's heart was burning with enthusiasm. While the duration of the brain-wave remote control system component had not yet ended, he once again sent out 5 newly summoned Fire Sunflower soldiers, together with the 4 returning Void Shadow Killer soldiers, to advance slowly towards the left. In this direction, about 60,000 meters away, there was another wreckage of a 10,000-meter warship, which was also the wreckage of a warship closest to the space wormhole, except for the one that was explored before. Nearly 6 hours later, in the main control room of the sky, Song Chi once again stood in front of the fixed-point delivery platform. On the delivery platform, 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors stood back to back, while staring at the radar map on the side. After determining the appropriate coordinates, he activated the fixed-point delivery this time, 60,000 meters outside the entrance of the space wormhole. At the edge of the wreckage of the same ancient 10,000-meter class warship, a slight space fluctuation was transmitted, and a miniature space crack not far away on one side was triggered, followed by a violent space resonance. In the blink of an eye, the space crack that was only a dozen centimeters wide instantly expanded to dozens of meters in size, and also completely engulfed the drop point selected by Song Chi. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Void Shadow Killing Clan were dropped this time, and the last order Song Chi gave them before dropping them was to dodge immediately when encountering danger. Therefore, only one of the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers was swallowed, and the other 3 successfully dodged. Unfortunately, the triggering of the 2 traces of the Law of Disappearance left only one of the 3 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers. This Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior luckily avoided the double dangers of space cracks and law marks, and successfully stabilized its body at the corner of the wreckage of this ancient warship. But it soon fell into a stagnation, just floating in the starry sky, without any movement. In the space wormhole, Song Chi wrote down the coordinates of the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior's location at the moment, and cancelled the summons. A few minutes later, this Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior disappeared in the starry sky. He did not put a brainwave beacon on the Terracotta Warrior this time, and the brainwave beacon was still on the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior, who was leading the Fire Sunflower Clan Terracotta Warrior to continue advancing. The purpose of this deployment is actually just to find a safe enough coordinate for the next round of deployment. The subsequent exploration task is on the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers in the next round. As for why the last Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers should be recalled, it is better to let it freeze in place and wait for the second round of deployment. Wouldn't it be possible to have 5 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers to explore together? Song Chi has his own considerations on this point. This starry sky is extremely broken, and it is not a true vacuum zone of the universe, which will not change for 10,000 years or 100,000 years. The gusts of wind that occasionally blew out of the void cracks could change everything in this starry sky at any time. In order to avoid the chain reaction that might be triggered later, it would be safer to recall it. After several hours, both the fixed-point delivery platform and the brainwave remote control system had completed the buffering. Song-Chi, who had been impatient for a long time, took action immediately, after marking his own brainwave beacon. For new Void Shadow killing clan warriors stepped onto the delivery platform. After Song-Chi set the delivery platform landing point that had been set long ago, a burst of light appeared again in the main control room of the sky. In this way, the 4 brand new Void Shadow Killer clan warriors boarded the second ancient warship wreckage without any danger. In the control room of the second warship wreckage, Song-Chi had completely confirmed that this ancient warship came from the three-eyed clan of the hegemonic civilization. After confirming this, his expectations became stronger. Not to mention the surrounding 10,000-meter warships, the supergiant ancient warship in the distance must have extraordinary good things. After all, it is the flagship of a high-level fleet of the hegemonic civilization. But that's all for later. The key point is that the wreckage of the second 10,000-meter-long warship is really disappointing. There are still only 2 purple artifacts that the sky cannot use, and they can only be exchanged for the family later. In addition to the wreckage of the warship, there are only 3 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors stationed. With the assistance of the fixed-point delivery platform, the time for exploring the wreckage of the warship has been greatly reduced. But how to send the 2 purple artifacts back to the space wormhole is a difficult problem. In front, Chell, who is escorting a large group of asteroid belt creatures forward, is still more than 50,000 meters away from the wreckage of the warship. Even if the 3 Void Shadow Killer clan terracotta warriors are carefully exploring at this moment, both ends work together. This 50,000-meter distance is definitely not something that can be explored in a short time. If the 2 sides want to reunite, they will need to sacrifice at least 100,000 asteroid belt creatures, plus more than half a year of advancement, which is obviously unacceptable to Song-Chi. He has been here for nearly a month, and in more than 30 days, he will have to return to the Dragon Ridge continent through the space anchor point of the market. After more than 2 months of not showing up, his parents will definitely be worried, and he will have to rush back to prepare for the subsequent operation of the Tonan floating land. Thinking of this, Song-Chi had a headache. More than a month. This time is really not enough, and he must think of some other ways. It seems that after returning home this time, I really need to ask about the self-recall parts. It's too troublesome without this thing. Just thinking about it, Song-Chi's eyes suddenly flashed, and a new idea emerged in his mind. Chell, bring everyone back. While greeting Chell, who was pushing forward with all his strength with the characteristics of the bridge of the mind. At the same time, the light flashed between his eyebrows, and a token shining with silver light flew out. That's right. The trick Song-Chi thought of was directly related to the market walking order. His idea was very simple. Since the outer starry sky was full of dangers, the market of the heavens, which was already in the dark side of the starry sea and could summon the controller out of thin air, could it avoid the most time-consuming advancement link in the middle? For example, let a second-level creature take this market walking order directly, and throw it near the Void Shadow Killing clan soldier, and then directly use the market walking order to enter the market after getting the strange object in the hands of the soldier. This was the idea that Song-Chi had just come up with in his mind. Theoretically, this idea is indeed quite feasible. After all, the market walking order is to teleport creatures to the market out of thin air, even if it causes space vibrations and resonances in the middle. When the void cracks spread, the teleporter will have already entered the market first, so there is no need to worry about the subsequent problems. If this is really possible, through the transit of the Jutian market, he can quickly deliver the remaining treasures from the wreckage of the warships to himself after the Void Shadow Killing clan soldiers get them. Song-Chi is not the kind of person who hesitates. After finally finding a method that is more feasible, he naturally does it. After recalling Chell, he directly cancelled his enslavement and sealed him, Zhao Lei, and Tuo Guhong in the market temporarily. He then contracted a second-level asteroid creature. After this operation, Song-Chi handed the market walking order to the second-level asteroid creature. After several hours, the buffered fixed-point delivery platform was activated again. However, before the light appeared, Song-Chi disappeared first, as the second-level asteroid creature on the fixed-point delivery platform was launched. Song-Chi in the market was also trying his best to sense the other party. Just as Song-Chi worried, It had just been launched. Even though the chosen landing point was not far from the 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors. The second-level asteroid creature was immediately swallowed up by the spreading void cracks. At the moment when he sensed that the mental connection with the other party was completely broken, Song-Chi did not think twice, and directly took back the market walking order he was carrying. The reason why he was in such a hurry to enter the market was that he was afraid that the explosion of the space crack or the Mark of Law would directly destroy the market walking order. According to the previous market guest order, there were probably only 10 of these market walking orders. He was reluctant to sacrifice a market walking order for 2 purple treasures. The light in his hand flowed, and the market walking order returned to his hand. Seeing this, Song-Chi's last trace of worry was completely eliminated, and he could continue the test without any scruples. 2 days later, after several tests, Song-Chi finally sent a second-level asteroid belt creature to the 3 stagnant Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors. Under his command, the ape-like second-level creature took 2 purple strange objects from the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior in the middle, and then activated the market walking order he carried with him by activating the energy in his body, accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation. A large number of law traces and spatial cracks in the surrounding area were all triggered. For a moment, the area near the wreckage of the warship exploded, and the terrifying movement quickly swallowed up the 3 stagnant Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warriors. Song-Chi didn't care about what happened next. His figure disappeared in the sky again. He rushed to the 3rd floor of the inn in the market as soon as possible. He wanted to see if the second-level asteroid creature had successfully brought the 2 strange objects into the market. The answer was obvious. If it failed, this second-level asteroid creature would have completely cut off the connection with him. On the 3rd floor of the inn, he put the 2 purple strange objects into the Shinhua Zuchu. Song-Chi no longer cared about other things. He quickly left the market and started the subsequent exploration plan again. After this new plan was confirmed to be effective, Song-Chi stopped the humanoid aliens. Now he no longer needed to use those humanoid aliens as pathfinders. With the help of the Terracotta Warriors, the launch platform, brainwave control, and the market walking command, he could explore the wreckage of warships one after another in a short period of time. Unfortunately, after several consecutive days, he explored the wreckage of 3 ancient warships, but still no orange wonders appeared. There were only 4 purple quality items, and one of them could not be converted into a shipborne component. Today, for Void Shadow Killer Clan Warriors once again boarded a brand new warship wreckage. When the door of the warship's main control room was opened, Song-Chi was completely attracted by the dazzling orange light. After so many days, finally an orange glory quality item appeared, which surprised Song-Chi greatly. As long as this orange item is suitable, it is completely enough for him to exchange for that orange quality light energy aggregation engine. Even if he works harder, it is not impossible to get that orange quality upgraded fire source. In the 5th market walking room, the second-level asteroid creature handed the item to him. Even though he had already seen its properties, Song-Chi was still very excited. Name of the strange object: Cobalt Bullet Main Ship Gun. Quality: Orange. Transformable: External armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher. Note: a kind of advanced ship gun of the 3-eyed starship. But after a long time, it has evolved into a special strange object. External armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher LV0 quality. Orange features: armor-piercing plus 300 features 2, power increased by 100% consumption, 2000/round number of hanging bullets, 0/2 power, 57 charging, 30s no buffer required upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land origin 0 level, 1000 psionic points, 10 kilograms of cobalt ore. Chapter 195. The surprise appearance of the starry sky plant silver apple mother tree. There is no doubt that the external armor-piercing cobalt shell launcher component that this orange wonder can transform into is definitely a top-notch offensive weapon. Although it is only an external launcher, it can only carry 2 cobalt shells at a time, and cannot fire infinitely like the main gun and secondary gun. After each launch, it has to manually reload the shells. And this thing is an external launcher, and it cannot be loaded inside the battleship, so basically only 2 shells can be launched in one battle. But its value cannot be denied. Not to mention anything else, just the additional armor-piercing attribute is enough to be called the best. Armor-piercing, shield-breaking, imprisonment, and other properties are extremely rare. As long as any one of them is brought, it is enough to be called a top-quality component. The key is that another property of this thing is to increase damage. Level 0 will increase it by 2 times. Subsequent enhancements will only be more exaggerated. Add the armor-piercing property. When 2 cards are stacked, if this one is hit, the damage it can cause is definitely comparable to the ultimate skill level. In addition to being excited, Song-Chi was also a little worried. If he had to convert this external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher, he would obviously not sell it, and would only keep it for the sky. In this case, he would still be far from 90 gold merit points. Not to mention the orange upgraded fire source. There is a long way to go, he muttered, while entering the market, taking enough cobalt ore from the mineral resource store, and then loading this external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher on the sky. Consume 690 strands of second-order floating land essence, 120 titanium crystals, several zero-order, first-order floating land essence, and strengthen it all the way to LV30. External armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher LV30. Quality, orange. Features, armor piercing plus 30,000. Feature 2, power increased by 400%. Consumption, 10,000/round. Number of hanging bullets, 2 out of 2. Power, 1425000. Charge, 15ths. No buffer required. Upgrade required. 20 strands of floating land essence third order, 40,000 psionic energy points, 10 tons of cobalt ore, 32 titanium crystals. Needless to say, the properties of the external armor-piercing cobalt bullet launcher strengthened to the third order are amazing enough, it can be used as a strong trump card. In addition, its energy consumption is the kind of single-shot consumption, not continuous energy consumption, and it has no effect on the current Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine. Otherwise Song-Chi would not have strengthened it to level 30. After strengthening this impressive external launch device, Song-Chi returned his sight to the outside of the wormhole. However, it did not last too long. His mind quickly changed, and he cancelled the summoning of the remaining 3 Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors. After the exploration of the wreckage of a warship was completed, he only needed to wait for the fixed point delivery platform and brainwave remote control system to complete the buffering. And then, he could proceed to the next exploration. In this way, time passed in a flash, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. He opened another market transaction in the middle, and the gains were still not great. Only 2 purple items. However, with the addition of several purple items he got from the wreckage of the ancient warship this month, he now has 15 items that can be converted into purple ship parts. All in all, it can be converted into more than 60 gold merits, plus the remaining in the personal account, which is enough to exchange for the light energy aggregation engine. Song-Chi was very happy about this. In 2 months, he had 15 purple shipborne parts, 7 purple items that could not be converted and had been put into the item exchange shop, and an orange quality external launch device. This could not be simply described as a big harvest. For an ordinary Xinhua captain, this was definitely a rare opportunity in his life. However, after a brief moment of joy, Song-Chi quickly calmed down. When he thought of the supergiant battleship that he had not yet set foot on, he instantly felt that the current harvest in his hands was not so good. And at the same time, he was a little eager to move. Such amazing harvests can be obtained from those 10,000-meter class warships alone. What about the flagships that are obviously several levels higher? What kind of rare resources will be on them? Orange wonders? Or red wonders? Or silver ones above red epics? Thinking about it, Song-Chi's heart was particularly hot. Should we try to drop it directly around the supergiant warship? It would be a lie to say that he would not move. At present, the space beacon launcher has been buffered, and can once again place a new space beacon in this star field. This also means that he has little time left. He must return to the Dragon Ridge continent within 2 or 3 days, otherwise he will not be able to catch up with the Tonan floating land operation. Although he didn't really want to take the initiative to participate in this operation. After all, it involved a 4th-level space beast, which was quite dangerous. In comparison, he would rather slowly develop and explore this space battlefield. But Grandpa, Uncle and others had already made their decision, and they seemed to want him to participate. Even if he was a little reluctant, Song-Chi could only listen to Grandpa and others. After some consideration, Song-Chi decided to take advantage of the last few days to try to explore the supergiant ancient battleship. In addition to satisfying his curiosity, it was also to learn about the situation on the supergiant warship in advance. Although he did not know the specific situation on the warship, Song-Chi was sure of one thing. Compared with the wreckage of the 10,000-meter class warships, that he had explored before. The interior of this warship, with a terrifying length of more than 100,000 kilometers, was definitely more dangerous. Not only were there more dense traces of laws, but there was also a space crack on its side, with a diameter of nearly 100,000 meters. In this crack, Song-Chi had seen the figure of the Void Demon several times in the past month. Therefore, by understanding it in advance, he could also make further preparations before coming next time, increasing the success rate for subsequent exploration. While waiting for the buffering of the fixed-point delivery platform and the brain-wave remote control system, Song-Chi sat down cross-legged, holding several high-quality soul stones in each hand, and began to visualize the projection rubbing of the mythical mecha. The cooling time of both parts requires several hours, and he naturally will not waste this time. This has been the case for the past month, either entering the market to practice the guidance technique, or visualizing. While exploring, the progress of the guidance technique and mental power has also been steadily improving. A few hours later, Song-Chi, who had exited the state of visualization, came to the fixed-point delivery platform with a solemn expression. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors were summoned. After the brainwave beacon was marked, the 4 stepped onto the delivery platform one after another. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi thought to himself, I hope it will be a good start. Thinking of this, a light flashed before his eyes, and the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors disappeared on the delivery platform. 1,000,000 kilometers away, somewhere outside the supergiant ancient warship, accompanied by a slight space fluctuation, 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta warriors emerged from the void. Inside the sky, Song-Chi's mind sank into his head, and he put all his attention on the brainwave beacon. However, even though he was so focused, he was suddenly surprised the moment the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were deployed. It had nothing to do with the space vibration, the resonance of the cracks, and the traces of the law. What surprised Song-Chi was the changes in the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers at this moment. Caw. Clear and crisp sounds came from their puppet bodies. It was not the cutting sound of the void cracks, but the terrifying pressure from the surrounding starry sky. Song-Chi couldn't describe this pressure. He could only say that it was no longer a kind of mental oppression on an illusory level, but a kind of almost tangible squeezing, which was like a small mountain pressing on his shoulders, giving him a feeling of difficulty in taking a step. Even the word small mountain was an understatement. You have to know that although the Void Shadow Killing Clan's Terracotta warriors have thin skin, they are all 3rd level Terracotta warriors who have reached LV30. Even if they are only pseudo-3rd level, the strength of their puppet bodies is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary creatures. At this moment, they actually felt that they could not bear the pressure from the surroundings. This shows the extent of the surrounding pressure. So Song-Chi was conservative when he said that they were under a small mountain. Buzz. Before their attention was turned away from the extraordinary pressure around them, a subtle buzzing sound suddenly sounded again, and before the 4 Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors could react, they were directly swallowed up by a sudden burst of law marks. Deep in his mind, his vision suddenly went dark, and his sight returned to his main perspective. The brainwave attached to the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta warriors had been completely annihilated by the terrifying power of the law. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi's forehead broke out in a few cold sweats. He felt the same way about the situation of the 4 Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta warriors. If it were him, he would not have had time to react, even to communicate with the market. After all, it takes time to enter the market, and the mark of the law just now was almost instantaneous, without giving people any chance to react. Moreover, he had a hunch that the law trace that had just erupted, whether in terms of power, concealment, or the speed of eruption, was far superior to the law trace around the 10,000-meter class 3-eyed clan warships, and was not even on the same level. Although once the 2 law trace erupted, the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors were equally powerless and directly swallowed up. Song-Chi's intuition told him that there was a big gap between the 2 sides. However, he could understand, or be mentally prepared. After all, it was the flagship of a high-level fleet of a hegemonic civilization, and it was a flagship with a hull length that was even more exaggerated than the Song family's Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. It was possible to imagine that it must have been a fierce battle to completely sink in this unknown starry sky. In this case, it was normal to leave some terrifying traces of the law. On the contrary, If there were no such traces, Song-Chi would find it abnormal. His figure disappeared from the sky, and it would take several hours for the fixed-point delivery platform and brain-wave remote control system to buffer. This time, he was going to practice the guidance technique. Several hours later, Song-Chi began his second attempt at launching. Of course, he did not give up so easily. The more traces of laws there were on the periphery of the warship wreckage, the stronger its power was. The more it represented the excellence of the supergiant Three-Eyed Clan flagship, and the greater the probability that there were good things in it. Swish! After the brilliance, for new Void Shadow killing clan terracotta warriors disappeared. A few minutes later, Song-Chi stood up again, left the sky and entered the market. This second launch still ended in failure. On the third day, the launch had been more than 6 times in a row. But the Void Shadow killing clan terracotta warriors had not once touched the supergiant ancient warship, let alone stepped on the warship. Try one last time. Whether it succeeds or not, we have to go back to Dragon Ridge continent after this. In front of the launch platform, Song-Chi placed a brainwave mark on the Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warrior in the middle of the platform, and then activated the fixed-point launch platform without hesitation. Dozens of meters away from the wreckage of the supergiant Three-Eyed Clan flagship, 4 Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warriors stepped out of the void, without spatial vibration, and without touching any traces of laws. This is the safe launch point determined by Song-Chi in the previous 6 launches, which can ensure the safe landing of the Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warriors. Of course, the crisp snapping sound from the 4 terracotta warriors could not be avoided. After all, the shocking pressure around them had lasted for at least tens of thousands of years, and it would not disappear inexplicably just because of the arrival of the Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warriors. Under the command of the terracotta warrior in the middle with Song-Chi's brainwave imprint, the 4 slowly approached the flagship in front. The first 10 meters or so were fine. Through the previous advances, a preliminary safe route had been established, which greatly reduced the danger. However, with every few meters forward, the pressure on the bodies of the Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warriors would become stronger, making the 4 terracotta warriors' forward speed slower. Fortunately, although the pressure was increasing, it was not enough to make the Void Shadow killer clan soldiers unable to move. When they were only 35 meters away from the Three-Eyed Clan flagship, one of the 4 Void Shadow killer clan soldiers was missing, leaving only 3. When they were 25 meters away, there were only 2 Void Shadow killer clan soldiers left. When the last 2 Void Shadow killer clan soldiers rushed into a distance of 10 meters, another law mark was triggered, and the soldier walking in front was swallowed up. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi took a breath, and the next second a fierce look suddenly appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the spatial force around the last Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warrior surged, and turned into a residual shadow and rushed straight to a small gap on the hull of the Three-Eyed Clan flagship. Song-Chi's choice of advancing direction was naturally not random, and he mainly advanced towards a position that could directly enter the wreckage of the warship. Otherwise, what would be the use of getting close to the hull of the warship? I don't know if it was because of his luck, but the last 7 meters did not trigger any danger, and the Void Shadow killer clan terracotta warrior rushed all the way to the front of the hull. At this point, he did not hesitate, and controlled the Void Shadow killing clan's terracotta warriors to rush directly into the giant Three-Eyed Clan flagship through the crack on the hull. Boom! The world spun in front of his eyes, and his eyes suddenly went dark. Song-Chi completely lost the sense of the brainwave beacon. This time, it was not the trace of the law that was triggered, but the extremely terrifying pressure inside the warship. If the pressure he had endured on the outside of the hull was a small mountain, then the pressure on the Void Shadow killing clan's terracotta warriors was an ancient mountain range, which directly turned the Void Shadow killing clan's terracotta warriors, who rushed into the ship, into a group of puppet fragments. Song-Chi's brainwave beacon also lost its support and dissipated. In the main control room of the sky, Song-Chi opened his eyes again and did not move, as if he had fallen into a trance. Of course, this was not the case. It was just a manifestation of extreme shock and inability to recover for a while. He was not only shocked by the terrifying pressure inside the warship, but also shocked by the scene he saw at the last glance. Before, the Void Shadow killing clan warriors stepped into the warship. Although their puppet bodies were quickly crushed into pieces, there was a buffer time of a few tenths of a second in between. It was during this short few tenths of a second that Song Chi's brainwave imprint captured a corner of the interior of the warship. The Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors seemed to have stepped into a central corridor. There was a warehouse on each side of the corridor. Song Chi did not have time to check the one on the right, but he took a look at the one on the left. It seemed to be a cabin similar to a cultivation room, with a circular space inside, and that was the shocking point. In this seemingly ordinary independent cultivation cabin, Song Chi saw a plant with pure silver standing in the middle, and 2 silver apple-like fruits hanging on it. This plant, which looked only a few meters tall, gave Song Chi a strong sense of familiarity. If he was not mistaken, the first impression that the silver tree gave him was the silver apple mother tree. But this was exactly what shocked and confused him. The silver apple mother tree is a type of starry sky plant. The fruit it breeds is called the silver apple, according to the level of the mother tree itself. It has the amazing effect of improving the quality of the corresponding lower-level star sea artifacts. In many star sea civilizations, it is also called the silver apple holy tree. As a starry sky plant, its normal individuals are generally 3,000 meters, or even more than 10,000 meters. How could it appear in the cultivation room of a warship? And it seems to be only a few meters high? Facing this doubt, Song Chi thought a lot, and finally found that there are only 2 possible results. Either his judgment is wrong, and it is not the silver apple mother tree among the starry sky plants, or the seemingly ordinary cultivation room has its own space inside, similar to the Sumeru mustard seed, the cave space. And if it is explained in terms of the broken star sea, the cultivation room is most likely an independent secret space. Speculating this, how can Song Chi not be excited? Not to mention the silver apple that can specifically improve the quality of shipboard components. And the starry sky plant silver apple mother tree. The value of the starry sea secret realm alone is unimaginable. Chapter 196 Return, over 100 points of gold merit. And don't forget, what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg on the super giant flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan. The length of the hull of this Three-Eyed Clan warship reached a terrifying tens of thousands of kilometers. In the places he couldn't see, there was no telling what kind of rare things were hidden. Thinking of it, Song Chi had a strong desire to explore again. After more than 10 seconds, he shook his head and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Not to mention anything else, the terrible pressure inside the warship alone is the point that he is currently extremely difficult to solve. The Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers with level 3 puppet bodies were crushed the moment they entered the warship. This level of oppression could never be level 3. Song Chi guessed that if he wanted to explore the inside of the supergiant warship, he would have to wait until the subsequent Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers' tree parts were strengthened to level 40 or above. With the current level 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, it was impossible for them to move normally inside. Surrounding the words level 3 and level 4, Song Chi's mind was spinning. At this time, he suddenly thought of the red part slavery medal from the word level 4. Speaking of the 4th level combat power, the current sky is not without it. Just activate the slavery seal frenzy feature of the slavery medal, and one of Chell, Tuguhong or Thorn Dragon will temporarily have the 4th level combat power. In this way, it is probably enough to explore the interior space of the battleship. However, after thinking about it, Song Chi immediately gave up this idea. The duration of the slavery seal frenzy feature is very limited. Whether it can complete an effective round of exploration in just a few hours is a big question mark. Secondly, although the slave seal frenzy has been cooled down, its buffer time has not changed in the past year. Once used, it will face another long buffer time of 1 year. It is not worth it to use such a long time to gamble on an exploration that is not sure whether it will yield any results. Moreover, it will soon go to the Tanshan floating land to hunt the 4th level golden armored beast. This slave seal frenzy is the life-saving trump card that Song Chi left for himself. Using it here now is not in line with his original plan. After making the decision, Song Chi once again looked at the starry sky outside the space wormhole. And then, he did not linger any longer. He turned the sky and returned to the humanoid alien station. Before returning, he had some things to tell the last half-step 4th order humanoid alien. In addition, the space beacon could not be set on the broken starry sky or inside the wormhole. He wanted to set it in the core space of the giant asteroid. In addition, he also had to go to Sol 1 and Sol 2. In the past 2 months, they should have accumulated a lot of resources. Zhao Lei was sealed, so he had to go there to collect them himself. Speaking of Zhao Lei, Tuaguhong, and Chell are still sealed in the market. Slavery metal. There is only one vacant slavery mark left. How to enslave is also a problem. First of all, it is obviously not possible to seal them in the market for a long time, which may lead to the degradation of their life level. After thinking about it, Song-Chi temporarily gave the last slavery mark to the humanoid alien shell. Then, in the future Tanshan Fulu group, if an unexpected situation really happens, this shell will be the most suitable slavery mark violent user. As for Zhao Lei and To Guhong, there is no better way at the moment, and they can only continue to seal. Soul 1 and Soul 2 can provide him with a steady stream of income, and each of them can also bring a third-level thug. So it is naturally impossible to give up. The same is true for the Thorn Dragon, which Song-Chi spent a lot of money to enslave. As for the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien, apart from its own half-step 4th-level strength, the current task of guarding the space wormhole and controlling the base below must be completed by it, and it cannot be given up. In the core space of the giant asteroid, Song-Chi, who had just flown out of the wormhole, placed a space beacon mark more than 80,000 meters away from the wormhole entrance, and then gave instructions to the half-step 4th-level humanoid alien. He then went to the mining areas where Solda and Soul Air were located, and successively collected tens of thousands of tons of resources mined by both sides in the past 2 months into the market, and stored them in the Mineral Resource Exchange shop. Before entering the market, Song-Chi ordered the 2 third-level soul spirits to let go, and then go all out to mine. He had already made arrangements with the humanoid aliens. Even if the two sides met later, there would be no conflict, and they could mine freely. After arranging these, Song-Chi did not stay any longer. While recalling the sky, he also disappeared in the asteroid belt. Dragon Ridge Continent. Qinghua Manor. Boss, Shao-Chi, hasn't shown up for almost 3 months. In the courtyard of Song Shan and his wife, Bai Xiuqin looked worried. Behind her, the 1,000-meter-long Lyra had replaced the mountain and suppressed the origin eruption eye below. On the side, Song Shan, who had just exited the state of visualization, threw aside the 2 third-level soul cores in his hand that had been completely absorbed. Although he did not participate in the previous Soul Floating Land Expedition mission, Song Mingsong still allocated a lot of soul resources. Song Shan shook his head and said, "Mom, didn't Dad go to the Internal Affairs Hall a few days ago to check? Shao-Chi's Xinhua life plate is still the same as before, and it has not been extinguished, and there is no sign of dimming. Don't think too much, and go back to the ship to practice the guidance technique. Your guidance technique is only level 28 now, which is a long way from the Tianqin." During the conversation, 3 figures came from outside the yard. They were the smiling Song Chao couple and Song-Chi, who had just returned. At this time, Chen Lixiu was holding her son's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, her son would disappear with her again. Song-Chi didn't know what to say about this. Before leaving, he had already informed his parents in advance, indicating that he might be away for a long time this time. But he didn't give a specific time. After all, he didn't know what would happen in the asteroid belt later. "Grandma, Uncle!" Outside the courtyard, Song-Chi greeted them respectfully. Hearing this, Bai Xiuqin stood up quickly. "Shao-Chi, it's good to be back." Behind Bai Xiuqin, Song Shan, who also stood up, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he disappeared quickly, the sharp-eyed Song-Chi still caught it. Obviously, my grandmother and uncle were worried about my disappearance during this period. After a while, the second uncle and the fourth uncle's families also gathered together. Of course, welcoming Song-Chi's return was only part of the purpose. So many people gathered together mainly to discuss the subsequent Tanshan floating land operation with the Bai family. Half an hour later, the result of the discussion came out. The team will set off in a week, and the specific destination is the Jinhua Star region in the middle of the Jinshi Star region. There is no other special reason. The Jinhua Star region is the meeting point that the old man and the Bai family decided on before. In the basement, after the primary Tanshan floating land operation was confirmed, Song-Chi took out all the more than 10 purple shipborne parts in his hand under the wide eyes of the people around him. Song-Chi was mentally prepared for the strange looks of the elders beside him. After all, even if it was a senior third-level Xinhua captain, it would be shocking to take out so many purple parts at once. Not to mention that he had just been promoted to the second level for more than a year. The reason why he chose to take it out was that Song-Chi had naturally gone through careful consideration, and was sure that this was the most beneficial way for himself and his family. First, If all these parts were directly taken to the family merit building for exchange, it would inevitably attract great attention. However, letting the elders in the family exchange some of them first would effectively avoid this problem. Secondly, the parts he took out were also based on the purchase price of the family, which would allow the elders in the family to save some gold merit points, killing two birds with one stone. These purple parts, some of which were obtained from the market more than a year ago, and some of which were obtained by me through bartering. After thinking about it, Song-Chi still did not reveal the existence of the Starry Sky battlefield, or he had no such idea for the time being. Although according to his estimation, the broken Starry Sky will not last long, and will soon be completely annihilated by the expanding void cracks. This is only relative to the previous 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years, and it is by no means to say that it will be swallowed by nothingness immediately. Not to mention more, at least in the next 10 years, there is no need to worry about this problem. And based on this, Song-Chi set himself a 5-year solo exploration time. After 5 years, no matter how much progress he has made in his exploration, he will report the matter to his grandfather, or the family. Judging from the current supergiant Three-Eye Clan flagship, it is actually useless to report it to Grandpa and the others. For exploration of that level, at least the 4th level elders of the family, or even the 5th level ancestors, must personally participate. Before that, Song-Chi still wants to try it on his own first, and report the matter to the family. The family will naturally reward him, and the reward will not be small. Song-Chi knows this, but he also understands that no matter what, it will definitely not be as big as the gains from his own exploration. The family will definitely take the lion's share. So this is not selfishness on his part, but the nature of a normal person. Because of this, Song-Chi did not feel any pressure. In the underground secret room, Song Ming-Song and others looked at each other, their eyes flickering, and they obviously had their own ideas. But no one asked much, and they picked them one after another. Xiao-Chi, 4th uncle wants this piece of purple hull armor, and this is 4 gold merit points, which will be given to you. Xiao-Chi, Auntie is not polite to you either. I also lack a suitable hull armor. Soon, there were only 6 pieces left out of the 13 purple parts, and the others were exchanged by the elders. Dad and Mom also changed one each, which further improved the combat power of the ship. Instead, Song-Chi's gold merit points in his personal account soared to 63 points. After coming out of Grandpa and Grandma's yard, Song-Chi said hello to his parents, and then summoned the sky, and rushed to the family merit building. Are you sure you want to exchange all 6 purple parts for gold merit points? On the 59th floor of the merit building, the clan member in charge of the exchange business confirmed it calmly for the 2nd time. Seeing that the calm expression on the tribe member's face was not a disguise, Song-Chi nodded calmly, but he was slightly happy in his heart. There is a special merit exchange counter on each floor of the merit building. Why did he choose to exchange on the 59th floor? Wasn't it because he wanted to attract less attention? Now it seems that his choice was not wrong. From the 50th floor onwards, at least 20 gold merits are required to enter the merit building. Generally, people who can take out so many gold merits are basically tribe members of the 3rd level or above. Under this premise, the exchange items they take out on a daily basis are naturally much more than those on the lower floors. In this way, it is not too exaggerated for Song-Chi to take out 6 purple parts at once. Of course, this just did not attract much attention on the spot. As for the records of the family, they naturally cannot avoid it. 6 purple parts, a total of 25 gold merit points. Bring your communication bracelet. After the exchange, the personal gold merit points on the quantum communication bracelet in his hand reached 88 points. After a brief surprise, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. He was still 2 points away from the light energy aggregation engine, and 42 points away from the lava core fire. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took out the space expansion pseudo-boundary stone component that he had disassembled but did not take out immediately. However, before exchanging it, Song-Chi first opened the quantum communication bracelet on his wrist. Channel, Qingwen Manor Family. Song-Chi, Space Expansion Pseudo-Boundary Stone Attributes JPG. Does anyone need it? If not, I will exchange it for the merit building. Song-Yu, 5th brother, how many purple parts did you get? I am so jealous. Zhao Hongxue, stop embarrassing yourself here, angry JPG. Song-Yu, yes mother. Song-Shan, Xiao-Chi, keep it for uncle, This is 13 points of gold merit. I will give you 3 points later. I am a little short of money now. After a while of excitement, finally, Uncle won this space expansion part with 16 points of gold merit. As for his father and mother, Song-chi had already asked them in advance. But both of them said they didn't need it. Compared with space expansion parts, they are more willing to use the limited funds in their hands to improve the combat power and defense of the ship. With these 13 points, the gold merit in his hand officially exceeded 100. But it was still far from lava core fire. And it was only enough to exchange for the orange engine. Looking at the 101 gold merits in his personal account, only 29 points away from 130 points. Song-chi had the urge to borrow some from the elders and exchange them directly for the lava core fire. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. He actually saw his eldest aunt, second aunt and others, who were quite interested in the remaining 6 purple parts in his hand. But in the end, none of them spoke. He was a little confused before, but now thinking back. Plus his uncle only took out 13 gold merits, and still owed him 3 points. It is not difficult to see from these that the elders in the family are not very well off at the moment. In order to deal with the threat of the 4th level golden armored beast in the future, they have basically used up all the liquid funds in their hands in recent times. Therefore, even if he asked, he would probably not be able to collect nearly 30 points of gold merit. In front of the gate connecting the 59th and 60th floors, Song-chi stopped. He had just over 100 gold merit points, which met the requirements for going to the 60th floor. He thought that before exchanging for the light energy aggregation engine, he would go to the 60th floor first. Chapter 197 Farewell to the Red Wonders Law Stone and Law Crystal. Song-chi was a little entangled, and did not go directly to the 60th floor. Obviously, the 101 gold merit points in his hand were very watered down, and it would not take long for them to be reduced to 11 points. Now, walking around the 60th floor, except for staring blankly, it seemed that he could do nothing else. But after thinking about it, he still took a step forward. How to say it? Just think of it as broadening your horizons. The 60th floor of the Merit Building, this floor gives people the first impression of being small. Compared to the 50th floor, which is only a few dozen square meters, it is even smaller. As a result, the items placed on this floor are naturally fewer. But although the number is small, it is full of essence. The rich orange light illuminates the entire space. The 60th floor has no purple quality rare items. The lowest is orange. So far, Song-chi also roughly understands that from the 60th floor upwards, probably only the elders of the clan above the 4th level will come here regularly. After a quick tour, Song-chi was a little confused and felt a little dizzy. It was not his fault. The items on this floor were too rare. In addition to more than 20 orange items, there were also items such as Law Stone, Cosmic Sand, and Space Crystal, which were among the best strategic items. In addition, the item that attracted his attention the most was the red item in the middle. Item, Multi-Eye Tribe Origin Eyeball. Quality, red. Evolvable, 1 soul-destroying pupil light cannon. 2 medium-range soul wave detector. Note, a high-level item bred from the origin eyeball of a 6th-level multi-eye tribe over tens of thousands of years. It has multiple uses. This epic item can not only be transformed into a super main gun, but also a rare red air patrol radar. Its value is probably much higher than the first red item he got, which is the slavery medal. However, although this item is good, the exchange price is ridiculously high, requiring 500 gold merit points, which made Song-chi shake his head. In order to collect 100 gold merit points, he had a lot of difficulties. 500 points? I'm afraid he can't even think about it in the next few years, unless he has any big gains in the subsequent exploration of the supergiant three-eyed flagship. Taking his attention away from this red item, Song-chi wanted to go to the 61st floor to take a look, but he didn't know that there was a new requirement for gold merit points, which must be above 150 points. Helplessly, he could only give up this idea. In front of a counter on the left side of the 60th floor, Song-chi looked at the items placed on the counter. Item, Law Stone. Effect, required for strengthening shipborne components above level 4, it can bless and activate the power of law for components. Exchange price, 1 gold merit per piece. Exchange limit, each person can exchange up to 55 pieces per year. Looking at the fist-sized stone on the counter, Song-chi was thoughtful. This thing is quite similar to the Earth attribute Law Crystal that appeared in the market before. Law Stone, Law Crystal, the names sound somewhat similar. But the fact is, although the two are of the same origin, they are not the same item, and there is a huge difference in their value. The Law Stone is just a highly rare resource, a strategic resource that is more precious than titanium crystal. The Law Crystal is a special item with the same attribute that some Law Stones are nourished and eroded by energy of specific attributes. And then after a long period of evolution, they contain the original law of specific attributes, which can help life forms to perceive and control the power of this law. For example, the Earth Attribute Law Crystal that appeared before contains the power of the Earth Attribute Law, which can help the fourth level life forms that follow the Earth Attribute Law to more clearly understand the Earth Attribute Law. However, the Earth Attribute Law Crystal was damaged, and it could no longer help people understand, and could only be used as a one-time blessing of the Earth Attribute Law. Otherwise, Song-Chi would definitely try his best to get that Earth Attribute Law Crystal. In addition, no matter what attribute the Law Crystal is, its lowest quality is Orange Glory, and the intermediate Law Crystal can even reach Red quality, not to mention the high-level Law Crystal. Song-Chi turned his thoughts back from the Crystal of Law, and his attention fell on the Stone of Law again. He was hesitating whether he should exchange 5 pieces for backup, although this thing is only needed when the shipboard parts are strengthened to the 4th level or above. It can only be used after his fire seed is upgraded to purple. But its purchase limit is obvious. If he waits until it can be used on the sky, he can only wait slowly. Thinking about it, he still reached out to exchange 5 pieces. In any case, in the next 1 or 2 years, he still has the confidence to upgrade his fire seed to purple quality. It is always right to prepare for a rainy day. 5 gold merit points were deducted, leaving 96 points in the account. He did not stay any longer, fearing that he would not be able to resist an exchange for something else. On the 59th floor, in front of the counter where the light energy aggregation engine parts were placed, Song-Chi confirmed the exchange. Suddenly, the gold merit points in the quantum communication bracelet in his hand changed from 96 to 6. At the same time, his mind changed, and the mini battleship model in the Shinhua Zuchu between his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and a component emitting purple light floated out of it. It was the Glimpse antimatter hyperstate engine part, without the engine's power supply, the skyship, which was originally in miniature form, but still radiated a faint glow on its hull, completely fell into darkness. The engine is to the Shinhua warship, like the heart is to the human body. Without arms, ears, a person may still survive, but the heart cannot. The Shinhua warship is the same. Without the engine's power supply, it is completely unable to exert any combat power. At the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, the White Jade Square, the dimly lit skyship was parked at the corner of the square. Inside the skyship, Song-Chi, holding the light energy aggregation engine, installed it into the engine slot without hesitation. Suddenly, Skyship was like a young man who had been reborn. After installing the orange engine, it was full of new vitality. But it didn't last long. The light that had just appeared dimmed again. Even though it was an orange engine, it was only level 0 at the moment. Without much consideration, Song-Chi strengthened this component to level 30. A total of 690 strands of second-level floating land essence, 120 titanium crystals, and some 0-level and first-level floating land essences were spent. Looking at the properties of the light energy aggregation engine enhanced to level 30, its energy supply has reached 2835/S, which is nearly twice as high as the 1512/S of the Glimpse antimatter super engine of the same level. In addition, its psionic energy pool has also reached a terrifying 100,000 points, which fully meets the continued enhancement of the 2 third-level red components on the battleship. In this way, Song-Chi was finally completely relieved. He did not intend to return to Qinghua Manor immediately, but his sight fell on the neutron star core armor, dark matter energy shield generator. He counted the number of third-level floating land essence and titanium crystals in his hand. 1780 strands of third-level floating land essence, 880 titanium crystals. Before, in addition to obtaining 10 purple wonders from those humanoid aliens, he also seized more than 100 strands of third-level floating land essence and 200 titanium crystals, in addition to the 2 spiritual machine synthesis platform synthesis in the past 2 months. And Zhou Ping's 100 titanium crystals. Song-Chi now has nearly 1,800 strands of the third-level floating land origin and nearly 900 titanium crystals. Seeing this number, he was quite confident and began to strengthen 2 high-quality components without hesitation. The first was the neutron star core armor. which was directly strengthened to level 39 after spending 540 strands of the third level floating land origin and 495 titanium crystals. Neutron Star Core Armor level 39. Quality, Red. Feature 3. Armor protection value increased by an additional 158%. Consumption, 770/S psionic points protection, 290-2500. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 150 strands of floating land origin level 3, 3 strands of floating land origin level 4, 110,000 psionic points, 150 tons of cobalt stone, 80 titanium crystals, 1 law stone. Note, the upper limit of the ship has been reached, and it cannot be further strengthened. Neutron Star Fission. Consume 48,000 psionic points. The battleship is temporarily transformed into a micro-neutron star form, resisting attacks from the outside world, duration 89s, cooling time 30 hours. The resources spent are beyond imagination. In an instant, most of the titanium crystals in Song-Chi's hand are gone, less than 400 are left. However, the attributes are really good. The protection value alone has soared from less than 800,000 to 2.9 million. The only disappointment is the second. Neutron Star Core Pulse. Feature. It has not changed at all. It still repairs 3% of the armor layer every 15 seconds, and restores 3% of the shipborne energy shield value every 30 seconds. It seems that it must be upgraded to a large level to gain an increase. Not caring too much, Song-Chi turned his attention to the dark matter energy shield generator component. Just like before, this part was also directly enhanced to level 39 by him, costing a total of 360 titanium crystals and 387 strands of third-level floating land essence. Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV39. Quality, Orange. Features. Shield value increased by an additional 124%. Feature 2. Shield protection value doubled. Consumption. For 85/S psionic points protection, 640000. Shield value. 1.18 kilowatts per 1.18 kilowatts. Charging. 20s. Buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Upgrade required. 100 strands of floating land origin 3rd level, 2 strands of floating land origin 4th level, 65,000 psionic points, 530 tons of mercury crystal, 60 titanium crystals, 1 law stone. Note, the upper limit of the ship has been reached, and it cannot be further strengthened. Compared to the Neutron Star Core Armor component, the attribute increase of this dark matter energy shield generator is smaller, but it is also amazing enough. The shield value of nearly 12 million alone is terrifying enough. Moreover, using the current level 39 dark matter energy shield generator to calculate the shield value that the Neutron Star Core Pulse feature can restore per second has reached 11,800 points, far exceeding the previous 4,000 points. After a brief moment of ecstasy, Song-Chi quickly regained his bitter face. With only 2 parts strengthened, the nearly 900 titanium crystals in his hand have been used up, leaving only the last 25. It really cost money like water. There were still 853 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, but more than half of it was gone. However, he still had more than 10,000 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence. With this in mind, Song-Chi upgraded all the parts on the sky that did not need titanium crystals and were still at level 0, level 1, and level 2 to level 30 at once. Of course, except for those that could not be upgraded to level 30. Fire Sunflower Soldier Tree parts LV20 LV29 Blood Soul Seal parts LV20 LV30 Escape or parts LV0 LV20. I won't list the properties one by one, but there were only 3 of them. And others like the LV25 Brain Wave Remote Control System, LV23 Phantom Thruster, and LV20 Water Molecule Isolation Membrane all required titanium crystals, so they were not upgraded. Even so, after this round of strengthening, the properties of the sky have also been greatly improved. Song-Chi was very satisfied with the current properties of the sky. But when he saw the tens of thousands of strands of the 2nd level floating land essence, he rubbed his forehead again. With the improvement of the combat power of the sky, the strengthening level of the components carried by it has been improved, and the 2nd level floating land essence has gradually become less useful to him. In addition to the 1,000 strands once a month to synthesize 100 strands of the 3rd level floating land essence, it has basically been accumulating, and Song-Chi can no longer bear it. We must think of a way to see if we can transform it into the 3rd level floating land origin that he needs more now. or even the 4th level. This can be seen from the first Pyongyang sword light cannon, and today's neutron star core armor and dark matter energy shield generator. After strengthening to LV-39, if we want to further strengthen the level of the component to LV-40, in addition to improving the quality of his own seed of fire, we also need the 4th level floating land origin and the law stone to activate the law power contained in the component. After thinking for a while, Song Chi still set his sights on the subsequent market transactions. It seems that I will have to set up a stall on my own later. Since the exchange rate of 115 cannot attract those aliens to exchange, I will try 116, 117, or even 118 as an individual. I hope I can gain something this way. The ratio at the Family Merit building is 120. 20 strands of 2nd level floating land essence for 1 strand of 3rd level. The exchange rate he gave in the market shop is 115. If an alien takes out 1 strand of 3rd level floating land essence, the shop will exchange it with 15 strands of 2nd level floating land essence. However, in the past 2 years, this ratio obviously cannot satisfy those alien creatures. So he can only try to increase this ratio in the future. There is no other way. Otherwise, the 2nd level floating land origin in his hands may be like the 0 level and the 1st level, slowly and infinitely accumulated, and even difficult to spend in the end. Chapter 198 Hunting. Although he had a plan in mind, Song Chi did not think too much about it. After all, it was a matter for the next market transaction. The specific situation would be discussed later. At the same time, the streamlined ship body with a faint glow rose into the sky, and soon sank into the endless clouds in the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. Jutian Market, Freestall Area. After returning to Qingwen Manor, Song Chi entered the market immediately. He was not in a hurry to use the remaining 3/4 of the 1,500-year-old deepwater clam pearls. Although more than 2 months have passed since the life sublimation, the body is not yet fully recovered. For the current practice of the guiding technique, it is better to proceed normally and down to earth. It is not suitable for another rapid improvement for the time being. He still understands the principle of too much is as bad as too little. In the freestall area, the 120-meter-long Sancheong is quietly docked. Song Chi leaned on the black ship, looking up, looking at the quiet void outside the market through the layer of psionic protective light curtain above. Well, after careful consideration, he was ready to explore the void space outside. More than a year ago, he had already kept in mind the matter of hunting the void demon, and he had been tempted to do it many times, but he failed to really take action in the end due to various reasons. Now that so much time has passed, the Sky has been successfully promoted to a frigate, and he has also undergone 2 life sublimations, becoming a true 2nd level Xinhua captain. It is time to officially start this plan that has been shelved for more than a year. The current Song Cheong, in addition to the fixed space feature given by the fixed space stone, also has the special space resistance added by the void membrane. And now with the escape from the void pearl, triple insurance, and sufficient security, there are 3 reasons for choosing this time to hunt the void demon. First, that Song Cheong has just undergone a round of major enhancements. Song Chi wanted to test the various aspects of the Song Cheong before going to the Tanshan floating land, so that he could have a clearer positioning of his own strength in the future. Second, his own Dragon Blood secret realm currently needs high-quality void crystals for extreme speed, and he himself is also very envious of the quenching spirit fruit, and wants to further improve his mental power. Third, the purchase price of void crystals in the Family Merit building is very high, especially high-quality ones, which can be directly matched with gold merit points. After the previous trip to the 60th floor of the Merit building, someone's obsession with gold merit points has been deeply engraved in his heart. Therefore, he wants to try whether he can use void crystals to exchange for a large number of gold merit points. Turning around and boarding the Sky, but not long after, Song Chi quickly walked out of the battleship hatch again, and did not stay on the Sky for long. Buzz buzz buzz, the humming sound of the engine echoed in the market. After he got off the battleship, the Sky slowly took off, and slowly moved towards the Sky. He just boarded the ship, just to activate the brainwave remote control system components, and marked himself with a brainwave beacon. In this way, he can remotely control the Sky. The triple insurance is indeed safe enough. But Song Chi will not test this so-called safety in person. But it is safer to use brainwave beacons to remotely control it. Only after the Sky has made a big circle in the outside world and ensured that it can maintain its own stable navigation in the void storm and void turbulence will he personally board the ship and start hunting the void demon. Soon, The Sky rushed out of the psionic array outside the market and headed towards the depths of the void at the end of the field of vision. In the market, Song-Chi closed his eyes tightly and focused all his attention on the Sky. Half an hour later, he frowned suddenly. After half an hour of traveling, the Sky finally rushed out of the void silent safety zone where the market was located. As expected, not long after rushing out of the relatively safe silent area, the Sky soon encountered a void storm with a diameter of 100 meters. Although the diameter of this void storm is very small, it does not even reach the length of the Sky itself. But the violent void power it carries is beyond imagination. If an ordinary frigate is caught in it, not to mention sinking directly, the energy shield overload and the hull being severely damaged are inevitable. However, Song-Chi did not take the initiative to avoid it. Under his control, the Sky went straight to meet it. Buzz buzz buzz. The dark matter energy shield on the surface of the hull emits violent ripples. The two forces of void power and dark matter energy are colliding with full force. Energy shield damaged. Shield value minus 1450. Energy shield damaged. Shield value minus 1510. In the main control room, there are urgent warning sounds every second, but when Song-Chi hears it, it makes him smile. The LV-39 dark matter energy shield generator, under the effect of the neutron star core pulse feature, can restore more than 10,000 shield points per second. In other words, the current 100-meter level void storm is completely unable to threaten the current Song-Chiong. As expected, a new prompt sound that sounded the next second directly restored the shield value of the dark matter energy shield that had just been lost. The warship is damaged. The neutron star core pulse feature is triggered, and the dark matter energy shield is being restored. The shield value of the dark matter energy shield is restored to full. After confirming this, Song-Chi did not let Song-Chiong stay any longer. With the roar of the engine, it quickly broke free from the 100-meter void storm and continued to move forward. In the next 2 hours, Song-Chi had the Sky continue to test the 300-meter, 500-meter, and 1,000-meter void storms. The conclusion was that, with the neutron star core pulse feature and triple void resistance, only the 1,000-meter void storm could barely overcome the recovery speed of the Sky's dark matter energy shield. Of course, if it was just a 1,000-meter void storm, or just over a 1,000-meter void storm, it would not cause devastating damage to the Sky. Even the Sky can stay in it for a short time. As long as it breaks free in time, there will be no risk, and the energy shield can be restored to full status within the next 10 minutes. However, once the void storm reaches 1,500 meters, or even 2,000 meters in diameter, it will pose a great threat to the Sky. Not only can the dark matter energy shield not withstand it, but once it is trapped, with the current power of the light energy aggregation engine, it is difficult to break free from the surrounding storm gravity field in a short time. So, to sum it up, you can go through the void storm below 1,500 meters, and avoid the void storm above 1,500 meters if you can. After completing this test, the Sky took more than an hour to return to the market. Song-Chi did not act immediately, but had to wait for the components of the brain wave remote control system to cool down again. After practicing in the full attribute training room for several hours, when the components of the brain wave remote control system finished buffering, the Sky rushed out of the market again. Far away from the Jutian market, the Sky is sailing fast. Compared to the broken star sea, the void on the dark side of the star sea seems more desolate, and also more dangerous. Moreover, it is also endless, as if there is no end. It has been several hours since leaving the market. Song-Chi has also traveled millions of kilometers while controlling the Sky. However, no other colors have appeared on the projection screen from beginning to end. Black is always the main theme. And there is another key point. Silver 3 air patrol detection radar is greatly restricted in this dark void. The current detection range shown on the radar map is only 100,000 kilometers, which is countless times smaller than normal. It is precisely because of this that the efficiency of searching for void demons is very low. However, Song-Chi was not in a hurry. He continued to travel slowly in the dark void. After all, he had noticed this before, and it was one of the reasons why he had not tried to hunt void demons for a long time. This operation was originally an attempt before going to the Tangshan floating land. If there is any harvest, it will be a good thing. If the luck is not good, it cannot be forced. Everything should be based on one's own safety. While thinking, a prompt suddenly came from the radar map beside him. Song-Chi looked happy after taking a glance. What appeared on the radar map was a squad of void demons. There were not many of them, only 100 or so. But their strength was not bad, with 10 second-level ones, and the rest were first-level ones. If they were all killed, there would be 10 third-level floating land origins, and hundreds of second-level ones. You are the ones. At the same time, the ship of the sky turned around and rushed straight to the direction of the void demons. In the dark void, under the effects of sound wave silence field and void membrane, the sky was like a ghost, quietly hovering not far from the void demon squad, while the void demons 100,000 meters away did not notice it at all. In the main control room, seeing that the Silver 3 generation ultrawave magic energy detection radar did not detect any life energy fluctuations of other void demons within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, Song-Chi opened the hatch without hesitation. The next second, all 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers rushed out, led by the Brainwave Standard Soldier in the middle, and rushed straight to the group of Void Demons in the distance. After the 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers rushed out for a distance, the sky also opened fire. Boom! 1 main gun plus 2 secondary guns, all of which were level 3. In addition, the Void Demons, like the Void Shadow Killer Clan, were creatures with high attack and low health. Before the 30 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers approached, most of this Void Demon team had been eliminated. The remaining ones were quickly cleaned up by the Void Shadow Killer Clan warriors. All this happened in just a few minutes. In less than 5 minutes, 10 strands of the third-level floating land essence plus 100, and 2 strands of the second-level floating land essence. Making money too fast. After tasting the sweetness, the sky continued to wander around the surrounding area. 3 days later, the sky returned to the market. Song-Chi, who got off the warship, had a calm face, without the joy of a full harvest. During these 3 days, less than 1,000 void demons were hunted, and a total of 1/3 level void crystal, 25 second level crystals, 240 first level crystals, and 560 zero level crystals were harvested. There was no other way. The main reason was that it was too troublesome to search for these void demons. It often took several hours to find even a hair. The void space was too large. Even if there were countless void demons bred in it, it was hard to say that they were everywhere. In this regard, Song-Chi actually thought about letting the sky deliberately leave the opponent's tracking mark. But this would require the removal of the abnormal state purifier that had been strengthened to level 39. In addition, there were unpredictable dangers. After thinking about it, he gave up. However, this does not mean that this method is completely ruled out. It cannot be tried on the sky. Then what about other methods? For example, deliberately let a Void Shadow Killer Clan soldier be marked with this mark, or the enslaved creatures on the sky. In addition to this method, you can also use the characteristic of the Void Demons that they tend to move towards light, or high-intensity energy sources, or something. But all of this can only be tried later. For now, he needs to adjust himself well, so as to reach the best condition before going to the Copper Mountain floating land. 4 days later, above Qinghua Manor, 9 Xinhua warships were lined up and quietly suspended. 2 of them were 1,000 meters, and 7 of them were 100 meters. They were the 9 core members of the 10th Straight Vein. In the warship communication group chat, Song Mingsong's rough voice sounded. "Let's go!" After that, 9 warships took off at the same time, soaring into the sky one after another, and then disappeared into the clouds in the sky in an instant. In the buildings that had already risen from the ground around Qinghua Lake below, countless people had not taken their eyes away for a long time. As new members of the 10th Straight Vein, everyone knew that these 9 warships were the majority of their high-end combat power. Song-Chi and his group naturally didn't know what was going to happen next. They rushed out of the Dragon Ridge continent, and then after a short jump, they arrived at the short-distance space portal set up by the family on the Dragon Ridge continent. As for the destination of the teleportation, it was naturally the medium-sized Starry Skygate Transmission Transfer Base Station in the southern part of Dinghai Star region. Not long after the last teleportation, the 9 people waited for a day, and then successfully teleported to the transfer base station in the southern part of Dinghai Star region. Unlike the short-distance space teleportation portal exclusively owned by the Dinghai Song family, this super-large space gate transfer base station was crowded with people, and more than 6-digit Xinhua warships from various star regions of the principality were arriving every day, making the circular transfer station with a diameter of more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers appear particularly busy. Generally speaking, if an ordinary Xinhua captain wants to teleport, he needs to pay a high teleportation fee and wait for about 10 days. If it is during peak hours, The waiting time may be extended. However, this is relative to ordinary Xinhua captains. As members of the Dinghai Song clan, Song Qi and others naturally have certain privileges. In each round of teleportation, there will be about 20 vacancies in all space portals, which are specially prepared for those clansmen who are in a hurry. Chapter 199 Xinhua Battleship Man Credentials and the Unexpected Purple Wonder. Dinghai Star Region Space Gate Transfer Base Station. 11 circularly distributed space portals occupy most of the space inside the entire spherical base station. Each of them is more than 1,000,000 meters wide and high, enough to accommodate 10,000 Xinhua battleships to be transmitted at the same time. On this day, the portal connecting to the Golden Lion Star region began to flicker with a faint light, and the next transmission was about to begin. In the distance, in the control room of a 20-meter-long psionic airship, the little girl pointed to several Xinhua warships in the corner of the projection screen in front of her and said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, didn't those Xinhua warships come with us yesterday? Why can they be teleported directly? But we have to wait 8 days." Hearing this, the gray-haired old man, who was nearly 150 years old, smiled and shook his head and said, "They are all big figures of the Dinghai Song family. And the Dinghai Song family is the sky of the entire Dinghai star field." While the old man was speaking, the space door in front was completely covered by light, and then violent space fluctuations were heard. When the light faded away again, the nearly 10,000 warships in the space gate had completely disappeared. In the dark starry sky, in the Golden Lion Star region, a small fleet was moving at a high speed. "We are almost there. In a few dozen light years, we will reach the Golden Moon Star region." The voice of Uncle Song Shan was heard in the communication group chat. Because they were not far apart, they were all within the range of the warship's magnetic field. The group naturally kept communicating. At this time, the voice of Grandpa Song Ming Song also sounded. "Have the jump devices finished buffering? If everything is ready, start the jump." After a while, 9 warships started the space jump almost at the same time. Golden Moon Star Region, Golden Moon Floating Land. As a Level 1 Life-type floating land, and it is not a strategic location, border floating land, etc. Compared with the White Tower floating land, this Golden Moon floating land seems particularly shabby. Although there are more than 10 city clusters on the entire floating land, there are not many high-level Xinhua captains, or even pitifully few. There were only a few second-level Xinhua captains on the entire floating land, not to mention the 4th-level Zhulu warships guarding the Baida floating land. The arrival of Song Qi and his party was a great event for the entire floating land. They had just landed in the suburbs of a city called Hongya City, and 5 local second-level Xinhua warships rushed over. Not only did they arrange the highest hotel in Hongya City for the party, but they also invited them to various banquets, for fear of neglecting them. In the end, it was Grandpa who directly rebuked these people. However, these people did not show any unpleasant expressions. Instead, they seemed to be relieved and left one after another with smiles on their faces. Song Qi, who witnessed the whole process, did not show any surprise or curiosity. This is the interstellar era, not the blue planet in the previous life. The so-called saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake does not exist here. In the civilized society of Xinhua humans, where the power is attributed to themselves in disguise, the rank of the warship represents everything. As long as they don't massacre ordinary citizens, as long as they don't go too far, like a 3rd-level Xinhua battleship killing several local 2nd-level Xinhua captains when it's unhappy, let alone the Xinhua human civilization officials. Even the directly affiliated Morningstar Principality will basically not care. Therefore, the behavior of these local 2nd-level Xinhua captains is completely reasonable. Hotel. Song Qi did not go to the underground battleship summoning room, so he entered the market to practice the guidance technique. According to his grandfather, the Bai family should arrive in 2 days, and he didn't intend to rush in these 1 or 2 days. In his personal room, he closed his eyes slightly. His mind sank into the Xinhua ancestral acupoint and began to communicate with the Xinhua seed, connecting to the Huanjinya floating land. As soon as he connected to the Xinhua network, a familiar prompt sounded from his ears. The first sentence was still the familiar welcome to the Xinhua network. The second sentence was 16 words. The journey to the Starry Sea is long and difficult. The fire of civilization will never stop. The next sentence was a reminder that he was connected to the Huanjinya floating land. Dear Captain of the Sky, you are now connected to the land of the Golden Moon floating land. Hearing the words of the land of the Golden Moon floating land, Song-chi narrowed his eyes. It is said that after being promoted to the 3rd level, it can connect to the intermediate LAN of the entire star field. And if it is the 4th level, it can directly connect to the advanced LAN of the entire Morningstar Principality. To be honest, he is looking forward to it. After a short pause, he successfully logged into the Golden Moon Floating Land LAN. The first thing that appeared in front of him was the general communication channel of the entire Golden Moon Floating Land Captain Shinhua. However, the content discussed in this channel at present made Song-chi's mouth twitch. Yellow Earth. I guess it should be a big guy from the capital star field of the Principality. 2 cruisers, 7 frigates, the scene is so scary. Coyote, to be honest, this is the first time I have seen a Shinhua warship of the cruiser level in reality. It is worthy of being able to suppress a low-level floating land with one ship. The sense of oppression is really amazing. Old King, but what is this big guy doing in a small place like ours? Could it be that some high-level strange objects appeared around our Genwef floating land? Shocked JPG. Song-chi had no interest in these meaningless words. After closing the chat channel, he clicked on the Shinhua Mall in the local area network. As expected, it was basically impossible for this one level floating land to have any good stuff. There were no purple rare items, and the best was just a few blue quality parts. Then there were a lot of white parts. But there was nothing that caught Song-chi's eyes. 10 minutes later, Song-chi opened the forum panel again, entered the 4 keyword shipborne parts, and clicked search. He didn't have much hope at first, but this search actually popped up a post that interested him. The post was about a blue quality shipborne component, not a very niche one, but a very popular shipborne component. It's actually Shinhua Battleship Man Certificate? Surprised, Song-chi quickly clicked on the post and scrolled all the way to the bottom. The poster's latest reply date was the afternoon before yesterday, and judging from his tone, it seemed that the component had not been traded yet. Seeing this, he quickly sent his inquiry message. Do you still have this component? If so, can we meet in person? It was no secret that he wanted to get a man component. Components like Shinhua Battleship Man Certificate, although relatively common and frequently appearing, are also more popular than usual. After all, almost all Shinhua captains would want to equip their ships with such a component. This has also made him purchase it many times. But he has not yet received any results. Now that he has come across this by chance, he is naturally a little excited. The captain of the battleship named Green Bean seems to be online. His inquiry message was sent out not long ago, and a reply came soon. Yes, if we want to meet in person. Is Nanxiang City okay? Song-chi had no objection to this location. Nanxiang City was also a city in Genwef floating land, not far from Hungye City. Sure. Then at 3 p.m. today, in the northern suburbs of Nanxiang City. Nanxiang City. Western suburbs. Baiwa Street. Baiwa Street is a famous slum in Nanxiang City. The environment here is bad, and the public security is extremely poor. Only those who really have no savings will live here. Deep in a remote alley of Baiwa Street, there are several tents built with some discarded materials, and several families live here. A hoarse voice sounded in one of the tents. Another appointment? After the hoarse voice, a weak female voice sounded. Well, this time, I will definitely be able to trade it out. Mom, wait for me at home. I will be back soon. After speaking, a piece of cloth in front of the tent was lifted, and then a thin and slender figure emerged from it. After the girl left along the dirty alley, a hoarse voice was heard again in the tent. Silly girl. How can a blue component be exchanged for 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin? Unless... Cough, cough, cough. Before the words were finished, a violent cough sounded, which also stopped the previous hoarse voice. Nanxiang City, northern suburbs. This is a small park. Song-chi strolled around the park soon after arriving. For a long time, in addition to exploring alien regions, his life was almost all about cultivation, practicing the guidance technique, and visualizing the projection rubbings of the mythical mecha. The full range of cultivation tasks filled his daily life, making it difficult for him to have time to relax like now. Occasionally, he came here, and he really enjoyed this feeling. This sense of relaxation from body to mind made him instinctively think of a figure that had been hidden in his heart, and he tried hard not to miss it. Thinking of this, a poem from his previous life involuntarily emerged in his mind. I miss someone who is far away in the countryside. I can't leave the countryside, but I miss her every day. It's been almost a year and a half, and I don't know how the girl is doing now. When he first arrived at the Song family, he was unfamiliar with the place, and there was no way for him to inquire about the things on a one-level floating land across tens of thousands of light years. It was not until many clansmen from the 10th direct lineage came to him that he specially sent someone to the White Tower floating land. It turned out that Shin Yuran and his family had already moved away from the White Tower floating land, and it seemed that they had gone to the capital star region of the principality. Fortunately, the clansmen below learned from the Xinhua Academy in Jiangyuan City that Shin Yuran had successfully awakened the Xinhua seed, and the quality seemed to be quite good. For a moment, Song Qi's mind was drifting. However, the sudden tremor of the Xinhua seed in his mind brought him back to reality. The captain of the Green Bean was contacting him. A few minutes later, Song Qi successfully found the other party at the entrance of the park. When he first saw the other party's thin figure, Song Qi was still a little unsure. After all, how could the Xinhua captain, who could take out a blue component for trading, make himself look like this? It was not until the other party took the initiative to reveal his identity that he was sure. 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin? The moment the other party made the offer, Song Qi frowned. The first thought in his mind was that the other party had no intention of trading at all. The market price of an ordinary blue component is usually around 15,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin. Even if the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate is extremely popular, more than 30,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin are the highest, and it is impossible to reach the price of 100,000 strands. Unless the other party didn't want to sell it at all. With this speculation, he didn't plan to talk to the other party anymore, and turned around to leave. Seeing him leaving, the thin girl was a little flustered. She hurriedly spoke again, but at this moment her voice was already trembling with an obscure tremor. Song Qi, who had mastered the second-level guiding technique, had a very sharp hearing, and naturally could hear that the girl was trying her best to control herself from sobbing. "I'm not asking for an exorbitant price. My mother is seriously ill, and she needs 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin of a high-level healing potion to be completely cured. If you think the price is too high, we can continue to talk." Song Qi paused. Instead of rushing to bargain with the other party, he took the initiative to ask to see the so-called seriously ill mother behind the other party. Half an hour later, in the western suburbs of Nanxiang City, Baiwa Street, following the girl, the two shuttled through the dirty and remote alleys. At this point, Song Qi was basically sure that what the other party said before should not be false. And when he saw the seriously ill mother mentioned by the other party, he was also sure that the true feelings between the two people's words and deeds were not disguised. And he was completely convinced. After thinking about it, he gave the highest price in his mind. 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, if you can accept it. Let's trade. Although he felt a little sympathy, Song Qi was not going to be a sucker just because he felt sympathy for the other party. 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence, which was about a few thousand strands higher than the normal market price of Xinhua Battleship Man certificate, could be considered as paying for the little sympathy in his heart. Hearing his serious tone, the girl on the other side thought about it, and then nodded and agreed. Song Qi handed the 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence to the other party, while taking the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate component, and whispered to the thin girl in front of him, "If I am not mistaken, your mother should be infected with special spores, and it must be cured at one time. It is better to wait until you gather 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land essence later, and then go directly to buy advanced treatment potions. Don't use intermediate treatment potions to alleviate it. It is useless." After saying that, he turned around and left the tent. Inside the tent, the thin girl turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman inside. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a while, then remembered Song Qi's last instruction, and was willing to exchange 40,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin for a premium. She finally nodded gently. "Please wait a moment." The weak voice from behind made Song Qi pause again. He turned his head and looked back. The next second, his heart skipped a beat. In the girl's eyebrow ancestral orifice that had opened a little, he saw a ray of shining purple light. Purple Wonder? Chapter 200 Single Shield Component Plasma Guard Song Qi's Initiative. Song Qi was a little surprised, or rather, astonished. The fact that the other party could take out a blue component was already a little surprising to him, and now there was another Purple Wonder. This kind of handwriting, and the other party's current situation, the contrast is indeed quite big. As for why he chose to take it out at this time, he had some guesses about this. It was probably because of his last reminder, which made the mother and daughter have a much better impression of him, or made him look less like a bad guy. Song-chi didn't know what to say about this. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say good people will be rewarded. But in this cruel interstellar era, to be honest, he really didn't believe it. Thinking about it, the two returned to the tent again. Song-chi didn't speak, but waited for the girl's next words. Since the other party took the initiative to show this purple wonder, it must be that he wanted to trade with him. It depends on the specific terms of the transaction. The purple light flashed, and the girl didn't speak, but directly took the purple wonder out of the Shinhua Zuchiao, and then handed it to Song-chi. Her idea was simple. Since she had already decided to take it out, she should just do it straightforwardly. After all, if the man in front of her really wanted to take action, killing her would only take a wave of his hand. Song-chi took the purple object calmly. This was not an act. The parts loaded on the sky now had 2 red ones and 6 orange ones. A purple object could not cause him much trouble. But when he saw the specific properties, he felt a little surprised. The purple component that the other party took out was a special component of a personal single shield, which is extremely rare. Even with Song-chi's experience in the past 2 years, he has only seen it once, which was the psychic nameplate on Zhou Ping of Luofu's sword sect. Plasma Guardian LV0 quality, purple features, shield value increased by 25% consumption, 100/times psionic points number of shields that can be generated, 5/5 effect, generate a single plasma shield with a shield value of 175/175 for the designated unit small that can be activated automatically when attacked. Buffer, 72 hours, no need to recharge. Duration after activation, 30 minutes. Required for upgrade, 6 strands of floating land origin 0 order, 600 psionic energy points, 6 life pronuclei 0 order. After reading the properties of this component, Song-chi was extremely satisfied. This surprise was not small. He had always dreamed of getting a component of this kind, and had mentioned it to Zhou Ping many times, but he never got his wish. Moreover, the properties of this Plasma Guardian component are obviously better than that of the Psychic nameplate, although the two have the same characteristics. This Plasma Guardian component can generate 5 shields at level 0, while the Psychic nameplate only has 3. Moving his eyes away from this component, Song-chi looked at the slightly nervous girl in front of him again. Seeing that she had not spoken yet, he took the initiative to ask, "What do you want? Floating land origin? Or white, blue quality components?" The girl hesitated for a moment. "Can I take some of the floating land origin and add a few blue quality basic components?" "Sure." Song-chi nodded, and then continued, "How much floating land origin do you need?" The girl seemed to have thought about this a long time ago, and she answered quickly. 50,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence. 2,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence. Obviously, the 50,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence are used to buy advanced healing potions, and the 2,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence are probably used to strengthen the subsequent blue parts. 50,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence plus 2,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence. Here are about 70,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence, and a piece of top-quality purple part. It is difficult to measure it with 0-level floating land essence. After thinking about it, Song-chi took out 4 more parts. These 4: energy shield, hull armor, main gun and shipborne engine, 1 each, plus the 50,000 strands of 0-level floating land essence, and 2,000 strands of 1st-level floating land essence you just mentioned. What do you think? Before exploring the ancient Starry Sky battlefield, in addition to obtaining more than 20 purple wonders, there were more white and blue wonders. The 4 pieces Song-chi took out now were all blue quality, compared to a purple quality single-piece shield component. The 4 blue components may not be worth mentioning, but for the thin girl in front of her, this is obviously a price that makes her satisfied. If she really takes it out to exchange, let alone what price she can get, it is a great unknown whether she can return safely. She is not even at the 0 level yet, and she takes out a purple component on her own initiative, which is no different from a child holding gold. Even if the transaction is successful on the spot, there is a high probability that she will be ambushed later. If not, how could she keep this purple component until now? Seeing him nod, Song-chi took out 2 groups of floating land origin from the Fire Ancestral Aperture. After handing everything over to the other party, he also put the Plasma Guardian component into the Fire Ancestral Aperture. After completing the transaction, he did not rush to leave. Let's go! I'll accompany you to the pharmacy. If a zero-level fire captain really let him buy a high-level healing potion of 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin alone, it would inevitably attract the covetousness of outsiders. Since it has come to this, and today he has gained a lot, he might as well be a good person to the end. It won't take an hour anyway. Thank you. The girl's face was full of joy. And the middle-aged woman lying on the bed beside her also struggled to sit up. Sir, you are so kind. We mother and daughter have no way to repay you at the moment. I wonder if you can tell us your name. If we have a chance in the future, we will definitely come to thank you. The other party said this quite appropriately. And Song Chi became more certain of his guess. Spore infection, purple wonder. The other party obviously had some family background in the past, but encountered an accident during the exploration of the alien star field, so it has come to this point today. No need to come to thank me, these two parts are indeed what I need at the moment, so we can each take what we need. As for the name, just call me Song Chi. Nanxiang City Center, Nanxiang Xinhua Mall. After successfully purchasing a high-level healing potion with 100,000 strands of zero-level floating land origin, the two quickly left the mall. Outside the mall gate, the thin girl with a mask on her face hugged the exquisite suitcase in her hand tightly, and bowed to Song Chi again to thank him. Brother Song. Thank you so much. Song Chi gently raised his hand, interrupted her subsequent words, and looked back at the mall gate behind him. The psionic energy that had been restrained in his body suddenly released, and the pressure of the second-level life form was completely radiated. This action made the people near the mall gate suddenly sink, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Song Chi did not speak. His cold eyes swept across the faces of several seemingly ordinary people not far behind him. Under his gaze, the hairs of the people who had been following him from the mall stood on end, and the extremely strong threat of death filled their hearts. After doing this, Song Chi retracted the external energy, and the terrifying sense of oppression quickly dissipated. Let's go! The thin girl was stunned, and followed his footsteps with a light "oh." Looking back, until Song Chi and the other disappeared in the crowd, the hundreds of people near the gate of the mall did not dare to move a step, and as for the captains of Xinhua, who had ulterior motives, their bodies were soaked in cold sweat. In the western suburbs of Nanxiang City, after sending the girl back to the tent, Song Chi did not stay any longer, but summoned the sky and rushed straight into the sky. Outside the tent, the girl did not withdraw her sight until the sky completely sank into the clouds, and then she turned around and entered the tent. Soon, a low conversation was heard in the tent. Leaving? Yes. You honor. Remember this favor. If there is a chance in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Mom, I know. You should use this advanced healing potion first. And besides, the Morning Star Principality is so big, it will be difficult to find Brother Song again in the future. After a slight pause, the hoarse voice of the middle-aged woman sounded again. Your knowledge is still too shallow. You can easily take out 4 blue parts. You didn't show much emotion when facing Plasma Guardian. The key is that he is still a Song. Which other family can there be in the Morning Star Principality? Mom, are you saying that Brother Song is from the Dinghai Song family in the north? It's almost certain. In the clouds? Song Chi looked at the 2 parts in front of him with a smile. Xinhua Battleship Man Certificate LV30 Quality. Blue Consumption. 100/person Phantom Energy Points. Number of people that can be carried. 0/1000 Effect. Seal the energy in the body of the person being carried 24 hours. Within the range of the number of people that can be carried. The restriction on consuming the origin of the floating land is lifted. Required for upgrade. 8 strands of floating land origin level 3, 40,000 psionic points. Plasma Guardian LV20. Quality, purple. Features, shield value increased by 50%. Consumption, 2,000/time psionic points. Number of shields that can be generated, 20/20. Effect, generate a shield value of 22,500/22,500 for the specified unit. Small. Single plasma shield that can be activated automatically when attacked. Buffer, 48 hours. No charging required. Duration after activation, 90 minutes. Required for upgrade, 15 strands of floating land origin level 2, 5,000 psionic points, 15 life pronuclei level 2, 1 titanium crystal. After strengthening, the properties of both have different improvements. Xinhua Battleship Man Certificate. Not to mention the parts, this part can only be used when manned. It is basically difficult to play a role on weekdays. He paid more attention to the Plasma Guardian component. After strengthening to level 20, the number of shields it can generate has increased to 20. In this way, it can be added to 20 Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers in the future. With the protection of this second level single shield, the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers have strong lethality and good protection capabilities, which will definitely greatly increase their combat power. However, the Plasma Guardian that has just been strengthened to the second level is still a little insufficient. The number of shields is only 20, which is not enough for the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers to distribute. The shield value is also a bit low. The shield value is only over 20,000, which does not give people much sense of security. Afterwards, strengthening to the third level might be a big improvement, but at the moment, he didn't have enough titanium crystals, so he could only wait for the next market transaction to get Zhou Ping's 50 crystals to strengthen it to level 30. In addition, if the Tangshan floating land operation is successful, he should be able to get a lot of titanium crystals. However, despite a little dissatisfaction, Song Qi immediately gave himself a plasma shield. After the blessing, he didn't seem to have any changes. In fact, this is not the case. This plasma shield is invisible to the naked eye before it is triggered. Only when it feels threatened or the host actively activates it will a protective light shield be formed around the body. Time passed quickly. In the evening of the next day, they successfully waited for the arrival of the Bai family. In the outer space of the Golden Moon floating land, more than 30 Xinhua warships were quietly hovering. Song Qi and Song Qi were a little surprised. This time, the Bai family actually came with more than 20 people, including 3 third-level Xinhua captains. In addition to An Shirong, there were 2 senior third-level Xinhua captains. In addition, there were 20 second-level ones, which was a bit scary. Perhaps because she saw the surprise in their eyes, Mother Chen Lixia explained in the group chat of her own communication projection. The Bai family in the capital star field of the principality has been passed down for more than 3,000 years, even more than our Song family. Although your Aunt Shirong's lineage has declined, but the time of opening the lineage can be traced back to more than 1,000 years ago. The number of clan members in the lineage is huge. There are still many second-level and third-level Xinhua captains, but there is a lack of fourth-level people who can speak at the top of the family. After hearing this explanation, Song Qi and the others nodded suddenly. At the same time, the two of them made many further associations in their minds. The veins have been open for more than 1,000 years. In their Song family, that is at least the level of the third direct vein. However, there is a lack of a fourth-level Xinhua captain to serve as a representative. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is in decline. You should know that the third direct vein of the Song family has 3 fourth-level elders in the open, and there must be more hidden in the dark. In comparison, the name of the 1,000-year inheritance of Aunt Shirong's vein is indeed a bit intimidating. As he was talking, Grandpa and Aunt Shirong's discussion had already come to a conclusion. Grandpa's voice came from the communication projection group. We need to use the Warship Chimera device to explore the alien space. We can only leave 2 Xinhua warships. How about this? Everyone recall their ships and come to the Angry Lion. Hearing this, Uncle, Dad, and the others had no objection, but Song Qi showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If I remember correctly, Grandpa's Angry Lion was only equipped with purple hull armor. Even with the blessing of the third-level hull, it seems that it is not as safe as his Neutron Star Core armor. If there is any accident when it is deployed, and the Angry Lion cannot bear it, it will be really troublesome. At that time, the psionic energy in his body will be restricted by the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate. Not to mention summoning the sky. Even entering the market will be impossible. That would be really helpless. As for why the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate is used, it will be returned after 24 hours of recovery. There is no need to worry about this. They plan to stay in the Tangshan floating land for about half a month this time. Not to return directly after 24 hours. The more than 20 people from the Bai family have arranged a special transit battleship, which will not affect their subsequent return. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Song Mingsong took the initiative to ask after catching the tangle on his fourth grandson's face. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qi still felt that it would be better to hold the initiative in his own hands. Grandpa, why don't you board my sky? After saying this, Song Mingsong's face was still calm, but the others were all surprised. Ignoring the changes in everyone's expressions, Song Mingsong lowered his rough voice and said in a low voice, Xiaoqi, are you sure? Song Qi's eyes were firm. Yes.